Even though you clearly only had 50 yuan left, you dared to buy the most dilapidated scrap metal auto repair warehouse right in front of the city's shrewdest veteran treasure hunter. Everyone was waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. 50 yuan for a pile of scrap metal? This kid's gone crazy from poverty. The shrill mockery echoed all around you. With a blank expression, you waded through the muddy oil toward the scrapped V8 engine in the farthest corner. Just as you gritted your teeth to push aside the heavy mass, a dark green military ammunition crate suddenly emerged from the ground. Crack! Your crowbar split the brass lock and you tore through the moisture-proof oiled paper. When 3 bottles of 1978 fake in Matai, still sealed with wax, and a discontinued Seagull military watch were exposed to the air, ding! Profit margin exceeds 299,900% reward. Golden treasure chest. The old foxes behind you, who'd been waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, stopped laughing abruptly, their eyes practically bleeding with envy. Chapter 001. System Awakening snagging a junk warehouse for 100 yuan. Ethan Brooks, this is the last no-reserve warehouse auction of the day. We've got a combined total of 150 yuan left in our pockets. Are we really going to go home empty-handed and starve? In the bustling logistics park, his best friend Wang Chong was sweating profusely with anxiety. He tugged hard at Ethan Brooks' sleeve, his voice brimming with despair and urgency. Ethan Brooks shook his head violently as the excruciating pain, like needle pricks, gradually subsided in his mind. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He had actually been transported to another world. One second he'd been working grueling overtime at the office, and the next, he'd found himself in this parallel world called Blue Planet, transformed into a recent graduate and unemployed young man who couldn't afford his rent. Today, his roommate Wang Chong had dragged him to the logistics park on the southern outskirts of Ocean City to try their luck at this so-called blind box auction of abandoned warehouses. In this world, due to rapid economic shifts, countless tenants were unable to pay their warehouse rent or had gone missing due to various unforeseen circumstances, leaving a large number of warehouses abandoned. To recoup their losses, the logistics park was auctioning off these warehouses as mystery boxes. As long as you won the bid for a warehouse and cleared it out within the specified time, everything inside was yours to keep. Could be valuable antiques or rare stamps, or it could be a pile of stinking household trash. Attention, everyone! Up ahead, the portly auctioneer, Manager Zhang, stood in front of warehouse number 7, holding a megaphone and shouting enthusiastically. This is the very last warehouse of the day. It might look a bit messy, but there's no reserve price. Bids increase in increments of 50. Is there anyone out there willing to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? As Manager Zhang pulled open the roll-up door, a pungent, musty odor hit them in the face. The dozens of professional treasure hunters gathered at the front all covered their noses and shone their powerful flashlights inside. At just a single glance, the crowd let out a series of gasps and sounds of disgust. What the hell? Arthur, are you trying to pull a fast one on us with this junk? Nothing but water-soaked rags and a pile of moldy cardboard boxes. I'd refuse to clean this up even if they paid me. It's too filthy. Exactly. Let us call it a day. What a lousy day. The very last one turns out to be nothing but a junk warehouse. Leo Brooks, the bald, burly man standing at the front, spat on the ground with utter disdain and sneered loudly. Whoever buys this crappy warehouse is a total idiot. I'd rather spend my money at a foot massage parlor than waste my time here. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Chong's eyes, which had held a glimmer of hope, dulled completely. He forced a bitter smile and said, "It's over. There's really no hope. Chinzi, let us go. We still need to figure out how to scrape together enough money for instant noodles when we get back." Just as Ethan Brooks was still lost in confusion over his time travel, his gaze inadvertently fell upon warehouse number 7, the one everyone else had dismissed. Suddenly, a string of translucent text, glowing with a faint golden light, appeared before his eyes. A treasure warehouse you can't miss. The water-stained clothes on the surface are just a cover-up. In the moldy cardboard box at the very bottom of the corner, you'll find 3 perfectly preserved sets of out-of-print 1980s comic books, along with an unopened first-generation Famicom. As long as you're not completely broke, this warehouse is absolutely worth spending every last penny to get your hands on. Note: whenever the host purchases an abandoned warehouse, they will be rated based on profit margin and rewarded with bronze, silver, gold, or diamond treasure chests. Opening these chests grants skills and special items. Ethan Brooks' pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart began to race. A cheat code. The system he brought with him from his other life had activated. He could actually see the true value of the items in the warehouse. More importantly, not only could he make money, but he could also earn treasure chest rewards. In this era where everyone was going crazy over warehouse flips, having this system was practically like owning a money printing machine. Chinzi, what are you spacing out for? Let us go. Seeing Ethan Brooks standing there frozen, Wang Chong couldn't help but give him another shove. Ethan Brooks snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress the wild excitement surging through him. He watched the treasure hunters around him preparing to turn and leave, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. These self-important fools had no idea what they were missing. Although out-of-print comic books and the Famicom weren't exactly earth-shattering antiques, in today's second-hand collectibles market, selling them in pristine condition for several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan would be absolutely no problem. For Ethan Brooks, who currently had only 150 yuan in his pocket, this was a life-saving first windfall. At that moment, Manager Zhang looked at warehouse number 7, which had attracted no bidders, and a look of embarrassment crossed his face. He raised his megaphone and called out helplessly, "Is there really no one interested? There's no reserve price. Just throw down any amount, and this warehouse is yours. If no one bids, then the auction will be called off today." Wait a minute. Just as Manager Zhang was about to declare the auction a no sale, a calm yet firm voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the source of the voice. Ethan Brooks slowly raised his right hand. Facing the astonished stares of the crowd, he calmly uttered a few words. "I'll bid 100 yuan. As soon as he spoke, the room fell deathly silent, only to erupt into roars of laughter. "Ha ha ha, $100? This kid must be broke out of his mind. That's hilarious. Spending $100 on a pile of moldy junk, and then having to clean it up yourself? Is he out of his mind?" Leo Brooks, the bald guy, crossed his arms and eyed Ethan Brooks from head to toe as if he were an idiot, sneering, "Yo, is this the college grad? What? Did all that studying turn you stupid? Do you really think this junk is a treasure? I'll make a bet right here and now. If you can dig up a single item in this warehouse worth $10, I'll eat that pile of moldy clothes raw." By now, Wang Chong was so frantic his face was bright red as he frantically tugged at Ethan Brooks' arm. "Chenzi, you've lost your mind. We've only got 150 left. Why would you spend 100 on this junk? That one tea even cover the cleanup costs." Ethan Brooks shook off Wang Chong's hand. His gaze was unwavering, ignoring the mocking glances around him. He fixed his eyes squarely on Manager Zhang. 100 yuan. If no one bids higher, this warehouse is mine." Manager Zhang froze for a moment, then was overjoyed. He couldn't be happier that someone was willing to take on the burden of cleaning up this junk. 100 yuan going once, 100 yuan going twice, 100 yuan going 3 times. Sold. The gavel came down with a thud, and warehouse number 7 officially belonged to Ethan Brooks. As Ethan Brooks stepped forward to pay and collect the key, the crowd was filled with looks of schadenfreude. Everyone felt that this young man, who didn't know his place, had taken a huge fall today. Not only had he thrown 100 yuan down the drain, but he'd also have to work himself to the bone doing manual labor. However, as Ethan Brooks clutched that rusty key and felt the confirmation beep from the system in his mind, he couldn't suppress the excitement and anticipation surging through him. The real show has only just begun. Chapter 002. A huge slap in the face. A rare comic book series resurfaces. It's over, it's all over. We've lost 100 yuan just like that. We're really going to have to sleep under a bridge tonight. Wang Chong watched as Ethan Brooks deftly opened the roll-up door of warehouse number 7, put on his gloves, and prepared to go inside to clean it out. He slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, muttering to himself incessantly. The treasure hunters who hadn't yet dispersed were all gathered outside, eager to watch the show, pointing and whispering at Ethan Brooks. "Hey, kid. Take your time digging, you might just find a gold ingot buried down there." Leo Brooks sneered sarcastically, sparking a burst of laughter from the crowd. Ethan Brooks paid them no mind. He strode into the warehouse, enduring the pungent, musty smell, and walked straight past the outer layer of water-soaked, rotting clothes and broken furniture. His target was clear. The moldy cardboard box at the very bottom of the corner indicated by the system prompt. After moving aside a few rickety chairs missing arms and legs and lifting a blackened old mattress, A cardboard box buried at the very bottom covered in dust and mold spots finally came into view. That's the one. Ethan Brooks felt a flutter of excitement. He carefully dragged the cardboard box out and used the utility knife he carried to cut through the tape sealing it shut. Leo Brooks, watching from outside, laughed even louder when he saw Ethan Brooks drag out a tattered cardboard box. Oh my, look at him being so careful. Does he really think he has struck gold? If that box ain't just a pile of old newspapers, I'd adopt him on the spot. Wang Chong also closed his eyes in despair, not daring to watch the grim scene that was about to unfold. However, the moment Ethan Brooks lifted the lid of the cardboard box, his eyes lit up instantly. Inside the box was actually a thick layer of waterproof wax paper. Ethan Brooks held his breath as he tore open the wax paper. In an instant, the scent of ink from days gone by wafted out. Protected by the waterproof wax paper, 3 sets of comic books sealed tightly in plastic wrap were neatly stacked inside. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Journey to the West, and Water Margin. All were first editions from the early 80s, in perfect condition, not a single dog-eared page in sight. Not only that, but lying quietly beside the comic books was a red and white cardboard box printed with the words, Nintendo Family Computer. The plastic wrap on the outside was still intact. It was actually a brand new, unopened original NES. Holy shit! Ethan Brooks couldn't help but let out a curse. Even though he mentally prepared himself, the intense visual impact of seeing these items right before his eyes still sent his blood racing. He carefully picked up the Romance of the Three Kingdoms comic book set, walked to the warehouse entrance, and held it up to the sunlight. The crowd, which had been chuckling just moments before, fell silent. Everyone stood there like ducks with their throats clamped shut, eyes wide, staring intently at what Ethan Brooks held in his hands. These are the original comic books from the early 80s? From within the crowd, an elderly man named Sun, who wore reading glasses and had run a second-hand shop for decades, suddenly cried out in astonishment. He hurried forward in 2 strides and, his voice trembling, asked, "Young man, could I take a closer look?" Ethan Brooks graciously handed them over. Old Man Sun took the comic books and carefully examined the covers, the printing, and their condition. The more he looked, the more his hands trembled. My goodness! They're in mint condition. Not a single yellow spot. This in today's collecting circles, a single set would sell for at least 3,000. There are 3 sets here that's 9,000. The moment he said this, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. 9,000! Just for these few ratty comic books. Old Man Sun, you're not seeing things, are you? Are these things really worth that much? Old Man Sun ignored the crowd's skepticism. His gaze fell once more on the red and white box at Ethan Brooks's feet, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's an unopened first-generation NES. This is the holy grail that every video game collector dreams of. That console is worth at least 5,000 yuan. 9,000 plus 5,000, that's 14,000 yuan. The junk warehouse bought for 100 yuan had, in the blink of an eye, increased in value by 140 times. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the room. Everyone's gaze toward Ethan Brooks shifted instantly from the previous disdain and mockery to shock, jealousy, and even envy. Wang Chong sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring, rushed over, and grabbed Ethan Brooks's arm, babbling excitedly, Chenji, we've hit the jackpot. We're rich." Ethan Brooks smiled and patted Wang Chong on the shoulder, then turned to look at Leo Brooks, who was standing nearby, his face already as red as a pig's liver. "Mr. Lee," Ethan Brooks said with a half-smile, holding up the comic book in his hand, "you just said that if I could find a single item worth 10 yuan in this warehouse, you'd eat this pile of moldy clothes raw, right?" Leo Brooks's chubby face twitched violently. He was caught between a rock and a hard place, wishing he could just sink into the ground. "Also, didn't you just say that if this cardboard box didn't contain nothing but old newspapers, you'd call me Dad?" Ethan Brooks pressed his advantage, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Sorry, but I don't have a stepson your age." Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted into laughter even louder than before. Only this time, the target of their mockery was Leo Brooks. "Leo Brooks, you lost the bet, accept it. Go ahead and eat that shirt." "Exactly. You're usually so cocky, how do you end up getting taken down by some kid today?" Leo Brooks glared at Ethan Brooks through clenched teeth and spat out a vicious retort. "Kid, you just got lucky as hell. We'll see about this." With that, he slunk away, pushing his way through the crowd. Watching Leo Brooks's humiliated retreat, Ethan Brooks felt a secret sense of satisfaction. This was the power of the system. Just then, the system's notification sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing warehouse number 7. Cost: 100 yuan. Estimated revenue: 14,000 yuan. Profit margin: 13,900%. Rating: ultra high profit. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest. Open now. Ethan Brooks suppressed his excitement and silently thought, I won't open it yet. I'll wait until no one's around. He knew this was just the beginning. With the system's help, he was going to take the treasure hunting world by storm. Come on, Changzi, pack this up. Let us go check out the other warehouses. Ethan Brooks waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Got it, brother Ethan. Today, I, Wang Chong, will be your loyal servant. Wang Chong was now utterly in awe of Ethan Brooks and scampered off to help pack up. However, Ethan Brooks had no idea that his earlier actions had already caught the attention of some old foxes in the crowd. The road ahead wouldn't be as smooth sailing as he imagined. Chapter 003. A glitzy trap that'll rip you off big time. After securely locking the comic books and the Famicom console into Wang Chong's beat-up van, Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong returned to the auction site. Due to the earth-shattering bargain in warehouse number 7 earlier, the treasure hunters in the logistics park who had been about to disperse had gathered back together, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Everyone was fantasizing about scoring a huge bargain like Ethan Brooks had, spending just 100 or 80 yuan to snag a hidden gem. Manager Zhang was beaming with joy at that moment. Not only had Ethan Brooks' bargain find helped him clear out the junk warehouse, but it had also greatly energized the atmosphere on site, which was nothing but a boon for his upcoming auctions. Ladies and gentlemen, you all witnessed that miracle just now. That's the magic of the mystery box warehouse. Manager Zhang held the megaphone aloft, speaking with great enthusiasm. Next, we're adding a special auction item on the spot. An unclaimed warehouse that was just cleared out on the premises. Warehouse número 3. As the roll-up door opened, gasps of astonishment immediately erupted from the crowd. In stark contrast to the dilapidated warehouse number 7, this warehouse number 3 could easily be described as luxurious. Even just standing outside the door, you could clearly see sets of solid wood sofas, what looked like high-end home appliances, a double-door refrigerator that appeared to be in 80% new condition, and even an imported mountain bike in the corner, half covered by a dust cover. My goodness! This is definitely a top-notch family storage unit. Just that double-door fridge alone, if we take it to the second-hand market and spruce it up a bit, we could sell it for 2,000. That solid wood sofa set looks like top-quality stuff too. We're definitely going to make a killing with this storage unit. The treasure hunters' eyes lit up one by one. They rubbed their hands together, ready to go all out. Leo Brooks, who had returned after being humiliated by Ethan Brooks just moments ago, now had a gleam in his eyes as well. He shot Ethan Brooks a vicious glare and silently vowed to himself that this time, he would definitely secure this warehouse and redeem the face he'd just lost. Wang Chong also excitedly tugged at Ethan Brooks's arm. Brother Ethan, this is great. Look at that fridge. Look at that sofa. These are the real deal, way more reliable than that lucky comic book you found earlier. Ethan Brooks didn't say a word. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and fixed his gaze on the seemingly luxurious warehouse number 3. The next second, a familiar system prompt appeared before his eyes. Worthless junk disguised as a warehouse. The solid wood sofa, which looks fancy on the surface, is actually rotten wood hollowed out by termites. It crumble at the slightest touch. The compressor in the double-door refrigerator has completely burned out and is beyond repair. The mountain bike frame in the corner has severe hidden cracks. It'll fall apart the moment you ride it. Anyone who spends more than $100 on this warehouse is a complete idiot and a sucker. Reading this message, Ethan Brooks almost burst out laughing. This isn't premium warehouse. At all, it's a massive scam disguised as a bargain. Anyone who buys it at a high price won't just fail to make a single penny. They'll end up shelling out a huge sum in junk disposal fees. Ethan Brooks turned to glance at Leo Brooks, who was itching to jump in, and a mischievous grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Changzi, Ethan Brooks said, deliberately raising his voice a bit to make sure Leo Brooks could hear him. This warehouse is the absolute cream of the crop. That sofa set looks like it's made of Hainan Wangwali to me. That set alone is worth tens of thousands. No matter the price, we've got to snag it later. Although Wang Chong didn't understand why Ethan Brooks was suddenly being so boastful, His blind trust in Ethan Brooks's earlier bargain hunting skills made him nod vigorously. "No problem, Brother Ethan. We'll buy it even if it costs us everything we've got." Standing nearby, Leo Brooks's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Hainan Wangwali. Although he didn't know much about wood, he heard of this rare and precious species. Seeing Ethan Brooks's determined expression, Leo Brooks was immediately convinced that the kid must have spotted something special again. "Humph, think you're going to snag a bargain? No way. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'm going to snatch this warehouse today," Leo Brooks vowed silently to himself. "Everyone, have you all had a good look? This is a rare, top-quality warehouse lot." Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Manager Zhang immediately shouted, "Warehouse number 3, starting bid, 1,000 yuan. Bids must be in increments of at least 100. Let the bidding begin." 1,500. Old Man Sun was the first to bid. He ran a second-hand appliance store and was very interested in these appliances. 1,800. 2,000. The price skyrocketed, quickly breaking through the 3,000 mark. Ethan Brooks had remained silent the whole time. It wasn't until the price reached 3,500 and the room quieted down slightly that he slowly raised his hand. 4,000. Whoa! All eyes instantly turned to Ethan Brooks. Everyone knew this kid had just struck it rich and was now brimming with confidence. Seeing that Ethan Brooks had finally made a move, Leo Brooks felt even more certain of his decision and shouted without hesitation, "4,005!" Ethan Brooks furrowed his brow slightly, feigning anger as if his prized possession had been snatched away, and gritted his teeth. 5,000! 5,005! Leo Brooks looked at Ethan Brooks smugly, tilting his chin defiantly. Ethan Brooks glared intently at Leo Brooks, his fists clenched, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a long moment, he finally ground out a number through gritted teeth. 6,000! Leo Brooks, don't push your luck. Seeing Ethan Brooks looking so furious, Leo Brooks was absolutely thrilled. He felt he'd pushed Ethan Brooks to his limit just a little more, and this entire warehouse full of Wangwali would be his. 6,005. Kid, you're still too green to go up against me. Leo Brooks burst into a defiant laugh. Upon hearing that price, the anger on Ethan Brooks' face vanished without a trace, replaced by a dazzling smile. He spread his hands in relief and gestured toward Leo Brooks. "Mr. Lee, you're truly a man of great wealth. I'll gladly concede defeat. This warehouse is yours." The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Ethan Brooks' sudden change of heart. Even Leo Brooks froze in his tracks, a sense of foreboding suddenly welling up inside him. 6,500. Going once. 6,500. Going twice. 6,500. Going 3 times. Sold. Afraid that Leo Brooks might change his mind, Manager Zhang brought down the gavel at lightning speed. "Congratulations to Mr. Lee on winning Premium Storage Unit number 3. Leo Brooks stiffly handed over the money and walked toward the storage unit with the keys. Just as he eagerly pulled open the roll-up door, ready to run his hands over his Hainan Wangwali sofa set, crack! He had only pressed it lightly, yet the sofa's armrest shattered instantly into a pile of wood shavings, with swarms of termites scurrying out from inside. Leo Brooks was so startled he plopped down on the floor, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Refusing to believe his eyes, he scrambled to his feet, rushed over to the double-door refrigerator, and pulled open the back panel only to find the compressor had long since burned to a lump of black charcoal, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. He turned his attention to the mountain bike and gave it a light kick. The frame snapped right in two. This can't be possible?" Leo Brooks let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes red as he turned to face Ethan Brooks. You set me up?" Ethan Brooks shrugged innocently and said loudly, "Mr. Lee, you can't just say things like that. I only said it looked like Wangwali. Who knew you were so rich and reckless that you'd spend 6,500 on a pile of termite nests and junk appliances? I really have to admire your taste." Ha 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 ha. The crowd around them could no longer hold back, erupting into deafening laughter. 6,500 for a pile of junk. Leo Brooks really lost his shirt this time, and he called the other guy a greenhorn. He didn't even realize he was being made a fool of. That's hilarious. Hearing the mocking laughter around him and looking at the warehouse full of junk, Leo Brooks was overcome with rage. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Wang Chong stood by, staring in disbelief. He then gave Ethan Brooks a thumbs up and muttered under his breath, Brother Ethan, that move using someone else's hand to do your dirty work was so damn sneaky. But that was so satisfying. Chapter 004. A 50 yuan scrap metal warehouse. A big treasure hidden in an ammo crate. After Leo Brooks was dragged away, the atmosphere in the logistics park actually heated up even more than before. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and cheerfully gave Ethan Brooks a thumbs up. Kid, you're the biggest dark horse of the day. Ethan Brooks smiled but didn't respond, his gaze sweeping over the rows of unopened warehouses in the distance. The System-S detection range in his mind wasn't very large, it could only cover about 20 to 30 meters. The doors of the warehouses near the auction area were bare, with no signs or notices of any kind. But when he scanned deeper into the warehouse area, in the very farthest corner of the complex, above a sealed metal roll-up door, a faint golden glow was flickering. Warehouse número 12. Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. Let us go, brother Ethan. No more wandering around. We've had enough luck for today, let us hurry home and sort through our stuff. Wang Chong patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. Wait a minute. Ethan Brooks raised a finger and pointed toward the corner. Manager Zhang, what's the story with number 12? Manager Zhang glanced in the direction he was pointing and shook his head. Oh, that one, it wasn't originally on today's auction list. It used to be rented by a fly-by-night auto repair shop that owed over half a year's rent before they took off. It's packed with salvaged car parts and scrap. We asked 2 cleanup companies for quotes, but they all turned us down because it was too filthy. Can we bid on it? Manager Zhang sized up Ethan Brooks from head to toe, thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Sure, that warehouse just taking up space anyway. You've really livened up the auction for me today, so I'll do you this favor and add it to the auction at the last minute. With that, Manager Zhang picked up the megaphone and bellowed to the crowd. Don't leave yet, everyone. We're adding a last-minute lot. Warehouse número 12. Starting bid. No reserve. The treasure hunters who hadn't quite dispersed yet trickled over in a sparse crowd. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and sporting a full beard squeezed his way to the front row. His name was Ma Yukai, a familiar face at the South Suburb Logistics Park. He specialized in the warehouse flipping business and, after 5 or 6 years in the trade, considered himself to have seen every kind of warehouse imaginable. Manager Zhang tore off the seal and pulled open the roll-up door of warehouse number 12. A strong smell of motor oil mixed with the scent of rust hit them in the face. The inside of the warehouse looked just like a scrap yard. Everywhere were dismantled. Scrap engines, rusty exhaust pipes piled into small mountains, oil-stained. Worn-out tires and all sorts of unidentifiable car parts scattered across the floor. The floor was covered with a layer of black, oily sludge. There wasn't even a place to stand. This is even worse than warehouse number 7, someone muttered. At least warehouse number 7 had clothes and cardboard boxes. This place is nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Ma Yukai folded his arms, took a few glances around, then turned and patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. Bro, take a word of advice from Big Ma. I've seen at least 20 warehouses like this left behind by auto repair shops. All you'll find inside is scrap metal, and a ton of it only fetches 200 or 300. Once you factor in the cleanup and transportation costs, you'll definitely end up losing money. A few people nearby nodded in agreement. Old Ma's right, warehouses like this are nothing but a money pit. Wang Chong grew impatient again. Brother Ethan, can't you just not buy it? We've only got 50 yuan left. Ethan Brooks paid no heed to these voices. His gaze pierced through the jumble of scrap metal at the warehouse entrance, locking firmly on the farthest corner of the room. Golden text from the system was unfolding line by line before his eyes. Forgotten Soldier's Hoard. In the deepest recesses of the warehouse, beneath a scrapped V8 engine, lies a military ammunition crate secured with a brass lock. The interior of the crate is tightly wrapped in moisture-proof oil paper, securely preserving 3 bottles of Fei Yin Mutai produced in 1978, as well as a 1960s Seagull military commemorative mechanical watch. Current market price per bottle of Mutai, 40,000 50,000 yuan. Market price of the watch, 25,000 yuan. Total estimated value, 145,000 175,000 yuan. If you're not even willing to shell out 50 yuan, you don't deserve the system. Ethan Brooks almost let out a cry. 150,000. This shipment is worth more than 10 times as much as the last warehouse's. And the cost? Just 50 yuan. He took a deep breath. Then another. His heart was pounding like a drum. But Ethan Brooks' face betrayed no emotion. Last time, he'd been too flashy, though it felt great to humiliate Leo Brooks. He also exposed his true capabilities. This time, he had to be smarter. "I'll bid 50, Ethan Brooks said calmly, raising his hand. Ma Yukai burst out laughing. 50? Bro, are you serious? Have you even calculated how much this scrap metal is worth? Old Ma, don't waste your breath on him. Today's lucky star, he's gone a bit crazy." Another man teased. "Luck isn't something you can count on every time. Just because you scored a bargain at the last warehouse doesn't mean you'll get another one at the next one." Ma Yukai sighed. "Young people these days, they never listen to their elders." No one raised the bid. Manager Zhang couldn't be bothered to go through the motions. He simply brought down the gavel. 50 for the first time, 50 for the second, 50 for the third sold. The sound of the wooden mallet striking the gavel rang out particularly crisply in the empty logistics park. Wang Chong crouched on the ground, burying his face in his hands. "Even 50 yuan is gone. It's really over. I don't have a single penny left in my pocket." Ethan Brooks took the keys from Manager Zhang and patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. "Come inside with me to move stuff." "Move what? A pile of scrap metal? Stop whining. Come on in." The two walked into warehouse number 12. Oil sludge clung to the soles of their shoes, making a sticky squelching sound with every step. Ethan Brooks led Wang Chong through a maze of broken parts piled high as mountains, heading straight for the farthest corner of the warehouse. A massive V8 engine leaned crookedly against the wall, covered in dust and cobwebs. It weighed at least 200 or 300 jin. "Help me push this engine out of the way." "Huh? Push this? Come on. Brother Ethan. This thing is dead heavy." "Push," Wang Chong grumbled as he came over to help. With their faces flushed red, the two of them pushed and pried, managing to shift the iron beast by more than half a body length. On the floor beneath the engine, a dark green, angular metal box suddenly came into view. The box was about 60 centimeters long and roughly 30 centimeters wide. It had a square, regular shape. The paint on the outside was peeling, but you could still make out the standard military-issue camouflage pattern. A brass padlock hung from the lid, rusty but still intact. A military ammunition box? Wang Chong blinked. Was the previous tenant of this warehouse a soldier? Probably a veteran who later opened an auto repair shop. This box was part of his personal collection. As Ethan Brooks spoke, he picked up a discarded pry bar from the ground and forced it against the latch of the brass lock with a sharp jerk. Click. The brass lock popped open. Ethan Brooks held his breath and lifted the iron lid. Inside, 3 full layers of moisture-proof oil paper lined the box, wrapping the contents tightly. He peeled back the layers one by one. Deep inside, 3 bottle-shaped objects, carefully wrapped in old newspapers and clean cotton cloth, lay securely side by side, with a small cardboard box about the size of a palm placed beside them. Ethan Brooks picked up one of them and carefully peeled away the outer layers of old newspaper and cotton cloth. The white porcelain bottle was revealed under the dim warehouse lighting. The Flying Fairy logo. The 5 large, red block letters spelling out Guizhou Maotai wine. The red sealing wax on the bottle's neck was intact, showing no damage whatsoever. He turned it over to look at the bottom. Production date: 1978. Ethan Brooks's hand involuntarily tightened around the bottle. The second bottle. The third bottle. All were from the same vintage and in the same pristine condition. The wax seals were intact, the labels were undamaged, and the liquor was crystal clear. Then he opened the small cardboard box. A finely crafted mechanical watch lay quietly nestled in the cotton padding. The seagull logo was printed above the dial, and on the back was engraved a line of small characters commemorating the XX Department of the Navy, 1963. A military-issue seagull watch from the 1960s. A commemorative special edition model. In collector circles, these are known as military watches. With extremely few still in existence, they are highly sought-after items among military memorabilia collectors. "Brother Ethan? What are those bottles?" Wang Chong leaned in closer. Ethan Brooks quickly covered them with wax paper again and whispered, "Keep it quiet. Help me carry this box outside, handle it gently, and make sure not to bump it." "What on earth is it that you're making such a big secret out of?" "Just do as I say. We'll talk about it back in the car." Although Wang Chong was full of questions, he kept his mouth shut and pitched in. The two of them carried the ammunition crate, one in front and one behind, and made their way out of the warehouse as inconspicuously as possible. A few people who hadn't left yet saw Ethan Brooks coming out with a battered metal crate and reacted in various ways. Ma Yukai curled his lip. "Just a tin crate? Kid, Take that crate to the scrapyard and sell it by the pound. It's worth 10 or so yuan at most. Ethan Brooks nodded at him without saying a word and headed straight for the parking lot. The ammunition crate was carefully stowed in the back seat of Wang Chong's Wuling minivan. The moment the door closed, Ethan Brooks let out a long sigh. In his mind, the System S notification popped up right on cue. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing warehouse number 12. Cost, 50 yuan. Estimated revenue, 150,000 yuan. Profit margin, 299,900%. Rating, Super God Profit. Reward, Gold Treasure Chest 1. Current unopened chests, Silver Treasure Chest 1, Gold Treasure Chest 1. Host is advised to open the chests in a safe and private environment. A golden treasure chest. That's a whole tier higher than the silver one last time. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to take it all in. Just then, Wang Chong, in the driver's seat, started the van. Through the window, Ethan Brooks saw Manager Zhang standing at the entrance to the logistics park, chatting with someone. Wait a minute, drive over there. The van pulled up next to Manager Zhang. Ethan Brooks rolled down the window. Manager Zhang, aside from these logistics park auctions, are there any other warehouse auctions in Ocean City? Manager Zhang leaned in and lowered his voice. You want to play for high stakes? In 3 days, there's a premium warehouse auction in Ocean City's West District. It's on a whole different level than this one. It's full of unclaimed goods from high-end warehouses. And the attendees are all big names and seasoned veterans in the industry. The entry fee alone is 10,000 yuan. With warehouse starting bids at 5,000 yuan, the most expensive ones can fetch hundreds of thousands. A 10,000 yuan entry fee? Right? If you're interested, I can help you find out how to register. But let me warn you, auctions at that level are very tricky. Ethan Brooks nodded. Thanks for your help, Manager Zhang. Let me know as soon as you have any updates. The van drove out of the South Suburb Logistics Park and merged into the evening traffic. Wang Chong muttered as he drove. Brother Ethan, what exactly did you find in that crate? Just tell me straight up, my heart can't take you keeping me in suspense like this. You'll find out once we're in a safe place. Ethan Brooks turned his head to watch the street scenery rushing by outside the window. A 10,000 yuan entry fee. A 5,000 yuan reserve price. If this had been this morning, those numbers would have seemed like a fairy tale to him. But now, the 3 bottles of Moutai and the military watch in the ammunition box were enough to get him through that door. In his mind's eye, 2 treasure chests, 1 silver, 1 gold glowed with a faint, ethereal light, waiting to be opened. This day was far from over. Chapter 005. 3 bottles of old wine worth 120,000. A veteran collector loses it after personally appraising them. The van pulled up to a secluded spot by the roadside outside the logistics park, and Wang Chong slammed on the brakes. All right, Brother Ethan, we're here. This place is remote enough, right? Hurry up and show me what's hidden in that box. Ethan Brooks first silently muttered in his mind. System. Confirm current rewards. A translucent panel unfolded in his field of vision. Current unopened treasure chests. Silver Treasure Chest 1 source. Warehouse number 7. Gold Treasure Chest 1 source. Warehouse number 12. Unlock condition. Safe and private environment. Current environment assessment not met. Recommended to open after returning to a permanent residence. Ethan Brooks refocused his attention, putting the matter of the treasure chest aside for the moment. He needed to deal with what was right in front of him first. Open the back seat and take the box out. Wang Chong deftly hauled the ammunition box out to the open space outside the van. It had already grown dark, and the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. Ethan Brooks lifted the lid of the metal box and peeled off the wax paper, revealing 3 wine bottles wrapped in old newspaper and a small paper box. Wang Chong leaned in for a closer look. Wine bottles. He reached out, picked one up, and weighed it in his hand. Pretty heavy, but the packaging looks way too old, at least 30 or 40 years old. He flipped it over to look at the label. Guizhou Moutai? Moutai? This is way too old. A new bottle of Moutai at the supermarket costs just over 1,000 yuan. This old stuff, probably only a few hundred yuan. What's in that box? Wang Chong opened the small paper box. An old watch? The dial is all yellowed. Brother Ethan, don't tell me you spent 50 yuan on 3 bottles of expired old liquor and an old watch nobody wants? Wang Chong's expression screamed. I knew it would be like this. Ethan Brooks lined up the 3 bottles of Moutai side by side on the lid of the box and gently brushed the dust off their surfaces. Changzi, How much do you think these 3 bottles are worth? 1,000 yuan at most? What could 3 bottles of old liquor possibly be worth?
40,000 per bottle.
1,000 huh? How much?
Per bottle.
40,000. Ethan Brooks looked Wang Chong straight in the eye and repeated it slowly, enunciating each word clearly. 1978 Fate Yin Mutai in pristine condition, with the wax seal still intact in the vintage liquor auction market. A single bottle fetches between 40,000 and 50,000. 3 bottles would be 120,000 to 150,000. Wang Chong's mouth hung open, his face a picture of disbelief. You're pulling my leg, right? Over 100,000 for 3 bottles of liquor? Well, there are still 2 crates of vintage liquor of unknown age in my grandfather's cellar. Doesn't that mean we're going to strike it rich? What your grandfather has is homemade rice wine. It's not the same as mutai. Ethan Brooks picked up one of the bottles and pointed to the label and production date on the bottle. Look at this flying Apsara label. The printing techniques from that era are completely different from today's. Now look at the wax seal. It's intact, which means it's never been opened. Mutai from 7 or 8 years ago is already rare, and bottles preserved in this condition are as rare as hen's teeth. Then what about this watch? It's a 1960s Seagull military commemorative watch, a special edition made exclusively for the armed forces. You almost never see them on the market. In collector circles, it's worth around 25,000. Wang Chong started doing the math.
120,000 plus 25,000.
145,000 yuan. He jumped up from the floor, his voice cracking. 1450,000. We bought that warehouse for 50 yuan, and the stuff we hauled out is worth 145,000 yuan. Give or take. Brother Ethan, you're fucking amazing. Wang Chong spun around in excitement. Wait, am I dreaming? Pinch me. Pinch yourself. No way. I've got to slap myself twice to believe it. Wang Chong actually raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. Ouch, that hurts. I'm not dreaming. Just as the two were talking, a dark gray Toyota Camry pulled up quietly to the curb beside them. The door opened, and an old man in his 60s got out. The man had silver gray hair combed immaculately, wore a dark blue traditional Chinese jacket, and had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. A string of walnut beads with a glossy patina hung from his wrist. He was clearly a veteran collector. Young man, the old man walked straight up to Ethan Brooks, his gaze fixed on the 3 bottles of liquor on the metal crate lid, his nostrils flaring slightly. I could smell the aroma of aged liquor from a distance. I just couldn't resist pulling over as I drove by. If I may ask, where did you two track down this vintage mutai? Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong exchanged a glance. Who are you? The old man pulled a business card from the pocket of his traditional Chinese jacket and handed it over. Zhang Yongyan. I've been collecting aged liquor for 30 years and have a bit of clout in the Ocean City connoisseur circle. Ethan Brooks took the card and glanced at it. It bore the title Director, Ocean City Aged Liquor Appreciation Association. A seasoned collector of aged liquor. Just what we needed. Ethan Brooks pushed the 3 bottles of mutai toward him. Uncle Kenneth, if you have a moment, could you take a look at these for me? Zhang Yongyan couldn't take his eyes off them. He bent down, carefully picked up the first bottle of mutai, and held it up to the streetlight to examine it closely. First, he checked the wax seal. It was intact. Next, the label. The lines of the flying fairy were crisp and fluid, though the colors had faded slightly. It was definitely not the artificial aged effect found on new counterfeits. Then he turned the bottle over to examine the factory markings and batch number on the bottom. A strange sound escaped Zhang Yongyan's throat. Uncle Kenneth? Wang Chong asked cautiously. Zhang Yongyan didn't speak. He set down the first bottle, picked up the second, then the third, inspecting them one by one. After examining all 3, he took off his gold-rimmed glasses, wiped the lenses with the corner of his shirt, put them back on, and looked at them once more. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Yongyan's hands had been trembling. Young man? Zhang Yongyan's voice was somewhat hoarse. Do you know what you're holding in your hands? 1978 Fate Yin Mutai. Ethan Brooks replied calmly. Do you know how much this is worth? 4 to 5, 10,000 per bottle. Zhang Yongyan swallowed hard. You're not entirely correct. 4 to 5, 10,000, that's the price for ordinary condition. These 3 bottles of yours with intact wax seals, no missing labels, and 0 evaporation. These 1977-1978 Fate Yin bottles in perfect condition sold for 52,000 per bottle at a vintage liquor auction in Capital City last month. 3 bottles combined that SA guaranteed minimum of 156,000. And that's just the auction house's retail price. If the 3 bottles were sold as a lot to a truly knowledgeable collector, the price would only be higher. Wang Chong's legs gave way, and he sank straight to the ground. Zhang Yongyan gently placed the bottles back into the metal case as if cradling a newborn baby, then turned to look at Ethan Brooks. "Young man, may I ask what do you plan to do with these 3 bottles? Keep them for yourself, or sell them?" Ethan Brooks didn't rush to answer. He glanced at the information on Zhang Yongyan's business card, then looked at the elderly man's eager yet carefully composed expression. "I'd like to cash them in as soon as possible." Zhang Yongyan's eyes lit up. "Then you've come to the right person. I know a few major collectors in Ocean City who specialize in acquiring vintage moutai like this. I can put you in touch with them and guarantee you'll get a fair price." Ethan Brooks nodded. "In that case, I'll leave it to Uncle Kenneth. But I have one condition: I want to pay in cash. Settled today, no credit, no installments." "All right, no problem as long as the price is right. I'll make a call right away." Zhang Yongyan pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, found a number, and dialed it. During the few seconds he waited for the call to connect, he kept glancing back at the 3 bottles of moutai, afraid they might grow legs and run away. The call connected. Zhang Yongyan took a few steps back, lowered his voice, spoke for less than 2 minutes, and hung up. "It's settled." He walked back over, a look of excitement on his face. One of Ocean City's biggest collectors of aged liquor, Charles Morton, Mr. Morton himself. He heard it was a fete yen from 78 or 79 and immediately said he was interested. He told us to go straight to his private club in the east part of town to meet him. "Does he buy that watch too?" Ethan Brooks opened the small box, revealing the Seagull military watch inside. Zhang Yongyan glanced at it and sucked in a sharp breath. "A 60s military Seagull? Mr. Morton might not want this one himself, but he'll definitely know someone who does. Come on, kid. Get in my car, I don't feel safe leaving this in your van." Wang Chong scrambled to his feet, looking aggrieved. "Uncle Kenneth, my van might be a bit beat up, but its anti-theft features are still top-notch. Stop blabbering. Just keep up." Ethan Brooks picked up the ammunition box and walked toward Zhang Yongyan's Camry. The van and the Camry drove off one after the other into the night. Ethan Brooks sat in the passenger seat of the Camry, clutching the ammunition box tightly to his chest. As he watched the flickering neon lights through the car window, he silently ran the numbers in his head. Old Man Sun had already made an offer for the batch of comic books and the Famicom at the auction earlier. If he followed up with him, he should be able to sell it. That batch would probably fetch around 12,000. If he sold the moutai and the military watch as well, he'd walk away with at least 130,000. Add to that the 2 treasure chests still waiting to be opened in the system. From having only 150 yuan in his pocket this morning to now holding assets worth over 150,000. The experiences of this single day were more thrilling than his 10 years of work in his previous life. And the premium warehouse auction 3 days from now would be the real main event. While driving, Zhang Yongyan turned his head to study Ethan Brooks, and the more he looked, the more he felt this young man was no ordinary person. There wasn't a trace of the restlessness typical of a nouveau riche about him. He remained so composed even while holding items worth over 100,000. "Young man, what are your plans from here on out? You can't just keep rummaging through junk warehouses in that small logistics park forever, can you?" Ethan Brooks kept his eyes on the road ahead. "First, I'll sell off what I've got. Then I'll move on to bigger venues." Zhang Yongyan gave a meaningful smile. "Bigger venues? You're not talking about that premium warehouse auction in the West District in 3 days, are you?" Ethan Brooks turned to look at him. Zhang Yongyan waved his hand. "Don't give me that look that I've been in this business for 30 years. There's nothing in this industry I don't know. That auction, it's a very murky business. But the payoff is high." "That's right. But if you're really planning to go, you'd better have a good chat with Mr. Morton when you see him today. He may have a short temper, but he carries a lot of weight in Ocean City's collecting circles." The car drove onto the elevated highway leading to the east side of the city. The lights ahead shone brilliantly. Charles Morton's private club awaited at the end of that glow. Chapter 006. Mr. Morton almost smashed his teacup. He disdained the young upstart, but 3 seconds later, he was hooked. Charles Morton's private club was located on the top floor of a high-end office building in the eastern part of the city. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Ethan Brooks caught a whiff of agarwood incense. Several calligraphy works and paintings by famous artists hung on both sides of the corridor, and they walked on hand-woven Persian carpets. Wang Chong's beat-up van was parked in the underground garage below, looking completely out of place sandwiched between two Porsches. Mr. Morton's office is right inside. Zhang Yongnian pushed open a carved rosewood door and led Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong inside. The reception room was about 70 to 80 square meters in size, with a rosewood tea set placed right in the center. An antique display cabinet held a carefully arranged collection of vintage liquor bottles Wuliangya, Fangjiu, Luzhou Laojiao, Mutai, all aged vintages. Several commemorative banners and group photos hung on the walls, clearly serving as a showcase of the owner's connections within the liquor industry. A slightly plump man in his 50s was sitting behind the tea table, brewing tea. He had thick, black eyebrows, slicked back hair, and a chunky jade ring on his ring finger. Charles Morton. At first glance, Ethan Brooks estimated that the man's clothes, jewelry, and the items displayed in the cabinets were worth at least several million. He was a bona fide collector. Kenneth S. here, Charles Morton said without looking up, pouring tea from a purple clay teapot into a cup in a matter-of-fact tone. He said he has a fate yen from 7 or 8 years ago. Where's the piece? Just as Zhang Yongnian was about to introduce Ethan Brooks, Charles Morton looked up and glanced around, his gaze flickering back and forth between Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong before his brow furrowed. Kenneth, is this the seller you were talking about? Yes, Ethan Brooks. Today, at the South Suburb Logistics Park, 2 young kids. Charles Morton cut him off, setting down his teacup and leaning back in his chair. Kenneth, how long have we known each other? You know my temperament got a flying heaven in mint condition from 7 or 8 years ago, and you're telling me 2 greenhorns dug it out of a warehouse. His tone was laced with undisguised contempt. You haven't been duped by a high-quality counterfeit, have you? You know as well as I do how advanced aging techniques are these days. Just a couple of months ago, didn't that guy surnamed Liu in Capital City get caught with fake mutai? Zhang Yongnian was left speechless. Wang Chong, standing nearby, turned red with anger and was about to explode, but Ethan Brooks held him back by the shoulder. Ethan Brooks remained calm and unruffled. He had anticipated this reaction long ago. Why would a major collector worth millions believe that 2 young men dressed in rags could produce genuine, high-quality goods? Putting himself in the other man's shoes, he wouldn't believe it either. But that was precisely the appeal of information asymmetry. The fact that others didn't believe them made the deal seem even more of a bargain. Mr. Morton, Ethan Brooks said, his voice quiet but steady. You're an expert in liquor, so I won't beat around the bush. The item is right here. You can examine it yourself before reaching a conclusion. If it's a fake, we'll turn around and leave immediately. We won't waste your time. Charles Morton raised an eyebrow. He'd seen too many young salesmen peddling fake, some stammering nervously, others hyping the product to the skies and desperate to close the deal. The attitude of this young man in front of him was unlike any of them. All right, Charles Morton said, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. Bring it out for me to see. But let me be clear. If it's a fake, Kenneth, you'll owe me one. Ethan Brooks set the ammunition box on the empty space next to the tea table, opened the lid, removed the wax paper, and took out the 3 bottles of Moutai one by one, placing them gently on the table. Then he set the small cardboard box containing the Seagull military watch beside them. Charles Morton glanced at them sideways. It looks the part, he said, still speaking half-heartedly, but his body had already unconsciously leaned forward. He set down his teacup and picked up the first bottle. The moment he held it, the weight felt right. Then he examined the wax seal. He pulled a magnifying glass from a nearby drawer and studied the seam of the wax seal for a full half-minute. The living room was so quiet that the only sound was the faint crackle of burning agarwood. Charles Morton set down the magnifying glass, picked up the bottle again, and held it up to the light to examine the color and the legs of the wine clinging to the sides. Then he turned it over and stared intently at the batch number on the bottom for a long time. The second bottle. He set the first bottle down and picked up the second one. The same routine. Inspect the wax seal. Examine the label. Observe the liquid. Check the batch number. The third bottle. With each bottle he examined, Charles Morton's movements grew slower. By the third bottle, his hands were visibly trembling. Wang Chong looked nervously at Ethan Brooks, who gave him a slight shake of the head, signaling him to remain silent. Charles Morton slammed the magnifying glass down on the tea table. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Mr. Morton? Zhang Yongnian called out cautiously. Kenneth. Charles Morton's voice was a bit hoarse. Do you know how many bottles of vintage Matai I've collected in my 20 years in the business? A few hundred at least. 372 bottles. From the 50s to the 90s I have vintages from every decade. But a perfectly preserved 78 Fate-yin I only have one bottle. Just one. He held up a single finger. I had to battle it out with a businessman from Zhejiang for half the auction at last year's Capital City Spring Auction before I finally won it. It cost me 53,000. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 bottles of liquor on the tea table. Now tell me these 3 bottles right here, in perfect condition with the wax seals completely intact, he dug them out of some rundown warehouse he bought for 50 yuan? Zhang Yongnian nodded vigorously. I saw them with my own eyes. All 3 are genuine. Charles Morton rubbed his face vigorously. He stood up, walked around the tea table to the 3 bottles, crouched down, and examined them repeatedly from every angle. Fuck, he let half a curse slip through clenched teeth, then forced it back down. He turned to look at Ethan Brooks, his gaze completely different from before, no longer a condescending scrutiny, but one tinged with an indescribable complexity. Young man, you're so lucky it makes me want to curse. Ethan Brooks replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Mr. Morton, you're overpraising me. Luck is only part of it, it's mostly about having an eye for it. I can see the value in things others think are junk. Charles Morton was momentarily at a loss for words. If anyone else had said that, he would have kicked them right out, but the 3 bottles of wine sitting before him were irrefutable proof. And this? Ethan Brooks said, opening the small paper box beside him. The Seagull military watch lay quietly on a cotton-padded cushion. Charles Morton picked it up and took a look. Although military watches weren't his specialty, his years of experience collecting miscellaneous items gave him a good sense of its value. A 1960s military-issue Seagull. A commemorative edition. He put the watch back. I don't really deal in these, but I know the going rate between 20,000 and 30,000. 3 bottles of liquor, over 150,000. The watch, around 25,000. Added together, that's nearly 180,000. This young man had spent 50 yuan to leverage nearly 180,000 in assets. The return on investment 360,000 times. Charles Morton sat back down behind the tea table, picked up his teacup, and found the tea had gone cold. He forcefully poured the tea into the tea tray and brewed a fresh pot of hot tea. Sit down, he said, pointing to the chair across from him, his tone having completely changed. The tea's ready. The items are genuine. As for what comes next, let us have a good chat. Ethan Brooks pulled out a chair and sat down. Wang Chong followed behind, intending to sit as well, but Ethan Brooks gave him a light kick on the calf, signaling for him to just stand to the side. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. The transaction negotiations officially began. Charles Morton picked up his teacup, his gaze resting on the 3 bottles of Maotai, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Ethan Brooks knew the real show was about to begin. Chapter 007. 135,000 deposited. The major collector's attitude does a complete 180. Charles Morton spoke first. Ethan, you said you want to sell as soon as possible. So I'll lay my cards on the table first, see if this works for you. Ethan Brooks picked up his teacup. Go ahead. 3 bottles of 1978-1979 Fate-yin, I'll bundle them for 120,000. As for the watch, I'll ask a friend, I estimate it LL go for just over 20,000. But I want to have an answer on the watch for a few days. This was a tentative offer. Ethan Brooks knew exactly what was going on. According to Zhang Yongnian's assessment and the system's valuation, the market price for 3 bottles of Matai was at least 150,000. Charles Morton had slashed the price by 30,000 right off the bat, a standard tactic of seasoned merchants. But Ethan Brooks didn't rush to counter. He set down his teacup and looked at Charles Morton. Mr. Morton, I may be young, but I know how to do the math. Oh, a Fate-yin from 7 or 8 years ago, in perfect condition, sold for 53,000 per bottle at the Capital City Spring Auction. The market in Ocean City is slightly lower than Capital City's, but the retail price for a single bottle in the same condition wouldn't be less than 45,000. That comes to 135,000 for 3 bottles. Charles Morton's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Ethan Brooks continued, I'm not in a hurry about the watch today, we're mainly here to discuss the liquor. 135,000 for the 3 bottles as a package. Here's what I'm offering you. First, you have to pay auction house commissions. The 15 to 20% you save is profit for you. Second, these 3 bottles are from the same batch, in the same condition, and have consecutive serial numbers. Their value as a set is at least 20% higher than if sold separately. Third, I only accept cash, and I want it settled today. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Yongyan, listening nearby, was speechless. How old was this kid? He spoke exactly like a veteran who'd been in the business for 20 years. Charles Morton set down his teacup and tapped his fingers on the table twice. Your math is sound, but you've overlooked one factor. What factor? The cost of trust. Charles Morton leaned forward slightly. You're a new face. This is the first time we've done business. Why should I trust that you won't go around spreading rumors that I, Charles Morton, undercut prices to take advantage of a newcomer? I don't know your background, and I can't verify the origin of the goods with 100% certainty. These are all risks I'd have to bear. Ethan Brooks replied calmly, Mr. Morton, let me approach this from a different angle. Go ahead. I need cash right now. There's a boutique warehouse auction in the West District of Ocean City in 3 days, and I plan to attend. The entry fee is $10,000, and the starting bid for the warehouse lot is $5,000. If I take these 3 bottles of wine to Capital City for auction, I could indeed sell them for an extra $10,000 or $20,000. But I'd need time, connections, and would have to pay commissions. The whole process would take at least half a month. He paused. The opportunity cost of half a month is too high for me. I'd rather make $20,000 less and get the money today. Because once that money is invested in the premium warehouse auction, the return will far exceed that $20,000 difference. Charles Morton narrowed his eyes. He'd seen too many young people desperate to offload their goods. Those people were either in a rush to pay off debts or eager to splurge. The young man in front of him was different. He was managing his cash flow and calculating his return on investment. This wasn't just some ordinary nouveau riche. This was a man with a business mind. $135,000. I'll transfer the money today and include the watch in the deal. Charles Morton suddenly spoke up. Ethan Brooks shook his head. The watch is a separate deal. $25,000. It's not part of the package. Then $135,000 plus $25,000, that's $160,000 in total. I'll give you $150,000 to make it easy for you. $158,000. Ethan Brooks held out his hand. Charles Morton stared at him for 3 seconds, snorted through his nose, and then held out his hand as well. Slap. Their hands clasped together. $158,000. Deal. Wang Chong, standing nearby, nearly bit his tongue. 158,000 yuan. From the 150 yuan in his pocket this morning to 158,000 yuan now. Is this even human luck? Charles Morton picked up his phone, tapped a few times, and asked Ethan Brooks to give him his bank account number. 2 minutes later, Ethan Brooks' phone rang. Bank text alert. Dear customer, your account received a transfer of 158,000 yuan on XXXX. Current balance, 158,000 yuan. Ethan Brooks glanced at the screen, showing little reaction. Wang Chong, standing nearby and catching a glimpse of the screen, felt his legs go weak. He had to brace himself against the back of a chair to keep from falling over. Fifth, 158,000. Oh my God, brother Ethan. Wang Chong's voice trembled with emotion. Ethan Brooks slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked at Charles Morton. Charles Morton had already begun carefully packing the 3 bottles of Mutai and the watch into his own special collection case. As he packed them away, the corners of his mouth turned upward. He knew better than anyone that this deal was a surefire win. If he took these 3 bottles of Flying Heaven Mutai, all in mint condition and aged 7 or 8 years, to an auction house in Capital City, the final bid would most likely exceed 180,000 yuan. With the watch included, his profit margin would be at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. But while he was making money, Ethan Brooks wasn't losing out either. Each got what they wanted. After packing everything away, Charles Morton brewed another pot of tea and pushed a cup toward Ethan Brooks. Ethan, you've really impressed me today. To be honest, you're the first young man your age I've ever met who can crunch the numbers so clearly right in front of me. Ethan Brooks picked up his teacup. Mr. Morton, you're too kind. I'm not being polite, I mean it, Charles Morton said, tapping the tabletop with his index finger. If you come across any more good finds in the future, give me a call right away. Maotai, aged Baijiu, vintage Huangjiu, as long as they're authentic and top quality. I'll take as much as you have, and I'll never shortchange you. Ethan Brooks smiled. I certainly will. And one more thing. Charles Morton hesitated for a moment, looking at Ethan Brooks as if making a decision. You mentioned the fine wine warehouse auction in 3 days? Yes. I know the organizers of that auction. If you need it, I can arrange an industry insider invitation for you. With an invitation, the admission fee is halved. Thank you very much, Mr. Morton. Charles Morton waved his hand. Don't be so formal. And stop calling me Mr. Morton all the time. Just call me Charles. We're partners from now on. Zhang Yongnian watched the scene from the side, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. He'd been collecting aged liquor for 30 years and had dealt with Charles Morton countless times. This old guy always had a haughty attitude toward everyone, yet today, he was actually taking the initiative to be on a first-name basis with a young man in his early 20s. It wasn't he that Charles Morton had changed. Rather, Ethan Brooks' expertise and discernment had completely won him over. The scent of agarwood incense wafted gently through the reception room. Ethan Brooks stayed for another 10 or so minutes, exchanging contact information with Charles Morton and chatting briefly about the current market conditions in the industry. During that time, Ethan Brooks also called Old Man Sun to arrange to sell him the comic book series and the Famicom for 12,000 yuan the next day. By the time they left the club, it was already completely dark outside. The three of them stood at the entrance to the office building's lobby. Zhang Yongnian patted Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. Ethan, why don't you treat me to dinner tonight? Sure. Let us grab a bite together sometime. One more thing, Zhang Yongnian said, lowering his voice. About the premium warehouse auction, you'd better pay close attention. The people there aren't in the same league as those rookies at the South Suburb Logistics Park. Once you're there, keep your mouth shut, take a good look at the goods, and don't draw too much attention to yourself. Ethan Brooks nodded to show he'd taken it in. Just then, an extremely grating voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Oh, borrowing money to treat the big boss to dinner, are you? Ethan Brooks turned around. Leo Brooks. Chapter 008. A net profit of 150,000 today. Leo Brooks suffers a nervous breakdown on the spot. Leo Brooks had appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing a wrinkled leather jacket, his face ashen, but a sarcastic smirk still hung on the corner of his mouth. He strode over, his gaze sweeping from Ethan Brooks to Zhang Yongnian, then to the sign in the office building lobby. This is Charles Morton's private club upstairs, right? Leo Brooks clicked his tongue. Ethan Brooks, what is a broke student like you doing in a place like this? You aren't trying to climb the social ladder and borrow money from Charles Morton? Are you? What are you doing here? Wang Chong asked, furrowing his brow. I was having dinner on the next street over and just happened to pass by, Leo Brooks said, folding his arms as his gaze darted back and forth over Ethan Brooks. What? Did you just spend 150 yuan on 2 piles of junk at the logistics park? And now you're here begging the big shot for help. He clearly had no idea what had happened afterward the Moutai in Warehouse 12, and certainly didn't he know that Ethan Brooks had just closed a 158,000 deal upstairs. Ethan Brooks glanced at Leo Brooks, then looked away. He turned toward Charles Morton, gave a slight nod, and prepared to leave. He couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Leo Brooks hated nothing more than being ignored. What are you playing at? Acting all high and mighty? He took 2 steps to catch up, raising his voice a notch. How much could that pile of comic books in warehouse number 7 possibly sell for? Less than 10,000, right? After deducting the cleanup fees and the cost of your whole day's time, you probably only made a few thousand. Is it really worth showing off here? Zhang Yongnian frowned and glanced at Leo Brooks, but said nothing. Ethan Brooks still didn't say a word and kept walking toward the van. Wang Chong couldn't take it anymore. From this morning until now, he witnessed the entire process of Ethan Brooks going from having only 150 in his pocket to having 158,000 sitting in his bank account. And now he had to be mocked by a loser like Leo Brooks, who just lost 6,500. Hey Leo Brooks. Wang Chong turned around. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was crystal clear. Do you know how much brother Ethan made today? Leo Brooks paused for a moment. How much? A few thousand, I guess. How much could it be? 158,000. What? 158,000 yuan. Cash. It's already in the account. Wang Chong pulled out his phone, scrolled to the screenshot Ethan Brooks had just shown him. Ethan Brooks had asked him to take it, and shoved the screen right in Leo Brooks' face. A bank text message. 158,000 yuan. Black and white. Leo Brooks' mouth fell open, but he couldn't close it for a long time. No, that's impossible, his voice wavered, as if someone had pressed the pause button and then forced it to play again. One junk warehouse 150,000. It's not just one. Wang Chong held up 2 fingers. 2 warehouses. The comic books and Famicom consoles from warehouse number 7 sold for 12,000 yuan. Warehouse number 12, the one you all used to mock as nothing but scrap metal, turned out to contain 3 bottles of 1978 Fate Yin Mutai and an antique military watch. That just went for 158,000 yuan upstairs. How much did he spend in total? 150 yuan. Today's net profit 156,850. Wang Chong patted Leo Brooks on the chest and said earnestly, "Brother Lee, today you spent 6,500 in warehouse number 3 on a pile of termites and scrap metal. Brother Ethan spent 150 and made 156,000. As for the difference between the two, you do the math yourself." Leo Brooks' face slowly turned from ashen to livid, then from livid to a deep purplish brown. His lips trembled violently, and a muffled sound emerged from his throat, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. 156,850 yuan, and he had lost 6,500 yuan. Comparing the two figures, it was like comparing the brightness of a matchstick to that of the sun. Impossible, this can't be. Leo Brooks took 2 steps back, his legs feeling as if they were treading on cotton. No one spoke. Leo Brooks's facial muscles twitched several times. He turned around and, like a stray dog, staggered away and disappeared around the corner. Throughout the entire exchange, Ethan Brooks kept his back to Leo Brooks, not even turning his head. Zhang Yongyan glanced in the direction Leo Brooks had gone and shook his head. "Who's that guy?" "Someone who's been schooled by society but hasn't quite learned his lesson yet," Ethan Brooks replied curtly. Zhang Yongyan chuckled. Just then, the office building's main door swung open, and Charles Morton emerged, jingling a set of keys. "Ethan, you're still here? Perfect. There's something I forgot to mention." Charles Morton walked over to a black Jeep Grand Cherokee parked by the roadside and tapped the roof with his hand. "I've had this car for 3 years now, and my new one arrives next month. It's a waste to let it sit in the garage gathering dust. Aren't you going to the boutique warehouse auction? It's not convenient to use your friend's van to haul goods. Take this car, consider it a goodwill gesture toward our future partnership." He shoved the car keys into Ethan Brooks' hand. "Mr. Morton." "Call me Charles," Charles Morton interrupted. "Don't be so formal. If you find me some good stuff in the future, you'll make back the cost of this car in no time. Think of it as my investment in you. If you really want to keep track of the numbers, just knock a few thousand off the price the next time you find me something good." Ethan Brooks looked down at the keys in his hand, then glanced at the black Grand Cherokee in front of him. A 2020 model. It was in great condition with low mileage. On the used car market, this vehicle would fetch somewhere between 180,000 and 200,000. Charles Morton called it a good faith advance payment, but in reality he was tying Ethan Brooks to his supply chain. The car was still registered under Charles Morton's name, essentially creating a conflict of interest. But Ethan Brooks didn't mind. He really did need a good car right now. "Then I'll be indebted to you, Charles," Ethan Brooks said, clutching the keys. "When I have something good in the future, you'll be the first person I think of." Charles Morton nodded with satisfaction, got into another Land Rover Range Rover parked nearby, and drove off. Wang Chong stared at the black Grand Cherokee, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Chun brother Ethan, did he give this to you too?" "It's on loan," Ethan Brooks corrected. "The car isn't mine, but I can drive it." "My God, this car must be worth 200,000, right?" Ethan Brooks opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and adjusted the rearview mirror. "Uncle Kenneth," he said to Zhang Yongyan as he rolled down the window, "would you be able to give me the lowdown on the premium warehouse auction?" Zhang Yongyan walked over with his hands behind his back and leaned against the car door. "What do you want to know? Who's participating? What's the scale? What kind of items are up for auction?" Zhang Yongyan thought for a moment. The West District Premium Warehouse Auction is held once a quarter, with 10 to 20 warehouses up for auction each time. Most participants are upper-middle tier players in the Ocean City scene: antique dealers, auction house operators, and some private collectors. The quality of the warehouses is much higher than at the South Suburb Logistics Park. The starting bid is at least 5,000. The highest I've seen go for was 500,000. Is it worth the price? It's worth it when it is. When it isn't, you'll lose everything. Zhang Yongyan's tone grew more serious. That kind of event isn't like the makeshift gatherings you've been hanging out at lately. Very few of the people standing there are easy to fool. Your tactic of making a big fuss first and then snagging a bargain 1T work there. Hey, can you drive this car? Yeah. All right then, go home and get some rest. Come see me the day after tomorrow, and I'll set you up with Mr. Morton to get that invitation. Zheng Yongnian waved and got into his Camry. Wang Chong gleefully unloaded everything from the minivan into the trunk of the Grand Cherokee, then slid into the passenger seat. Brother Ethan, let us head back. I've been through so much today. My brain can't handle anymore. Ethan Brooks started the car. The roar of the V6 engine was deep and powerful, a world apart from Wang Chong's Wuling minivan. The Grand Cherokee drove off into the night. As he drove, Ethan Brooks ran the numbers in his head. 158,000 in cash. Tomorrow, the comic books and the Famicom would bring in another 12,000, bringing the total to 170,000. Subtract the 5,000 entry fee for the premium warehouse auction, and he'd be left with 165,000. With this money as his auction capital, it would be more than enough to secure a few mid-range warehouses at the premium warehouse auction. If the system kept delivering, just thinking about that profit margin was enough to get his blood pumping. And having money in his bank account was only a superficial advantage. What truly gave Ethan Brooks confidence were the 2 unopened treasure chests in his mind. 1 silver, 1 gold. Once he got back to his rental apartment and closed the door, he was going to take a good look to see exactly what the system would give him. Chapter 009. Driving a Grand Cherokee back to the urban village. A materialistic girl's expression changes in 3 seconds and she's reduced to tears. It was about a 40-minute drive from the east side of the city back to his rental apartment. Wang Chong was curled up in the passenger seat, his eyes sparkling as he ran his hands over the leather seats. Brother Ethan, feel this seat, it's genuine leather. Harman Kardon sound system. Panoramic sunroof. I've never ridden in such a nice car in my 22 years. Stop touching it, your drool's about to drip on the seats. Why do you think Mr. Morton just handed this car over to you? It's worth nearly 200,000 even used. Ethan Brooks kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Don't you get it yet? The Moutai I sold him today, he'll take it to the capital city auction house. Make at least another 30,000 to 40,000. He's betting that I'll keep finding him good stuff in the future. Trading an old car for a stable supply channel, it's a steal for him. So this car is like a deposit? Think of it as interest. He puts up a car, I put up my trust. From now on, I'll show him the best stuff first. It's a win-win for both of us. Wang Chong thought about it for a while, then nodded. Brother Ethan, you're way too quick on your feet. If I had even half your business acumen, I wouldn't still be delivering food 6 months after graduation. Don't put yourself down. You've been running around with me all day, you've worked hard too. Hard work, my ass. Today was the most awesome day of my life. Wang Chong was completely hyped up. But speaking of which, what's the deal with the premium warehouse auction? How much harder is it than the South Suburb Logistics Park? Uncle Kenneth means the people there aren't pushovers. The warehouse is a much higher-end operation, but the competition is fierce. We can't be as flashy as we were today at the logistics park. So you're still going? Yes. Ethan Brooks' tone showed no hesitation. Making small money depends on luck, making big money depends on information. Although the South Suburb Logistics Park helped me make my first fortune, there's a ceiling on profits at that level. If I want to move up, I have to break into higher circles. Wang Chong grinned. Sticking with you is definitely the right move. The Grand Cherokee turned into a narrow alley in the urban village. The rental apartment Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong shared was on the 4th floor of an old housing complex in the southern part of Ocean City. The monthly rent was $800, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, though the bathroom wasn't much bigger than a toilet stall, and the living room held 2 beds. When they were broke as a joke, the 2 of them could barely even afford the $800 rent. The moment the black Grand Cherokee pulled up in front of the building, it looked like a fighter jet had landed in the middle of a pile of old bicycles. A few middle-aged women from the neighboring stairwell were sitting outside chatting in the cool air. When they saw the car, their conversation immediately shifted from which family's daughter-in-law had gotten into another argument to, whose car is that? That must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? When did such a fancy car show up in our neighborhood? Ethan Brooks got out of the car, locked the doors, and was about to head upstairs. Hey, a female voice with a deliberately coquettish tone came from behind him. Handsome guy, are you the new guy here? Ethan Brooks turned around. A young woman wearing a spaghetti strap dress, high heels, and heavy makeup was stepping out of the entrance of the building across the way, carrying a bag of trash. But her gaze was clearly not on the trash can instead. It was darting back and forth between Ethan Brooks and the Grand Cherokee. This woman's name was Su Ting. Ethan Brooks had seen her once when he moved in last month. She lived on the 3rd floor of the building across the hall, and he often saw her coming home in different cars. She changed boyfriends more often than she changed clothes. Back then, when Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong were carrying their luggage up the stairs, Su Ting hadn't even bothered to look up. But now, she was clacking over in her high heels. Her face lit up with an exaggeratedly enthusiastic smile. "Handsome, what floor do you live on?" "I'm on the 3rd floor across the hall. We're neighbors. Want to add each other on WeChat? That way we can look out for each other in the future." Ethan Brooks glanced at her, then at the trash bag in her hand. "Weren't you just going to throw out the trash?" "Oh right. Su Ting held up the trash bag and said with a smile, "Just wanted to get to know you while I'm at it." "No thanks." Ethan Brooks pulled out his keys, turned, and headed down the stairwell. "I'm not interested in trash." Wang Chong, following behind, almost burst out laughing. Su Ting stood frozen in place. The smile on her face froze for 3 seconds before slowly fading. Only after Ethan Brooks and Wang Chong's footsteps had echoed through the stairwell and faded into the distance did she bite her lip and stamp her foot. What kind of person is that? Why is he acting so stuck up? She pushed open the door to her rental apartment, and a wave of stifling heat hit her face. The air conditioner was broken. It had been out of order for half a month, and although the landlord kept saying he'd have it fixed, no one had ever shown up. Ethan Brooks opened the window to let in some fresh air, then poured himself a large glass of cold water. Wang Chong flopped onto the bed. "I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I've got to drive the van to the logistics park to bring your wooling back. Wait, that's not right. Give me the keys to your van." Ethan Brooks tossed the keys to him. "All right, go to sleep. I've got a few things to take care of." Wang Chong rolled over and was snoring within 2 minutes. Ethan Brooks sat down on the edge of his bed and pulled the curtain separating the 2 beds. He made sure Wang Chong was fast asleep. He took a deep breath and silently recited in his mind, "System, open the treasure chest interface." A translucent golden interface unfolded before his eyes. 2 treasure chests floated right in the center of the panel. On the left, a silvery white hexagonal treasure chest, its surface adorned with intricate silver patterns. On the right, a dazzling golden octagonal treasure chest, noticeably larger than the silver one, with a much more intense radiance. Silver treasure chest 1 source, warehouse number 7, profit margin 13,900%. Golden treasure chest 1 source, warehouse number 12, profit margin 299,900%. Current environment assessment, safe, can be opened. Open. Ethan Brooks clenched his fists. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had been waiting for this moment. Making money was just the first step. The contents of the treasure chests were the true core of the system. Skills, special items, things that could fundamentally transform his competitive edge. Open the golden treasure chest first. Chapter 010. The loot from the golden treasure chest is insanely overpowered. I almost died of shock when I scanned a teacup. The golden treasure chest slowly rotated 3 times before Ethan Brooks' eyes, then exploded open. Countless golden fragments scattered and coalesced, eventually forming a small golden cube that glowed with a soft light, suspended in the center of the panel. Below the cube, a line of text slowly appeared. "Congratulations, host, on opening the golden treasure chest. Acquired skill tactile appraisal. Skill description. By touching any object with bare hands, the host can instantly obtain information on the object's material composition, era of manufacture, creator if applicable, degree of damage, and current market value. The longer the touch, the more detailed the information obtained. Note: this skill complements the host's existing warehouse scan ability. Warehouse scan is used to assess the overall value of a warehouse from a distance. Tactile appraisal is used for precise, close-range evaluation of individual items. Ethan Brooks' breathing quickened. Tactile appraisal. What does this skill mean? It means that from now on, whenever he sees anything, whether it's an antique, a calligraphy scroll, jewelry, or a piece of art, he'll be able to instantly determine its authenticity, age, and value just by touching it. At warehouse auctions, during the phase after the warehouse is opened when items are inspected, this skill is practically a game changer. Items that others would need to have appraised by experts, he'll know everything about with just a touch. Let's test it out. Ethan Brooks suppressed the excitement welling up inside him and scanned the room. On the nightstand sat an ordinary white porcelain teacup, left behind by the landlord when he moved in. Ethan Brooks extended his right hand, spread his fingers, and pressed them against the surface of the teacup. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Item: everyday ceramic teacup. Material: medium temperature household porcelain 18% alumina. Approximate 22% quartz. Year of manufacture: 2019. Place of origin: Jingdezhen Household Porcelain Factory Workshop 3 Mass Production Line. Condition: 98% intact, slight wear on the bottom, a minor glaze crack at the rim that does not affect usability. Current market value: 3.5 yuan. The information was precise down to the production workshop. It even detected that tiny glaze crack on the bottom, one he couldn't even see with the naked eye. Ethan Brooks pulled his hand away from the cup and leaned back against the headboard, staring blankly for several seconds. This is insane. This level of precision, if applied to antique appraisal, would be a game-changer. Forget expert appraisals, carbon-14 dating, and fluorescence spectroscopy. None of that is needed anymore. He could do the work of all those instruments with just one hand. Pull yourself together. Ethan Brooks reached out again and ran his hand over the bedsheet beneath him. Item: synthetic fiber blend bedsheet. Material: 65% polyester plus 35% cotton. Year of manufacture: 2021. Place of origin: a home textiles factory in Nantung, Jiangsu. Condition: 82% intact, with pilling in multiple areas and fading from washing. Current market value: 812 yuan. He then ran his hand over the charging cable hanging from the hook at the head of the bed. Item: USB-C data cable. Material: copper core plus TP outer sheath. Year of manufacture: 2023. Brand: generic, no official brand authorization mark. Condition: 95% intact, slight oxidation on the charging head S contact springs. Current market value: 24 yuan. With every touch, the information was so precise it sent a chill down his spine. If what lay before him weren't a teacup and a charging cable, but an antique porcelain piece, a famous painting, or a piece of ancient jade, just how detailed would the information be? Ethan Brooks felt a rush of heat coursing through his body just thinking about it. Next, open the silver treasure chest. The silvery treasure chest spun, cracked open, and its fragments reassembled. Congratulations, host, on opening the silver treasure chest. Passive skill acquired: physical enhancement. Basic effect: the host's base strength is permanently increased by 50%. Stamina is permanently increased by 30%. Reaction speed is permanently increased by 20%. This is a passive skill that takes effect immediately and requires no active activation. No sooner had the message appeared than a warm current spread from Ethan Brooks' chest to every fiber of his body. His muscles were rearranged and optimized on an invisible level. His bone density increased, and his tendons became more resilient. The entire process was painless. Instead, it felt like an extremely comfortable stretch, as if he were soaking in a 40-degree hot spring. After about 10 seconds, the warm current subsided. Ethan Brooks clenched his fist. The sensation of strength was completely different. He reached under the nightstand and lifted the solid wood cabinet with one hand. The thing weighed at least 30 or 40 gene, and he used to need both hands just to move it. Whoa! Ethan Brooks set the cabinet down and flexed his wrist. His strength had increased by 50%. This meant that from now on, moving heavy objects, prying open metal crates, and clearing out trash in the warehouse would be much more efficient. Those physically demanding, dirty, and tiring jobs would no longer be an obstacle. His stamina had increased by 30%, and his reaction speed by 20%. These two attributes might not be very noticeable in daily life, but they would definitely come in handy at critical moments. Both treasure chests were now fully opened. Ethan Brooks closed the system panel and let out a long breath. Tactile appraisal. Physical enhancement. One solves the problem of seeing, the other solves the problem of doing. Combined with his existing warehouse scanning ability. With these three abilities working together, he is now unbeatable in the warehouse auction business. The hustle and bustle of the night market in the urban village drifted in through the window. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and searched for Ocean City West District Premium Warehouse Auction. An industry forum called Treasure Hunters Alliance appeared at the top of the search results. He clicked on it and registered an account. The pinned post in the Premium Warehouse Auction section boldly reads, "The 37th Ocean City West District Premium Warehouse Auction registration now open. Time, October 17th this Saturday at 9 a.m. Location: Longsheng Warehouse Park, West District, Ocean City Premium Exhibition Hall. Admission requirements: admission fee of 10,000 yuan per person, half price for invitation holders plus bank deposit certificate of 50,000 yuan. October 17th. Today is the 14th. 3 days left. With his invitation, the admission fee would be halved to 5,000 yuan. The bank deposit certificate required 50,000 yuan. He currently had 158,000 yuan in his account. More than enough. Ethan Brooks tapped the screen a few times to complete his online registration. After finishing, he glanced at the time. It was already past 1 a.m. Wang Chong was fast asleep on the other side of the curtain, his snoring coming in waves. Ethan Brooks turned off his phone screen and lay back down on the bed. As he closed his eyes, his right hand unconsciously clenched the corner of the blanket. The stream of information from Tactile Appraisal swept across his fingertips. The corner of the blanket. 100% cotton. Manufactured in 2020. Made in a county town in Hebei. Worth 15 yuan. It had even identified that. Ethan Brooks reluctantly loosened his grip and rolled over. The premium warehouse auction, I'll be there. Chapter 011. The treasure hunting forum is in an uproar. Someone actually claims the premium warehouse hides artifacts from the old summer palace. 9 a.m. the next morning. When Ethan Brooks woke up in his rented apartment, Wang Chong had already left. A note lay on the coffee table. Brother Ethan, I'm heading to the logistics park to drive the van back. I bought you some steamed buns for breakfast there on the table. After eating 2 buns, Ethan Brooks splashed some water on his face and picked up his phone. First things first. He called Old Man Sun and arranged to meet him that afternoon at the entrance of the South Suburb Logistics Park to sell the 3 sets of comic books and the Famicom for 12,000. Old Man Sun was so thrilled on the phone that he was practically trembling, repeatedly saying, "You're a real stand-up guy, young man." After hanging up, Ethan Brooks opened his phone's browser and logged into the Treasure Hunters Alliance forum he deregistered for last night. This forum was the largest warehouse auction exchange platform in Ocean City and indeed the entire East China region. It had over 200,000 registered users, with daily active posts numbering around 2,000 to 3,000. Ethan Brooks first clicked into the Daily Bargain Hunting Reports section. The title of the first pinned post left him stunned. Shocking! A super bargain hunter emerges at the South Suburb Logistics Park. Made over 100,000 yuan in a single day with just 150 yuan. Pictures prove it. The poster's username was Logistics Park Arthur, most likely manager Zhang himself or someone acting on his instructions. The post was extremely detailed, covering everything from the comic books and Famicom consoles in Warehouse 7 to the ammunition crate in Warehouse 12, though it didn't specify exactly what was inside. It described it as an ammunition crate whose contents are said to be worth far more than those in the first warehouse, all the way to the tragic incident where Leo Brooks spent 6,500 yuan on a pile of termites. It was all there. The accompanying images are photos taken at the scene. There is a front view shot of Ethan Brooks holding up the comic book, as well as that iconic moment where Leo Brooks smashed it to smithereens against the armrest of a sofa. There are already over 300 replies to the post. Holy crap! That's insane luck! Finding a limited edition comic book in a warehouse bought for 100 yuan. This has to be a hoax, right? How could a recent college grad know at a glance that there were treasures in that warehouse? Don't be so jealous, guy above. The comic books have already been authenticated. The price is legit. Scrolling down, the tone of the comments section gradually began to split. Some defended the poster while others launched vicious attacks. Some greenhorn who just happened to stumble upon 2 warehouses dares to call himself the bargain king? That's laughable. He'll learn his lesson when he goes to the West District Premium Warehouse auction and gets fleeced by those old foxes. Probably just shills hired by the auction house, right? Business has been slow at the logistics park lately. It's no surprise they pull this kind of marketing stunt. At above, go check it out at the South Suburb Logistics Park and see if it's true. Just those 3 sets of comic books alone have been appraised by Old Man Sun. They're worth 9,000. Can you make 9,000 just by typing on your keyboard? Ethan Brooks glanced at it a few times, then closed the thread. Online mudslinging meant nothing to him. The money he earned and the system in his head, those were things no one could take away or hack. Spending time arguing with a bunch of anonymous keyboard warriors was like comparing gold to mud. It wasn't worth it. He began browsing other sections of the forum. The industry intelligence section was packed with dense and chaotic information. Ethan Brooks spent about an hour sifting through it and identified several valuable leads. First, a large warehousing company in the Eastern District of Ocean City recently evicted tenants who had defaulted on rent for over 3 years. A bulk auction is scheduled for the end of next month. Rumor has it that the original tenants of several of these warehouses were involved in foreign trade, so there may be leftover imported goods inside. Second, at a boutique warehouse auction held last week in the provincial capital next door, someone unearthed a set of late Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain bowls from a seemingly unremarkable warehouse, which sold for $78,000. The poster remarked, "The more unassuming the warehouse, the more likely it is to yield treasures." Item 3. Ethan Brooks' gaze came to a halt. This post was published in the Rumors and Leads subforum, with the title in bold red font. Breaking news. According to cross-verification from multiple sources within the circle among the warehouses soon to be released at the Ocean City West District Premium Warehouse Auction, one is highly likely to contain cultural relics looted during the Yuan Mingyuan period. The author SID was Bronze Hunter 89, with a verification profile stating, 12 years in the field, member of the East China Collectors Association. The post's content was concisely organized. A few days ago, I was having drinks with some friends from the provincial capital when someone mentioned a rumor about the Ocean City West District Premium Warehouse Auction. Apparently, a batch of warehouses in this auction originated from customs confiscated goods.in the original registration records for one of these warehouses. There is a note labeled Qing Dynasty Gilded Bronze Artifacts pending authentication. Pay attention to the description Qing Dynasty Gilded Bronze Artifacts. If these were ordinary bronze objects, customs wouldn't have added a special note. The fact that a note was added and marked pending authentication suggests that someone suspected the item had a complicated provenance when it was first inventoried, but it was ultimately set aside without undergoing authentication. My personal speculation: if this note is accurate, there is a high probability that this item is a gilded bronze Buddha statue that was looted from the old summer palace during the late Qing dynasty. The market value for such items on the international auction scene ranges from 5 million to 30 million RMB. Of course, this is just rumor and speculation. It's possible it's false information, or that the actual item is just an ordinary Qing dynasty bronze artifact. But I've still decided to try my luck. The comments section exploded. 5 million to 30 million? What does that even mean? It's just a rumor. 9.5 times out of 10, it's just misinformation. But what if it's true? Even if it is true, can you afford to bid on that warehouse? The reserve price for a warehouse like that must start at hundreds of thousands, right? And even if you win the bid, aren't items from the old Summer Palace national cultural relics? Can't they be traded privately? After reading the post and all the replies, Ethan Brooks leaned back against his headboard and pondered for a long time. Lost cultural relics from the old Summer Palace. If this information were true, then the significance of this item would go far beyond the question of how much it's worth. The 12 bronze animal head statues, the stolen sutras from the Mogeo caves in Dunhuang, the tens of thousands of treasures plundered from the old Summer Palace. Each of these items carries a history of humiliation that in his previous life, when he saw news reports of looted cultural relics being exhibited in foreign museums, Ethan Brooks felt just as angry as everyone else, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Now he had the system, he had the money, he had access to the fine art warehouse auction. If this item really did appear before him, I won't let it fall into the hands of any private collector, Ethan Brooks resolved silently. This wasn't just about making money. If it really was a looted artifact from the old Summer Palace, he would find a way to return it to the nation through official channels, no matter the cost. Of course, that was assuming that the item actually existed and was truly in one of the warehouses at the elite warehouse auction. Whether it was real or fake, he wouldn't know until he arrived on site and scanned it himself with the system. Ethan Brooks logged out of the forum and opened his phone calendar. October 14th. 3 days until the premium warehouse auction. He still had a lot to do. Visit Old Man Sun this afternoon to sell the comic books and the Famicom, pick up the invitation Charles Morton had helped him secure from Zhengyongyan the day after tomorrow, and head to the West District a day early to scout the area. But one crucial thing was already certain. He wasn't just going to the premium warehouse auction to make money. He also intended to bring home any national treasures that might be there. Ethan Brooks dug out Zhang Yongyan's business card and gave him a call. Uncle Kenneth, would it be possible to pick up the invitation early tomorrow? I plan to head to the West District the day after tomorrow to check out the venue first. Zhang Yongyan laughed on the other end of the line. You're really on top of things, kid. All right, I'll bring it over to you tomorrow afternoon. But did you see that post on the forum, too? What post? Ethan Brooks feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb with me. That rumor about the old summer palace. It spread throughout the entire Ocean City collecting community. The turnout for this fine art warehouse auction is expected to be twice as high as usual. How fierce the competition is has nothing to do with me, Ethan Brooks said. I'm only interested in what's actually in the warehouse. Zhang Yongyan was silent for 2 seconds. You've got a point there. All right, see you tomorrow. He hung up the phone. Ethan Brooks placed his cell phone next to his pillow. Chapter 012. On the eve of the premium warehouse auction, veteran colleague Frank Dawson reveals shocking news. October 16th. The day before the premium warehouse auction, Ethan Brooks smoothed out his clothes in front of the mirror. Yesterday afternoon, he'd gone to see Old Man Sun to sell the comic books, and the Famicom. The 12,000 had been deposited on time. Combined with the previous 158,000, his bank account balance stood at exactly 170,000. This morning, Zhang Yongyan delivered the invitation that Charles Morton had secured a gold embossed card bearing the words 37th Ocean City West District Premium Warehouse Auction VIP Invitation. With this card, the admission fee was halved to just 5,000. Everything that needed to be prepared was ready. Today, I'll head over to the West District to check out the location and get familiar with the venue and the surrounding area. As Ethan Brooks stepped out of his bedroom, he happened to run into his next-door neighbor, Lily Carter, coming up the stairs holding a charger. Ethan Brooks. Lily Carter's eyes crinkled when she saw him. That's the charger you lent me last week. I kept forgetting to give it back. Here you go. Lily Carter was 21 and working as an intern at a trading company in Ocean City. She wore her hair in a ponytail, had no makeup on, and was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans. She was a complete contrast to Su Ting, the heavily made-up woman in the unit across the hall. She'd taken the initiative to say hello on moving day, and after borrowing Ethan Brooks' charger once, she simply never returned it. Thanks, Ethan Brooks said, taking the charger. Lily Carter glanced curiously at the gold-embossed invitation in his hand. What kind of event are you going to? An auction. An auction? That sounds so high-class. Lily Carter smiled. Good luck, then. Ethan Brooks slipped the charger into his pocket and headed downstairs. A black Grand Cherokee was parked downstairs. He started the car and set the navigation to his destination, Longsheng Warehouse Park in the West District of Ocean City. The drive from the South District to the West District took about 40 minutes. The closer he got to the West District, the newer and more impressive the buildings along the way became. The Longsheng Warehouse Park was situated in the heart of the West District Development Zone, covering an area 5 or 6 times larger than the South Suburban Logistics Park. It was surrounded by a wrought iron fence over 2 meters high, and several security patrol vehicles were parked at the entrance. Ethan Brooks pulled the Grand Cherokee into the parking lot. As soon as he got out of the car, he noticed that the caliber of vehicles in the parking lot was clearly a cut above. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and Porsche models occupied at least 1/3 of the parking spaces. There were also 2 stretch Buick business sedans clearly belonging to professionals who had brought their teams along. It was a world apart from that makeshift operation at the South Suburb Logistics Park. Ethan Brooks slipped the lanyard with his invitation around his neck and walked through the park's main gate. The security guard checked his invitation and ID before letting him through. The layout inside the complex was even more orderly than he'd imagined. Dozens of warehouses of varying sizes lined both sides of 3 main thoroughfares, with each warehouse's roll-up door bearing a number and a seal. Although the auction wouldn't officially begin until tomorrow, quite a few people were already wandering around the complex today, all there to scout the location in advance. Ethan Brooks walked slowly along the main thoroughfare. The system's detection range here was the same as at the South Suburb Logistics Park, about 20 to 30 meters. As he passed several warehouses, the system didn't register any activity. Perhaps the distance was too short, or maybe the full scanning function wouldn't activate until the auction officially began. Just as he was walking, a deep male voice came from behind him. Hey, a Grand Cherokee. A 2020 model. Driving a car like that at your age, that's impressive. Ethan Brooks turned around. A man in his mid-30s stood at the corner between 2 warehouses. He was of average build, wearing a gray down jacket and a pair of Columbia hiking boots. His gaze was sharp but not hostile. Nice to meet you. I'm Frank Dawson, the man said, walking over and extending his hand. I've been in this business for 8 years. You're a new face, aren't you? I've never seen you at the West District Premium Warehouse auctions. Ethan Brooks shook his hand. Ethan Brooks. First time here. You managed to get an invitation on your first visit? Frank Dawson glanced at the gold-embossed card on Ethan Brooks' lanyard and whistled. Those aren't easy to come by. Who gave it to you? A friend helped me get it. A friend? Frank Dawson smiled, not pressing the issue. All right, since you were referred by someone in the know, you're no outsider. How long have you been in this business? Just starting out. Ethan Brooks wasn't lying, but he didn't go into detail either. Just starting out and already coming to the West District Premium Warehouse? That's pretty bold. Frank Dawson glanced at a warehouse next door. Do you know what sets this place apart from those fly-by-night logistics parks out there? The warehouses are high-end. The goods are expensive. The competition is fierce. Those are just the surface-level differences. The real difference is the people here don't rely on luck, they rely on information. Frank Dawson shoved his hands into the pockets of his windbreaker. His tone was flat, but every word carried weight. Do you think the premium warehouse auctions are random? No. At least half the participants here have already used various channels to uncover the details of most of the warehouses before the auction even begins. Who rented them before, how long they rented them for, what kind of business they ran, whether they went bankrupt or fled, that information determines their bidding strategy. Ethan Brooks silently took these words to heart. Frank Dawson was right. Information is the core competitive advantage in this business. And his system happened to be the ultimate cheat code in the realm of information. What about you? Here to scout the location? Ethan Brooks asked. Yeah, I'm checking out the layout for tomorrow. The order of the warehouses changes with every auction, and the strategy for which ones to bid on first and last is completely different each time. Frank Dawson pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. Want one? No thanks. Frank Dawson lit one himself and exhaled a puff of smoke. To be honest, there are way more people here than usual. Do you know why? That rumor on the forum? The one about the old summer palace? Frank Dawson raised an eyebrow. You saw it too? I saw it. Not sure if it's true. Frank Dawson took a drag on his cigarette and was silent for several seconds. Then he lowered his voice and leaned closer to Ethan Brooks. Before I came, I had dinner with a friend who works in customs. He gave me some information that's much more detailed than that post on the forum. What kind of tip? Among the warehouses being released for this premium warehouse auction, there is indeed a batch of confiscated goods that were returned by customs and transferred to storage. One of them, Warehouse A17, has a special note on the inventory list. Gilded bronze Buddha statue suspected to be from the former collection of the Qing Imperial Palace appraisal pending. Frank Dawson flicked the ash from his cigarette and looked Ethan Brooks in the eye. You understand what former collection of the Qing Imperial Palace means, right? Items from the Qing Imperial Palace that, after all those years, ended up among customs confiscated goods. Where do you think they most likely came from? Ethan Brooks said nothing. There was only one answer. The old summer palace. Frank Dawson continued. My friend said the registration information for this warehouse was entered 6 years ago. At the time, customs seized a batch of smuggled cultural relics, but because the appraisal schedule was too full, they were temporarily placed in storage. Later, the section chief in charge of this batch was transferred, and the handover wasn't handled properly. So the warehouse just sat there renewing the fees year after year with no one paying attention. Now that the storage company is clearing out warehouses with overdue fees, it's been lumped in with ordinary confiscated goods and thrown onto the auction list. So that means if this information is true, there might be a gilded bronze Buddha statue from the old summer palace era sitting in Warehouse A17 tomorrow. If something like that were to appear at an international auction, the starting bid wouldn't be less than 10 million RMB. As Frank Dawson spoke that figure, the cigarette in his hand trembled slightly. 10 million. Ethan Brooks kept his composure, but inside, a storm was raging. This wasn't on the same level as buying a comic book for 100 yuan at the South Suburb Logistics Park. This was the kind of thing that could change a person's life. Are you planning to bid on A17? Ethan Brooks asked. Frank Dawson shook his head. My funds are limited. If A17 really is that kind of warehouse, the reserve price won't be less than 200,000. With bidding, it could soar to over 500,000. I can't come up with that much money. Besides, he paused. Even if I did manage to get it, artifacts from the old summer palace aren't ordinary antiques. Selling them on the open market is illegal, and turning them over to the government wouldn't get me any compensation. For people like us who make a living flipping warehouses, acquiring something like that would actually be a hot potato. Ethan Brooks didn't respond. He looked at the neatly aligned warehouse doors in the distance, his mind racing with calculations. If warehouse A17 truly contained a gilded bronze Buddha statue from the old summer palace, he had to secure it. Not to sell it, but to return that artifact to where it belonged. Frank Dawson. See you at the auction tomorrow. Ethan Brooks held out his hand. Frank Dawson shook his hand. See you tomorrow. Be careful. Not everyone here is a nice guy. The sky over the West District took on a faint reddish hue in the afternoon. Ethan Brooks stood beside the parking lot, watching people trickle in through the main gate of the complex to scout the location. Chapter 013. The Premium Warehouse Auction officially begins. October 17.7:40 a.m. Ethan Brooks' Grand Cherokee pulled into the parking lot of the Longsheng Warehousing Complex. He had arrived over an hour earlier than when he de-scouted the location yesterday, but the parking lot was already more than half full. He found a spot in a corner, backed into it, and got out of the car. Two long lines stretched out from the complex entrance. One was the VIP lane for invitation holders, and the other was the general admission lane for walk-ins. Combined, the two lines numbered at least 200 people. 200 people. The auction at the South Suburban Logistics Park had only a few dozen attendees. Ethan Brooks used his invitation to enter through the VIP lane. Verification was quick, and he was inside within minutes. Once inside, he first picked up an auction handbook. He flipped it open. A total of 18 warehouses were up for auction today, listed by number from A01 to A18. The basic information for each warehouse listed only the area, location, and general category: home appliances, miscellaneous, industrial goods, etc., with no details about the specific contents revealed. The reserve prices ranged from $5,000 to $300,000. Warehouse A17 was categorized as miscellaneous to be determined. The reserve price $150,000. A reserve price of $150,000. This is slightly lower than Ethan Brooks' estimate of $200,000, but considering the premium that typically arises during the bidding process, the final winning bid will most likely double to $200,000, $300,000, or even higher. His bank account balance stands at $170,000, just enough to meet the reserve price for A17. But if the bidding exceeds $170,000, he won't be able to afford it, unless he makes a profit on one of the other warehouses before A17. Ethan Brooks closed the catalog and slipped it into his pocket. It was 8:45 a.m. All participants were ushered into a large, open exhibition hall in the center of the complex. The hall, normally used by the storage company for exhibitions, had been temporarily converted into an auction venue for the day. A raised platform had been set up at the front, featuring a long table, a microphone, and an auctioneer-esque gavel. Ethan Brooks found a seat toward the left side of the middle section and waited for the event to begin. "Hey, new guy from yesterday." A familiar voice came from beside him. Frank Dawson, wearing a black fleece jacket, pulled up a chair. "You're here early." Ethan Brooks nodded at him. "You have to come early to get a good seat. The closer you are, the better you can see the warehouse." Frank Dawson scanned the room. "There are almost twice as many people here today as usual. They're all here because of that rumor. Look at those back rows. There are several faces from Capital City and the provincial capital. I've run into them before at other auctions. The competition's pretty fierce." "You can say that again." Frank Dawson lowered his voice. "Do you see that heavyset guy in the brown leather jacket in the third row on the far left? That's the vice president of Golden Tripod Auction House in Ocean City. His last name is Hu. He brought 3 people with him, and I hear he's set aside a budget of $500,000. And that tall guy in sunglasses back there, he's from the provincial capital and runs a shady business smuggling cultural relics. No one in the industry wants to deal with him, but no one can afford to cross him either." Ethan Brooks followed Frank Dawson's gaze and scanned the room. The crowd here was indeed much more intimidating than those amateur bidders in the southern suburbs. Just then, a figure that took Ethan Brooks completely by surprise appeared at the entrance. Bald head, leather jacket, a face full of rugged features. Leo Brooks. He strode in with an air of confidence, flanked by 2 lanky men. Frank Dawson noticed Ethan Brooks' gaze. "Know him? An old acquaintance," Ethan Brooks replied, looking away. Leo Brooks' gaze also fell on Ethan Brooks. Their eyes met in the air for less than a second. The corner of Leo Brooks' mouth twitched. He clearly still held a grudge over being double-crossed. He strode over with his neck stiff and sat down 3 rows in front of Ethan Brooks, slamming his fist down on the armrest. "Kid, didn't he expect you to have the connections to get in here, did you?" Leo Brooks didn't turn around, but his voice was loud enough to ensure Ethan Brooks could hear him. "Last time you just got lucky. This place isn't something a broke ass like you can handle. 3 days ago, I borrowed 200,000 to get in here, just to show you what real power looks like." People nearby turned to look. Ethan Brooks didn't even lift an eyelid. Frank Dawson muttered from beside him, "What's wrong with this guy? I ripped him off for 6,500 last time, and he's holding a grudge," Ethan Brooks explained briefly. Frank Dawson chuckled. "Well, he's in for a show today. Borrowing 200,000 to gamble in a place like this if he loses. TSK. Tisk. 8:59 a.m. A crisp beep sounded from the exhibition hall's speakers. A man in his early 50s, wearing a dark blue suit, stepped onto the podium. He stood ramrod straight, his hair meticulously combed, his voice loud and magnetic. "Colleagues and guests, good morning." The entire hall fell silent. "I am Chen Dishing, the auctioneer for this event. Welcome to the 37th Ocean City West District Premium Storage Unit Auction." Chen Dishing picked up the microphone and stepped to the front of the stage. "Same as always, let us go over the rules first. First, all storage units will be auctioned off one by one in numerical order. The roller doors of each unit will be opened 30 seconds before the auction begins to allow participants to view the contents from a distance, but entry into the units is not permitted. Second, each storage unit has a listed reserve price. Bidding starts at the reserve price, and each bid must be at least 10% of the reserve price. Third, after a unit is sold, payment must be completed and removal of items must begin within 24 hours. Failure to do so within this time frame will be considered a forfeiture, and the deposit will not be refunded. Fourth, and this is the most important rule, Chen Dishing glanced around at the more than 200 people in the room. This auction is a blind draw. If you buy a treasure, it's thanks to your discerning eye. If you buy junk, it's just bad luck. The auction house makes no quality guarantees and accepts no returns. Buy it only within your means, don't bite off more than you can chew. With the rules explained, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. Now Chen Dishing returned to the auctioneer's podium, picked up the wooden gavel and declared, "Let us officially begin. Lot number 1, warehouse A01. He nodded to a staff member. A motor hummed in the distance. The roll-up door of warehouse A01 slowly rose. The entrance to the warehouse, located about 50 meters from the main hall, was now exposed to everyone's view. It wasn't very large, roughly 20 square meters by eye. Inside were piles of large items covered with plastic sheeting. From the outside, only their general outlines were visible. They appeared to be furniture or appliances. Over 200 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the warehouse. But Ethan Brooks saw more than anyone else. Above the roll-up door of warehouse A01, a string of translucent text, glowing with a faint golden light, was slowly materializing. "The system scan has begun." The corner of Ethan Brooks' mouth twitched slightly. "Here it comes." Chapter 014. The Truth Behind the First Warehouse. Frank Dawson was almost tricked into going in. The golden text displayed by the system lingered in Ethan Brooks' field of vision for less than 3 seconds before fading away. Driven by an electric motor, the roller door of warehouse A01 slowly slid upward, fully exposing the interior of the warehouse to the gaze of over 200 people. In the space, which appeared to be about 20 square meters, 6 or 7 large items covered with white non-woven fabric were neatly arranged against the wall. Their general outlines resembled sofas and coffee tables. Against the right-hand wall stood 2 cardboard boxed items that, judging by their shape, appeared to be a washing machine or a small freezer. The floor was relatively clean, with no standing water or obvious mold stains. Overall impression, it looked neater than any warehouse in the South Suburb Logistics Park. "Not bad. This warehouse is in great shape." A middle-aged man in a gray jacket in the front row stood up and craned his neck to get a better look. "Those 2 appliances look brand new. They haven't even been unpacked yet. With furniture, it's all about the brand and materials. These non-woven fabric covers are usually used by professional moving companies, which suggests the original owner was quite particular when they moved." Whispers and comments rose and fell. At least half of the 200-plus people present showed interest in this warehouse. Frank Dawson also sat up straight, squinting in the direction of the warehouse for a few seconds before whispering to Ethan Brooks, 6 or 7 pieces of furniture plus 2 appliances if the brands and condition are decent. We could snap up this warehouse and resell it on the second-hand market for a decent profit. Ethan Brooks didn't respond. He was staring at the afterimage left in his mind after the string of golden text had faded, silently recalling the contents of each line. Low to medium value warehouse, heavy investment not recommended. The furniture consists of bulk private label products from a third-tier contract manufacturer in Guangdong, with an extremely low factory price. The leather sofa beneath the non-woven fabric has extensive peeling and sagging foam, making it suitable only for the second-hand refurbishment market. The total buyback price for the set does not exceed 2,500 yuan. The 2 packaging units are small commercial ice makers from the domestic third-tier brand Bingqi, with a retail price of 1,800 yuan each. One of the compressors has a potential malfunction, with repair costs estimated at 400 yuan. Total warehouse valuation, 5,500 7,000 yuan. Current reserve price, 5,000 yuan. Profit margin is extremely limited. Not worth wasting resources on. Save your resources, there will be more worthwhile targets down the line. Reserve price is 5,000 yuan. The items are worth 7,000 yuan at most. Even if he is lucky enough to sell them at full price, he'd only make 2,000 yuan. After deducting moving costs, cleanup fees, and commissions from the second-hand market, the actual profit might be just a few hundred yuan. For professional buyers who've been grinding it out in this industry for years, even a few hundred yuan is money. But for Ethan Brooks, it's not worth it. His funds are limited, every penny must be spent wisely. Warehouse A01. Starting bid of 5,000 yuan. Bids must be in increments of at least 500. Let the bidding begin. On stage, Qian Disheng raised his auctioneer's gavel, his voice resonant and powerful. 5,000. A burly man wearing a gold chain in the front row immediately raised his hand. 5,500. A young man in a tracksuit next to him followed suit. 6,000. Several people took turns raising their hands. Frank Dawson glanced at Ethan Brooks and asked tentatively, "Aren't you going to bid?" Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and shook his head. "I'm not." Frank Dawson was a little surprised. "Why not? This warehouse looks pretty good. The furniture's in great condition, and the packaging on those 2 pieces of equipment hasn't even been opened yet." Ethan Brooks turned his head and glanced at him. How should he put this? It was out of the question to just tell him the system's scan results. But if he could convey his conclusion in a plausible way. "Brother Frank, take a close look at the non-woven fabric covers on those pieces of furniture." "What do you mean?" "You've been in this business for 8 years, you should know the texture of the professional non-woven fabric covers used by moving companies. Take a closer look at the seams and thickness of those covers." Frank Dawson stared intently toward the warehouse for several seconds. After a moment, his brow furrowed. "The seams are rough and the stitching is off. These aren't covers from a legitimate moving company. They are the cheapest, disposable covers used by factories when shipping goods." Ethan Brooks nodded slightly. Anyone who can afford professional non-woven fabric for moving probably has decent furniture. But furniture covered with factory-issued disposable covers, it's most likely cheap stuff that was shipped from the factory already wrapped like this. Frank Dawson was quick to pick up on this. He took another look at the 2 cardboard boxed pieces of equipment and noticed that the boxes didn't appear to bear any well-known brand logos. "You mean, these items aren't actually worth much?" "I can't say for sure, but I think, given the starting price, the profit margin is very limited. If you've got money to spare, go ahead and have some fun with it. But if you want to save your money for a better warehouse later on, don't waste it here." Frank Dawson fell silent for over 10 seconds. The bidding on the stage continued. 7,000. 7,500. 8,000. A burly man with a crew cut and a leather jacket shouted 8,000, and the others began to hesitate. Frank Dawson raised his hand, then lowered it again. "I'll trust your judgment just this once," he murmured. "I'm sitting this one out. 8,000 going once. 8,000 going twice. 8,000 going 3 times sold." Qian Disheng brought down the gavel. Warehouse A01 was snapped up by the man with the crew cut for 8,000. Wang Chong wasn't there today. Ethan Brooks had told him to stay home and rest. Sitting alone in his seat, Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and sent a message to Wang Chong. "The auction has started. I didn't bid on A01. Wang Chong replied instantly, "Why not? Someone in the group chat said that warehouse was pretty good." Ethan Brooks typed a few words, It looks good on the outside, but not necessarily on the inside. After sending the message, he put away his phone, his gaze casually sweeping over the rows of warehouse doors on the right side of the hall. Above the metal door of a 02, right next to a 01, a faint golden glow was flickering. The system had responded. Ethan Brooks's attention snapped to it instantly. Just then, Frank Dawson handed him a bottle of mineral water. Need a break? A 02 is next. Let us see what happens. Ethan Brooks took the bottle and took a sip, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. A 02, here it comes. Everyone. Qian Dishing picked up the microphone. A 01 has already been snapped up. Next up, warehouse A02. Starting bid. 8,000. The previous tenant of this warehouse was in the import-export business. Staff up front. Open the door. Import-export trade? The moment those words were spoken, the eyes of at least 50 or 60 people in the room lit up simultaneously. What does a warehouse used for import-export trade mean? Overseas brands, genuine products, and possibly even imported goods that Haven Tea cleared customs yet in this circle. Such warehouses are considered classic examples of gold mines. The roller shutter door of a 02 rose, driven by an electric motor. The warehouse was nearly twice the size of a 01. In the space of about 40 square meters, more than a dozen well-preserved hard-shell suitcases were stacked against the left wall. Some bore prominent international brand logos. The names Samsonite and Rimawa were faintly visible. On the right, cardboard boxes were stacked 3 high on wooden shelves. The boxes were printed with English and French labels and looked like wine packaging. Furthest inside were several large woven bags, bulging with unknown contents. The atmosphere in the room suddenly erupted with excitement. Rimawa. Those are Rimawa suitcases, right? Each one is worth several thousand yuan. Imported wine. Those boxes are labeled with the France appellation. Import-export warehouses really are a gold mine. Frank Dawson couldn't sit still either. Leaning forward slightly with his hands braced on his knees, he stared intently at the suitcases, muttering, "If those dozen or so suitcases are all the real deal, the cases alone are worth tens of thousands. Add the wine to that." Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. Not because of excitement. It was because the system's golden text had just fully unfolded before his eyes, and what it said was exactly the opposite of what everyone had expected. A meticulously disguised warehouse full of high-quality counterfeits. All the suitcases are counterfeit, a grade replicas mass-produced at a luggage market in Baiyun District, Guangzhou. While their appearance and craftsmanship closely resemble the genuine articles, the internal retractable handles, wheel sets, and zippers are all made of inferior components. The factory cost per suitcase does not exceed 120 yuan, and their value on the second-hand market is 0 once identified as counterfeits. They cannot be sold. The wine boxes do indeed contain wine, but it's all domestically bottled and relabeled wine. The French labels on the bottles were added later, and the quality of the wine is roughly equivalent to table wine sold in supermarkets for 20 yuan a bottle. The value of a full case does not exceed 500 yuan. The woven bags contain surplus clothing inventory made of poor quality materials with no brand value whatsoever. Actual total value of the warehouse: 1,800 yuan. Buying this is a guaranteed loss. I suggest the host sit back and enjoy the show. The greatest value of this warehouse is as a lesson for those idiots who only judge by appearances. Ethan Brooks almost burst out laughing. Another scam. And this one was packaged even better than warehouse number 3 at the South Suburb Logistics Park. At least that time there was a real sofa even if they were hollowed out by termites. This time it's all fake from start to finish. The suitcases are fake. The wine is private label. The clothes are street stall knockoffs. If anyone were to spend 8,000 yuan on this and then open the boxes to inspect the goods, it would be quite a spectacle. Ethan Brooks pulled his gaze away, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson was currently staring at the suitcases with eyes sparkling. 8 years of experience in the business told him this was a good warehouse. The import and export origins, the appearance of the branded luggage, all the surface details were screaming, "Buy me!" "Ethan Brooks," Frank Dawson whispered, leaning in. "I'm planning to take a shot at this warehouse. Look at those Rimawa." "Brother Frank," Ethan Brooks interrupted him. Frank Dawson froze for a moment. Ethan Brooks offered no further explanation, saying only, "Try to see if you can make out the letter spacing in the Rimawa logo on those suitcases." Frank Dawson paused for 2 seconds, then squinted and strained his eyes toward the warehouse. From a distance of over 50 meters, the details of the logo were hard to make out with the naked eye. But Frank Dawson had been in the business for 8 years and had handled no fewer than dozens of manhwa suitcases. After staring for nearly 10 seconds, his expression began to change. The font seems a little thinner. The lettering on genuine ones is engraved a bit thicker. Ethan Brooks said nothing. Frank Dawson looked for a few more seconds, biting his lower lip. And that metal trim on the corners of the suitcases, the color S not quite right. Genuine ones use aircraft-grade aluminum, which has a cool, grayish sheen. The trim on these suitcases has a warm, yellowish sheen, it looks like. His voice trailed off. Like it's been spray-painted? Ethan Brooks finished his sentence for him. Frank Dawson whipped his head around to look at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks met his gaze and said calmly, "A warehouse belonging to an import-export company filled with brand-name suitcases and French wine. It does sound like a treasure trove. But have you ever considered this? If these items were really worth that much, why didn't the previous tenant move them out before taking off? Why leave behind a pile of genuine goods worth tens of thousands of yuan?" Frank Dawson's expression darkened completely. "Are you saying it's all fake?" "I didn't say it's all fake. What I'm saying is it's not worth the risk. The biggest draw of this warehouse is those brand logos and import labels. If these items were replaced with unbranded, plain suitcases and unlabeled bulk wine, would you still be so excited?" Frank Dawson fell silent. He leaned back in his chair and remained quiet for over 10 seconds. His gaze shifted away from the suitcases. Chen Dishing had already begun calling out bids from the podium. Warehouse A02. Starting bid. 8,000. This is an importer-exporter's warehouse. You've all seen the crates inside, right? Those suitcases alone are worth more than this. Come on. Who'll make the first bid? 8,000. Someone raised their hand immediately. 9,000. 10,000. The price skyrocketed. Neither Ethan Brooks nor Frank Dawson made a move. Frank Dawson's hand clenched and unclenched on his knee, clearly still torn. 12,000. 15,000. Ethan Brooks noticed that from the front row Leo Brooks was also staring intently at Warehouse 02, his neck practically craning over the head of the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the two lanky men sitting right next to Leo Brooks were whispering to him. Leo Brooks suddenly slapped his thigh and raised his hand. A thought flashed through Ethan Brooks' mind. He turned his head toward Frank Dawson and spoke in a very low voice. "Brother Frank, want to make some money without spending a dime?" Frank Dawson looked at him, completely bewildered. Ethan Brooks' lips curled slightly upward. "Just do me a favor. That A02 warehouse, we can make money off it without spending a dime." Frank Dawson blinked twice. "How so?" Ethan Brooks' gaze fell on Leo Brooks' hand, which had just been raised in the front row. "You see that bald guy over there? He's got a score to settle with me. He's simple-minded and hot-tempered. Just provoke him a little, and he'll buy anything. Just play along with me later." Frank Dawson looked at Leo Brooks, then back at Ethan Brooks. A few seconds later, he nodded. "All right, tell me what to do." Chapter 015. Leo Brooks takes the bait again. 12,000 down the drain. The bidding for Warehouse A02 was still underway. 15,000. Any higher? Chen Dishing raised his gavel and scanned the room. Ethan Brooks stretched, as if he'd finally made up his mind, and slowly raised his right hand. 16,000. His voice wasn't loud, but Leo Brooks in the front row definitely heard it because his head snapped around. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Ethan Brooks gave Leo Brooks a casual nod, as if to say hello. Leo Brooks' temples throbbed twice. Frank Dawson glanced at Ethan Brooks and immediately understood. 18,000. Frank Dawson raised his hand. All eyes in the room darted back and forth between Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson. The two had been sitting together for less than 2 days and had known each other for barely that long. But in most people's eyes, they were in cahoots. Two allies driving up the price among their own? Ethan Brooks furrowed his brow, feigning annoyance at being outbid by Frank Dawson, and raised his voice. 20,000. Brother Frank, are you trying to snatch this one too? Frank Dawson played along perfectly. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation and said, "Bro, there are no friends in this game. You've seen what's in that warehouse, imported red wine and manhwa suitcases. I'd be a fool not to go for it." He spoke loud enough for everyone in the front row to hear. Leo Brooks, sitting in the front row, pricked up his ears like a rabbit. The two lanky guys next to him were also whispering to each other. "Bro Biao, look at those two fighting over it like that. Last time at the logistics park, That Ethan Brooks turned $100 into over 100,000. The warehouse he is selling must have some good stuff. Yeah, bro Biao, those suitcases look like the real deal. This warehouse is a surefire profit. Leo Brooks' eyes darted back and forth. The memory of being made a fool of by Ethan Brooks at the South Suburb Logistics Park last time was still fresh. He paid $6,500 for a pile of termite-eaten junk and scrap metal, and it still stung. But this time was different. This time, he'd seen the contents of the warehouse with his own eyes. Rimawa suitcases, French wine, they were all right there. The fact that Ethan Brooks and that Frank Dawson were fighting tooth and nail over it didn't that just proved the warehouse was actually worth something? Most importantly, he borrowed $200,000 to get in on this. If he went home empty-handed today, he wouldn't even be able to cover the interest. $20,200. Ethan Brooks raised his hand again. $25,000. Frank Dawson followed suit. Ethan Brooks tooted, turned his head, and whispered a few words to Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson shook his head vigorously, signaling no. Leo Brooks saw the entire scene unfold right before his eyes. Damn it! Leo Brooks slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up, bellowing. 30,000. The room fell silent for a second or two. 30,000. The reserve price was only 8,000 and he jumped straight from 25,000 to 30,000. Ethan Brooks turned to look at Leo Brooks with a surprised expression. Leo Brooks glared at Ethan Brooks, the veins in his neck bulging. Kid, aren't you rich? Come on. Try to outbid me. Ethan Brooks was silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. 30,000 is too much. Congratulations, Mr. Lee. Frank Dawson immediately followed suit and lowered his hand. I'm out at this price. Both men dropped out almost simultaneously. Leo Brooks froze. He stood there dumbfounded, his hands still raised. 30,000 going once. 30,000 going twice. 30,000 going 3 times sold. Chen Deshing's gavel came down with a thud. Leo Brooks slowly lowered his hand. A familiar sense of unease began to rise up from the pit of his stomach. It was just like last time. Last time, in warehouse number 3, Ethan Brooks had also bid fiercely until the very end, only to suddenly drop out. Then he discovered he bought a pile of termite nests and a burned-out compressor. No. This time is different. This time, there are suitcases in the warehouse. There's red wine. It's real. It has to be real. Leo Brooks forced himself to believe this as he led his 2 men toward warehouse A02 to complete the paperwork. Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson exchanged a glance. Frank Dawson's mouth twitched slightly as he whispered, "Are you sure those items are fake? Just wait and see." 10 minutes later, a commotion erupted in front of warehouse A02. Having finished the paperwork, Leo Brooks couldn't wait to unzip the nearest suitcase. He wanted to confirm with his own hands whether what he bought was a genuine Rimawa. The zipper slid open. He pushed the internal handle and it jammed. He pressed down hard, and the entire handle snapped in two with a crack. What the hell? Leo Brooks' expression darkened. He crouched down and flipped the suitcase over to inspect the wheels on the bottom. The ball bearings in all 4 wheels were the cheapest plastic kind, and one of them was already cracked. Bystanders gathered around. This workmanship something's off. Rimawa wouldn't use plastic ball bearings. Let me check the logo, it's there, but the letter spacing is off. Plus, the seams on this aluminum frame are way too rough. A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt and glasses, clearly in the second-hand luggage business, picked up another suitcase and examined it from every angle for a long time before finally shaking his head. Fake. A high-quality knockoff. Wholesale price. 120 to 130 yuan each. Leo Brooks's face turned from red to white, then from white to gray. He rushed over to the box of red wine, ripped open the seal and yanked out a bottle. The bottle was covered with a flashy French label. He flipped it over to look at the back label and sure enough, there was a line of small Chinese text. Bottled at So-and-so Food Company, Limited, So-and-so County, Hebei Province. Bottled in Hebei. Leo Brooks' hands were shaking. He didn't even need to look at those burlap sacks. One kick was enough to tell they were as soft as cotton, filled with nothing but the cheapest surplus synthetic fiber stock. 30,000 yuan. He bought a pile of fake boxes, a pile of private label wine, and a pile of street stall clothes. The total value was less than 2,000 yuan. Ha, finally! Someone in the crowd couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Bro, your luck is just too consistent. I see it? Last time you bought a termite nest, and this time you bought fake boxes. Rimawa turned into Iwu Wa. He got scammed by that Ethan Brooks guy at the logistics park last time, too. Doesn't this guy ever learn his lesson? Snickers and jeers came from all directions. Leo Brooks clutched the bottle of Hubei red wine with both hands, his knuckles turning white. He glanced back in Ethan Brooks' direction. Ethan Brooks wasn't even looking at him, but had his head down, drinking mineral water. What's more humiliating than being mocked to your face is that the other person doesn't care about you at all. Frank Dawson whispered 4 words to Ethan Brooks. You're really ruthless. Ethan Brooks screwed the cap back on his mineral water bottle. It's not that I'm ruthless. It's that he always chooses the stupidest way to prove himself. Even after being set up once, he still jumps into the same trap a second time. You can't save someone like that. Frank Dawson was silent for a few seconds. How on earth did you tell those crates were fakes? From over 50 meters away, I've been doing this for 8 years, and it took me over 10 seconds just to get a rough idea. You figured it out at a glance. Ethan Brooks turned his head to look at him. Experience, he said flatly. It took you 8 years to learn how to spot brand logos. It took me even longer to learn how to judge whether a warehouse is worth hitting. We just use different methods. Frank Dawson stared at Ethan Brooks for several seconds. This kid didn't sound like he was bragging. From A01 to A02, he hadn't touched a single warehouse. With A01, he warned Frank Dawson not to pursue it. With A02, he simply said, fake. So far 2 judgments, 2 hits. All right, Frank Dawson exhaled. I'll take a chance on you today. Tell me which warehouse is worth going for, and I'll follow your lead. Ethan Brooks neither agreed nor refused. His gaze swept over the rows of unopened warehouse doors in the distance, while the system's detection range in his mind was slowly expanding. In the direction of warehouse A05, that faint golden glow was brighter than before. Wait a second, Ethan Brooks said to Frank Dawson. Wait for what? Wait for that. Ethan Brooks tilted his chin slightly toward warehouse A05. Frank Dawson looked in the direction he was pointing but saw nothing. Just a few closed metal roll-up doors. But he chose to believe him. On stage, Chen Dishing had already picked up the microphone, ready to announce the next warehouse. Meanwhile, in front of warehouse A02, Leo Brooks kicked over a case of Hubei red wine, sending shards of glass and dark red liquid scattering across the floor. 30,000, another 30,000. He crouched on the ground, clutching his head with both hands. The 2 lanky men beside him exchanged glances, neither daring to step forward and speak. Ethan Brooks didn't look back at him. The next target had already been locked in. Chapter 016. Leo Brooks loses his mind in public. As soon as the door to warehouse A05 opened, the entire crowd froze in shock. The auctions for warehouses A03 and A04 were wrapped up quickly over the next 20 minutes. A03 was a small warehouse storing dozens of boxes of old books and magazines. With a reserve price of 3,000, it was snapped up by an old man who ran a used bookstore for 4,000. Ethan Brooks' system showed no reaction, gray and lifeless, indicating the item was neither particularly valuable nor worthless, and not worth special attention. A04 was slightly better, containing several projectors and audio equipment that looked in good condition. A young woman who dealt in used electronics won the bid at 12,000. The system's assessment was profit margin of about 30%, average return. Ethan Brooks also held back. Frank Dawson refrained as well. The 2 sat in their seats, motionless as 2 blocks of stone. People around them had already begun to look at them strangely. What on earth were these 2 here for? They paid the admission fee to get in, yet hadn't raised a single bid across 4 consecutive warehouse auctions. Just as the auction for A04 concluded, a series of footsteps echoed from the front row. Leo Brooks walked back from A02. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. In his left hand, he clutched a half-shattered wine bottle, its shards glinting in the sunlight. 2 lanky men trailed behind him, tugging hard at his arms. Bro, don't be impulsive. This is a legitimate auction. Security's watching over there. Let go. Leo Brooks shook them off and strode toward Ethan Brooks. All eyes in the room turned toward them. Chen Dishing frowned from the stage as he watched the scene, giving a nod to the security guard beside him. 2 burly security guards had already begun moving in their direction. Leo Brooks stopped 3 steps away from Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks. His voice was hoarse. You've screwed me over again. You know I spent 30,000 yuan. Money I borrowed. Ethan Brooks remained seated in his chair. He glanced at the broken wine bottle in Leo Brooks' hand, then looked into his eyes. Leo Brooks, what do you plan to do with that? Stab me in front of 200 people and the security guards? Leo Brooks' hand was trembling. Ethan Brooks stood up. He was half a head shorter than Leo Brooks, but his tone was as heavy as lead. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. First, did you raise your hand to bid on Warehouse 02 on your own? Or did I hold your hand up for you? Leo Brooks clenched his teeth and said nothing. Second, during the bidding, did I force you to call out 30,000? You were the one who jumped straight from 25,000 to 30,000. Leo Brooks' breathing grew heavier and heavier. Third, you spent 30,000 on a fake. Is that my fault? Or is it your own fault for being blind? How many years have you been in this business? You can't even tell a real from a fake DMEVA, yet you dare to throw money around at a premium warehouse auction? You borrowed 200,000 to get in here. What makes you think you're qualified to play at this level? Every word hammered into Leo Brooks' forehead like a nail. The room was so quiet you could hear nothing but the distant hum of forklifts. Leo Brooks' Adam's apple bobbed up and down 2 or 3 times. The broken wine bottle clattered to the floor from his hand, shattering even further. Ethan Brooks took a step forward. Stay away from me from now on. Don't place bets you can't afford to lose. Coming to me every time you lose to make a scene, aren't you ashamed of yourself? 2 security guards had already positioned themselves behind Leo Brooks. Sir, please do not disrupt the auction. Any further disruptive behavior will result in your removal from the premises. Leo Brooks was dragged back to his seat by his 2 henchmen. He plopped down, his whole body looking as if all the bones had been pulled out. His hands rubbed back and forth incessantly on his knees. Frank Dawson, who had watched the entire scene from the sidelines, muttered 2 words, "Nice." Ethan Brooks sat back down and took another sip of his bottled water. On stage, Chen Dishing cleared his throat twice, bringing the room back to attention. All right, that little interlude is over. Attention, everyone. Next up, the warehouse we're about to auction is a bit different. Chen Dishing set down the microphone, picked up the auction catalog, and turned a page. He cleared his throat. And when he raised the microphone again, his tone was different from that used for the previous 4 warehouses. It carried a deliberate solemnity. Warehouse A05, categorized as miscellaneous special. Reserve price 3,000. 3,000? A buzz of murmurs spread through the crowd, from the front rows to the back. At this premium warehouse auction, the lowest reserve price was usually 5,000. Setting the reserve price for Warehouse A05 at just 3,000 was effectively telling everyone the situation with this warehouse might be rather special. Chen Dishing continued, one additional piece of information: the original tenant of Warehouse A05 was a foreign trade handicrafts company registered in Ocean City. The company closed 3 years ago due to poor management. According to the records in the annex to the storage contract, the original insured value of this warehouse was 800,000 renminbi. 800,000? The entire room erupted. Insured for 800,000? That means the contents are worth at least several hundred thousand. A reserve price of only 3,000? What does that mean? Is something wrong? A foreign trade handicrafts company? There might even be export-grade handicrafts in stock. Over 200 people jumped to their feet. Those in the front rows pushed their way forward, while those in the back stood on tiptoes, craning their necks. Frank Dawson tensed up as well. An insured value of 800,000, a reserve price of 3,000. The gap between those 2 numbers is way too big. Ethan Brooks' palms began to sweat slightly. A 05. The system had marked that door with a faint golden glow ever since he entered the venue. Now it was finally his turn. Staff up ahead, Chen Dishing gestured. Open the door. The motor hummed. The roll-up door of Warehouse A05 rose inch by inch. The first thing that came into view was the floor. A black floor. Not paint. Not floor tiles. But a thick layer of solidified, blackish-gray coke residue. As the door rose halfway, all sound in the entire hall vanished at the same moment. The instant the interior of the warehouse was fully exposed, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button on everyone simultaneously. In the space of over 40 square meters, there was not a single intact item. No shelves. No cardboard boxes. Nothing that could be called merchandise. All that remained was a charred wasteland. The walls had been smoked to a deep black by the fire. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling had melted and warped, hanging there like twisted strands of plastic. On the left side stood a row of metal shelving units, But they weren't standing upright, they had collapsed inward as a single mass, crushing a pile of unrecognizable, burnt debris. In the right-hand corner, several piles of charred fibrous debris lay heaped up, possibly once fabric or textiles, now reduced to blackened lumps. The air was thick with the musty smell of ashes that had been cooling for 3 years. Holy, did this place catch fire? Someone finally found their voice again. No wonder the reserve price is only $3,000. With an insured value of $800,000, hasn't the insurance already paid out? Everything inside is completely burned. What does that have to do with the insured value? With everything burned like this, no matter how valuable it was, it's just a pile of charcoal now. A stir spread from the front rows to the back. The crowd, which had been so excited moments ago that they were red-faced and neck-strained, now took a half-step back. An $800,000 policy versus a pile of charred rubble. The gap between expectation and reality was vast enough to knock someone out cold. Frank Dawson's expression changed as well. He shook his head. It's over. This warehouse is a total loss. Chen Dishing, however, remained unflappable on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Warehouse A05 did indeed suffer a fire caused by an electrical malfunction 3 years ago. The insurance company has already paid out according to the contract. But the payout covered the value of the goods. It did not include any unregistered items that might have remained inside the warehouse. In other words, if there's anything left in the warehouse that wasn't burned in the fire, that's your bonus. The 3,000 yuan reserve price is merely a symbolic figure. You're not buying this pile of ashes, you're buying the what if. Ethan Brooks stared into the depths of Warehouse A05 beneath the charred, collapsed metal shelves. The golden text before his eyes was unfolding line by line. His heartbeat quickened. He knew just how big that what if was. Chapter 017. Everyone says A05 is a ruin. Only he sees a treasure worth 500,000. There were already 30 or 40 people gathered in front of Warehouse A05. Most were just there to gawk at the spectacle. An elderly man in his 60s, wearing a gray vest and with graying hair, pushed his way out from the front row. Ethan Brooks didn't recognize him, but Frank Dawson whispered an introduction. Harold Hughes, a veteran warehouse cleaner in Ocean City. He has been at it for 15 years. He has been inside every kind of warehouse imaginable. Harold Hughes stood at the entrance to Warehouse A05, hands clasped behind his back, and scanned the interior from left to right. He crouched down, scraped a bit of charred residue from the threshold with his finger, and held it under his nose to sniff. He stood up again and looked at the melted light tubes on the ceiling and the collapsed metal shelving. The entire inspection took less than a minute. Everyone, Harold Hughes turned to face the crowd, his voice quiet but authoritative. Let me lay it out for you straight. This warehouse is a standard level 3 fire damage case. The temperature in the core area exceeded 800 degrees. Look at that metal shelving, the steel has warped from the heat. At temperatures above 800 degrees, nothing not wood, fabric, paper, or plastic would have survived. He gestured toward the interior of the warehouse. Even if there had been gold stored in here before, a fire at 800 degrees would have turned it into molten gold. Don't be fooled by that 800,000 insurance coverage that was before the fire. Right now, the stuff in this warehouse is worth, at best, a truckload of scrap metal. Take it out to sell as scrap, and you'll get 200 or 300 yuan. Spending 3,000 yuan to buy 200 or 300 yuan worth of scrap metal, whoever wants to be that sucker can go ahead. Harold Hughes finished speaking and walked away. His words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. Those who had been even slightly hesitant shook their heads and dispersed. Frank Dawson sighed as well. 800 degrees, nothing would have survived. Old man Hughes' judgment is almost never wrong. Ethan Brooks stood at the back of the crowd, making no move to push his way forward. He didn't need to push his way to the doorway to see, because the system's golden text had already unfolded before his eyes, each line seared into his retinas like red-hot iron. A National Treasure-grade artifact warehouse concealed by fire. All items on the warehouse's surface were completely destroyed in a fire 3 years ago. However, against the innermost left wall, there is a GAT-73 standard fireproof safe embedded in the floor. The safe can withstand temperatures up to 1,200 degrees. Its exterior is buried under the debris of collapsed shelves, making it completely invisible. The safe is intact. The hinges are intact. The combination lock is intact. The safe contains. Ethan Brooks held his breath. 1/6 surviving pages from the archives of the Imperial Household Department's workshop within the Qing Imperial Palace. The paper is official imperial Goryeo paper from the mid-Qing period. The records document the casting, inspection, and storage of a batch of gilded bronze Buddha statues in the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign 1767, including the statue's dimensions, weights, a list of artisans, and inventory numbers. These archives are currently the only surviving original documentation for this batch. Individual estimated value, 150,000 200,000 yuan. If accompanied by a complete provenance certificate matching the corresponding Buddha statues, its value would be incalculable. 2. A pair of late Qing dynasty cloisonné enamel vases with interlacing lotus scroll patterns. The interior of the safe was unaffected by the fire, and the items are in excellent condition. The enamel glaze shows no flaking, and approximately 90% of the gilded copper body remains intact. Estimated value, 180,000 220,000 yuan. 3. 2 mid-Qing dynasty Hotan white jade carvings with natural skin and seed-like inclusions. The jade is lustrous and smooth, with a natural skin color. Estimated value, 80,000 100,000 yuan. Total warehouse estimated value, 450,000 520,000 yuan. Key point. Item 1. The fragment of the Qing Imperial Palace archive holds cross-warehouse linkage value. If the rumored gilded bronze Buddha statue from the old summer palace does indeed exist in one of the warehouses for this auction, this archive is its sole proof of identity. When the two are brought together, the statue's valuation will skyrocket from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Whoever possesses the archive holds the power to set the price. By pricing power for 3,000 yuan. If you, the host, cannot accomplish this, the system recommends you shut down and restart your life. Ethan Brooks' temples were throbbing. He could hear the sound of his own blood pulsing through his eardrums. 500,000 yuan.
No.
More than 500,000 yuan. Fragments of the Qing Imperial Palace archives. Casting records for a gilded bronze Buddha statue from the Qianlong era. The only original documentation. If that legendary gilded bronze Buddha statue really was in warehouse A17, then these 6 yellowed old sheets of paper were its ID. A Buddha statue without an ID is just a pretty lump of bronze. A Buddha statue with an ID that's a cultural relic from the old summer palace, returned to the nation. Ethan Brooks closed his eyes for a moment. Harold Hughes was right. A temperature of 800 degrees could indeed burn everything to ashes. But he overlooked one thing. The fireproof safe. GAT-73 standard. Heat-resistant up to 1,200 degrees. This type of safe is specifically designed to store important documents and valuables. Even if the temperature outside the warehouse reached 800 degrees, the contents inside the safe would remain completely intact. As Harold Hughes peered inside from the doorway, his view was blocked by the wreckage of collapsed metal shelving. The safe was embedded in the floor and crushed beneath a massive pile of twisted steel from the outside. There was no way to tell that a safe was even there. A gap in information. That was the gap in information. Everyone was looking at the charred ruins with the naked eye. But Ethan Brooks' system pierced through the cinder, through the debris, and through the twisted steel shelving, telling him directly. There's something worth over $500,000 buried right under your feet. Frank Dawson leaned in. Let us go, huh? This is a lost cause. You heard what Mr. Hughes said. I'm not leaving. Frank Dawson froze. Ethan Brooks' voice was unnaturally calm. This warehouse, I'm taking it. Frank Dawson studied Ethan Brooks' expression. He wasn't joking. Not at all. You're serious? $3,000 for a pile of burnt-out scrap metal? Is that what you tell people at the logistics park, too? Ethan Brooks didn't explain. He couldn't explain. He simply said, Brother Frank, trust me this once. Frank Dawson opened his mouth, then closed it again. He thought back to A01 and A02. A01. Ethan Brooks said it wasn't worth it, and it turned out the profit margin was indeed extremely thin. That guy with the buzz cut wasted his time after buying it. A02. Ethan Brooks said it was counterfeit, but it turned out to be high-quality knockoffs. Leo Brooks lost 30,000 yuan down the drain. 2 calls. Both spot on. This was the 3rd time. Ethan Brooks said he wanted to buy this warehouse, charred to a crisp. Frank Dawson took a deep breath. All right, if you say buy it, then buy it. On stage, Chen Dishing picked up the microphone. Warehouse no. A05. Starting bid, 3,000. Any bids? The room fell silent. No one raised a hand. Out of more than 200 people, not a single one was willing to spend 3,000 on a pile of charred waste. Chen Dishing waited 10 seconds. Really nothing? 3,000. Just 3,000. Still nothing. Harold Hughes' judgment carried too much authority. With 15 years of industry experience, his single remark, "It's worth a truckload of scrap metal at most," had crushed everyone's hopes of a bargain. Ethan Brooks clenched his fists. The show was about to begin. Chapter 018. He snaps up the fire-damaged warehouse for 3,500. Everyone thinks he is crazy. Chan Dishing's voice echoed twice around the exhibition hall. 3,000 really no takers? Then warehouse A05 will go unsold. Ethan Brooks stood up. 3,000. I'll take it. All eyes in the room turned to him once more. But unlike during the A01 and A02 auctions, this time there was almost no trace of jealousy or rivalry in those gazes, only confusion and sympathy. I sent this the guy who didn't bid on the last two warehouses? He has been saving up and holding back for so long, only to finally bid on a charred one. I remember him, the bargain hunter from the South Suburb Logistics Park. But you can't expect to strike gold every time, can you? What's there to find in this warehouse? Charcoal? The young man doesn't know his limits. Even Mr. Hughes himself classified it as a level 3 fire. And he is still jumping in. The buzz of conversation swirled around them. Chen Dishing was a bit surprised himself. He raised the microphone to confirm. Sir, 3,000, right? Ethan Brooks nodded. 3,000 per lot. Wait a minute. No sooner had Ethan Brooks finished speaking than another voice suddenly cut in. Leo Brooks stood up from his seat. The tension in the room thickened. Leo Brooks' face was no longer gray, it had turned a dark red. An indescribable shade mingling anger and resentment. He just lost 30,000 on A02. Both tall, lanky men had urged him to back off. But he refused. He needed to recoup that 30,000 loss. He borrowed 200,000 today. After deducting the 10,000 entry fee and the 30,000 he lost on A02, he had 160,000 left. His strategy was simple. Whatever Ethan Brooks wanted to buy, he bid higher to drive Ethan Brooks away. Whether it was a real treasure or a piece of junk, he was going to make Ethan Brooks suffer. 3,500, Leo Brooks said in a dry voice. Ethan Brooks glanced back at him. Frank Dawson muttered under his breath. This guy is like a dog, he won't let go once he has got a hold of something. Chen Deshing called out professionally. 3,500. Someone else bidding 3,500. Sir, would you like to raise your bid? Ethan Brooks didn't rush to respond. He looked at Leo Brooks. Leo Brooks was staring right back at him. A few seconds of standoff. Ethan Brooks suddenly did something unexpected. He smiled. It wasn't a cold smile. Nor was it a sneer, it was a smile that seemed quite resigned. Mr. Lee, you're really out to get me? Ethan Brooks said quietly, but deliberately loud enough for those around him to hear. All right, 4,000. 4,005. Leo Brooks immediately countered. Ethan Brooks sighed. 5,000. 5,500. Ethan Brooks paused. He faced Leo Brooks, his expression slowly shifting from resignation to conflict, and from conflict to a subtle, ambiguous hesitation. Leo Brooks stared at his expression, his mind racing. Last time in warehouse number 3 at the South Suburb Logistics Park. Ethan Brooks had hesitated like that for a moment before backing down then, too. In the end, Leo Brooks had spent 6,500 on a pile of termite nests. And then there was a 02 just now. Ethan Brooks had raised his hand twice before giving up. Leo Brooks had spent 30,000 on a pile of fake boxes. The memories of being scammed twice exploded in his mind. If Ethan Brooks was putting on an act again this time, if he was trying to pull the same trick again, if this charred warehouse really was a dump just like warehouse number 3 and A02 before, wouldn't that mean he'd be getting scammed for the third time? Leo Brooks's palms began to break out in a cold sweat. 5,500. He'd already called out the bid. If Ethan Brooks let go now and said, "It's yours," is he really giving it up? Or is he just bluffing? If he is really giving it up, that means this warehouse actually has something valuable, and Ethan Brooks is simply being forced into it. If he is bluffing, that means Ethan Brooks is playing mind games again, trying to get him to take a pile of scrap metal. Real or fake? Leo Brooks' temples were throbbing. Ethan Brooks watched the expression on Leo Brooks' face shift from arrogance to hesitation to fear all in less than 5 seconds. Psychological pressure is the best weapon. Ethan Brooks didn't hesitate any longer. He made a decisive move. He spread his hands wide, took a step back, and spoke with excessive sincerity. Mr. Lee, the 5,500 is yours. I won T fight you for it. Those words were almost exactly the same as what he said last time in warehouse number 3. You said the exact same thing last time. A bolt of lightning struck Leo Brooks' mind. He stood there, frozen stiff. Everyone was watching him. 5,500. To buy a pile of charred scrap metal. Third-degree fire damage. That's what Old Man Hughes said. Not worth 300. Last time at the logistics park, he'd been scammed out of 6,500 with the same letting go ploy. This time, Ethan Brooks' gesture of letting go was the same as last time. Fear overwhelmed all reason. I don't want it. Leo Brooks practically shouted. I'm not buying it. Take it back. Chen Dishing furrowed his brow. Sir, you've already placed a bid. I said take it back. I've changed my mind. Leo Brooks' voice cracked. Sell that crappy warehouse for over 3,000 to whoever you want. I don't want it. A stir rippled through the crowd. All right. Chen Dishing shook his head. Since this gentleman has withdrawn his bid, Mr. Su, your previous bid of 5,000. I'll lower it to 3,500, Ethan Brooks said calmly. No one else was bidding against him. 3,500. Going once. 3,500. Going twice. 3,500. Going 3 times sold. The gavel fell. Warehouse A05 was sold for 3,500 yuan. The buyer, Ethan Brooks. Frank Dawson had watched the entire scene from the sidelines. The corner of his mouth twitched several times. An extremely complex expression crossed his face: shock, admiration, relief, and a hint of indescribable awe. You that move where you let go just now, you did that on purpose. Didn't you? Weren't you afraid he'd actually buy it? Ethan Brooks folded the auction receipt and slipped it into his pocket, replying in a low voice. He wouldn't dare. Someone who's been tricked by the same ploy twice would never have the courage to gamble a third time. Especially in front of 200 people, he can't afford to lose face like that. So you exploited his fear. I didn't exploit it. He's the one who let his fear grow this big. Frank Dawson stared intently at Ethan Brooks for several seconds. Ethan Brooks. I've been in this business for 8 years and met hundreds of people. You're the first one I can't figure out at all. Ethan Brooks patted him on the shoulder. Don't try to figure me out. Just keep an eye on your own wallet. After paying and receiving the key, Ethan Brooks didn't rush to open A05. Why rush? That fireproof safe was embedded in the floor and pinned down by a pile of twisted steel shelves. Without professional tools and at least 2 or 3 people to help, it couldn't be moved out quickly. Besides, right now, all 200 people in the room were staring at him. If he rushed in to dig for treasure the moment he got the key, it would be no different from having "There's good stuff inside" written on his forehead. Ethan Brooks chose to return to his seat. As if nothing had happened, Chong Shang continued to bid on the next warehouse. Leo Brooks cowered in his chair in the front row, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. The 2 lanky guys beside him didn't even dare to breathe. Today's 2 warehouses had resulted in a total loss of 33,500 yuan. Of the 200,000 yuan they borrowed, only 166,500 yuan remained. If they made a few more mistakes with this money, he didn't dare to think about it. Ethan Brooks sat in his seat with his eyes closed, resting. 2 lines of numbers floated quietly on the system panel in his mind. Warehouse A05. Cost, 3,500 yuan. Estimated value, 450,520,000 yuan. Profit margin. He didn't want to calculate it. The resulting figure would excite him so much that it would cloud his judgment. There were still 13 warehouses left to bid on. A 17 hadn't come up yet. Stay calm. Everything is under control. Chapter 019. Leo Brooks has been completely ruined. How much of the borrowed money is left? Warehouse A06 opened. A run-of-the-mill warehouse full of home appliances: 3 old air conditioners, 2 treadmills, and a pile of dusty small kitchen appliances. The reserve price was 5,000 yuan, but a merchant who wholesaled used appliances drove the bid up to 7,000 yuan. Ethan Brooks didn't bid. Neither did Frank Dawson. Warehouse A07 contained old-fashioned office furniture. 2 executive desks, a row of filing cabinets, and a large paper shredder. Starting bid, 4,000. After 3 rounds of bidding, it sold for 6,000. Still, no one made a move. With two unremarkable warehouses auctioned off in a row, the atmosphere in the exhibition hall gradually shifted from the initial excitement to a weary sense of normalcy. Several in a row are just this kind of junk. It's no different from what I see at the small logistics parks around here. Someone in the back row complained. Premium warehouses? Premium warehouses where S the premium? Frank Dawson counted on his fingers. A01 made less than 2,000 in profit. A03, the used book warehouse, made 1,000 or so at most. A04, the projector one, was a bit better but still wouldn't exceed 5,000 in profit. After deducting the entry fee and time costs so far, most people are in the red. Ethan Brooks nodded. Frank Dawson continued. That's the harsh reality of premium warehouse auctions. Out of 18 warehouses, maybe only 3 or 4 actually turn a big profit. The rest are just filler. For those who do this full-time year-round, they might attend 8 to 10 auctions a year, but on average, they make a profit at no more than 3 of them. How do the people who come year after year make a living? They use the money earned from those 3 auctions to cover the costs of the other 7. Warehouse auctions are essentially a high-variance industry. You either make a killing or take a massive loss. The ones who survive are the ones who never hesitate to strike when the time is right, and who don't spend a single penny when it's time to walk away. Ethan Brooks took these words to heart. The industry reality Frank Dawson described perfectly complemented his system's capabilities. The system helped him filter out those filler warehouses and concentrate all his resources on the truly valuable targets. Ordinary people had to rely on experience and luck to stumble upon 3 or 4 good ones out of 18 warehouses. He simply needed the system to lock in the good ones. The A08 auction had just begun when Leo Brooks caused another commotion. It wasn't with Ethan Brooks this time. He got into an argument with someone sitting next to him. A08 was a warehouse with a reserve price of 12,000. When the door opened, it revealed 7 or 8 large items tightly wrapped in tarps from their outlines. They looked like motorcycles or large pieces of machinery. In the trade, these warehouses are called metal sheds. They're filled entirely with metal goods. Profits depend on the brand and condition of the equipment. Leo Brooks stared at the tarpaulin-wrapped bundles for a long time, then turned to ask a middle-aged man with a full beard sitting next to him, "What do you think is inside?" The bearded man glanced at them. Judging by the outline, they look like imported motorcycles. They could also be gym equipment. Hard to say. Leo Brooks clenched his teeth. "I'll make an offer. 12,000. Sir, 12,000. Chen Deshing noted down. 15,000. Someone on the other side raised their hand. 18,000. The man with the full beard raised his hand as well. Leo Brooks's face flushed red. 20,000. 23,000. 25,000. Leo Brooks was practically shouting. Seeing him like this, the people nearby hesitated. The man with the bushy beard looked at Leo Brooks' desperate expression, shook his head, and stepped back. 25,000. Once. 25,000. Twice. 30,000. Leo Brooks threw out a jump bid. The room buzzed with murmurs once more. Jumping straight from 25,000 to 30,000? What's wrong with this guy? Did he take the wrong pills today? He already lost over 30,000, and he still dares to bid like that. Ethan Brooks watched the scene from the back. He glanced at the system's assessment of A08. Moderate value warehouse. Under the tarpaulin are 3 used imported heavy-duty motorcycles Harley-Davidson, in below-average condition, requiring overhaul and refurbishment. Estimated selling price after refurbishment. Approximately 45,000 yuan per unit. Total warehouse valuation. Approximately 80,000 100,000 yuan. In other words, if he secured A08 for 30,000, after deducting refurbishment costs and distribution expenses, the profit would be around 30,000 to 40,000. Not a huge profit, but certainly not a loss either. Leo Brooks's luck this time wasn't completely off the charts. But his bidding strategy was too aggressive. People started backing out at 25,000, yet he insisted on jumping to 30,000. He wasted 5,000 for nothing. Going once at 30,000, going twice at 30,000, going 3 times at 30,000 sold. Leo Brooks finally won the bid on a warehouse. Clutching the auction receipt, he glanced stiffly in Ethan Brooks' direction. The message in his eyes was clear. See that? Not every warehouse gets screwed over by you. Ethan Brooks didn't respond. If managed well, A08 could indeed turn a profit. But in Ethan Brooks's view, Leo Brooks had spent 30,000 on a warehouse with a profit of 30,000 to 40,000. The return on investment was too low. He could have multiplied that money tenfold by investing it in a more valuable target. Not worth it, Ethan Brooks said, uttering just those two words. Frank Dawson nodded slightly beside him. His capital base can't support this kind of buying strategy. With 200,000 in principal, he has already poured in 63,000. If what S left isn't enough to bid on the good warehouses that come up later, that S when the real disaster hits. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair.
A 09, a 10, a 11.
3 warehouses had been auctioned off in quick succession. A tea warehouse, a clothing warehouse, and a hardware and tools warehouse. Ethan Brooks' system reacted indifferently to all of them with profit margins ranging from 15% to 40%. They weren't worth using his resources on. With each auction that ended, the countdown in his mind advanced one step. A 12, a 13, a 14, a 15, a 16. It was getting closer and closer. Frank Dawson was starting to get nervous, too. After all, he'd come for the rumors surrounding S17. Although he claimed his funds were limited and he couldn't afford to bid, as a veteran with 8 years of experience, who wouldn't want to see the legendary artifacts from the old summer palace with their own eyes? 2 more to go, Frank Dawson said, glancing at the auction catalog in his hand. A16 is followed by A17. Lot A16 was a lot of household goods with a reserve price of 20,000. It went for 35,000 and was snapped up. The atmosphere in the exhibition hall began to shift. It wasn't the tension caused by bidding, but rather a palpable, long-awaited sense of anticipation, ready to burst forth. Almost everyone knew what Lot A17 was. That post on the forum, the rumors passed around in the community, and the immense allure of the 3 characters Yu and Minjuan. At least half of the 200-plus people in the room had come specifically for A17. Chen Dishing stood on the stage and clearly sensed the shift in the room's atmosphere. He set down the microphone, took a sip of water, cracked his neck, and then picked up the microphone again. His voice was slower and heavier than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, the room fell silent. Next we have the final 2 warehouses of today's auction, S17 and A18. He paused for 2 seconds. Before we begin, I'd like to say a few words. Judging by the registration information I've received, Warehouse A17 has attracted the most attention, more than any of the other 18 warehouses in this auction. In fact, several friends from other provinces have even made a special trip here. I don't know what rumors are circulating out there, but as the auctioneer for this session, my sole responsibility is to state the facts. The original records for Warehouse A17 indicate that it contains confiscated goods released by customs. The inventory classification is noted as miscellaneous pending appraisal. The reserve price is 150,000. The 150,000 reserve price is the highest of the day. I make no hints or promises regarding the contents of the warehouse. What you see is what you get. Once you buy it, you can't back out. After delivering these words, Chen Dishing gestured to the staff. The metal roll-up door of Warehouse A17 began to move. All 200-plus people in the room, including Ethan Brooks, Frank Dawson, and overexcited Leo Brooks, professional buyers taking notes, and collectors who had traveled from other provinces, all turned their gaze simultaneously toward the metal door as it slowly rose. The motor hummed. The metal door rose halfway. The upper half of the warehouse interior was revealed, first dimly lit, with walls painted in gray industrial paint. The metal door continued to rise. 2/3 of the way up. The tops of several sets of metal shelving units gradually came into view, topped with a few oblong wooden crates and several square cardboard boxes. The steel door rose all the way to the top. The doorway opened. From his vantage point 50 meters away, Ethan Brooks' pupils contracted. Golden text from the system exploded before his eyes. Chapter 020. S05 is the real ace up the sleeve. The full view of Warehouse S17 was laid bare before everyone. A space of about 40 square meters. Gray concrete walls. 3 sets of metal shelving lined up against the walls. On the shelves sat more than a dozen wooden and cardboard boxes of various sizes, some bearing yellow custom seals and numbered labels. The floor was clean and tidy, with no standing water or mold spots. The storage conditions were clearly better than in the vast majority of warehouses they defilmed today. Just by looking at it, it was clear this was a warehouse that had been carefully managed. Those yellow seals are from customs. Look, the size and packaging of those wooden crates look like they're used for transporting cultural relics. This warehouse is in better condition than any of the others we've seen today. The crowd of 200 people began to buzz with excitement. Ethan Brooks did not join in the excitement. His attention was entirely focused on the string of golden text unfolding before him. The legendary Buddha statue of the Old Summer Palace confirmed to exist. Warehouse A17 contains 1 gilded bronze seated statue of Shakyamuni from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Approximately 42 centimeters tall. Crafted from high-quality bronze, with approximately 85% of the gilding preserved. The figure is dignified in form and exquisitely crafted. International auction reference price for similar pieces, 3,000,000–5 million yuan. However, this Buddha statue currently lacks its original label and supporting imperial archives. Its imperial provenance cannot be verified through any existing channels. Graded and valued as a fine Qing dynasty bronze Buddha, 400,000–600,000 yuan. 2-1 late Qing dynasty rosewood multi-compartment cabinet. Valuation, 50,000 yuan. 3-8 antique paintings and calligraphy works from the Republican era. 2 of them possess some collectible value. Valuation, 30,000–50,000 yuan. Total estimated value of the warehouse in the absence of supporting documentation, 500,000–700,000 yuan. Reserve price, 150,000 yuan. Profit potential exists, but the risk is high. Bidding is highly likely to exceed 300,000 yuan. Key point: 6 fragments of archives from the Qing Imperial Palace's Imperial Workshops, discovered in Warehouse A05, document the casting and inspection records for this batch of gilded bronze Buddha statues from the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign. They correspond exactly to the Buddha statues in this warehouse. Once these 2 sets are combined, the statues can be officially identified as formerly in the Qing Imperial Palace collection cultural relics lost from the Old Summer Palace, and their valuation will jump to the tens of millions. The host already owns A05. The power to set the price lies in your hands. The buyer of A17, whoever they may be, will ultimately have to come to you. Ethan Brooks held his breath for 2 seconds. Then he smiled to himself. The System-S assessment confirmed his earlier speculation. The Buddha statue in A17 does indeed exist and is indeed valuable. But how much it's worth depends on whether its imperial provenance can be proven. Without those 6 documents, 4 or 50,000. With those 6 documents, 30 to 50 million. And those 6 documents were already in Warehouse A05, which he de-acquired for just 3,500 yuan. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair. He didn't need to compete with anyone for A17. Because whoever bought A17 would eventually have to come to him to trade for the documents in Warehouse A05. It was like a card game. Everyone was scrambling for the high-value cards on the table. Only he held the hidden ace that no one knew existed. Ethan Brooks, Frank Dawson whispered from beside him. The reserve price is 150,000. Are you interested? What do you think? Frank Dawson hesitated for a moment. Given the size of your capital, you should be able to cover the 150,000 starting bid. But the bidding war will definitely go well beyond that. If the rumors are true, that Buddha statue is worth several million, and the final hammer price will most likely soar to 300,000 or 400,000 or even higher. Can you handle that? Ethan Brooks looked in the direction of Warehouse A17 and calmly uttered 2 words. I'm not buying it. Frank Dawson didn't react right away. What? A17. I'm not buying it. Frank Dawson nearly fell out of his chair. What did you say? Haven't you been waiting for a good warehouse to come up? This is the best one today. The reserve price is high, but the contents inside. Brother Frank, Ethan Brooks interrupted, lowering his voice. Do you really think the A05 I bought today for 3,500 contains nothing but a pile of scrap coal? Frank Dawson's words caught in his throat. Ethan Brooks offered no further explanation. He simply said 2 sentences. Let whoever wants to buy A17 go ahead. The stuff that's really valuable is already in my pocket. Frank Dawson stared at Ethan Brooks' profile. Ethan Brooks' expression was exactly the same as when he said, A01 isn't worth it. And A02 is a fake. 3 assessments. 3 out of 3 correct. Frank Dawson no longer had any doubts. So your plan for today is? Watch the show? Ethan Brooks smiled. See who's going to shell out big bucks for A17. Frank Dawson took a deep breath. You realize what you're saying right now doesn't sound like a rookie just starting out, right? I never said I was a rookie. I said I was just getting started. Just because I'm just getting started doesn't mean I can't see where things are headed. Chen Dishing had already begun calling out bids from the podium. Warehouse A17. Starting bid, 150,000. Minimum bid increment, 15,000. Starting now. 150,000. 165,000. 180,000. Voices rose and fell in succession. At least 7 or 8 people in the front rows were raising their hands more than for any other warehouse today. 200,000. Deputy General Manager who from Jinding Auction House made his move. 3 assistants beside him were simultaneously jotting something down in their notebooks. 230,000. A man in the back row wearing gold-rimmed glasses and speaking with a Jiangsu Zhejiang accent followed suit. 250,000. Deputy General Manager who raised the bid again. The price broke through the 250,000 mark in just 2 minutes. Leo Brooks sat in the front row, staring intently at Lot A17. His hands were clenched so tightly on the armrests that his knuckles had turned white. 166,500. That was all he had left. 250,000 he couldn't afford it. His face was etched with anguish. Ethan Brooks took it all in.
No ruse.
The bidding for Lot A17 hadn't reached its climax yet. The real heavyweights hadn't entered the fray yet. Just as the bidding inside the hall reached 280,000, a commotion arose near the exhibition hall's entrance. Several people turned to look. A tall man in a long black overcoat was striding into the exhibition hall. Behind him were 2 young men in suits, each carrying an aluminum briefcase. The atmosphere in the exhibition hall shifted. Frank Dawson's body tensed suddenly. "Here they come," he ground out through clenched teeth. Chapter 021. 5 consecutive warehouses lost money, no one made a profit. Everything changed the moment A17 began. The way the man in the long black overcoat walked into the exhibition hall was unlike anyone else's. He didn't squeeze his way in. He didn't walk in looking around nervously. He walked in straight ahead, with a sense of certainty as if he knew exactly where he was going without even needing to look. He was at least 1.85 meters tall. His shoulders were broad. His hair was cut very short, with neatly trimmed sideburns. He looked to be in his early 50s, but his vitality made him seem like he was in his 40s. His face was expressionless, but as his eyes swept across the crowd, several people in the front rows instinctively averted their gaze. The buzz in the exhibition hall quieted by about 30% the moment he took his seat. He didn't sit in the general audience section. Instead, he walked straight to the VIP section reserved on the right side of the hall, a separate seating area cordoned off by red barriers, with seats one size larger than those in the general seating area and a small side table next to each. From the start of the auction until now, that VIP section had remained empty. Until now. Frank Dawson, sitting next to Ethan Brooks, spoke in a very low voice. "Owen Wilson." Ethan Brooks turned his head to look at him. Frank Dawson's expression was slightly uneasy. It didn't seem like nervousness, but more like an instinctive wariness when facing an opponent in a completely different league. "Who?" "Owen Wilson. He's from Capital City. He's been in the antiquities business for 20 years. In the circle, they call him Half City Joe, meaning he's infiltrated half of Ocean City's antiquities market. At that million-level warehouse auction in the provincial capital last year, he single-handedly snapped up the 3 most expensive warehouses. He never hesitates when bidding." Ethan Brooks turned his gaze toward the VIP section. Owen Wilson had already taken his seat. The 2 young men in suits behind him were seated on either side of him. An aluminum briefcase sat at his feet, the kind typically used to carry large sums of cash or important documents. An assistant handed him a glass of water. Owen Wilson took it, took a sip, and let his gaze drift casually toward Warehouse 17, which was currently up for auction. He wasn't looking at anyone. He was only looking at the warehouse. On stage, Chen Deshing had raised the bid to 280,000. Before Owen Wilson entered the room, the bidding had been locked in a stalemate for a while between Deputy General Manager Hu and the man with the Jiangsu Zhejiang accent. But as soon as Owen Wilson took his seat, the frequency of their bids slowed noticeably. It wasn't that they lacked funds. They were biding their time. Anyone who'd been around this scene long enough knew an unwritten rule. When you don't know how deep your opponent's pockets are, don't rush to reveal all your chips. 280,000. Any higher bids? Chen Deshing's gaze swept the room, and he also noticed the commotion in the VIP section. He didn't rush Owen Wilson. At an auction of this caliber, clients in the VIP section don't need to be urged. They make their move when the time is right. There was silence for about 5 seconds. Owen Wilson raised his right hand. He didn't call out a bid. He simply held up 3 fingers. Then he flipped his wrist. The assistant next to him immediately stood up, his voice clear and crisp. 300,000. Vice President who turned his head and glanced at the VIP section. 300,000. A jump straight from 280,000 to 300,000. 300,000. We have a new bid. Chen Dishing's tone rose noticeably by half a pitch. 300,000 any higher? 320,000. Vice President who gritted his teeth and matched the bid. Owen Wilson showed no hesitation. This time he didn't raise his hand. He merely gave his assistant a slight nod. Assistant, 350,000. A 30,000 jump. It was like playing a game of chess and the kind where the player clearly doesn't care how his opponent moves. 380,000. The man with the Jiangsu Zhejiang accent finally lost his composure. He'd come all the way from another province just for the A17. The assistant looked at Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson picked up his water glass and took a sip. Then he finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, as if every word had been precisely calculated. 450,000. The entire room gasped. From 380,000 to 450,000. A jump of 70,000 in one go. This wasn't bidding. It was a declaration. Don't follow me. Vice President who's face twitched. He lowered his head to whisper a few words to his assistant beside him, then slowly shook his head. He wouldn't bid any further. The man with the Jiangsu Zhejiang accent also lowered his hand with a complex expression. Warehouse A17 secured by Owen Wilson for 450,000. 450,000, going once. 450,000, going twice. 450,000, going 3 times. The gavel fell. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Wilson on securing Warehouse A17. There was some applause from the audience, but not much. Most people's expressions conveyed a mix of admiration and pain. 450,000. In the world of warehouse auctions, that figure was already approaching the ceiling. Frank Dawson let out a long sigh. 450,000. He moved even faster than I expected. It took less than 2 minutes from his first raise of the paddle to the final bid. A guy like that isn't here to bid, he's here to snap up everything. Ethan Brooks looked at Owen Wilson in the VIP section. He pulled out his phone and took a photo not of the man, but of the custom seal numbers on the wooden crates at the entrance to Warehouse A17. After taking the photo, he handed the phone to his assistant. The assistant took it, tapped the screen a few times and handed it back. The entire process was seamless. He's checking the numbers, Ethan Brooks whispered. Frank Dawson nodded. The numbers on the custom seals can trace back to the original warehouse intake records and inventory lists. If he has connections in the custom system, those numbers are the key to unlocking this warehouse's true value. Ethan Brooks knew this all too well. Owen Wilson had spent 450,000 on A17 betting everything on that Buddha statue. But whether the statue's value could jump from 4 or 500,000 to 30 or 50 million depended on those 6 Qing Imperial Palace archives. And the Qing Imperial Palace archives were in A05. A05 was in Ethan Brooks' possession. Frank Dawson didn't know any of this. As far as he was concerned, Ethan Brooks had spent 3,500 on a warehouse damaged by fire, while Owen Wilson had spent 450,000 on the legendary National Treasure warehouse. The two men weren't even playing at the same table. But Ethan Brooks knew. They were playing at the same table. And his whole cards were stronger than Owen Wilson's. Chen Dishing continued with the auction of the final storage unit, A18. This was a small unit with a reserve price of 20,000, containing some well-packaged electronics. Ethan Brooks' system rated it as above average value, but he no longer had the heart to dwell on it. 18 was snapped up by a young local e-commerce entrepreneur for 32,000. And with that, all 18 storage units had been auctioned off. The 37th Ocean City West District Premium Storage Auction, all lots sold. Thank you, everyone. Buyers, please complete payment and begin clearing out your units within 24 hours. Chen Dishing brought down the gavel for the last time that day. The entire room stood up. Some began heading toward the exits, some gathered in small groups to whisper, and others pulled out their phones to frantically send messages. Ethan Brooks stood up and stretched. Frank Dawson leaned over. When are you planning to clear out A05? This afternoon. I'll bring a few guys to move that pile of scrap metal out of the way and haul the goods out. Do you want me to help? No need. You didn't win a single warehouse today. You should head home and get some rest. Frank Dawson scratched his head. I guess so. I came here for nothing today. I'll just consider the 5,000 entry fee as the price of admission for the spectacle. Ethan Brooks patted him on the shoulder. It wasn't a waste. Remember what I told you, A05 is worth far more than you can imagine right now. I'll get in touch once I'm done sorting it out. Frank Dawson wanted to ask more but held back. The two headed toward the parking lot. As they walked out the main entrance of the exhibition hall, Ethan Brooks caught a glimpse of the VIP area out of the corner of his eye. Owen Wilson had already stood up. He wasn't heading toward the exit. Instead, he stood where he was, his gaze sweeping past the crowd, and locking onto Ethan Brooks. Their eyes met in the air for less than a second. Ethan Brooks didn't pause. Outwardly, he walked out of the exhibition hall without a hint of emotion. But deep down, he knew full well. Owen Wilson had already begun looking for a buyer for A05. Chapter 022. Snagging the legendary National Treasure Warehouse for $450,000. The parking lot. Ethan Brooks opened the door of his Grand Cherokee, got in, and didn't rush to start the engine. He took out his phone, opened the Treasure Hunters Alliance forum, and typed 3 words into the search bar. Owen Wilson. Not many posts came up, but each one was packed with information. The title of the first post read, Owen Wilson snags 3 consecutive lots at the Provincial Capital S Premium Warehouse Auction. Total bids exceeded $1.2 million. Net profit of $4 million. It had been posted 8 months ago. The post described Owen Wilson's tactics at a major auction in the provincial capital. He had obtained the original warehouse registration information in advance through private channels, precisely identified the 3 most valuable warehouses, and, during the bidding phase, intimidated all competitors with an overwhelming pace of bids. A subsequent inventory revealed that one of the 3 warehouses contained a collection of imperial porcelain from the late Qing dynasty, while another held a large quantity of Republican-era silver dollars in excellent condition. Second post. Rumor in the industry. Owen Wilson is backed by a long-established auction house in Capital City. There is no upper limit on the budget for a single auction. The third and most crucial post. In recent years, Owen Wilson has been actively acquiring various materials related to Qing Dynasty imperial artifacts, archives, registers, authentication reports, etc. It is said that he is helping an overseas collector build a comprehensive database of the provenance of Qing imperial palace artifacts. His bids are extremely high. Ethan Brooks stared at this message for a long time. A database of the provenance of Qing imperial palace artifacts. There is only one purpose for establishing such a database: to provide a complete chain of provenance for existing imperial artifacts, thereby securing the highest level of valuation certification on the international auction market. The 6 fragments of Qing Imperial Palace Imperial Workshops archives in A05, which record the casting and inspection details of the gilded bronze Buddha statue from the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign. If Owen Wilson was indeed pursuing this, then those 6 pieces of paper were worth far more to him than the System's estimated $150,000 to $200,000. They were the Buddha statue's proof of authenticity. A Buddha statue without proof of authenticity, $400,000 to $500,000. A Buddha statue with proof of authenticity, $30 to $50 million. The difference lies in tens of millions. And the 6 sheets of paper Ethan Brooks is clutching are the key to determining who gets that difference. So, Ethan Brooks muttered to himself. He doesn't just want to buy the A17 Buddha statue. He wants to pair the statue with the archives to sell the set to an overseas collector. If that's really the case, then Owen Wilson's ultimate goal for attending today's auction isn't just A17. He is also searching for any warehouse that might contain provenance documentation related to this Buddha statue. And A05, a fire-damaged, derelict warehouse with a reserve price of $3,000 that everyone had written off, happens to be exactly that warehouse. Just then, Frank Dawson sent a WeChat message. Ethan Brooks, I just ran into a friend who does warehouse cleanouts in the parking lot. He said that after Owen Wilson's people won the bid on A17, they've already started requesting buyer information for all the warehouses sold today from the park management office. Ethan Brooks read the message but didn't reply. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel twice. Owen Wilson was checking the buyer information. 18 warehouses, 18 buyers. He was looking for whoever bought A05. Ethan Brooks knew that answer would ultimately point to him. The park management office's transaction records were public, while buyers' names and contact information weren't directly disclosed. In this circle, it wasn't too difficult for someone with money and connections to track down the identity of any buyer. Not to mention that during today's auction for A05, Ethan Brooks had openly raised his hand to bid. Although few people had paid him much attention at the time, If anyone were to specifically ask, who is that young man who bought the fire-damaged warehouse? Any random person present could describe his appearance. Time was running out. Ethan Brooks started the car. He needed to move the contents out of a 05 before Owen Wilson found him. His phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't T. Frank Dawson. It was Wong Chong. Brother Ethan, how did the auction go? Did you get anything good? Ethan Brooks typed with one hand. Got one. Come help me move stuff this afternoon. Bring 2 reliable movers. Bring your own crowbar and hand truck. What are we moving? You'll find out when you get here. The Grand Cherokee pulled out of the Longsheng warehouse complex. In the rearview mirror, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was slowly pulling away from the other end of the parking lot. Behind the window, Owen Wilson's profile flashed briefly. Ethan Brooks looked away. He stepped on the gas and turned onto the overpass leading to the south side of the city. As he drove, he mentally ran through the steps needed to clear out a 05. Step 1. Clear away the debris from the collapsed metal shelving inside. This would require a crowbar and the combined strength of at least 3 people. With his physical enhancement boost, he could exert the strength of 1.5 people on his own. Step 2. Locate the fireproof safe embedded in the floor. The system marked its location as the base of the left-hand wall. Step 3. Open the safe. The GAT-73 standard safe uses a combination lock. No one has touched it in 3 years. The combination is unknown. But for this type of safe, an emergency opening method involves cutting the hinges with an angle grinder. Step 4. Retrieve the items. The 6 fragments of the Qing Imperial Palace archives must be handled with extreme care. Goryo paper is fragile, and there is a risk of mold if the humidity inside the safe is improper. Step 5 and the most critical step. Figure out how to deal with Owen Wilson. It's only a matter of time before he comes looking for me. Ethan Brooks called Charles Morton. Charles, are you busy? Not at all. What brings you to call me, kid? Did you snag something good at the auction? There is something I'd like to ask you about. This guy, Owen Wilson, how much do you know about him? There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Did you run into him? Sort of. Whoa, Charles Morton sucked in a sharp breath. That guy, you don't want to mess with him. He comes from the old-school antiquities circle in Capital City. His grandfather's generation were experts in Lulakang. He personally handled no fewer than 20 million level artifacts. If you're competing with him for something, you'd better be careful. What if he wants to buy what I have? Then you've got to be even more careful. He offers really high prices, but his terms are also really harsh. On the surface, he is incredibly polite when he talks to you, but deep down he is thinking, how much I pay you is my business, and whether you sell or not is yours, but if you don't sell, I'll find a way to make you sell. Ethan Brooks was silent for 2 seconds. What exactly happened? Do you want me to? No need. I can handle it. He hung up the phone. Ethan Brooks placed his phone on the passenger seat. Owen Wilson. In terms of scale, capital, connections, and experience, he completely outclasses Ethan Brooks' current level. But Ethan Brooks has one thing Owen Wilson doesn't: the system. Owen Wilson knew that a 05 had been purchased, but he didn't know exactly what was inside a 05. He might merely suspect that a 05 contained documents related to the Buddha statue, based on clues in internal notes within the custom system or the warehouse company's registration records. But he wasn't certain. Ethan Brooks, on the other hand, isn't just certain. He even knows exactly what's written on those 6 files, their dates and their materials. Knowing what your opponent knows and what they don't is the greatest bargaining chip in any negotiation. The Grand Cherokee merged into the traffic in South City. This afternoon, a 05, opening the crate. Chapter 023. The black Mercedes in the parking lot. Owen Wilson has come knocking. The Grand Cherokee had been on the South City elevated highway for less than 10 minutes when Wong Chong called. Brother Ethan, I found the guys. 2 porters, one surnamed Liu and one surnamed Wei, both veterans who used to work at the logistics park. They've got crowbars, hand carts, and angle grinders all packed. The place you mentioned is the Longsheng warehousing park, right? We're heading there right now. Hurry up. The sooner, the better. Ethan Brooks hung up the phone. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was no longer visible in the rearview mirror. But he knew for sure Owen Wilson hadn't lost track of him. He simply didn't need to follow him at all. The park's management office had the registration information for all buyers. Names, phone numbers, ID numbers. If Owen Wilson wanted to look them up, he could get them within 10 minutes. His phone vibrated again. A WeChat message from Frank Dawson. Ethan Brooks. Owen Wilson's people are already at the estate management office. I saw his assistant come out carrying a stack of documents and glance several times in the direction of warehouse A05. A second message followed immediately. If you're coming back to clean up A05, be careful. This guy isn't some idiot like Leo Brooks. Ethan Brooks tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. Not an idiot, he knew that, of course. 20 years in the antiquities business.
Unlimited budgets per auction.
Backed by a long-established capital city auction house. Known in the circle as Joe Banching. Charles Morton's exact words on the phone were, "He'll be incredibly polite on the surface when he talks to you. But deep down, he is thinking, if you don't sell, I'll find another way to force you to sell." Other ways. Ethan Brooks gripped the steering wheel. No matter what those ways were, that safe in A05 was his. A written sales record for $3,500 in black and white. Legal and above board. No one could take it away. The key was to get the item out before Owen Wilson officially approached him. Having the item in his possession versus having it in the warehouse created two completely different negotiating positions. The Grand Cherokee exited the elevated highway at the nearest exit. It made a U-turn and headed back toward the Longshang storage complex. 20 minutes later, the complex's south gate. Ethan Brooks parked in the spot closest to the Zone A warehouse complex. As soon as he opened the car door, a whiff of dust and motor oil hit him. The complex was much quieter in the afternoon than it had been during the morning auction. Most of the buyers had already left, and the few remaining were busy clearing out the warehouses they D1. At the entrance to A01, a man with a crew cut was directing two workers as they carried sofas out. Over by A08, two of Leo Brooks' lanky guys were peeling back the tarps. In the distance, toward A17, Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. 3 cars were parked at the entrance to warehouse A17. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was in the front. 2 young men in suits were taking photos of the warehouse interior with their cameras. A middle-aged man wearing white gloves was crouched on the ground, inspecting the seal on a wooden crate with a magnifying glass. Owen Wilson himself was standing 5 meters outside the warehouse door. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. He was facing the direction of A17, turned slightly to the side. But his gaze wasn't fixed on A17. Extending from that angle, the direction he was looking was straight at A05. Ethan Brooks looked away. "Brother Ethan." Wang Chong's beat-up van pulled in through another entrance. He pushed open the door and jumped out, followed by 2 burly men in blue work uniforms. One had a flat-top haircut and was carrying 2 crowbars. The other had a full beard and was pushing a metal handcart. "They're here. Lu Taiju and Wei Dong. Both are seasoned pros, strong and meticulous." Wang Chong patted the man with the flat top on the shoulder as he introduced them. Lu Taiju nodded in greeting. Wei Dong, still pushing the cart, asked straight to the point. "Where's the job? What are we moving?" "A05. Follow me." Ethan Brooks led the 3 men toward A05. They had barely taken 20 steps when his cell phone rang. It was Frank Dawson. "Ethan Brooks, you're back? Just got here. I'm next to A06. Look up to your right." Ethan Brooks looked up to his right. Next to the metal door of warehouse A06, Frank Dawson was leaning against the wall. He was clutching a bottle of mineral water. He didn't look too happy. He walked toward Ethan Brooks, moving faster than usual. When he got close, Frank Dawson spoke in a hushed voice. Owen Wilson's assistant, the tall guy in the gray suit, went to the administration office half an hour ago. After he came out, he walked straight to the entrance of A05 and looked around. He took photos of the warehouse number and the lock with his phone. Then he went back and exchanged a few words with Owen Wilson. "What did they say?" "I couldn't make it out." But Owen Wilson smiled after he finished speaking. He smiled. Yeah, not a happy smile. More like a "I know who you are" kind of smile. Wang Chong, listening from the side, was completely confused. "Brother Ethan? Who is he? What's all this about smiling?" Ethan Brooks didn't answer Wang Chong. He looked at Frank Dawson and said, "Did he come looking for me?" "Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. When you raised your hand to bid on A05, Chan Shang recorded your name. Your ID number is on the management office's transaction slip. He wants to know who you are. It'll take him 5 minutes." Ethan Brooks didn't stop walking. He kept heading toward A05. Frank Dawson followed him. "What are you planning to do?" "Let us get the stuff out first." "Move what?" That place is full of charred metal racks and burnt-out charcoal. Brother Frank. Ethan Brooks slowed his pace slightly and turned his head to look at him. You've helped me check out 2 warehouses today. With a 01, you listened to me and didn't follow up. With a 02, you listened to me and didn't make a move. Both times, you trusted me. Frank Dawson fell silent. Then trust me one more time. What's inside a 05 is 100 times more valuable than you think. Frank Dawson's lips twitched. He swallowed the rest of what he was about to say. They reached warehouse A05. The metal roll-up door was covered in black soot marks. A faint whiff of ash from 3 years ago drifted out from the crack in the door. Ethan Brooks pulled out the key he received after the auction and inserted it into the keyhole by the door. Click! The lock clicked open. Ethan Brooks bent down, grabbed the handle at the bottom of the roll-up door, and pushed it upward with all his might. Creak! The door rose. Before him lay a familiar expanse of charred blackness. Blackened walls. Melted, warped fluorescent tubes. Collapsed metal shelving units crushing a massive pile of unrecognizable debris. The floor was covered with a layer of solidified ash and rubble. Wang Chong peered inside and immediately pulled a face as if he swallowed a fly. Brother Ethan, is this what you paid $3,500 for? Yeah. What could possibly be valuable in here? Don't ask. Just move it. Ethan Brooks pointed at the pile of collapsed metal shelving. First, take these metal racks apart and carry them out. Focus on clearing the area along the left wall. Clear it all the way down to the floor. Lu Taizhu and Wei Dong didn't waste any time. The two of them grabbed their crowbars and got to work. The warped steel screeched under the crowbars. One by one, the twisted crossbars were pried open, dragged out, and tossed outside the warehouse door. Dust swirled through the air. Wei Dong coughed twice. Wang Chong put on gloves and joined in, muttering under his breath. 3005. Frank Dawson stood at the doorway without stepping inside. His gaze kept darting toward A17. About 5 minutes passed. There was movement over at Owen Wilson's end. A tall young man in a gray suit the assistant Frank Dawson had mentioned was walking toward A05. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He was holding a brown leather wallet. Frank Dawson turned to face Ethan Brooks and whispered, "He's here." Ethan Brooks stepped out of the warehouse. He brushed the dust off his clothes with his gloves. The man in the gray suit stopped about 5 meters away. He was young, looking to be around 27 or 28. His hair was meticulously combed. His expression bore a professional smile. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ethan Brooks?" Ethan Brooks looked at him. "I am." The man in the gray suit's smile didn't waver. "My name is Ryan Foster. I'm Mr. Owen Wilson's assistant. Mr. Wilson would like to have a word with you about warehouse A05. Is that okay?" Ethan Brooks glanced in the distance. Owen Wilson was still standing at the entrance to A17. He hadn't come over. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes were fixed in this direction. "What's this about?" "Mr. Wilson is very interested in warehouse A05. Ryan Foster paused. "He'd like to express his sincerity to you directly." Frank Dawson chimed in from the side. "Your boss spent $450,000 on A17, and he's actually interested in this charred-out warehouse?" Ryan Foster glanced at Frank Dawson. He didn't answer his question. His gaze returned to Ethan Brooks. Mr. Wilson said his time is valuable. If it's convenient, he'd like to talk right now." The phrase "time is valuable," spoken in that tone, was polite enough, but everyone could hear the underlying implication. "Don't make me wait." The sound of metal racks being moved inside the warehouse stopped. Lu Taizhu and Wei Dong stood at the doorway, crowbars in hand, sizing up the young man in the suit. Wang Chong also stopped what he was doing. Ethan Brooks took off his gloves and held them in his hand, glancing in the direction of Owen Wilson 3 seconds later. Then he said one sentence. "Have him come over." Ryan Foster's smile faltered. What did that mean? It meant Ethan Brooks wouldn't be the one to walk over. Owen Wilson would be the one to come over. The negotiations hadn't even begun yet, but the roles of host and guest had already been established. Ryan Foster quickly regained his composure, nodded, and turned to walk back. Watching his retreating figure, Frank Dawson whispered, "You're really bold. Owen Wilson has been in this business for 20 years. To have him walk over to meet you, just how badly must he want what's in a 05 to agree to something like that?" "He'll come," Ethan Brooks said flatly. "How can you be so sure?" Because he knows better than I do what might be inside A05. Someone willing to spend 450,000 on a Buddha statue, he won T-mind taking 20 steps. In the distance, Ryan Foster walked up to Owen Wilson. They exchanged a few words. Owen Wilson turned his head. He looked toward A05. There was silence for about 5 seconds. Then he pulled his hand out of his trench coat pocket. He took a step forward. He walked toward A05. Frank Dawson unconsciously straightened his back. Wang Chong instinctively took a step back. Owen Wilson stopped in front of the A05 warehouse door. He was less than 3 meters away from Ethan Brooks. Up close, this man's presence was even more intimidating than when observed in the exhibition hall. He stood 1.85 meters tall. His shoulders filled the trench coat, keeping it crisp and straight. His extremely short haircut revealed the sharp contours of his skull. There was no excess fat on his face. He was in his early 50s but looked as fit as a 40-year-old. His only expression a cold, detached indifference. As if you owed him money but he wasn't in a hurry to collect it. Ethan Brooks. Not Mr. Sue. He called him by his first name. Ethan Brooks faced him, his right hand clenched around a glove. Mr. Wilson. Their eyes met. Neither of them blinked. It was so quiet around them that all they could hear was the distant beep-beep of a forklift reversing. Owen Wilson spoke first. Young man. A 05 you snagged it for 3,005. Right? Good eye, Owen Wilson said, without a hint of praise. It sounded more like a statement of fact. It's just that there's sometimes a big difference between good judgment and good luck. You can't tell the two apart yet. His tone was flat, but every word felt like a small pebble tossed into the hearts of those around him. Frank Dawson's fists clenched involuntarily. Ethan Brooks didn't move. Nor did he get angry. Mr. Wilson, you didn't come all this way just to teach me the difference between good judgment and good luck? Did you? Owen Wilson glanced at the charred interior of warehouse A05 behind him. Then he turned his gaze back. A barely perceptible curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Warehouse A05. I'll pay 50,000. Transfer it to me. You'll walk away with 14 times your investment today. Chapter 024. 50,000? Or 300,000? 50,000. When that number came out of Owen Wilson's mouth, everyone present had the same immediate reaction. They thought Ethan Brooks had hit the jackpot. He bought the warehouse for 3,500. Owen Wilson was offering 50,000. A 14-fold profit. A 14-fold return in less than 2 hours. If it were anyone else there, they'd have grabbed the money and run long ago. Wang Chong opened his mouth slightly. His expression screamed 4 words. Sell it now. Frank Dawson didn't say a word, but the hesitation in his eyes made it clear he thought the price was already high enough. Lu Taizhu and Wei Dong wore expressions that practically said, "What are you hesitating for, kid?" Only Ethan Brooks remained unchanged. He stood where he was, holding his gloves in his left hand, his right hand hanging naturally by his side. The look on his face was no different from when he hears the price of vegetables. Mr. Wilson. You spent 450,000 to win the bid on A17. Your assistant took photos inside for half an hour. The appraiser in white gloves crouched on the floor examining the seal with a magnifying glass. Then your people ran to the management office to pull up the buyer's information for A05 and sent an assistant over specifically to find me. Ethan Brooks recounted the details he just witnessed, enunciating each word clearly. You went through all that preparation and made the trip all this way just to offer 50,000? Owen Wilson's expression didn't change, but his right index finger twitched ever so slightly. It was a subtle movement. Someone standing nearby might not have noticed it, but Ethan Brooks did. You're a sharp young man, Owen Wilson said, his tone neither rising nor falling. So how much do you want? I'm not selling. 2 words. Short and to the point. Wang Chong almost let out a cry. Frank Dawson's breath caught for a split second. Owen Wilson's right index finger twitched again. This time, the movement was slightly more pronounced than before. Not selling. Not selling. You won't sell it without even hearing my offer? No need to hear it. I took the A05. I have the sales receipt. It's all legal and above board. Whatever's in this warehouse, it's all mine. Owen Wilson stared at Ethan Brooks for 3 seconds. During those 3 seconds, a truck drove past in the direction of the parking lot, its wheels thudding as they rolled over a speed bump. The hum of an electric drill drifted from a warehouse in the distance. Owen Wilson spoke. His voice was half a pitch lower than before. 100,000. Wang Chong's knees went weak. 100,000. 100,000 for a warehouse worth 3,500. That's 28 times the value. Ethan Brooks shook his head. Not for sale. 150,000. Not for sale. When those two words came out of Ethan Brooks' mouth, there was no hesitation whatsoever. It wasn't the kind of stalling where he pretended not to want to sell just to get a higher price. He really wasn't selling it. He didn't even have the slightest interest in haggling. Ryan Foster stood slightly behind Owen Wilson. The professional smile on his face was starting to slip. He'd been working with Owen Wilson in this business for 3 years and had never seen anyone speak to the boss with such an attitude. Forget 150,000. At the last auction in the provincial capital, when Owen Wilson offered 80,000 to acquire the usage rights to a warehouse with a starting bid of 3,000, the seller had said thank you 5 times in a row. This young man in his early 20s standing before him, it was as if he had absolutely no idea who was standing right in front of him. 200,000. Owen Wilson's voice didn't waver in the slightest. It was as if he were simply reading the temperature from a weather forecast. 200,000. The breathing of everyone present changed. Lu Taiju nearly dropped the crowbar he was holding. Wei Dong reached for his phone to record the scene, but Wang Chong grabbed his hand and stopped him. Frank Dawson rubbed his fingers against his pant leg twice. He was doing a quick mental calculation. 200,000 for a warehouse reduced to rubble by fire. Owen Wilson was definitely not doing this out of charity. What on earth was inside there? Ethan Brooks's face still showed no sign of wavering. Mr. Wilson, I'll say it again. A05 is not for sale. No matter how much you offer. Owen Wilson's expression changed. It wasn't anger, nor was it rage. It was a look of reassessment. Like an extremely experienced hunter walking through the woods who suddenly realizes that what's hiding behind that tree isn't a rabbit, but a full-grown wild boar. You know what's inside. It was a statement of fact, not a question. Ethan Brooks didn't answer. There was a 5-second silence. Owen Wilson took a step forward. That single step closed the distance between them to less than 2 meters. Listen, kid. Let me tell you a story. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried with incredible clarity. Everyone present heard him perfectly. 3 years ago, a young man in the provincial capital scored a bargain at a warehouse auction. A Qing Dynasty pink glazed rotating core vase. It was quite valuable. Someone offered 600,000 to buy it. He wouldn't sell. He paused. Later, he sold it. Not because he changed his mind. It was because he realized that as long as it was in his possession, he couldn't sell it. He couldn't get an authentication certificate. Auction houses wouldn't touch it. Collectors who saw it wanted to buy it but dared not get involved. Because the person standing in his way had blocked every possible path. Owen Wilson didn't say who that person was, but everyone present knew exactly who he was referring to. In the end, the rotating core vase changed hands for 180,000. Something that could have originally sold for 600,000. The story was over. The message was crystal clear. You want to sell it to me? Fine. But once it's in your hands, do you really think you'll be able to sell it? Ethan Brooks listened to the story. His expression didn't change. He looked down at the gloves in his hand. He shoved them into his pocket. Then he looked up and met Owen Wilson's gaze. Mr. Wilson, that young man you just mentioned, he only had one thing in his possession. That's why you were able to cut him off. But my situation is different. What I have in my hands, in a certain sense, is more important than what's in that warehouse you mentioned. After he said that, there was a moment of silence, a second or two. Owen Wilson's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He understood. Ethan Brooks wasn't talking about having more. He was talking about being more important. More important in what sense? If a 05 really contained what he suspected, then what the young man said was true. The person holding the certificate of provenance for the Buddha statue was indeed more important than the person holding the statue itself. Because without the certificate of provenance, the Buddha statue was just a lump of bronze. A lump of copper worth 4 or 50,000. But with the certificate of provenance, it becomes a cultural relic looted from the old summer palace. Worth 30 to 50 million. Whoever holds the certificate of provenance decides exactly how much that lump of copper is worth. Owen Wilson took half a step back. Not out of hesitation, just to adjust his distance. 300,000. This was the final bid of the day. 300,000 for a warehouse worth 3,500. 85 times the value. At some point, 7 or 8 people had gathered nearby buyers of other warehouses, cleanup workers, and a few treasure hunters out for a stroll. They'd all been drawn over by the commotion. When the figure of 300,000 reached their ears, several people let out a simultaneous whoa. 300,000? That burned-out warehouse. Are you crazy? Even Old Man Hughes said it wasn't worth 300. Owen Wilson's offering 300,000 for it. Wait, Owen Wilson isn't stupid. He must have his reasons for offering 300,000. What on earth is in that warehouse? Whispers of speculation rose from all directions. Some who had previously paid no attention to a 05 began to scrutinize that charred roll-up door with a completely different perspective. Owen Wilson is paying 300,000. That fact alone was as good as the most authoritative appraisal. There's something good inside a 05. Something really good. Leo Brooks's 2 lanky guys had slipped into the crowd at some point. One of them pulled out his phone and started tapping away furiously, presumably sending a message to Leo Brooks, who was still crouched in front of a 08, munching on a dry steamed bun. Ethan Brooks looked at Owen Wilson. 300,000. To be honest, given his current financial situation, 300,000 was definitely a life-changing sum of cash. But the figure the system had given him was 450,000, 520,000, and the linked value of the Qing Imperial Palace archives that was in the tens of millions. 300,000? Not even a fraction of that. Mr. Wilson, I appreciate your sincerity, but Ethan Brooks's gaze was steady. His voice was quiet. One word.
No.
The murmuring around them fell silent. Owen Wilson snapped his right index finger for the 3rd time. This time, the snap was louder than the previous 2. Have you thought this through? I have. Then tell me, what do you plan to do with a 05? That's my business. You're just a young guy starting out in this business. You're holding something you probably don't even know how to sell. Do you think that's a smart move? Ethan Brooks took a step back, turning sideways to clear the view of the A05 warehouse entrance. The charred interior. Collapsed metal racks. Ash scattered across the floor. Mr. Wilson, look. This is just a warehouse reduced to a carbonized ruin. 3,500. Old Man Hughes said it's worth a truckload of scrap metal at most. He turned back to face Owen Wilson. But you offered 300,000. You said I didn't know what was inside, yet you're more desperate than I am. Who needs whom more, exactly? As soon as the words left his mouth, Owen Wilson fell silent. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. The onlookers didn't dare breathe. This was a head-on clash between a young man in his early 20s and a 20-year industry veteran. No auctioneer's gavel. No bid cards. But everyone present could feel it. The weight of this standoff was heavier than any bid in any warehouse that morning. Interesting. Owen Wilson finally moved. He reached up to adjust the collar of his trench coat. Ethan Brooks, remember what you said today. With that, he turned and walked away. The hem of his trench coat fluttered as he turned. Ryan Foster followed behind, casting one last glance at Ethan Brooks before leaving. In that gaze, there was no hostility. Instead, it was a complex expression mingling disbelief and reassessment. The two walked off into the distance. Frank Dawson let out a long exhale. His legs felt a little weak. Ethan Brooks, you won to sell it even for 300,000? I won to sell it. You what on earth? Brother Frank? Ethan Brooks patted him on the shoulder. Do me a favor. Keep watch at the entrance. Don't let anyone get near. You're going to. Time to get to work. I've got to dig up that pile of stuff Mr. Hughes said wasn't worth $300. Chapter 025. Charles Morton lends his support from afar. Owen Wilson gets shut up for the first time. Owen Wilson hadn't taken more than 30 steps. Ethan Brooks pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Charles Morton. Charles. Go ahead. He just left. He offered 300,000. I didn't accept. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then came a soft chuckle. 300,000? That figure alone tells you the Buddha statue he has is missing the key evidence. What you're holding is the statue's lifeblood. He thinks 300,000 will buy the lifeblood? He's trying to fool a 3-year-old. His last words were, remember what you said today. A threat. Just as I expected. Charles Morton's speech slowed. He won't make a move right now. Too many eyes are on him. but he'll find a way to cut you off when you're ready to sell. If you try to go through official appraisal channels or an auction, he has the connections to block your path. So I'm in no rush to sell. Smart move. There's only one thing you need to do right now: get the item out safely. As long as it's in your possession, time is on your side. Without the documentation, that 450,000 he paid was just for a bronze ornament. You can afford to drag this out. He can't. Got it. One more thing. Charles Morton's tone changed. Don't hang up. I have a friend at the Ocean City Antiquities Appraisal Center. I'll put in a good word for you. If you need a preliminary appraisal once you get the item, go see him. His name is Pei Chongqing. He's an honest guy. He won't be intimidated by Owen Wilson's influence. No need to thank me. If you really do dig up the Qing Imperial Palace archives from that burned-out warehouse, let me know later. I'll include it in my memoir. Ethan Brooks hung up the phone. Frank Dawson was standing in the doorway watching him the whole time. Who do you call? A friend. Who's this friend of yours? Can he stand up to Owen Wilson? Ethan Brooks put his phone away. I don't need to stand up to him. I just need him to know I'm not alone. Just then there was another commotion coming from Owen Wilson's side. In front of warehouse A17. Owen Wilson stood by his car, talking on the phone, his expression impassive, betraying no emotion. After finishing the call, he exchanged a few words with Ryan Foster. Ryan Foster walked back toward A05. Frank Dawson tensed up. Here he comes again? Ethan Brooks didn't move. This time, Ryan Foster didn't approach. He stopped about 5 or 6 meters away. Mr. Sue. Mr. Wilson asked me to pass along a message. Go ahead. He said the 300,000 offer is still on the table. You can contact him anytime you change your mind. Here's his business card. Ryan Foster took a business card from his suit pocket and held it out with both hands. Ethan Brooks didn't reach out to take it. Ryan Foster held it out for 2 seconds. Just leave it by the door. Ethan Brooks' tone was neither warm nor cold. Ryan Foster bent down and placed the business card on the ground by the entrance to warehouse A05. The moment he set the card down, he looked up at Ethan Brooks. From that angle, he caught a glimpse of a small cleared area inside the warehouse. On the black, charred floor, a slightly different surface was faintly visible. It was a grayish-white color. It wasn't charcoal, nor was it cement. Ryan Foster's gaze lingered on that spot for less than half a second. Then he stood up and walked away. Ethan Brooks noticed that final glance. His heart skipped a beat. From that angle, could he have seen the edge of the safe? The system hint indicated it was along the left-hand wall, a cabinet embedded in the floor. Part of the metal rack had just been moved by Lu Taiju. Ethan Brooks hurried back into the warehouse. Sure enough, along the left-hand wall, with most of the collapsed metal shelving cleared away, a corner of the cabinet was now exposed. A grayish-white fire-retardant coating. An area about the size of a palm emerged from the black coke. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was a concrete countertop. But if you were an experienced person like Owen Wilson's assistant, Changzi, get a waterproof tarp. Cover this spot. Wang Chong ran out and hauled a tarp from the van. Ethan Brooks covered the area himself, securing the 4 corners with broken bricks lying nearby. Frank Dawson asked from the doorway, "What's going on?" That assistant might have seen something just now. Frank Dawson's expression changed. Should we? No need to panic. He didn't understand what he saw, but just to be safe, starting now, you stand guard at the door. No one is allowed in. Including your 2 workers? Ethan Brooks hesitated for a moment. Lu Taiju and Wei Dong were still outside sorting through the scrap metal they hauled out. They were temporary workers Wang Chong had hired. It wasn't a matter of mistrust, but the contents of the safe were far too valuable. The fewer people who knew about it, the safer it would be. We've almost finished clearing out the metal racks. I'll handle the rest myself. Tell them to call it a day. Wang Chong immediately ran outside to pay the 2 men 300 each. Lu Taiju and Wei Dong took the money and pushed their wheelbarrows away. Now, only 3 people remained at the entrance to warehouse A05. Ethan Brooks, Frank Dawson, and Wang Chong. Ethan Brooks turned his head toward A17 in the distance. Owen Wilson was already seated in the back seat of the black Mercedes. The doors were closed, and the dark-tinted windows made it impossible to see inside. But one thing was certain. He hadn't left. He was waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for whatever Ethan Brooks was bringing out of A05. As soon as those items came into view, he'd know whether his hunch was right. Ethan Brooks couldn't let him have his way. Jiangzi, drive the van up to the entrance of A05, park it with the rear facing the warehouse door, and open the trunk. Huh? What for? To block the view. From the angle of A17, the van will perfectly block the view of the warehouse entrance. Wang Chong froze for a second. Then he nodded vigorously. The beat-up van made 2 sharp turns, its rear end bumping against the entrance to A05. The trunk lid was popped open, and combined with the body of the van, it formed a natural barrier. From the outside, all you could see was a van blocking the warehouse entrance. What was happening inside was a complete mystery. Frank Dawson stood in the gap between the van and the warehouse, facing outward. All right, from this angle, Owen Wilson can't see a thing over there. Go ahead and do your thing. Ethan Brooks nodded. He turned and walked deep into A05. Sunlight streamed in through the crack in the half-closed roll-up door, casting a slanted band of light across the charred floor. Dust floated slowly within the beam of light, the spot covered by the canvas. Ethan Brooks crouched down. He lifted the canvas. A grayish-white fire-retardant coating. More of the surface was exposed. He carefully pried away the surrounding charred debris with the crowbar in his hand. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A rectangular outline gradually came into focus. About 60 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide. The height was impossible to tell since it was embedded in the ground. A GAT-73 standard fireproof safe. The coating was intact. No cracks.
No deformación.
On the front was a 12-digit combination dial lock. The lock face was covered in ash, but once wiped clean, the metal surface shone brightly. 3 years of fire and the passage of time had caused no damage to this safe. It's rated to withstand 1,200 degrees. The fire outside only reached 800 degrees. Brother Ethan, how is it going? Wang Chong's voice came from the doorway. Found it. Found what? Something valuable. Ethan Brooks stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Next, open the safe. He didn't know the combination, but he brought an angle grinder. 7 minutes. Amid the screech of the angle grinder, the 2 hinges were cut through. The safe lid came loose. Ethan Brooks turned off the angle grinder. The ringing in his ears lingered. He gripped the edge of the safe lid with both hands. He took a deep breath. With a forceful heave, the lid swung open. Wang Chong craned his neck to look from the doorway. But from that angle, he couldn't make out a thing. Ethan Brooks looked down into the safe. The interior was lined with dark blue velvet. 3 years had passed, yet the velvet remained dry. There were no signs of mold. The sealed cabinet had kept out external moisture. 3 items lay on top of the velvet. On the far left was a flat object wrapped in yellow cotton cloth. Handwritten in calligraphy on the cloth were the words, 6 sheets of documents from the Imperial Workshop during the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign, including the labor roster and inspection records for gilded bronze Buddha statues. In the center was a custom-made rosewood lacquer box. Its lid was carved with an interlacing lotus pattern. Unfastening the clasp of the box revealed 2 cloisonné enamel vases inside, inverted and resting upside down on foam supports. The enamel glaze was intact, the copper base had developed a warm patina, and the gilding was exceptionally well preserved. On the far right were 2 small rosewood boxes. Each box contains a Hotan white jade carving. The white jade is as lustrous as congealed fat. The skin color is date red. The pores of the seed jade are clearly visible. Ethan Brooks's hand trembled slightly at the fingertips. The system hadn't deceived him. 3,500 yuan. The items he traded for them by a conservative estimate, worth over 500,000 yuan. And those 6 Qing Imperial Palace archives. Ethan Brooks picked up the yellow cotton cloth bundle and carefully unwrapped it. Yellowed Korean paper, neatly written in small script Gwanga style. The first sheet. On the 9th day of the 10th month of the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign, the Imperial Workshop, upon the recommendation of the Prince of Chang'an and by imperial decree, cast a gold and bronze statue of Shakyamuni Buddha. Every character was clear. Ethan Brooks read through all 6 sheets from beginning to end. Each sheet bore the vermilion seal of the Imperial Household Department. The final line of the last sheet read, "Inspected and entered into storage. Stored in the 3rd niche of the East Warm Chamber of the Hall of Scripture in the Old Summer Palace." The Hall of Scripture in the Old Summer Palace. These 6 sheets constituted the complete set of original records documenting the Buddha statue's journey from casting to storage. The origin was clear. The destination was clear. The specifications were clear. The list of artisans was clear. Any cultural relics authentication agency that obtained this set of documents could immediately issue a certification stating, formerly part of the Qing Imperial Palace collection. And that Buddha statue at this very moment lay 50 meters away in warehouse A17, which Owen Wilson had purchased for $450,000. Ethan Brooks rewrapped the 6 sheets of paper and placed them back in the cabinet. He stood up. He walked to the door. Frank Dawson saw the look on his face. Although Ethan Brooks was trying his best to control himself, the gleam in his eyes was impossible to hide. "Did you find it?" "I found it." "What is it?" Ethan Brooks paused for a moment. "Brother Frank, do you want to see what exactly you can buy for 3,500 yuan? Chapter 026. The moment the fireproof cabinet opens. Frank Dawson's 8 years of professional conviction were shattered. Frank Dawson followed Ethan Brooks deep into a 05. Wang Chong stood guard at the door. His task was to keep watch outside and signal a warning if anyone approached. The lighting in the warehouse was poor. Ethan Brooks turned on the flashlight on his phone, and the beam fell on the open safe on the floor. Frank Dawson crouched down. The first thing he saw was the deep blue velvet lining. 3 years had passed, yet the velvet was dry and intact. The moisture-proofing of the sealed cabinet far exceeded expectations. Then he saw the 3 items. Wrapped in yellow cotton cloth. A rosewood lacquer box. A purple sandalwood box. Frank Dawson's hand hovered in midair. He didn't dare touch them. "Go ahead and look. Just be careful." Frank Dawson reached out and gently touched the surface of the rosewood lacquer box. The moment his fingertips brushed against the carved patterns, his breathing changed. "The wood of this lacquer box. Open it and take a look." Frank Dawson unfastened the clasp on the box. 2 cloisonné vases lay quietly upside down on a foam support. Under the flashlight, the enamel glaze on the vases shimmered with a warm, gem-like blue. The gilded patterns on the copper base were crisp and precise. The copper wires used in the cloisonné technique were as fine as hair, their lines flowing smoothly without a single break. Frank Dawson swallowed hard. This is an antique, not a modern replica. The patina on the copper base, that level of oxidation means it's at least 100 years old. From the late Qing dynasty. Frank Dawson looked up at Ethan Brooks. "How do you know?" "Keep looking." Frank Dawson opened the rosewood box again. Inside were 2 white jade carvings from Hotan. One shaped like a lingji mushroom and a rui scepter, the other depicting a mythical beast. The jade possessed an exceptionally high level of luster when the flashlight shone through the edges. Its uniform, translucent texture was clearly visible. The natural color was a deep, natural date red, not artificially dyed. Top-quality material. Frank Dawson's voice began to crack. See, jade of this quality at current market prices would fetch at least 80,000 for these 2 pieces. A well-preserved piece could go for over 100,000. He set the jade pieces down. His gaze fell on the final yellow cotton cloth bundle. Written in calligraphy on the cloth were the words, 6 sheets of documents from the Qianlong 32nd year, roster of workers and inspection records for bronze Buddha statues from the Imperial Workshop. Frank Dawson's gaze froze instantly. He recognized the words Imperial Workshop. Having spent 8 years clearing out warehouses and dealing in second-hand cultural artifacts, he couldn't possibly be unaware of what the Qing dynasty's Imperial Household Department's Imperial Workshop represented. It was the agency within the Qing Imperial Palace specifically responsible for manufacturing and repairing court supplies. Every item that came out of the Imperial Workshop had a complete archival record. And the inspection certificates meant these were the original documents certifying that the items had passed factory inspection. "Ethan Brooks, this is..." "Open it and take a look." Frank Dawson's fingers hovered over the cotton cloth wrapping for 3 seconds. Only then did he carefully untie the cord. 6 yellowed sheets of paper. The Goryeo paper was thick and fine-grained. Felt slightly cool to the touch. The first sheet, dated the 9th day of the 10th month of the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign. By imperial decree, the Imperial Workshop, under the supervision of the Prince of Chang'an, was ordered to cast a gold and bronze statue of Shakyamuni Buddha. 600 jin of bronze. 20 liang of gold leaf. The task was entrusted to 36 casting artisans in the capital city, including Zhao Wenzhong, to be completed as scheduled. Frank Dawson's hand began to tremble. He read through the sheets one by one. Each sheet bore a vermilion official seal. The details were so thorough that they included the name of every artisan, the completion date for each step of the process, and the dimensions of the Buddha statue, precise to the Fawn and Li. the last page, inspected and stored in the warehouse, to be placed in the third niche of the East Warm Chamber in the Hall of Scriptures at the Old Summer Palace. Frank Dawson froze instantly. He crouched where he stood, cupping that page in both hands, with only one thought in his mind: the Old Summer Palace. The legendary gilded bronze Buddha statue in Warehouse A17. These 6 sheets of paper were that statue's birth certificate. Frank Dawson looked up at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks was standing right in front of him. The beam of a flashlight shone up from below, illuminating his young face. His expression was calm. The corners of his mouth were still turned up slightly. You knew all along? At the auction when everyone was saying Lotta 05 was just rubble, and old Mr. Hughes claimed it wasn't worth 300 when you raised your hand and bid 3,000. You already knew this safe was here, right? Frank Dawson's mouth opened twice. It closed. Then it opened again. If these items were sold separately, a pair of enamel vases, a white jade figurine, and the files, how much would they be worth? A conservative estimate of 450,000 to 500,000. Frank Dawson's Adam's apple bobbed. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from the back of his throat. Owen Wilson offered 300,000, but you wouldn't sell because 300,000 wasn't enough. Not enough? He's offering 300,000 for something worth 500,000. Of course it's not enough. But, brother Frank, you've overlooked one thing. Frank Dawson froze. Ethan Brooks crouched down and carefully rewrapped the 6 sheets of documentation. His movements were gentle, as if afraid to damage even the slightest part of them. There's a gilded bronze Buddha statue in Warehouse A17. Owen Wilson bought it at auction for 450,000. Do you know how much that statue is worth without a certificate of provenance? 4 or 500,000. He just paid cost price. Do you know how much it's worth once it has a certificate of provenance, these 6 pieces of paper I'm holding? Frank Dawson shook his head. 30 million at the very least. Frank Dawson leaned back slightly. He nearly plopped right down on the ground. Take 30 million? These 6 pieces of paper are that Buddha statue's ID. Without the ID, it's just a fine Qing Dynasty bronze artifact. With the ID, it's a cultural relic looted from the Old Summer Palace. A Buddha statue of the same caliber sold for 60 million renminbi at Sotheby's in London last year. Frank Dawson braced his hands against the charred ground. Ash stuck to his hands. But he didn't feel a thing. 30 million. The number spun around in his head 3 times. He finally understood why Ethan Brooks wouldn't sell. Owen Wilson was offering 300,000, not even 1% of the true value of these 6 pieces of paper. So, Owen Wilson wants to use 300,000 to buy the right to set the price on a statue worth 30 million? Pretty much. If he gets these 6 pieces of paper, he can raise the statue's valuation from 500,000 to 35 million. That's a profit of more than 60 times the original value. The entire difference goes into his pocket. And you'd only get 300,000, right? That's why I'm not selling. Frank Dawson closed his eyes. It was a long while before he opened them again. Ethan Brooks. I, Frank Dawson, have been in this business for 8 years. I consider myself to have seen quite a bit of the world. You've taught me one thing today. What's that? Those 8 years were a waste. Ethan Brooks smiled. It wasn't a waste. At least you recognized the letter spacing on the Jimawa label. Frank Dawson shook his head with a wry smile. All right, stop taking a dig at me. What are you planning to do with this stuff? Move it out first. Can't leave it in the warehouse. Move it where? Changzi's van will haul it away first. We'll store it in a safe place for now. We won't authenticate them yet, and we won't put them on the market. We'll wait until Owen Wilson starts getting desperate. You want him to come looking for you? He'll definitely come. With that Buddha statue sitting in his hands, every day is a sunk cost. An item worth 450,000 that isn't liquidated is a 450,000 hole in his pocket. He can't afford to drag this out. Frank Dawson stood up. He brushed the dust off his pant legs. What do you need me to do? Ethan Brooks took the 3 items out of the safe one by one. He placed the enamel vase, along with its brocade box, into a pre-prepared canvas bag. He put the white jade carving, along with its rosewood box, into another. Finally, he wrapped up the fragments of the document and stuffed them into Ethan Brooks's backpack. Keep it on your person. Do me a favor. Go ahead. Once you get back, help me track down someone named Pei Chongqing. He works at the Ocean City Antiquities Appraisal Center. Charles Morton recommended him to me. I need a private appraisal of the enamel vase and the white jade, nothing through official channels. Pei Chongqing, I know that guy. Frank Dawson nodded. An honest guy. He's got a good reputation in the appraisal circle. Pay him to get the job done and he's tight-lipped. All right, I'll put you in touch with him. Thanks, Brother Frank. The two walked out of the warehouse. The van was still blocking the entrance. Wang Chong had been waiting there the whole time. Brother Ethan, how'd it go? What's inside? Ethan Brooks handed the canvas bag to Wang Chong. Put it in the car. Don't let anyone see it. Wang Chong clutched the canvas bag. It was so heavy his hands went numb. What is this? Don't ask. Drive. Let us go. Frank Dawson helped close the safe lid. They covered it again with broken bricks and coke residue from nearby. From the outside, it looked almost exactly the same as before they cleaned it up. There was no sign that anyone had tampered with it. The van backed out of the A05 entrance. Ethan Brooks got into the Grand Cherokee. The convoy headed toward the complex's north gate. As they passed A17, the window of the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class rolled down slightly. Half of Owen Wilson's face was visible. From a distance of about 10 meters, their eyes met once again. This time, Ethan Brooks didn't look away. He even gave a slight nod in Owen Wilson's direction. The message couldn't have been clearer. See you later. The Mercedes window slowly rolled back up. Frank Dawson followed behind in his own car. In his rearview mirror, he watched the Mercedes disappear around the corner of the warehouse complex. His phone rang. It was a message from Ethan Brooks. Brother Frank, only you, me, and Wang Chong know about what happened today. Don't mention it to anyone. Frank Dawson replied with a single word. Okay. 3 seconds passed. Ethan Brooks sent a second message. Oh, by the way, you didn't film a single warehouse today. The 5,000 entry fee went to waste. Frank Dawson typed with a wry smile. Don't even mention it. Ethan Brooks replied instantly. Don't worry. You've done me a huge favor. When the opportunity comes up later, I won't let you make the trip for nothing. Frank Dawson looked at the message. He didn't reply, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 8 years of experience in the business had taught him that aligning yourself with the right person was 10,000 times more important than aligning yourself with the right warehouse. Ethan Brooks was someone worth following. Chapter 027. Unpacking and inspecting the goods in person. Leo Brooks was completely devastated after reading it. The Grand Cherokee and the van drove out of the Longsheng storage park, one in front of the other. Ethan Brooks didn't head straight back to his place. He had Wang Chong drive the van first to a private storage facility in the southern part of the city. Places like this were specifically designed for people engaged in second-hand transactions to temporarily store valuables. They had individual lockers and surveillance cameras. The enamel vase and white jade carving in the canvas bag were temporarily stored there. As for the fragment of the document, Ethan Brooks kept it on his person at all times. After leaving the storage facility, he sent a message to Frank Dawson. Everything's taken care of and secure. Frank Dawson replied. Okay, I've already called Pei Chongqing. He said he's free tomorrow afternoon and will conduct a private appraisal at his home, bypassing official channels. How much will it cost? Same as always, 2,000 for one item. For 3 items, he'll round it down to 5,000. All right, I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. He ended the message. Ethan Brooks leaned back in the driver's seat and closed his eyes for a moment. The numbers from the system panel kept floating in his mind. Warehouse A05. Cost, 3,500 yuan. Conservative valuation, 450,000, 520,000 yuan. Linked value, tens of millions. Today's haul far exceeded expectations, but the game wasn't over yet. Owen Wilson wouldn't give up. He spent 450,000 yuan to win the bid on A17, and the Buddha statue was now in his possession, but its value was locked in by the 6 pieces of paper in Ethan Brooks's hands. Without those 6 pieces of paper, the statue was worth only 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Owen Wilson had essentially bought an ornament at cost. With those 6 pieces of paper, the Buddha statue is worth 30 to 50 million yuan, a profit margin of over 60 times. There's no way Owen Wilson would let a 60-fold profit slip through his fingers. So he'll be back. The question is when and how. Charles Morton's warning still rings in his ears. While he was polite on the surface when speaking to you, deep down he meant, if you don't sell, I'll find another way to force you to sell. Ethan Brooks opened his eyes. He started the car. The next afternoon, Pei Chongging's home was located in an old alley in Ocean City's historic district. It was a two-story house with 4 wood-carved characters Pei's appraisal hanging above the entrance, though most of the lacquer had peeled off. Frank Dawson arrived by car first. Ethan Brooks followed shortly after. Pei Chongging himself was even older than Ethan Brooks had imagined in his early 60s, with completely white hair and a slightly hunched back. But his hands were incredibly steady. His fingernails were neatly trimmed. A set of appraisal tools lay within reach. A magnifying glass, a UV lamp, a microscope eyepiece, and an old brass caliper. Charles Morton gave you a heads up. Pei Chongging didn't bother with pleasantries. He sat down and got straight to the point. Did you bring the items? Ethan Brooks unzipped his backpack. First, he took out 2 white jade carvings. Pei Chongging took them. He examined them from every angle with a magnifying glass for 3 minutes, repeatedly running his fingertips over the surface of the jade. At one point, he picked up the UV light to shine it on the skin-colored sections. Seed jade, Hotan white jade, natural skin color, no cracks or flaws inside. The craftsmanship is traditional, not machine-carved. The carving style of this Lingji-shaped rui follows the mid-Qing dynasty tradition. The workmanship is quite good. He set down the Lingji-shaped rui and picked up the auspicious beast. This one too, the work of the same artisan. They're a matching pair, in excellent condition. How much are they worth? Together, just over 100,000. If sold through the right channels, 130,000 to 140,000 wouldn't be a problem. Ethan Brooks nodded. It was basically in line with the system's valuation. Next item. Ethan Brooks opened the canvas bag and took out a rosewood lacquered box. He placed it on the table and opened it. 2 cloisonné vases. The moment Pei Chongging's hand touched the vases, it paused. His expression changed. It was completely different from the composure he'd shown when examining the white jade earlier. He picked up the vase on the right. He turned it over to examine the bottom. Then he turned it back over to examine the rim. He lightly tapped the side of the vase with his fingernail. He listened intently for 2 seconds. This glaze. He set the vase down, fished a higher magnification magnifying glass out of his toolbox, and leaned over the table to examine the details of the glaze for a full 5 minutes. He sat up straight. He exhaled. Young man, where did you get this pair of enamel vases? Ethan Brooks asked briefly. A warehouse auction. Pei Chongging glanced at Frank Dawson, who nodded in confirmation. Cloisonné enamel, interlacing lotus pattern, gilded copper body. Pei Chongging slowed his speech, weighing each word carefully. At least 7 layers of glaze were applied. During the late Qing dynasty, only imperial workshops and a handful of top-tier folk workshops were capable of this craftsmanship. Although the mark on the base is worn, judging by the tin content in the copper body and the misty texture of the gilding, he paused. My personal assessment is that this piece originated from the imperial court. Frank Dawson let out a soft gasp beside him. Pei Chongging continued. A pair. In such pristine condition with no enamel flaking, no warping of the copper body, and over 85% of the gilding preserved. This level of condition is extremely rare on the market. What's the estimate? 200,000. That's the reserve price. If sold through a formal auction channel with a certificate of authenticity, 30,000 isn't out of the question. Ethan Brooks did a quick mental calculation. 13,000 for the white jade, 200,000 for the enamel vase. That added up to 33,000. There was one more item, and it was the most important one. Ethan Brooks pulled the yellow cotton cloth bundle out of his backpack and placed it on the table. He untied the string. 6 yellowed sheets of paper unfolded before Pei Chongging. Pei Chongging glanced down at the first line on the first sheet. On the 9th day of the 10th month of the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign, the Imperial Workshop, upon the recommendation of the Prince of Chang'an and by imperial decree. His hand jerked back suddenly, as if he'd been burned. Wait a moment this. He put his white gloves back on, this time carefully pinching the corner of the paper between 2 fingers, and brought the first sheet under the magnifying glass. He looked at it for 10 seconds. He turned to the second sheet. He looked at that for another 10 seconds. He continued through to the 6th sheet. After finishing, Pei Chongging sat motionless in his chair. Old Pei, Frank Dawson called out. Pei Chongging didn't respond. He took off the magnifying glass and wiped his eyes. Then he looked up at Ethan Brooks. Young man, do you know what you're holding in your hands?
Ido.
Do you know what these 6 sheets of paper would mean on the current antiquities market if they're genuine? Ethan Brooks didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. Are they real? Pei Chongying was silent for 5 seconds. The paper is Goryeo paper exclusively used by the imperial court during the Mid-Qing dynasty. The fiber arrangement of this paper is fundamentally different from modern forgeries. It simply cannot be replicated. The ink is pine soot ink. The grinding method and the degree of pigment sedimentation match the characteristics of the Qianlong era. The seal, it's the vermilion official seal of the Imperial Household Department. The degree of oxidation in the seal paste matches the penetration marks on the paper. It wasn't affixed later. With every sentence he spoke, Frank Dawson's expression grew more somber. The handwriting is in the Guangu style of small script regular characters. The writer received rigorous training in official document drafting. The line spacing and character spacing are highly uniform. Almost no one today could replicate this level of skill. Pei Chongying took a deep breath. My preliminary assessment is that the probability of it being genuine is over 90%. Frank Dawson let out a muffled gasp. Pei Chongying looked at Ethan Brooks. If these 6 sheets of paper are paired with the corresponding Buddha statue, young man, what you're holding might be the most important discovery in Ocean City's antiquities circle this year. Bar none. Ethan Brooks carefully rewrapped the 6 pieces of paper, moving neither too quickly nor too slowly. Master Pei, for today's appraisal 3 items 5,000, right? Correct. Ethan Brooks counted out 500 yuan bills from his wallet and placed them on the table. Please keep this appraisal confidential. Pei Chongying took the money and nodded. I won't let Charles Morton down, you can count on that. Stepping out of Pei Chongying's house, Frank Dawson stood at the mouth of the alley. Sunlight fell on the old walls on either side, casting long, mottled shadows. Ethan Brooks. You spent 3,500 to buy something worth at least 500,000. Add in the value of the associated archives, and it could be worth over 30 million. Who are you? Ethan Brooks opened the car door and glanced back at Frank Dawson. Your partner. My brother Frank. You've done me a huge favor. I'll remember this debt. There's a small clearance auction coming up the park, added it to the schedule this afternoon on short notice. I saw the announcement. If you're interested, come with me. Frank Dawson paused for a moment. Another auction? 3 return warehouses. Some buyers realized it wasn't worth it after winning the bid and abandoned their purchases. So the complex is putting them up for auction again. What did you figure out this time? Ethan Brooks smiled but didn't answer directly. Bring your money. Chapter 028. 8 years of hard work wasted. 500,000 in the bank. After leaving Pei Chongying's house, Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson drove back to the Longsheng warehousing park. On the way, Ethan Brooks received a message from Wang Chong. Brother Ethan, the park management office posted a notice. There's an additional auction for 3 returned warehouses at 4 p.m. in Zone B. Someone backed out of the bid. Frank Dawson saw the message too and asked Ethan Brooks. Returned warehouses in Zone B? What kind of goods are usually in those? Either buyers in Zone A decided it wasn't worth it after inspecting the goods and withdrew their bids, or it's surplus stock that's been sitting around too long and the park is forcing a clearance. The profit margins aren't usually high, but every now and then, there's a hidden gem. Frank Dawson nodded knowingly. Having been in the business for 8 years, he'd seen plenty of these additional auctions. You told me to bring cash. Do you already know which warehouse in Zone B has the good stuff? Ethan Brooks didn't answer. He simply said, we'll talk about it when we get there. 3:40 p.m. 2 cars pulled into the small parking lot on the south side of the Longsheng Park, one after the other. As soon as Ethan Brooks got out of the car, he received a system message on his phone. Not from his phone's operating system, but from the system in his mind. Golden text flashed briefly in his field of vision. It swept by extremely quickly, then faded away. The message consisted of a single line. Of the 3 return warehouses in Zone B, B02 contains high-value items that have been severely undervalued. Detailed information will be provided once you get closer. Here it comes. Ethan Brooks walked toward the cluster of warehouses in Zone B without giving anything away. Frank Dawson followed behind him. Zone B was much smaller than Zone A. There were only about 10 warehouses lined up in a row. Their metal doors were covered in rust. Clearly, they didn't receive the same treatment as the premium warehouses in Zone A. A slender staff member from the administration office was affixing labels at the entrance to B01. Spotting Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson approaching, he waved them over. "Are you here for the auction too?" "Not many people are here. Only 7 or 8 have registered so far." "What's the reserve price?" "The reserve price for all 3 warehouses as a bundle is 12,000. They can also be bid on individually. The individual reserve prices are 5,000, 4,000, and 3,000, respectively." Frank Dawson furrowed his brow. "Are the reserve prices for Zone B warehouses really that low?" "It can't be helped. The items in Zone B are basically what's left over after Zone A has picked through them. There were 2 warehouses where buyers from Zone A paid a deposit, inspected them, and then walked away, saying they weren't worth the money. The management office can't just keep them sitting there taking up space. Can they?" Ethan Brooks nodded. He mentally ruled out B01 and B03. The system had only listed B02. "Can I step up to take a look? I want to go inside, just a quick peek from the doorway." The staff member hesitated for a moment. "According to the rules, we're supposed to open all the doors at once the auction starts. But if you're just taking a quick look, okay, you can stand at the doorway and look. Just don't go inside." Ethan Brooks walked up to the door of B02. The metal door was ajar. The staff member had pushed it open a crack while affixing the label a moment ago. Ethan Brooks peered inside through the gap. The warehouse wasn't large, about 10 square meters. Inside were a few dusty cardboard boxes and an old sewing machine. 3 long, rectangular wooden crates were propped against the corner of the wall. Scraps of cloth and old newspapers were scattered on the floor. At first glance, it looked like a pile of everyday odds and ends. But in Ethan Brooks' line of sight, golden text was unfolding.
Underrated folk art Treasure trove.
The 3 wooden crates contained 4 bamboo-carved pen holders from the Republican era. One of them was crafted by a successor to the school of Zhang Shihuang, a renowned bamboo carver from the late Qing dynasty, and features exquisite craftsmanship. Combined estimated value of the 4 pieces, 35,000 45,000 yuan. The sewing machine is a 1960s Butterfly brand double-needle desktop model made in Shanghai, in excellent condition. Such vintage items are currently in high demand in the retro collectibles market. Estimated value, 8,000 12,000 yuan. The cardboard box contains old books, newspapers, and magazines of no particular value. Total estimated value of the warehouse, 45,000 55,000 yuan. It is recommended to secure the lot near the reserve price. The bamboo-carved pen holder plus the old sewing machine have a combined value of nearly 50,000 yuan. The reserve price is only 4,000 yuan. The profit margin exceeds tenfold. Although it doesn't compare to the mind-blowing hidden gem in A05 that offered a 100-fold profit, for Frank Dawson, this was more than enough. Ethan Brooks stepped back and glanced at Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson was crouched at the entrance to B01, peering inside. B01 was piled high with old furniture, broken tables, and chairs that looked worthless at first glance. "Brother Frank, come here." Frank Dawson walked over. Ethan Brooks lowered his voice. "B02. Reserve price, 4,000. You bid on it. There's just a few rickety boxes and a sewing machine in there. Did you see those 3 wooden crates?" Frank Dawson turned his head and peered inside through the crack again. "The long, rectangular wooden crates? I saw them. What about them?" "That's a storage box for a bamboo-carved pen holder. It was used by collectors of bamboo carvings during the Republican era, a wooden box serving as a protective case. You've been in the business for 8 years and have dealt in miscellaneous items. You should recognize a bamboo carving box." Frank Dawson's eyes lit up instantly. He leaned back in toward the crack to take a closer look at the shape of the 3 wooden boxes. They were oblong, with brass clasps, and meticulously crafted. "You're right, the design of this box is indeed meant for holding a pen holder. But I can't tell what the quality of the pen holder inside is. I've already looked." "How did you look? You were only standing at the doorway for 10 seconds. Experience." Frank Dawson stared at Ethan Brooks for 2 seconds. That phrase again. Ethan Brooks had said the same thing last time at A02. Back then, when Frank Dawson asked him how he determined at a glance that the suitcase was a fake, he said, "Experience." 8 years of professional experience told Frank Dawson that experience alone couldn't possibly allow someone in their early 20s to judge the quality of a bamboo-carved pen holder in 10 seconds. But Frank Dawson didn't intend to press the issue any further. What exactly Ethan Brooks' experience was didn't matter. What matters is that he's been right every single time. A 01 said it wasn't worth it, he was right. A 02 said it was a fake, he was right. A 05 said there was something good, not only was he right, but he also uncovered 500,000. This was the fourth time. Frank Dawson chose to keep trusting him. All right, I'll take B02. Don't get too carried away during the auction. The reserve price is 4,000, just bid up to 6,000 at most. No one will outbid you. Why? Because there are only 7 or 8 people attending the supplementary auction today. No one pays much attention to the warehouses in Section B. Most people's attention is still glued to Section A. They're all watching Owen Wilson's A17 for the spectacle. Frank Dawson chuckled. You're right. At exactly 4 p.m., the auction began right on time. Just as Ethan Brooks had predicted, only 6 people showed up. Including Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson, there were 8 in total. A staff member from the management office doubled as the auctioneer. Without a microphone or a gavel, he stood in the aisle of Zone B, holding up a piece of cardboard and calling out, B01, starting bid, 5,000. Any bids? A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt raised his hand. Sold for 5,000. No competition. B03, starting bid, 3,000. Another short man wearing a baseball cap raised his hand. Sold for 3,000. B02, starting bid, 4,000. Frank Dawson raised his hand. 4,000. The auctioneer looked around. 4,000 going once, 4,000 going twice. Any other bids? No one spoke up. The few remaining bidders weren't interested at all. 4,000 going 3 times. Sold. Frank Dawson won B02 for 4,000. After paying and receiving the key, Frank Dawson hurriedly pulled open the roller shutter of B02. In 3 strides, he reached the corner of the room. He crouched down and opened the first wooden box. Inside the box was a bamboo-carved pen holder. Made from green bamboo, it featured a panoramic landscape and figure carving, executed using the leaving green technique. The carving was masterful. The figure's expressions were so vivid that every wrinkle was clearly visible. Frank Dawson's hand trembled slightly. A fine piece, he said, opening the second box. The third box. For bamboo-carved pen holders, 3 of them were ordinary Republican-era pieces, with workmanlike craftsmanship. But the fourth. Frank Dawson picked up the pen holder and turned it over to examine the bottom. Engraved there in 2 lines of minuscule characters were the words, "Made in Shanghai in the year of Jiazi, modeled after the Huangmen style." Modeled after the Huangmen style. Huangmen refers to Zhang Shihuang. Frank Dawson's voice tightened. This pen holder was made by a successor to Zhang Shihuang's school. It's a Lukingpi carving. In the bamboo carving collecting circle, a piece of this quality. He looked up at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks was standing at the warehouse entrance, arms crossed, his expression impassive. How much? Frank Dawson swallowed hard. The 4 pen holders plus that butterfly brand sewing machine ID conservatively estimate 50,000. 50,000 yuan. He bought the warehouse for 4,000 yuan. Items worth 50,000 yuan. 12 times the original price. Frank Dawson stood up, clutching the bamboo-carved pen holder in his hand. He was at a loss for words. From this morning until now, in less than 10 hours, he had witnessed Ethan Brooks make 5 assessments with his own eyes. 5 times. All spot on. Not a single miss. That kind of accuracy couldn't be explained by experience alone. But Frank Dawson wouldn't ask. Because he knew there were some things best left unasked. Ethan Brooks. You helped me out today. I'll remember this favor. No need to. We'll have plenty of chances to work together in the future. Frank Dawson gave a firm nod. Just then, a familiar voice came from the other end of the hallway in Section B. What? There's something good in B02? Who snagged that B02? Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson turned their heads at the same time. Leo Brooks. He looked like death warmed up. His head was wrapped in a tarpaulin he'd torn from the A08 warehouse, used as a headscarf. 2 lanky guys were supporting him, 1 on each side. Someone must have told him there was an extra auction in Section B. He rushed over. He spotted the bamboo-carved pen holder in Frank Dawson's hand. Then he saw Ethan Brooks standing beside him. It's you again. Leo Brooks pointed at Ethan Brooks. His finger was trembling. All day long, you've been screwing me over. You cost me 30,000 on a 02. You made a fool of me on a 05. And now you're trying to snag a bargain in Zone B? Are you out to ruin me? Ethan Brooks looked at him. No makeri. No provocation. Hardly any emotion at all. He just looked at him calmly for 2 seconds. Leo Brooks. I didn't T-bid on B02. Brother Frank did. Leo Brooks froze for a moment. He turned to look at Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson held up his auction ticket. It was indeed his name. But you're the one who told him. Leo Brooks wouldn't let it go. What did I tell him? That there might be some good stuff in a warehouse with a reserve price of 4,000? You were here today too, why didn't you go take a look yourself? Leo Brooks's mouth opened and closed, closed and opened. The short guy in the baseball cap standing next to him chimed in. Cut it out, man. The 3 warehouses in Section B just wrapped up 5 minutes ago. You should have been here earlier. Who's to blame? Exactly, chimed in the guy in the plaid shirt. You bought a 08, don't you still have 3 Harleys? You could make a nice profit just by getting those things back into shape. Come on, calm down. Leo Brooks was left speechless. The 2 lanky guys hauled him away, half dragging, half persuading him. Frank Dawson watched his retreating back and shook his head. This guy. Forget about him. Ethan Brooks looked away. Let us pack up and go. We've got a lot to do today. Frank Dawson loaded the 4 bamboo-carved pen holders and the butterfly brand sewing machine into the car. Before leaving, he glanced at warehouse A17 in the distance. Owen Wilson's black Mercedes was already gone. Owen Wilson's left. Ethan Brooks glanced over as well. Just because he's gone doesn't mean he's given up. He's surely figuring out his next move against me. Aren't you afraid? What good would fear do? I hold the information advantage. No amount of money can buy what's in my head. Frank Dawson fell silent. Let us go. We're done for today. Tomorrow we'll see how things go. Ethan Brooks got into his Grand Cherokee and started the engine. As he drove out of the complex, the numbers on the system panel in his mind updated. Total earnings for the day. A 05 core item, valued at 450,000, 520,000. Synergistic value, tens of millions. 1 silver treasure chest previously unopened. New system alert. High-value transaction target detected near the host. Recommend monitoring upcoming auction information. A major opportunity window is approaching. Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. A major opportunity window. The system never pops up alerts for no reason. There's something even bigger in store. Chapter 029. Longsheng Park Special Auction. The moment the doors opened, the entire audience sprang to their feet. That evening, Ethan Brooks returned to his rental apartment and opened the silver treasure chest. A flash of golden light filled his mind. Silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host on acquiring the micro-expression insight passive skill. Skill description. When conversing with others, the host can automatically detect subtle changes in the other person's facial micro-expressions and display their true emotional state such as lying, nervousness, hesitation, greed, etc. as text prompts in their field of view. Note: this skill is most effective in business negotiations and bidding scenarios. It is recommended that the host interact with people more often to improve proficiency. After reading the skill description, Ethan Brooks almost burst out laughing. Micro-expression insight. It was like having a human lie detector built right in. Combined with the system's existing warehouse scanning capabilities, he could now not only tell if an item was valuable, but also see right through the other party's mental state. This was an absolutely overwhelming advantage at the negotiating table. The next morning, Ethan Brooks received a text message notification from the Longsheng Warehouse Park Management Office. Dear customer, due to some buyers in Zone A failing to fulfill their clearance obligations by the deadline, the Park Management Office will hold a supplementary auction this afternoon at 2 p.m. in the Zone B Central Auction Hall. A total of 5 reclaimed warehouses numbers C01 to C05 will be up for auction. Admission is free. You are welcome to attend. 5 repossessed warehouses. Ethan Brooks opened the map app on his phone and looked up the location of the Zone B Central Auction Hall. It was the same place where the additional auction had been held just yesterday, though they were using a larger room this time. He sent a message to Frank Dawson. Did you see the notice? Frank Dawson replied instantly. Got it. Are you going? I'm going. I'll go with you. Ethan Brooks sent another message to Wang Chong. You don't need to come to this afternoon's auction. Stay home and sort through yesterday's jade pieces and enamel vases. Find a decent dehumidifying cabinet. Wang Chong replied with a string of ellipses. Brother Ethan, don't you get tired of auctions every day? Tired? This is called restocking. 1:30 p.m. Central Auction Hall, Zone B, Longsheng Park. A makeshift hall converted from an approximately 80 square meter corrugated iron shed. Inside stood 4 rows of plastic chairs. A long table served as the auctioneer's podium, with a microphone and an old wooden gavel placed on top. The conditions were 10 notches below yesterday's formal auction in Zone A, but there was still a decent turnout. When Ethan Brooks pushed open the door, there were already about 30 people seated. Most were new faces. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they weren't the high-end warehouse investors from yesterday's Zone A auction. They looked more like local small-time merchants clearing out warehouse stock or second-hand dealers specializing in surplus goods. But there were a few people Ethan Brooks recognized. In the middle of the front row sat a burly man with a gold chain, the crew-cut guy who debid on a 0-1 yesterday. Next to him sat a short-haired woman in a red tracksuit. Holding a calculator, she looked like his partner. On the right, against the wall, was Harold Hughes, the gray-haired industry veteran. Today he was wearing a dark blue vest, still in his signature pose with his hands clasped behind his back. In the corner of the back row, 2 young men in suits. Ethan Brooks took a closer look. The one on the left looked unfamiliar, but the one on the right, gray suit, hair combed back immaculately. Ryan Foster, Owen Wilson's assistant. Yes, here. But Owen Wilson himself isn't here. What does that mean? It means Owen Wilson hasn't given up. He isn't showing up in person, but he has sent a representative to keep an eye on things, to see which warehouses I target and work backward to figure out my reasoning. Ethan Brooks found a seat in the 3rd row and sat down. Frank Dawson quickly took a seat next to him. Frank Dawson had also noticed Ryan Foster. Owen Wilson's guy. I see him. What's he here for? Just a few return warehouses. Not necessarily. He might be here to keep an eye on me, to see which warehouses I bid on and figure out my reasoning. Frank Dawson's expression shifted. So are you still going to bid? It depends. 2 o'clock. A middle-aged woman stepped out from behind the auction podium. She looked to be in her 30s, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a gray 2-piece business suit. A Longsheng Park ID badge was pinned to her chest. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manager Lu Xiaoman from the Park's Management Department. I'll be presiding over today's supplementary auction. She spoke crisply and to the point without any small talk. The situation is simple. After yesterday's auction in Zone A concluded, 5 buyers forfeited their rights to clear out the warehouses they D1 for various reasons. In accordance with park regulations, these abandoned warehouses will be returned to the secondary auction. All items remain exactly as they were. The reserve prices have been adjusted downward by 30 to 50% based on actual conditions. We'll now open the doors for inspection, one by one, C01 through C05. After the inspection, we'll proceed with a single round of bidding. A staff member began pulling open the door to the first warehouse. C01. An old air conditioner and 3 vintage suitcases chained together. The reserve price was clearly low. C02. Half a warehouse full of worn-out furniture. It smelled terrible. C03. Dozens of dusty cardboard boxes containing unknown contents. So far, nothing exciting. Ethan Brooks' system showed no reaction either. The door to C04 opened. A large industrial sewing machine, 2 dust-covered pattern-making tables, and a dozen or so old clothing samples hanging on the wall. Their colors faded beyond recognition. Still a gray signal. C05. The last one. The staff member walked up to the door of C05. This door was sturdier than the previous for a reinforced door made of double-layered steel plates. It was secured with 2 locks. It took Lu Xiaoman a dozen or so extra seconds to unlock it with her keys. Click. The first lock opened. Click. The second. She bent down and grabbed the doorknob. Everyone, please pay attention. C05 is today's highest grade return warehouse. The original reserve price was $60,000. Today's second round auction reserve price is $36,000. The original buyer was a bidder from Zone A yesterday. After paying the deposit and inspecting the contents, he found that the items inside the warehouse did not meet his expectations and voluntarily withdrew from the auction. Did not meet expectations, those words made everyone in the room prick up their ears. Opening the door now. The steel door was slowly pushed open. The lights inside the warehouse turned on automatically. Unlike the previous ones, this one had its own lighting system. The moment the light swept across the room, half of the 30-odd people present stood up. The warehouse measured about 30 square meters. 5 large wooden crates, wrapped in red silk, were neatly lined up against the wall. The crates were massive. Each was estimated to be 1.5 meters long and 50 centimeters wide. Their surfaces were coated with black moisture-proof paint and edged with copper corners. Hanging on the wall next to the crates were 4 center hall paintings mounted on shin paper. The images were covered with a translucent plastic protective film, making their contents indistinguishable. The most eye-catching feature was right in the center of the warehouse. A large rosewood desk. On the desk sat a bronze-colored 3-legged incense burner. The body of the burner was a size larger than a basketball. It stood firmly on its 3 legs. A crouching mythical beast was carved on the lid. The man in the front row with the crew cut jumped straight up from his chair. Harold Hughes also stepped out from the corner. Whispers erupted from all directions. But Ethan Brooks stared intently at the interior of C05. Golden text was unfolding. Would the System S assessment of this warehouse match what everyone else was seeing? Ethan Brooks' gaze was fixed on those golden characters. His heartbeat quickened with each beat. It was different. Completely different. Chapter 030. Everyone was calculating how much they'd make. He was calculating how much others would lose. The golden text unfolded completely in Ethan Brooks' field of vision. Highly disguised counterfeit display warehouse. The 5 red silk-lined wooden boxes contain modern mass-produced replicas of Qing Dynasty official robes. The material is synthetic embroidered fabric. The boxes themselves are newly made to look like aged wooden crates, with a factory cost of approximately 350 yuan each. The total value of the 5 boxes does not exceed 2,000 yuan. The 4 hanging scrolls are antique-style paintings created by contemporary artists on old paper. The brushwork is passable, but the application of ink does not conform to traditional methods. The shen paper is indeed old-sourced from a shop dealing in discarded calligraphy and paintings, but the paintings themselves have no collectible value. The combined value of the 4 pieces does not exceed 800 yuan. The 3-legged incense burner is a modern cast brass replica of an antique piece. Its surface has been given an aged finish with 2 coats of chemical copper patina spray. There is no mark on the bottom. It has no cultural relic value. Estimated value, approximately 600 yuan. Actual total value of the warehouse, 3,000–4,000 yuan. If purchased at the reserve price of 36,000 yuan, the loss rate would exceed 90%. I suggest the host grab a small stool to sit back and enjoy the show. The most valuable thing about this auction will be the expressions about to appear on the buyers' faces. Ethan Brooks barely managed to keep a straight face. Another trap warehouse. Just like the A02 warehouse full of fake boxes and fake wine, only the packaging here is even more elaborate. Red satin, black lacquered wooden crates, copper-edged corners. Every visual element screams, "I'm valuable," at the onlookers. But in reality, it's all mass-produced, tourist souvenir-grade replicas. A reserve price of 36,000 yuan for goods worth 2,000 yuan. Whoever bids is as good as dead. Frank Dawson couldn't sit still any longer. He tugged at Ethan Brooks' sleeve and whispered, "Did you see that 3-legged incense burner? The design is spot on. It looks like an artifact from the Ming or Qing dynasties. If it's genuine, brother Frank." Don't move." Frank Dawson froze. Ethan Brooks turned his head to look at him, lowering his voice to a level only the two of them could hear. "That incense burner is a fake." "What?" "It's been sprayed with 2 layers of chemical patina. There's no mark on the bottom. The casting marks show it was machine-molded, not hand-cast." "How did you tell?" "From this far away." "Trust me, the items inside those 5 wooden crates are fakes too. The official robes are made of synthetic fabric with embroidered patterns. The paintings are new works on old paper. Nothing in this warehouse is worth more than 4,000. Frank Dawson's mouth fell open. Then he closed it again. Just like before. He couldn't understand how Ethan Brooks had figured it out. But he chose to believe him. "We're not going through with it?" Frank Dawson asked for confirmation. "We're not going through with it." "Then, what are we doing here?" Ethan Brooks glanced at the back row. Ryan Foster, Owen Wilson's assistant, was sitting in the very back row, legs crossed, his right index finger tapping lightly on his knee, his gaze fixed intently on the 3-legged incense burner inside warehouse C05. Watch the show, Ethan Brooks murmured. Behind the auctioneer's podium, Lu Xiaoman began describing the details of Lot C05. Ladies and gentlemen, the original reserve price for Lot C05 was 60,000. The original buyer paid a 20,000 deposit and conducted a preliminary inspection, but he indicated that the items in the warehouse appeared to have serious category errors, so he chose to withdraw from the auction and forfeit his deposit. As soon as the words category errors were uttered, the expressions of several seasoned bidders began to change. Category error is industry jargon. It means the items are not of the type originally expected. It could be that what was thought to be porcelain turned out to be all earthenware. Or it could be that what was thought to be oil paintings turned out to be all prints. But there's another possibility. The original buyer misjudged the items. He thought they were wrong when in fact they were correct. It is this possibility that the previous buyer misjudged the items that excites treasure hunters the most. Look at those wooden crates over there. That kind of packaging is used for shipping valuable silk textiles. Maybe the previous owner just didn't know what they were dealing with and got rid of them. That three-legged incense burner looks to me like it's from the Qianlong era. If it's authentic, it's worth a fortune. The original reserve price was 60,000, now it's only 36,000. That's a 40% discount. The buzz of conversation grew louder. A man in the front row with a crew cut turned his head and whispered a few words to his partner in red. The woman in red tapped away furiously on her calculator. After finishing her calculations, she nodded vigorously. Harold Hughes, however, wasn't in a hurry to jump to a conclusion. He walked over to the entrance of Lot C05 and took a few more looks at the incense burner. After a moment, he returned to his seat. "Harold, what do you think?" someone next to him asked. Harold Hughes hesitated for a moment. "It looks in good condition from a distance, but I haven't handled it myself, so it's hard to say." His assessment yesterday that the item in A05 wasn't worth 300 yuan had already been proven wrong by Ethan Brooks, though most of the people present at the time didn't know exactly what had been unearthed in A05. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. But since Harold Hughes hadn't said it was bad, that was tantamount to admitting there might be potential. The enthusiasm of the 30-odd people in the room was thoroughly ignited. Lu Xiaoman saw that the atmosphere was just right. She picked up the microphone. "All right, everyone. The display of Lot C01 through C05 is now complete. We'll now begin bidding on each lot individually. Lot C01. Starting bid, 2,000. The bidding for C01 through C04 went quickly. There wasn't much competition, and each lot sold for a price close to the reserve. Everyone was waiting for C05. Warehouse C05. Reserve price, 36,000. Bids must be in increments of at least 2,000. Let us begin. 36,000. The man with the crew cut was the first to raise his hand. 38,000. A middle-aged man in a jacket from the back row followed suit. 40,000. 42,000. The price broke through 40,000 within 30 seconds. Ethan Brooks sat in the third row motionless. Frank Dawson clutched his thigh, struggling to resist raising his hand. He trusted Ethan Brooks' judgment that it was all a scam, but seeing this crowd fighting tooth and nail right before his eyes, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. 8 years of experience in the business told him those items might be valuable. But the fact that Ethan Brooks had schooled him 5 times in a row told him, don't make a move. 45,000. 48,000. 50,000. When the price hit 50,000, fewer people were raising their hands. Only the man with the crew cut and the middle-aged man in the jacket were left bidding against each other. Just then, a voice rang out from the back row. Calm, clear, without a hint of hesitation. 60,000. The entire room turned to look. Ryan Foster. He stood up, his right hand raised. A black watch peeked out from the cuff of his gray suit. 60,000. It jumped straight from 50,000 to 60,000. The man with the crew cut and the man in the jacket exchanged glances. Both hesitated. The original reserve price for C05 was only 60,000. Bidding up to 60,000 now means buying it at face value. Is it worth it? Who is that guy? He*s bidding so aggressively. Don't know him. Never seen him before. Ethan Brooks looked at Ryan Foster. His newly acquired micro-expression analysis skill kicked in automatically. A line of text appeared in his field of vision. Subject: Ryan Foster. Current emotional state: executing orders, no independent judgment. Bidding behavior is based on superior S instructions rather than personal judgment. He was carrying out Owen Wilson's orders. Owen Wilson had sent him to bid on C05. Why? Ethan Brooks thought for 2 seconds and realized the answer. Owen Wilson didn't he really want C05? He was on a buying spree, snapping up every warehouse that might contain cultural artifacts. It didn't he matter if the items were real or fake. As long as they had even the slightest connection to antiques, cultural artifacts, or vintage items, he wanted them all. The reason was simple. He was looking for more clues related to the Qing Imperial Palace artifacts. What if one of these warehouses still contained something related to the A17 Buddha statue? Owen Wilson could afford to lose a worthless warehouse worth 60,000 yuan. But he couldn't afford to miss out on another A05. So he was taking the brute force approach, casting a wide net. Unfortunately, this time his net had landed on a pile of fakes. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair. He could barely hide the smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Frank Dawson asked quietly from beside him. Why didn't you stop him? Stop him from what? Ryan Foster works for Owen Wilson. He spent 60,000 on a pile of fakes, weren't you going to say anything? Ethan Brooks tilted his head to look at Frank Dawson. His expression was impassive. Brother Frank. Yes, my competitor's agent. Him wasting his money is good for me. Why would I warn him? Frank Dawson swallowed hard. 60,000 going once. 60,000 going twice. 60,000 going 3 times sold. Lu Xiaoman brought down the gavel. Lot C05 belonged to Ryan Foster. Ryan Foster walked to the front, his face expressionless, to pay and complete the paperwork. Ethan Brooks stood up and brushed the dust off his pant legs. Let us go. Frank Dawson followed him out. As they passed the back row on their way out, Ethan Brooks paused for a second beside the chair where Ryan Foster had been sitting. Ryan Foster's partner, another young man in a suit, was still sitting there. Their eyes met for less than half a second. Ethan Brooks looked away. Then he walked off. They left the auction hall. Frank Dawson caught up with him from behind. Ethan Brooks. You didn't fire a single shot today. Did you come all this way just to watch Owen Wilson's people spend 60,000 on a fake? Ethan Brooks stopped in the parking lot. He turned to face Frank Dawson. Not entirely. I also needed to confirm something. What is it? Owen Wilson's current strategy is to snap up everything genuine or fake. He's buying it all. Do you know what that means? Frank Dawson thought for a moment. It means he's in a hurry? He's not just in a hurry. He's admitting that the A17 Buddha statue isn't worth 450,000 without proof of provenance. He has to find supporting documentation quickly. Otherwise, this investment will turn into a losing proposition. Frank Dawson's breathing slowed for a moment. So, the longer you drag this out, the more pressure he's under? Ethan Brooks nodded. Time is on my side. Every day he delays is another day of interest on his sunk costs. For a sum in the 200,000 range, the monthly interest alone is a significant amount. Not to mention that Capital City Auction House, the firm backing him, is also waiting for a resolution. How long do you plan to drag this out? Until he comes to me with an offer at a price I can accept. Frank Dawson took a deep breath. How old are you this year? 23. Damn. That same evening, Ethan Brooks returned to his rental apartment. He unlocked his phone. One unread message. From an unknown number. Mr. Su, this is Ryan Foster. Mr. Wilson would like to meet you tomorrow afternoon at the Ocean City Grand Hotel for tea. You can choose the time and location. Please reply. Ethan Brooks stared at the message. Owen Wilson was moving even faster than he expected. Chapter 031. 2 industry veterans admit defeat face to face. Ethan Brooks didn't reply to Ryan Foster's message right away. He leaned back on the hard spring mattress in his rental apartment. There was a crack in the ceiling. Through that crack, he could faintly see the edge of a kitchen wallpaper that his upstairs neighbor had put up. Owen Wilson wanted to invite him for tea. This was to be expected. But Ethan Brooks wasn't in a hurry. Charles Morton was right. As long as the Buddha statue remained in Owen Wilson's hands, every passing day was a sunk cost. He could afford to drag things out. Owen Wilson couldn't. He held the upper hand. Rather than rushing to the meeting, he'd better do 2 things first. First, have Pei Chongqing issue an informal but credible appraisal report. The fragmentary archive page is 90% authentic. This report wouldn't go through official channels, but it's a trump card in itself. When the time comes, presenting it would directly prove the item's authenticity. Second, Ethan Brooks picked up his phone and called Frank Dawson. Brother Frank, are you busy? Just finished dinner. What's up? That bamboo-carved penholder B02 you photographed yesterday, the best one, from the Zhangxi Huang School, how do you plan to sell it? Haven't decided yet. Bamboo carving is a niche category. Going through an auction house would mean too high a commission. If I go through private channels, I know a few collectors of miscellaneous antiques, but it'll take time to negotiate. Have you ever thought about using that pen holder as a stepping stone to break into a higher level circle? Frank Dawson was silent for 2 seconds. What do you mean? There's a private collectors gathering in Ocean City called the Pangu Art Society. They meet once a quarter. The attendees are all local Ocean City collectors of high-end miscellaneous antiques: jade, bamboo, wood, ivory, and horn, as well as the 4 treasures of the study. You've probably heard of it. I've heard of it, but the bar is very high. You need a referral. I don't have any clout in that circle. I'll recommend you. Do you know anyone in that circle? Charles Morton. Frank Dawson fell silent again. Charles? He is a veteran of the Ocean City antique scene. Would he be willing to help me? I spoke to him. He is doing me a favor. Take that brush holder with you. A piece by a successor of the Zhangxi Huang School is sure to turn heads in that circle. Not only will you meet collectors with real purchasing power, but you'll also build your own network at that level. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Ethan Brooks, why are you helping me? We don't have any mutual interests. We do. What? You stood guard at A05 for me. You put me in touch with Pei Chongqing. You helped me drive up the bidding at the auction to screw over Leo Brooks. Aren't those mutual interests? Frank Dawson laughed. All right, I owe you a huge favor now. Whatever you say, I'll do it. After hanging up on Frank Dawson, Ethan Brooks dialed Charles Morton's number. Charles, I need to ask you for another favor. Why is it that every time you call me lately, you're asking for help? Last time you had me look into Owen Wilson. What's it this time? When is the next Pangu Art Fair? Next Tuesday. What's up? You want to go, too? Not me. It's a business partner of mine, Frank Dawson. He has been in the warehouse clearance business for 8 years. He has got a nice bamboo carving a piece by a successor to the Zhangxi Huang School. I want to get him in there to make a splash and establish some high-end sales channels. Charles Morton thought for a moment. Frank Dawson, 8 years. Bamboo carving's all right. I'll do you a favor. Have him bring the piece over. I'll introduce him to a few people when the time comes. But there's one condition. You have to tell me later exactly what you dug up from that burned-down warehouse. Last time you beat around the bush and fobbed me off. This time you've got to tell me the truth. Ethan Brooks smiled. Deal. After wrapping up the matter with Frank Dawson, Ethan Brooks returned to the main topic. Owen Wilson ST gathering. He picked up his phone and opened the message Ryan Foster had sent. He read it for 10 seconds. Then he replied with 2 lines. Can't make it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. in the tea room on the executive floor of the Ocean City Grand Hotel. I'll choose the tea myself. After sending the message, he set his phone aside. This reply had 3 layers of meaning. First, I'm not available tomorrow, and I'm in no rush. You'll have to wait for me. Second, the day after tomorrow I'm giving you a definite time, which shows I'm not avoiding you, but I'm the one setting the pace. Third, I'll choose the tea myself. This isn't you inviting me for tea. It's me doing you the honor of meeting you. I'm on my home turf. Ryan Foster's reply arrived 3 minutes later. All right, Mr. Sue. 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. I've passed it on to Mr. Wilson. Ethan Brooks placed his phone face down on the bedside table. He closed his eyes. The notification from the system panel popped up again in his mind. High-value transaction target detected in the host's vicinity. Recommend monitoring upcoming auction information. A major opportunity window is approaching. That notification had been hanging there since yesterday afternoon. It hadn't disappeared. What high-value transaction target? Ethan Brooks muttered to himself. The system offered no further response. This meant the target hadn't yet appeared within his sensory range. But the system had already predicted a certain trend. Was it another auction? Another warehouse? Or some artifact about to hit the market? Ethan Brooks didn't know. But he knew one thing. The system never acted without reason. The tea gathering the day after tomorrow. What does Owen Wilson want to talk to him about? A higher offer? Carrots and sticks? Or, Ethan Brooks rolled over in bed. Who cares? He's got 6 sheets in hand. Even if the sky falls, he's got 30 million to cushion the blow. The next day, things were moving quickly on Frank Dawson's end. After 2 phone calls from Charles Morton, the organizers of the Pangu Art Gathering agreed to have Frank Dawson attend next Tuesday's event as a specially invited newcomer. Frank Dawson sent a message. Mr. Morton said to bring the bamboo-carved pen holder and my business cards. At the gathering, I'm supposed to focus on meeting a collector of Scholar Studio accessories named Jiang Runs apparently. He's the top buyer in this field in Ocean City. Ethan Brooks replied, "Your pen holder is in top condition. It'll definitely hold its own at that event. Don't be too modest, but don't be too flashy either. When quoting a price, aim high. It's better to hold onto it for next time than to sell it cheap." Got it. Don't worry, brother Ethan. After 8 years in the business, I won't let you down in social situations. One more thing, Ethan Brooks added in a follow-up message. What? While you're there, keep an eye out for anyone asking about provenance certificates for Qing Dynasty imperial artifacts. If anyone brings it up, remember that person's face and name. Let me know. Frank Dawson replied with a "got it." That same afternoon, Ethan Brooks drove alone to the storage facility in the southern part of the city. He retrieved the enamel vase and the white jade carving. He carefully cleaned them and took detailed photographs. He took high-resolution photos of each item from the front, side, bottom, and close-ups of the details. He saved 2 sets of photos, one in his phone's encrypted local album and one sent to his encrypted email account. After finishing these tasks, he locked the items back in the storage facility. As he was leaving, his phone received a new text message notification. It was from the Longsheng Storage Park. Dear customer, Special Warehouse Number 1 in Zone D of the park will be held up for public auction this Friday. This warehouse is designated for goods transferred by customs. A deposit of 20,000 yuan is required to participate in the auction. For details, please contact the Park Management Office.
Zone D.
The customs transferred goods zone. A 20,000 yuan deposit. Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. In his mind, the system notification that had been hovering there suddenly flickered. The brightness of the golden text increased by 20% compared to before. High-value transaction target has entered the alert range. Host is advised to closely monitor warehouse number 1 in Zone D. Got it. Ethan Brooks gripped his phone tightly. Friday.
Zone D custom good.
2 days to go. But before that, at 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow, he had to go have a cup of tea with Owen Wilson first. Chapter 032. The tea meeting at the Ocean City Grand Hotel. The day after tomorrow. 2:45 p.m. Executive floor, Ocean City Grand Hotel. Ethan Brooks arrived 15 minutes early. The executive floor ST room was on the 28th floor. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the Ocean City skyline. The glass curtain wall reflected the afternoon sunlight. Ethan Brooks wore a plain dark gray jacket.
No suit.
No luxury watch. No special effort to dress up. The receptionist visibly hesitated when she saw him. Regulars here usually didn't wear jackets. "Hello, sir. May I ask who you are?" "Ethan Brooks. I have a reservation for the tea room at 3 o'clock. Please follow me." The tea room was a semi-enclosed, private booth, separated by a bamboo screen. Inside stood a set of gongfu tea tableware. The teacups were already set out. Ethan Brooks sat down. He chose a rock tea and asked the server to brew it. 2:55. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Not just one person. At least 3. The bamboo curtain was pulled aside. Owen Wilson walked in. Today he wasn't wearing that long black overcoat. Instead, he changed into a navy blue stand-up collar Zhongshan suit, exquisitely tailored with rosewood buttons. His entire aura had shifted from that of a business tycoon at an auction to that of a cultural luminary. Ryan Foster followed behind, carrying that aluminum briefcase. The third person was someone Ethan Brooks had never seen before. A man in his 50s, going bald, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, clutching a brown leather-bound notebook. As Owen Wilson entered, he glanced at the rock tea already brewed on the tea table. The corner of his mouth twitched. Ethan Brooks didn't stand up. He remained seated, holding his teacup. "Mr. Wilson, have a seat." Owen Wilson sat down across from him, while Ryan Foster and the balding man took the 2 side chairs. A tea table separated the two men. The distance was less than a meter. His micro-expression analysis skill activated automatically. A prompt appeared in Ethan Brooks' field of vision. Target: Owen Wilson. Current emotional state: highly focused, stress under control, clear objective. Internally identifies the other party Ethan Brooks as a high-priority transaction partner. Currently evaluating optimal bidding strategy. Owen Wilson spoke first. Ethan Brooks, let me introduce you first. This is Gordon Stone, a senior consultant at Capital City's Huading Auction House, specializing in Qing Dynasty imperial artifacts. Gordon Stone pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and gave Ethan Brooks a slight nod. A new line appeared in Ethan Brooks' field of vision. Subject: Gordon Stone. Current emotional state: curious, slightly dismissive. Internally classifies the other party Ethan Brooks as an inexperienced young man. Ethan Brooks remained impassive. Owen Wilson poured a cup of tea. He lifted it and took a sip. You've chosen a fine tea. Cinnamon. Roasted just right. Our conversation at the warehouse entrance last time was too rushed. You're a smart young man. It's only right that we have a proper talk. Ethan Brooks took a sip of tea. Mr. Wilson, you're too kind. Just get straight to the point. Owen Wilson set down his cup. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Warehouse A05, you retrieved a fireproof safe from inside. You know what's inside, and I have a general idea as well. Ethan Brooks neither denied nor admitted anything. He simply sat there quietly. I don't know what your sources are, but the fact that you could spot the safe at a glance in that burned-out warehouse shows that your insight far exceeds your age. I admit I underestimated you. Micro-expression analysis indicated that his admission of having underestimated Ethan Brooks was intended to lower his guard. It was highly likely that a high-value offer would follow. Sure enough, Owen Wilson continued. Last time I offered $300,000, but you didn't accept. Today, I'm taking a different approach, Mr. Gu. Gordon Stone opened his notebook and flipped to a specific page. Mr. Su, before I came here, Mr. Wilson asked me to conduct an assessment. Based on current market precedents for the sale of provenance documentation related to Qing Dynasty imperial court artifacts. If the documents in A05 are indeed official archives from the Qing Imperial Palace Zhao Banchu. He paused. Their standalone valuation range is $150,000 to $250,000. This is the market price without considering any specific accompanying artifacts. Ethan Brooks sneered inwardly. $150,000 to $250,000, that's an estimate slashed to the bone. The system's standalone valuation of $150,000 to $200,000 is accurate, but that excludes any associated value. Once you factor in its pairing with the Buddha statue, the value skyrockets to the tens of millions. Gordon Stone's appraisal deliberately omitted any mention of that associated value. So, Owen Wilson picked up the thread. My new offer is $500,000. $500,000. That was $200,000 more than the previous offer of $300,000. Ethan Brooks held his teacup without setting it down. Micro-expression analysis showed that Owen Wilson was observing Ethan Brooks' reaction. The $500,000 was a probing offer. He had a higher figure in mind. Mr. Wilson, Ethan Brooks said, setting his cup down. I'll be blunt as well. Go ahead. Your consultant said between $150,000 and $250,000. That's the valuation of the documents alone, but we both know these 6 pieces of paper don't exist in isolation. Owen Wilson's gaze shifted slightly. They're the birth certificate for that Buddha statue in your A17 warehouse. Without these 6 pieces of paper, the statue is worth $500,000. With them, how much is it worth? 30 million? 50 million? The difference over 20 million to over 40 million, whose decision is that? Owen Wilson didn't interrupt him. Gordon Stone pressed his lips together. If you pay $500,000, you're not just buying 6 pieces of paper. You're buying the right to set a price in the tens of millions. $50,000 for tens of millions. Do you think that's a fair price, Mr. Wilson? The tea room fell silent for 5 seconds. Owen Wilson tapped his index finger lightly on the tea table. Micro-expression analysis indicated a shift in his inner state. He acknowledged the accuracy of the other party's analysis and was recalculating his maximum bid. You have a point, Owen Wilson said. So how much do you want? Ethan Brooks didn't answer the question directly. He pulled a manila envelope from his jacket's inner pocket and placed it in the center of the tea table. What's this? An informal appraisal report from Pei Chongqing. The 6 documents are genuine Goryeo paper. The pine soot ink is genuine. The Imperial Household Department seal is genuine. The handwriting style matches the characteristics of official documents from the Qianlong era. The probability of authenticity is over 90%. Owen Wilson reached out and took the envelope. He pulled out the 2 sheets of paper inside, skimmed them, and then handed them to Gordon Stone. Gordon Stone examined them more closely than Owen Wilson had. He read them word for word, line by line. After finishing, he looked up, his expression completely different from before. Micro-expression analysis revealed that Gordon Stone's skepticism had vanished. It had been replaced by shock, reassessment, and recognition of the expertise behind the appraisal. Pei Chongqing from the Ocean City Cultural Relics Appraisal Center? Gordon Stone asked in a hushed voice. That's right. Gordon Stone glanced at Owen Wilson and gave a slight nod. It meant the item was genuine. Owen Wilson looked away and turned his attention back to Ethan Brooks. There was a 10-second silence. 1 million. 1 million. From 300,000 last time to 500,000 to 1 million. Doubling the offer each time. Ethan Brooks' expression remained completely impassive. Not for sale. Gordon Stone's gold-rimmed glasses nearly slipped down his nose. Ryan Foster's grip on the aluminum case tightened. Owen Wilson's index finger tapped the tea table again. This time, the tap was heavier than before. Ethan Brooks. How high do you intend to drive the price? Ethan Brooks picked up his teacup. Took a sip. Set it down. Mr. Wilson, I didn't come here today to sell anything. Then why are you here? To let you know 3 things. Ethan Brooks held up 1 finger. First, the item is genuine. Pei Chongqing's appraisal is right in front of you. Your consultant has acknowledged it as well. You no longer need to doubt it. The second finger. Second, I'm in no rush to sell. It doesn't matter if these 6 sheets of paper stay in my hands for a year or 2. But every extra day that Buddha statue sits with you is a day of capital costs 450,000 tied up. You know better than I do how interest is calculated. A third finger. Third, if you want to close this as a bundle deal, the Buddha statue plus the archives, the price isn't up to you alone. We'll have to set it together. After those 3 sentences were spoken, the only sound left in the tea room was the kettle bubbling away. Owen Wilson stared at Ethan Brooks for a long time. Micro-expression analysis revealed the final line of cues. Owen Wilson's inner state, forced to acknowledge the other party's negotiating credentials, transitioning from the role of acquirer to that of collaborator. Maximum willingness to bid has increased significantly. However, the specific figure has not yet been determined. Ethan Brooks stood up. That's enough tea for today. Mr. Wilson, contact me when you've made up your mind. There's no rush. He picked up the manila envelope and slipped it back into his pocket. Before stepping out of the tea room, he glanced back at Owen Wilson. Oh, by the way, there's a warehouse auction for customs seized goods in Zone D of the Longxing Park the day after tomorrow. The deposit is 20,000. If you're interested, you might want to check it out. With that, he pushed open the door and walked out. The bamboo curtain swayed twice behind him. Gordon Stone watched in the direction Ethan Brooks had disappeared. He turned to look at Owen Wilson. That young man. Owen Wilson picked up his now cold rock tea and took a sip. He wasn't here to negotiate a price. He was here to set the rules. So what are you going to do? Owen Wilson set his teacup down on the counter. The bottom of the cup made a soft clink as it touched the surface. The day after tomorrow, Zone D, I'll go check it out. Chapter 033. Opening of the Zone D Customs Warehouse. Friday, 9:40 a.m. The Grand Cherokee had been driving on the South City Elevated Highway for 15 minutes. Frank Dawson, in the passenger seat, had been staring at his phone the whole time. You've seen the auction notice for Zone D, right? Frank Dawson asked, looking up. I've seen it. Customs is transferring goods a 20,000 deposit, Frank Dawson said. This is a whole different level from Zones A and B before. Are you up for it? Ethan Brooks changed lanes without giving a direct answer. Brother Frank, how many days have you been following me? Frank Dawson paused for a moment. 4 days from the Zone A auction until now. In those 4 days, have I ever made you lose money? No. Then today, you only need to do one thing. What is it? When I tell you not to make a move, don't make a move, Ethan Brooks said. When I tell you to make a move, make a move. Don't worry about anything else. Frank Dawson looked at Ethan Brooks' profile, young, calm, exactly the same as when he stood his ground against Owen Wilson in the tea room 2 days ago. A 23-year-old who refused to sell even when an industry tycoon offered $1 million, who dared to spend $3,500 on the ruins of a fire, and who could make his opponent foot a $60,000 bill for a room full of counterfeits. Frank Dawson didn't know exactly how Ethan Brooks pulled it off. But he knew one thing for sure, he just had to follow his lead. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Exactly 10 a.m. Longsheng Warehouse Complex, Zone D. Zone D was located at the easternmost end of the complex. Unlike Zones A and B, it had its own perimeter fence and entrance. 2 uniformed security guards stood at the gate, and a sign hung on the iron gate.
Custom transfert good zone unautorise de personnel prohibited.
The management office had set up a folding table at the entrance. A round-faced man in his 50s sat behind the table, wearing an ID badge pinned to his lapel. David Quinn, auction manager for Zone D of the Longsheng Warehousing Complex. Ethan Brooks handed over his ID card and 20,000 yuan in cash. David Quinn glanced at the age on the ID card, pursed his lips, said nothing further, and issued a receipt. There are 4 warehouses inside in total, D01 through D04, he explained. They all open for viewing at 10:30, and bidding starts at 11 o'clock. The rules are different from Zone A. Since these are goods transferred by customs, once an item is auctioned off, there are no returns or exchanges. Make sure you've thought it through before signing. Ethan Brooks took his pass and went inside. Frank Dawson followed behind and also paid 20,000. The two walked down the aisle in Zone D. Rows of metal warehouses lined both sides larger than those in Zones A and B. Traces of customs seals remained on the doors, and the floor was much cleaner than outside. Ethan Brooks glanced at the number of people present. About 40. That was several times more than at the Zone B auction. The crowd was different, too. These weren't the kind of bargain hunters in work clothes pushing handcarts. Some wore leather jackets and gold rings, others were in suits and ties carrying briefcases, and there were 2 people carrying long-lens cameras, probably there to livestream or document the event. In the front row sat Harold Hughes. The old man was wearing a black Chinese-style jacket today, clutching a thermos, and standing at the entrance to D01, peering inside. Ethan Brooks didn't go over to say hello. His gaze swept backward. On the right, against the wall, 2 people. The first was Ryan Foster, in a gray suit, same as always. The second was a new face, around 45 years old, round face, gold-rimmed glasses, a fountain pen tucked between his right fingers, and a brown leather-bound notebook clutched in his left hand. He wore a well-tailored dark gray wool coat. The fabric was certainly expensive. His demeanor was different from Ryan Foster's. Ryan Foster is just a hired hand, responsible for running errands and passing on messages. This man, however, is the decision-maker. A line of prompts clearly appeared in Ethan Brooks' field of vision. Subject: unknown male, current mood. Composed, has a clear purpose, continuously assessing surroundings, not a first-timer at this type of auction, highly experienced. Frank Dawson also noticed the 2 men. Who's that guy next to Ryan Foster? Never seen him before. One of Owen Wilson's men. They've stepped it up, Ethan Brooks said. Last time they sent an assistant, this time they've sent someone who calls the shots. Frank Dawson took a deep breath. So you, the higher up, the better, Ethan Brooks said softly. It doesn't hurt when a fool falls into a trap, but when a smart person does that, when it really hurts. 10:30. David Quinn whistled in the hallway. Everyone, warehouses D01 through D04 are now open for viewing. There are numbered signs at each warehouse entrance. Viewing time is 20 minutes. Do not enter the warehouses. Do not touch any items. You may only view from the entrance. More than 40 people surged forward. Ethan Brooks didn't join the crowd. He stood at the back, waiting for the crowd to thin out a bit. Frank Dawson walked up to the entrance of D02 first, took a quick look, then came back and shook his head. Just a bunch of old appliances, nothing to see. A few people were gathered at the entrance to D03. Inside, rows of white foam boxes were stacked up, each labeled with English text that was too faint to read. D04 was the quietest, just a few rolls of carpet and a box of unbranded sneakers. Everyone was rushing toward D01, because D01 was the star of the show today. Ethan Brooks slowly walked up to the entrance of warehouse D01. He came to a stop. He looked inside. D01 was twice the size of the other 3 warehouses, at least 40 square meters, with bright lighting and moisture-proof mats covering the floor. Directly across from him stood 3 large pieces of furniture: an octagonal table and 2 armchairs. The wood was deep in color with a fine grain, and the joints showed distinct patina. At first glance, it was Wang Wali. On the shelf to the left of the octagonal table, four blue and white porcelain vases were lined up in a row. The vases were painted with interlacing lotus scrolls and twin dragons playing with a pearl. The blue and white hues were deep and rich, and the glaze displayed natural crackle patterns. At first glance, they appeared to date from the Kangxi era. Hanging on the right-hand wall were 3 mounted calligraphy scrolls. The brushwork was vigorous, featuring flying white strokes in running script, with the inscriptions and seals placed in just the right spots. In the farthest corner stood 2 copper crane-shaped candlesticks, entirely gilded and exquisitely crafted. Ethan Brooks stood in the doorway. The system had already activated. Lines of golden text unfolded before his eyes. He read it all without batting an eyelid. This was a meticulously staged display room for modern antique-style crafts. The so-called Wang Wali furniture consists of African grass huali wood that has been machine-processed and chemically aged. The actual factory price for each piece does not exceed 2,000 yuan. The 4 Kangxi blue and white porcelain vases are mass-produced replicas from modern kilns in Jingdezhen, with artificially aged crackle patterns and hand-painted marks on the bases. Though the brushwork is stiff, the combined factory price for all 4 is approximately 1,200 yuan. The 3 master calligraphy works are new paintings mounted on old paper, while the Shen paper is indeed recycled from the late Qing and early Republican eras. The ink has not been aged for even 10 years. The calligrapher's skill level is that of contemporary calligraphy class instructors, and the combined value of the 3 pieces does not exceed 600 yuan. The copper crane candlesticks are sand-cast and chemically gilded with a spray coating, costing about 400 yuan each. The actual total value of the entire warehouse does not exceed 8,000 yuan. The system's final suggestion was that the host should get some sunflower seeds ready. Today's main event wasn't here. Ethan Brooks took 2 steps back. He turned around. He glanced at Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson was crammed at the entrance to D01. His neck stretched out as far as it would go. His eyes shone like light bulbs. Ethan Brooks, in this D01, did you see those blue and white vases? That color, that glaze. I've been in this business for 8 years, and the condition of these. Don't look. 2 words spoken quietly. Frank Dawson's mouth shut. Ethan Brooks pulled him into a corner of the hallway, making sure no one nearby could hear. Everything inside D01 is fake. Frank Dawson's expression froze for 3 seconds. The furniture is aged African paddock. The porcelain is mass-produced Jingdezhen. The calligraphy and paintings are new works on old paper. The bronze pieces are cast and spray-painted. Ethan Brooks stated calmly, all the items in their combined R&T worth 8,000 yuan. Frank Dawson opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. The scene before him was exactly the same as in Warehouse A05 4 days ago. Whatever Ethan Brooks said was the truth. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility that Ethan Brooks might have misjudged something, but after 5 consecutive correct calls, the cost of doubt far outweighed the cost of trust. So, what are you planning to do? Ethan Brooks' gaze drifted toward the 2 people at the entrance to D01. Ryan Foster was whispering to the man in gold-rimmed glasses standing beside him. The man in gold-rimmed glasses was flipping through a notebook, occasionally glancing up at the interior of D01, his expression focused. A system notification popped up at just the right moment. Subject identified as an agent for Owen Wilson's faction Current Emotion. High interest conducting a value assessment preliminary determination. Items inside D01 are genuine confidence index is high. Ethan Brooks withdrew his gaze. You asked what I plan to do? Frank Dawson nodded. The corner of Ethan Brooks's mouth twitched, and he spoke in a very low voice. Drive up the price. Frank Dawson's pupils contracted. You're going to drive up the price of D01? Right? The stuff inside is worth 8,000, Ethan Brooks said. I'm going to drive the price up to over 100,000, and then let that guy with the gold-rimmed glasses take the fall. Frank Dawson fell silent. Took him quite a while to utter 2 words. You're ruthless. Chapter 034. From 50,000 to 140,000. Exactly 11 a.m. David Quinn stood in the middle of the aisle, holding up a red folder. The viewing period is over. Bidding begins now, starting with D04 and proceeding in reverse order, with D01 last. D04, starting bid, 5,000. No one showed much interest in those rolls of carpet and sneakers. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket won them for 6,000. D03, starting bid, 10,000. A white foam box contained a batch of imported health supplements past their expiration date but unopened. Selling them as surplus stock could yield a small profit margin. Two bidders drove the price up to $14,000, and a woman wearing a gold ring raised her hand to win the lot. D02, starting bid $8,000. Old appliances. No one was particularly interested. A man in the second-hand recycling business closed the deal for just over $9,000. 3 warehouses, wrapped up in 15 minutes. Everyone's attention was now focused on D01. David Quinn opened the folder. Warehouse D01. Special goods transferred by customs. Originally a shipping container of antique crafts destined for China from overseas, it was seized by customs in accordance with the law because the recipient failed to provide valid import documentation. As it remained unclaimed past the deadline, it is now being put up for public auction in accordance with procedure. He paused. Starting bid, $50,000. A buzz of murmured discussion rose from the crowd. $50,000 for the items inside D01, that was practically a giveaway. Any one of those blue and white porcelain vases alone is worth more than $50,000. Go ask at Panjiayuan what an Wangwali 8 Immortals table goes for these days, at least $100,000. And those 3 calligraphy scrolls, I just checked the signatures, they look like the handwriting of a renowned late Qing official. If they're authentic. Whispers of speculation surged from all directions. Ethan Brooks sat on a folding chair, legs crossed, his expression as impassive as if he were listening to the weather forecast. $50,000. Most people in the room believed the items in Lot D01 were worth at least $300,000. So a starting bid of $50,000 was equivalent to less than 20% of the market value. That discrepancy alone was enough to make everyone's eyes light up with greed. Starting bid, $50,000. Any bids? David Quinn's voice rang out. A hand shot up. $50,000. It was the man in the front row with the telephoto lens who knew if he planned to buy it and film a video to drive traffic to his channel. $55,000. The woman with the gold ring raised her hand as well. $60,000. Someone in the back row shouted out. Ethan Brooks didn't move. Frank Dawson sat next to him, unconsciously rubbing his fingers against his pant leg. Aren't you going to start? His voice was strained to the limit. Wait. $65,000. $70,000. The price broke through $70,000 within half a minute. At that moment, the man in the gold-rimmed glasses made his move. $80,000. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and decisive. The entire room turned to look at him. In Ethan Brooks' field of vision, a system notification popped up. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses was currently confident, making a decisive bid based on professional judgment. He internally estimated the total value of Lot D01 to be between $250,000 and $350,000. $80,000 was his planned starting bid, and he inferred the upper limit of his budget to be between $150,000 and $180,000. He saw it. The upper limit of the budget, $150,000 to $180,000. Ethan Brooks clenched his bid paddle. It wasn't tea time yet. $85,000. The man with the camera protested. $90,000. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses didn't even lift an eyelid. His tone was as if he were reading from a bill. The man with the camera hesitated for 2 seconds, then gave up. The woman with the gold ring also dropped out. The room suddenly went quiet. $90,000. The others began to weigh whether $90,000 was worth it for the D01 lot. A few people were discussing it in hushed tones, still crunching the numbers. David Quinn raised his folder. $90,000 for 1 round. Ethan Brooks raised his hand. $100,000. All eyes in the room instantly turned toward him. Ethan Brooks was sitting in the 3rd row, holding his bid card neither too high nor too low, his expression as bland as plain water. The man in gold-rimmed glasses turned his head and glanced at Ethan Brooks. The system alert popped up again. The system was retrieving memories. It recognized Ethan Brooks and deduced that Owen Wilson's team had provided a photo or identity information in advance. Emotional fluctuations were detected, and alertness levels rose. It recognized him. Ethan Brooks did not avert his gaze. He kept his bid card raised. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses averted his gaze, looked down at the numbers in his notebook, and drew a line through a figure with his pen. He looked up. $110,000. Ethan Brooks didn't hesitate. $120,000. A buzz began to fill the room. $120,000 for D01. This price had already exceeded most people's psychological limit. But the man in the gold-rimmed glasses remained unmoved. $130,000. The System S prompts continued to run. The opponent S emotions shifted, the pressure increased but remained within manageable limits. He judged that Ethan Brooks was deliberately driving up the price, but his confidence in the D01 item made him unwilling to give up. His current psychological bottom line was 140,000 to 150,000. Exceeding that price would push him into a zone of hesitation. 140,000 to 150,000 was his limit. Ethan Brooks made a decision. 135,000. He added 5,000, not a full 10,000. There was a strategy behind this increase. Adding a full 10,000 signals a determination to win at all costs. The opponent would assume you still have more budget to spare. Adding 5,000 suggests you're also hesitating, testing the waters, and nearing your limit. This sends the opponent a false signal. If he raises the bid one more time, he won't be able to secure the item. Sure enough, the man in gold-rimmed glasses looked at Ethan Brooks, pushed his glasses up his nose, and drew another line across his notebook with his pen. 140,000. His tone had hardened slightly. He no longer sounded as nonchalant as before. The System S final prompt appeared. Current status. Resolved. 140,000 is the psychological limit. If Ethan Brooks continues to raise the bid, there is a 50% chance he will fold. Enough. Ethan Brooks put down his bid paddle. I'm done. The two words hung in the air. All 30-plus people in the room turned to look at him in unison. Frank Dawson clenched his fist tightly. David Quinn waited 3 seconds. 140,000. Once. 140,000. Second bid. 140,000. Third bid sold. Lot D01 belongs to this gentleman. Please proceed to the front desk to complete the paperwork. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses stood up, smoothed out his jacket, and walked toward the front desk. Ryan Foster followed behind him. Ethan Brooks also stood up. Instead of heading to the front desk, he took a few steps toward the D01 warehouse. He positioned himself in the path the man in the gold-rimmed glasses would take. The two passed each other. They were less than a meter apart. Ethan Brooks turned his head slightly and spoke in a casual, conversational tone. Congratulations. 140,000. That's a good price. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses hesitated slightly but didn't stop. He kept walking forward. Ethan Brooks added another remark from behind him. His voice wasn't loud, but the 7 or 8 people standing at the entrance to D01 all heard him clearly. By the way, the antique finishing techniques in Jingdajun have been advancing rapidly lately, Ethan Brooks said. When Mr. Gao opens the box later, he should take a look at the markings on the bottom of the bottle. This time, the man in the gold-rimmed glasses really did stop in his tracks. He froze in place, his back to Ethan Brooks. He didn't turn around. But on his right hand, the one holding the notebook, every knuckle was clearly visible. Frank Dawson, standing behind Ethan Brooks, began breathing heavily. The onlookers around them exchanged puzzled glances. Antiquing in Jingdajun? What does that mean? Is he saying the porcelain is fake? No way, those blue and white pieces look authentic. But how does he know the guy's last name is Gao? The man in the gold-rimmed glasses stood there for 2 seconds, then resumed walking toward the front desk. But his pace was more than double what it had been moments before. Ryan Foster caught up to him and whispered something. The man in the gold-rimmed glasses shook his head without answering. Ethan Brooks turned and walked back to Frank Dawson's side. Frank Dawson's expression was a bit complicated. How did you know his last name was Gao? The payment list at the management office, I glanced at it when I paid, Ethan Brooks replied. In the column right before mine. Gregory Miles, payment amount 20,000, ID number starting with 3201, from Jiangsu. Frank Dawson was stunned. He'd been standing right next to Ethan Brooks when he paid. He hadn't noticed a thing. Yet Ethan Brooks had memorized the name and place of origin with just a quick glance. Ethan Brooks. How on earth does your brain work? Ethan Brooks ignored the remark and turned his gaze toward warehouse D01. Gregory Miles was still signing at the front desk. The tip of his pen scratched the paper twice, his wrist trembling slightly. 140,000. For a veteran, that wasn't a life-changing sum. But if that 140,000 bought nothing but counterfeits, what would change wasn't one's fate. It would be his reputation. In this circle, reputation matters 10,000 times more than money. Ethan Brooks looked away. His phone vibrated. A system notification flashed in his mind. The regular auction session in Zone D has concluded. Please remain attentive, host. We predict that an additional auction lot will appear within the next 30 minutes. This lot is highly correlated with the previously warned major opportunity window. 30 minutes. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped a beat. Chapter 035. Unboxing and Inspection. After signing the paperwork at the front desk, Gregory Miles received the key to warehouse D01. He didn't go straight to open the door. First, he returned to a corner of the hallway and exchanged a few words with Ryan Foster. Ethan Brooks was leaning against the wall of warehouse D02, about 10 meters away from them. The system operated automatically. Gregory Miles' anxiety level rose. Ethan Brooks' hint about Jingdajun antique finish was causing persistent psychological interference, but it had not yet shaken his core judgment. He still leaned toward believing the item in D01 was genuine. Ryan Foster, on the other hand, was on edge. He was recalling their previous failure in warehouse C05 and held a pessimistic outlook on the current situation, but didn't dare to directly dissuade Gregory Miles. The two discussed the matter for about 3 minutes. Gregory Miles looked up and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose. He walked toward D01. When he reached the warehouse door, he inserted the key and unlocked it. The moment the door swung open, at least a dozen people surged in from all sides. They weren't there to help, they were there to gawk. Ethan Brooks' remark about Jingdajun antiques had already spread through the crowd. Some believed it, some didn't, but everyone wanted to see for themselves whether it was just some young guy in his early 20s spouting nonsense, or if the person who spent $140,000 had truly stepped on a landmine. Gregory Miles stepped into D01. His first move was to head toward the 4 blue and white porcelain vases. He picked up the one on the far right. His hands were steady. He turned it over to examine the base. The mark on the bottom consisted of 6 characters in regular script, made during the Kangxi reign of the Great Qing. The characters were well formed, the blue glaze was even, and the ring foot was neatly crafted. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it. The corners of Gregory Miles' mouth relaxed slightly. He put the vase back and picked up the second one. He turned it over. The mark on the base consisted of the same 6 characters, equally well formed. Gregory Miles' fingers paused at the edge of the mark. He lowered his head to get a closer look. His fingernail gently scraped along the edge of the blue glaze on the mark. A tiny speck of glaze was scraped away. Beneath it, a layer of white body was exposed. The texture of the white body wasn't the dense, hard kind produced by high-temperature firing. It was a low-temperature body with a slightly coarse grain. Anyone familiar with porcelain authentication knows that the body of Kangxi Imperial Kiln porcelain is fired at temperatures above 1,300 degrees, resulting in a surface as smooth and dense as if cut with a knife. But the body of this vase before him, Gregory Miles' breathing faltered. He set down the second vase, picked up the third, turned it over, and ran his fingernail across the same spot. Still a low-temperature body. The fourth, same result. For blue and white vases, with beautifully inscribed marks on the base, and both form and decoration executed to perfection. But the body gave everything away. This wasn't from the Kangxi kilns. It was mass-produced goods from a commercial kiln in Jingdajun. As Gregory Miles placed the fourth vase back on the shelf, his finger brushed against the side of the vase, producing a soft tap. The crowd at the doorway fell silent for 2 seconds. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" someone asked in a low voice. Gregory Miles didn't answer. He turned and walked over to the 3 pieces of furniture, the 8 immortals table and the round-back chairs. He crouched down and ran his palm over the corners of the tabletop. The patina felt warm and smooth to the touch. Then he scraped the seam where the table leg joined the body with his fingernail. A tiny piece of an extremely thin brown coating was scraped away. Beneath the coating, the wood was lighter in color with a coarse grain completely different from the fine, silky texture of wangwali. It was kaowali, a cheap substitute imported from Africa. With the addition of a chemically aged finish, the color could fool 60 to 70% of buyers. But it couldn't fool someone who actually touched it. Gregory Miles remained crouched on the ground, his right hand braced against the table leg and his left hand resting on his knee. He remained silent. Behind him, Ryan Foster finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Brother Gregory, what do you think?" Gregory Miles swallowed hard, stood up, and walked over to the 3 calligraphy scrolls hanging on the wall. He didn't reach out to take them down, he simply leaned in to examine them closely. He looked at them for 10 seconds. Then he took a step back. He closed his eyes. "Brother Gregory? The ink hasn't seeped in." "What do you mean?" With genuine old ink, decades or even a century old, the ink seeps deep into the fibers of the paper, and you can faintly see it showing through from the back, Gregory Miles said. With these 3 pieces, the ink sits on the surface of the paper, as if it were brushed on. They're no more than 10 years old, written on old paper that was collected. Ryan Foster's face went pale. The crowd by the door began to whisper among themselves. Fakes? Are they really fakes? Is the porcelain fake too? He just picked at the table leg. The wood's color is off. Damn! 140,000. The voices grew louder and louder. Gregory Miles finally walked over to the 2 brass crane candlesticks in the corner. He picked one up and weighed it in his hand. It was light. There is a significant difference in density between sand-cast brass and antique bronze. An expert can tell the moment they pick it up. He set the bronze crane back down very gently. But after he put it down, Ethan Brooks saw his right hand clench tightly in his pants pocket for a long time before finally relaxing. 140,000. The blue and white porcelain was fake. The furniture was fake. The calligraphy and paintings were fake. Even the bronze artifact was a fake. All the items in Warehouse D01 that appeared to be worth 300,000 combined weren't even worth 8,000. Gregory Miles stood motionless in Warehouse D01 for a full 2 minutes. Ryan Foster, standing beside him, was so anxious his lips had gone dry. Brother Gregory, can we return them or not? Let us go talk to the management office. Return them? Gregory Miles's voice came from the back of his throat. We signed the sale contract and pressed our fingerprints on it. David Quinn just made it crystal clear. Once customs cleared goods are auctioned off, there are no returns or exchanges. Ryan Foster fell silent. C05, 60,000 all replicas. D01, 140,000 also all fakes. The 2 lots combined, 200,000. All down the drain. All because of Ethan Brooks. C05, that was at the auction where Ethan Brooks was present. He didn't stop them or warn them. D01, Ethan Brooks personally drove up the price. Frank Dawson stood behind Ethan Brooks, his voice barely audible. Did you know from the start? I knew it the moment I went in to look. Everything all fakes? All fakes. Not a single genuine item. Then why did you keep bidding? Ethan Brooks turned his head and glanced at Frank Dawson. Brother Frank, the 60,000 for C05 was offered by Ryan Foster himself. I didn't bid on that one, he said. But this time was different. The price for D01 was driven up by my own hand. Frank Dawson's Adam's apple bobbed. You did that on purpose. Owen Wilson offered $1 million to buy my files. I didn't sell them. He sent people to sweep up everything looking for more clues, and I didn't stop them. Ethan Brooks gazed into the distance. But since he's coming, he has to pay the price every time he shows up. Otherwise, he'll always think his connections and money can crush everyone. Frank Dawson fell silent. At the entrance to Warehouse D01, Gregory Miles finally stepped out. All color had drained from his face. His lips were pressed so tightly together that their outline was barely visible. Ryan Foster followed behind, head bowed, too afraid to meet the stares of those around him. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. No one laughed out loud, but the looks everyone cast at Gregory Miles were more painful than mockery. It was a sense of relief, as if to say, "Thank God it's not me." Gregory Miles walked to the end of the aisle, stopped, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Mr. Wilson, everything in D01 is fake. There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. Gregory Miles added, 140,000, not a single genuine one. Ethan Brooks stood in the distance. He didn't go over to listen. He didn't need to. He could already guess with near certainty what Owen Wilson would say during that call. Frank Dawson walked up beside him. Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate? This time, you've actively ripped off his men for 140,000. It wasn't passive. It was deliberate. Ethan Brooks watched Gregory Miles's back. He won't retaliate over 140,000, because what he needs is still in my hands, he said. As long as those 6 Qing Imperial Palace archives remain in my possession, he won't dare cross me. In the distance, Gregory Miles hung up the phone, exchanged a glance with Ryan Foster, and the 2 headed toward the parking lot. As they passed a concrete platform, Gregory Miles kicked over a metal trash can. Standing nearby, the shrill clang echoed through the corridors of Zone D for several seconds. Frank Dawson watched as the trash can rolled twice before coming to a stop. I can understand how he feels. Ethan Brooks didn't respond. His attention had already shifted away from Gregory Miles. In his mind, the system notification flashed again. Chapter 036. The Customs Truck, Chi Baisher S. Painting. Gregory Miles and Ryan Foster S. car drove out through the Zone D gate. Most of the crowd had dispersed. Buyers from D02 to D04 were each handling their settlement procedures. Some had already begun looking for movers to clear out their warehouses. David Quinn stood behind the front desk flipping through documents, apparently preparing to wrap things up. Frank Dawson asked Ethan Brooks, "Are we leaving? Is today's show over?" Ethan Brooks shook his head. "It's not over yet. What else is there? All 4 warehouses have been auctioned off." He didn't finish his sentence. The roar of a diesel engine echoed from the direction of the Zone D gate. A blue midsize van backed through the gate, its side spray painted in large white letters, Ocean City Customs 3rd Supervised Warehouse. A middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform stepped out of the driver's cab, a cardboard folder tucked under his arm. The moment David Quinn spotted the van, he sprang from his chair. He strode over quickly. The 2 men talked by the van for about 2 minutes. At one point, the man in uniform handed the folder to David Quinn to glance at. David Quinn flipped through a couple of pages, his brow furrowing and then relaxing. Ethan Brooks stood at a distance and couldn't make out what they were saying. But he didn't need to listen. The system had already displayed a new alert in his mind. Additional items had been transferred to the 3rd Customs Supervision Warehouse. A 20-foot standard shipping container, numbered CCMU 2019-0847. Originally declared for export by an import-export trading company in Ocean City as printed Chinese paintings and tourist souvenirs, the cargo was seized by customs because the customs declaration documents did not match the actual cargo categories. The seizure occurred in April 2021. With the 3-year seizure period having expired and the original owner having filed no appeal, the cargo was confiscated in accordance with the law and transferred for auction. Detailed scan results of the container's contents will be fully displayed within 20 meters of the host. 20 meters. Ethan Brooks glanced at the location where the truck was parked, about 30 meters away from him. 10 steps to go. David Quinn finished speaking with the uniformed man, turned around, and picked up the microphone on the desk. The PA system in the District D hallway crackled. "Attention, everyone. Customs 3rd Supervision Warehouse has temporarily added an additional auction lot. People who had already been packing up to leave all stopped what they were doing. The additional lot is a standard 20-foot shipping container, serial number CCMU 2019-0847. It contains a batch of printed Chinese paintings and tourist souvenirs abandoned by an import-export company. The goods were seized by customs 3 years ago and have just completed legal clearance procedures today. They will be auctioned off publicly on site. Bidding requirements. In addition to the original 20,000 yuan deposit, a special deposit of 5,000 yuan is required, for a total of 25,000 yuan. Buyers who have already paid the 20,000 yuan deposit need only pay the additional 5,000 yuan to participate. Viewing time is 15 minutes. Bidding will begin on site immediately after the viewing concludes. The reserve price is 30,000 yuan. 30,000. This figure didn't elicit much of a reaction from the crowd, because of the words, printed Chinese paintings and tourist souvenirs. As soon as those words were mentioned, the expressions on most people's faces shifted to, forget it. Mass-produced prints, tourist souvenirs. Translated into plain language, Iwu trinkets plus machine-printed fake paintings. Frank Dawson frowned as well. Prints? 30,000 for a box of prints. Ethan Brooks didn't answer. He took a few steps forward. 25 meters. 20 meters. The system exploded with an unprecedented golden glow in his field of vision, and text unfolded line by line, faster than ever before. Detailed scan results for 20-foot shipping container CCMU 2019-0847. The top layer of cargo, occupying 90% of the container's space, consists of approximately 600 mass-produced, machine-printed reproductions of Chinese paintings. Printed on standard Xian paper using inkjet technology. The subjects are primarily landscapes, flowers, and birds. The retail price per piece ranges from 5 to 15 yuan, with a total value not exceeding 3,000 yuan. The middle layer of cargo consists of approximately 200 mass-produced Jingdezhun ceramic tourist souvenirs, teacups, small vases, ornaments, and the like, with a total value not exceeding 2,000 yuan. Next came the third row. The brightness of the gold lettering suddenly increased by a notch. The bottom layer of goods, a hidden compartment, was located at the bottom of the third wooden crate on the right side of the second row. It contained a secret compartment lined with old newspapers, inside which were 3 scrolls wrapped in old newspapers. Scroll 1. Chi Baishura Shrimps, a hanging scroll in ink on paper, measuring 69 centimeters by 34 centimeters. It bears the inscription Old Man Baishur, and 2 seals, Chi Huang S seal, and Old Man Baishur. The brushwork is masterful, and the shrimp are rendered with exceptional transparency. This work belongs to Chi Baishur's mature late period and is valued between 3 million and 4.5 million yuan. Scroll 2. Chi Baishur's Loquats and Dragonfly, a vertical hanging scroll in color on paper, measuring 68 centimeters by 33 centimeters. The loquats are rendered using the Meigu technique, while the dragonfly is executed in Gongbi style. It features a poem inscribed by Chi Baishur himself and is estimated to be worth between 2.5 million and 3.8 million yuan. Scroll 3. Chi Baishur S ink crabs, a vertical hanging scroll in ink on paper, measuring 67 centimeters by 33 centimeters. It depicts 3 ink crabs rendered with concise brushwork, their shells formed with a single stroke of dense ink. Estimated value, 2.2 million to 3.5 million yuan. The combined estimated value of the 3 paintings ranges from 7.7 million to 11.8 million yuan. The last line of golden text carried a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that the host take 3 deep breaths and then compose his expression. Ethan Brooks stood rooted to the spot. He didn't take any deep breaths, but his right hand, tucked in his pants pocket, unconsciously clenched tight, the knuckles protruding one by one. Chi Baishur. 3 authentic works, a total value of nearly 10 million, hidden beneath a box of prints worth 5 yuan each. This was what the system referred to as a major opportunity window. Ethan Brooks pulled his hand out of his pocket, relaxed his fist, and his facial expression returned to normal. Frank Dawson walked over. Are you going to make up the 5,000? Paying 30,000 for a box of prints, I don't think that's a good deal. I'll make it up. Are you sure? Top up the 5,000. Then bring that box down. Frank Dawson wore that familiar expression again, his mouth opening and closing and opening. What did you see again? You'll find out in a moment. Just help me pay up first. Frank Dawson asked no further questions. He turned and went to the front desk to pay the 5,000 yuan, receiving a receipt for the additional margin. Ethan Brooks went to pay as well. When he returned, he glanced around at the people present. Only 9 people had paid the 5,000 to participate in the supplementary auction. Many had left earlier, and now a few more had shaken their heads and walked out after hearing the words printed matter. Harold Hughes had paid his share. The old man was interested in just about everything, but judging by his expression, he didn't hold much hope for the contents of this crate either. There were a few other individual bidders. Gregory Miles and Ryan Foster had already left, even exiting through the Gate D entrance. Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. One less competitor meant one less risk. Although no one knew what was at the bottom of the crate, if Owen Wilson's people were present, it would be trouble if they decided to throw a wrench in the works. Ladies and gentlemen, the tour begins now. The container doors will be opened, but you may only view the contents from the entrance. Do not enter, and do not touch the cargo. David Quinn's voice came over the PA system. At the back of the truck, the standard shipping container was unloaded from the trailer by a forklift. Its blue steel exterior bore custom seals that the uniformed man had just cut open on the spot. The container doors swung open. The contents were fully exposed. It was packed to the brim. On top were stacks of paper rolls wrapped in plastic film. Unfolding 1 or 2 revealed inkjet-printed landscapes, flowers, and birds. The paper was thin, the colors somewhat bright, and it was clearly mass-produced factory merchandise. The middle layer consisted of white foam boxes. He opened one to find teacups and small vases inside. They felt light as a feather. The bottom layer, pressed down by the 2 layers above, was obscured, though the corners of a few wooden crates were faintly visible. Harold Hughes walked over to the entrance of the container and peered inside. He shook his head. It's not worth much, just small goods originally intended for export but sold domestically, he said. Wholesalers sell a truckload of this stuff for a few thousand yuan. But the auction reserve price is 30,000. That's way overpriced. Someone nearby chimed in. Exactly. 30,000 for this? You wouldn't even recoup the shipping costs. Not everything seized by customs is high quality. The items they seize most often are these high-volume crafts and printed materials. They're cheap because there's so much of them. Of the 9 people who had posted the deposit, 3 began to hesitate after hearing Harold Hughes's words. Forget it. I'll just get my 5,000 yuan deposit back later. Right? I'm not bidding either. Ethan Brooks stood at the back. His hands were in his pockets. His expression was as calm as if he were drinking a glass of water. But his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. 10 million. Hidden beneath this pile of 5 yuan printed goods. Frank Dawson leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. Are you really going to bid? Ethan Brooks said just one word. Yes. Chapter 037. Everyone is shaking their heads. The viewing time was 15 minutes. Most people were done looking by the 3rd minute. There wasn't much to see. Prints, small ceramic trinkets, tourist souvenirs. He flipped through a few prints and took a whiff of cheap ink. Harold Hughes stood at the entrance to the crate for 5 minutes. Shaking the topmost roll of printed artwork with his hand, the paper was as thin as blotting paper. The most obvious difference between brush and inkjet printing is the degree of ink penetration into the paper, he said. Look at this one, the ink sits on the very surface of the paper. The color is too uniform, there's no variation in the depth of the brushstrokes. When the old man said this, he wasn't addressing anyone in particular, he was just talking to himself, but the people nearby all listened in. A middle-aged man in a jacket muttered to his companion. Even the old man says it's not worth anything. Let us go, let us go. Spending 30,000 on this? I'd rather buy 300 jean of scrap paper to plaster my walls. The crowd dispersed even faster. Of the 9 who had topped up their deposits, 3 had left. 6 remained. One of them was Harold Hughes. Another was Ethan Brooks. A third was Frank Dawson. The other 3 were individual bidders. 2 middle-aged men and a young man wearing a baseball cap. David Quinn could tell the enthusiasm for this supplementary auction was low, and he grew a bit impatient. Ladies and gentlemen, although this is ostensibly a batch of printed materials, every shipment seized by customs may contain mixed cargo. He deliberately emphasized the words mixed cargo and mismatched categories. In other words, we cannot rule out the possibility that other items are hidden beneath the printed materials. This is one of the reasons for the customs seizure. The customs declaration does not match the actual nature of the goods. It was a psychological tactic, packaging uncertainty as a potential surprise. It was the same principle as a casino framing you're likely to lose money, as you might turn things around on the next bet. But for most people, that uncertainty wasn't worth a 30,000 yuan gamble. Ethan Brooks stood at the back of the crowd, listening to David Quinn's sales pitch. He didn't need to take a gamble, because he knew the answer. Bottom shelf, 2nd row on the right, 3rd wooden crate, hidden compartment, 3 scrolls. Chi Baisher. Shrimps, loquats, and dragonfly ink crabs. A combined value of nearly 10 million. Ethan Brooks made a quick assessment. Of the 6 people remaining in the room, perhaps only 3 or 4 were interested in bidding. Harold Hughes would most likely not bid. He had already clearly determined that it wasn't worth the money. Given his reputation in the industry, going back on his own judgment would be a blow to his pride. He wouldn't do that. Frank Dawson sticks to his own principles and doesn't act alone. As for the 3 individual bidders, one in a gray coat, one in a leather jacket, and one wearing a baseball cap. His gaze swept over them one by one. The man in the gray coat showed little interest and was hesitating whether to drop out. The guy in the leather jacket is somewhat curious, but his psychological price limit is no more than 35,000. If it goes over that, he'll walk away. The guy in the baseball cap has a psychological price limit of about 40,000, but he's unsure of his chances of success and is likely to be deterred by a sudden price hike. There are no strong competitors. Ethan Brooks' mind was completely at ease. Frank Dawson leaned in. What exactly have you set your sights on? What else could be in that crate besides printed materials? Brother Frank, how many times have you trusted me? Frank Dawson sighed resignedly. 5 times. Then the 6th time will be the same, Ethan Brooks said. Inside that container, there's something worth far more than you can imagine. Frank Dawson narrowed his eyes. How much far? Ethan Brooks held up one finger. This many. Frank Dawson's mind began racing. 1, 10,000? He wouldn't have held up just one finger for that. 100,000? Ethan Brooks wouldn't use that tone for something like that. 1 million. Or maybe 10 million. Frank Dawson's voice nearly shot out of his throat. Ethan Brooks quickly tapped his arm. All right, don't yell. Frank Dawson's face turned the color of a pig's liver. His lips trembled twice. But he couldn't get a single word out. 10 million. Hidden inside a crate of printed materials with a reserve price of 30,000 yuan was something worth 10 million. Frank Dawson didn't know how Ethan Brooks could be so certain. But he already decided not to ask. It wouldn't do any good. Ethan Brooks wouldn't tell him. The answer was always the same. Experience. That kind of experience couldn't be gained even in 100 years. Unless he had an X-ray machine in his head. Ethan Brooks offered no further explanation. There was only one thing he needed to do. Secure that container at the lowest possible price. The goal was clear. Distractions were minimal. The system had given him a chance to make 10 million. And now, the only obstacle standing between him and that 10 million were 2 or 3 casual bidders whose maximum bids didn't exceed 40,000. This was practically a walk in the park. The viewing period ended. David Quinn stepped up to the front of the container, microphone in hand. All right, everyone, the viewing of the additional lot is complete. Let us begin the bidding. Starting bid, 30,000. Minimum bid increment, 1,000. Starting at 30,000. Any bids? The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Ethan Brooks gently pressed down on Frank Dawson's hand. The message was clear. I'll handle this, you stay put. Chapter 038. 50,000. You've got to be crazy. 30,000. Any bids? David Quinn scanned the 6 people in the audience. Silence. Harold Hughes stood with his hands behind his back. His thermos resting on the folding chair beside him. The old man had no intention of raising his hand. The man in the gray coat hesitated for 2 seconds but didn't move. The man in the baseball cap kept his head down, looking at his phone, seemingly searching for something. The man in the leather jacket rubbed his fingers together. He raised his hand. 30,000. Ethan Brooks wasn't in a hurry. David Quinn glanced over at Ethan Brooks, then looked at the others. 30,000. Once. The man in the baseball cap put down his phone and hesitantly raised his hand. 30,000 once. The man in the leather jacket followed suit. 30,200. The man in the baseball cap. 35,000. Ethan Brooks tilted his head slightly as the system ran automatically. The man in the leather jacket hesitated even more. 35,000 was already close to his psychological limit, and raising it any further might force him to drop out. The man in the baseball cap immediately regretted his bid and was calculating his exit strategy. He would back out immediately if the price jumped. 2 pushovers. Ethan Brooks waited 5 seconds. The man in the leather jacket raised his hand. 36,000. The man in the baseball cap glanced at the man in the leather jacket, hesitated for 3 seconds and didn't follow. Only 2 people remained in the room. The man in the leather jacket and Ethan Brooks. And Ethan Brooks hadn't even placed a bid yet. David Quinn. 36,000. Once. Ethan Brooks raised his hand. 50,000. He jumped straight from 36,000 to 50,000. An increase of 14,000 in a single bid. Everyone in the room who had been watching the spectacle, including Harold Hughes, turned their heads. The man in the leather jacket recoiled as if someone had stepped on the top of his foot, taking half a step back. A system notification popped up. The man in the leather jacket, stunned by the sudden jump in the bid, had lost all desire to bid and was looking for an excuse to back out. David Quinn's voice rose half a pitch from before. 50,000. This gentleman has bid 50,000. Any higher bids? The man in the leather jacket lowered his head, shook it slightly, and didn't raise his hand. His baseball cap was turned away from the crowd. 50,000 once. No one in the room moved. Harold Hughes glanced at Ethan Brooks. The old man's expression was subtle, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Frank Dawson, standing nearby, was fidgeting nervously, scratching his head and pulling at his ears. He tried to tug at Ethan Brooks' sleeve but was stopped by a single glance from Ethan Brooks. 50,000 second time. Silence. This wasn't the kind of silence that signaled someone's thinking it over. It was the silence of, forget it. Let him have it. Everyone in the room thought Ethan Brooks was just burning a hole in his pocket by spending 50,000 on a box of printed materials. 50,000. Third time sold. David Quinn's voice sounded a bit surprised. 50,000? Sold? He thought the lot might even go unsold at the reserve price of 30,000. So he hadn't expected anyone to bid 50,000. Ethan Brooks walked up to the front desk to sign the paperwork, pay the money, stamp the documents, and affix his fingerprint. Ownership of the shipping container was now his. At that very moment, Wang Chang's call came through. Brother Ethan, are you in Zone D? I'm right at the gate. I can't get in. I haven't paid the deposit. Wait there. I'll have David Quinn let you in a minute, Ethan Brooks said. Find a truck, a standard 20-foot container. Can you haul it away? We can haul it, but we'll need a flatbed trailer. Did you buy a shipping container? I did. Hurry up and find a truck. The sooner, the better. After hanging up, Ethan Brooks exchanged a few more words with David Quinn and obtained the container's bill of lading and exit clearance form. All the paperwork was taken care of. Frank Dawson hadn't said a single word the entire time. It wasn't until Ethan Brooks walked back that he finally spoke. His voice was dry and hoarse. 50,000. A container full of printed materials. You said there's 10 million worth of stuff in there. Frank Dawson let out a deep sigh. All right, I believe you, he said. But I've got a weak heart if you're lying to me. I'll push your Grand Cherokee into the river right here and now. Ethan Brooks smiled. Brother Frank, when have I ever let you down? Harold Hughes walked over to Ethan Brooks, carrying a thermos. The old man didn't comment on Ethan Brooks' purchase. He simply asked one question. Young man, are you going to open the box right here? Or take it away and open it later? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. Right here. Harold Hughes raised his eyebrows slightly. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? I just said this box isn't worth much, Harold Hughes said. If you open it right in front of me and it turns out to be nothing but printed material, will you be able to save face? Ethan Brooks looked Harold Hughes in the eye. Mr. Hughes, how many years have you been in this business? 30 years. In those 30 years, have you ever misjudged something? Harold Hughes narrowed his eyes slightly but didn't answer. Ethan Brooks twirled the pickup slip in his hand. I'm not saying you've misjudged it, I'm saying some things aren't obvious at first glance, Ethan Brooks said. Anyone can see what's on the surface, but what's truly valuable is often found where you think you don't need to look a second time. Harold Hughes stared at Ethan Brooks for 3 seconds. Then he slowly nodded once. All right, then I'll stick around to see what your second look reveals. Ethan Brooks turned and walked toward the shipping container. Frank Dawson followed behind him. The rest of the people present, who had originally planned to leave, saw that Harold Hughes was staying and decided to stick around as well. The old man's not leaving? Then I'll take a look too. We paid 50,000 for it, we've got to see what we bought, right? Maybe there's a surprise in there? It's customs cargo, mixed cargo, after all. A dozen or so people gathered once more in front of the shipping container. Ethan Brooks walked to the door, gave it a tug, and the metal door emitted a dull scraping sound. It swung wide open. The interior of the container was clearly visible. On the top shelf, stacks of printed materials wrapped in plastic film were piled up densely, one on top of another. On the middle level, white foam boxes. On the bottom level, pressed down by the 2 layers above, the corners of a few wooden crates were visible. Ethan Brooks's heartbeat remained steady. He knew exactly where the target was. Second row on the right, third wooden crate, hidden compartment at the bottom. But he couldn't just rush straight over there. That would be too obvious. He had to take them out layer by layer from the top. Let everyone see the printed materials and small goods first. Let them laugh their fill first. Then, Changzi, come in and help move these. Take these printed materials out first. Wang Chang ran into Zone D, panting heavily. David Quinn let him through, wearing a pair of worn cotton gloves. His face turned as sour as if he swallowed bitter gall the moment he saw the pile of stuff inside the container. Brother Ethan, is this what you paid 50,000 for? Stop blabbering. Just move them. Chapter 039. The wooden crates at the bottom. The moving process went slower than expected. There were far too many prints, over 600, and each roll was wrapped in plastic film. As they carried them out and stacked them on the ground, they covered a vast area. By the time Wang Chang reached the 50th roll, his forehead was drenched in sweat. Brother Ethan, what are you planning to do with these paintings? I'll find a scrapyard later and sell them by the gene. Wang Chang nearly lost his balance. Sell them by the pound? You spent 50,000. Keep moving. At the entrance to the shipping container, a dozen or so onlookers had already started chattering. They're all just prints. Look at the colors, inkjet prints. The paper's no good either, it's so thin you can see through it. I knew it. Export goods seized by customs. What good could be in something like this? They're meant to be hung on the walls of tourist spots in Southeast Asia to rip off foreigners. 50,000? This young man, a middle-aged man in a gray jacket, leaned over to Harold Hughes. Mr. Hughes, do you think there might still be anything of value in this container? Harold Hughes took a sip of tea. From what I've seen so far, it's not worth 500 yuan. Not worth 500 yuan. Those 4 words, coming from Harold Hughes' mouth, were tantamount to a final verdict. Frank Dawson stood behind Ethan Brooks, rubbing his fingers until they were raw. Ethan Brooks, don't rush. But Mr. Hughes already said, let him finish. It took 20 minutes to clear out the printed materials from the top layer. The foam boxes in the middle layer were finally exposed, about 30 white foam boxes. Ethan Brooks had Wang Chong bring out 5 or 6 of them and open 3 to take a look. Teacups, small ceramic vases, pen holders. The glaze was rough, and the clay body was uneven. Typical mass-produced kiln goods. The onlookers laughed even louder. See that? Printed goods on top, ceramic cups on the bottom, standard export surplus. 50,000 yuan. Even the 2 yuan store downstairs from my place has better stuff than this. Ha 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 ha. That guy was just lucky last time he dug up some good stuff from that burned-down warehouse. Luck is a one-time thing. Once it's gone for good. Ethan Brooks heard every word. He didn't react. He continued directing Wang Chong to move the foam boxes. 1, 2, 3. As the foam boxes were carried out one by one, the space inside the container grew larger and larger. The wooden crates on the bottom layer were finally fully exposed. There were 6 wooden crates in total, ordinary pine shipping crates, sealed with iron nails, with serial numbers and the Made in China export label spray painted on the outside. A layer of dust clung to the surface of the wooden crates, which bore no distinctive markings. Ethan Brooks gazed locked onto his target. The 3rd wooden crate in the 2nd row on the right. Its exterior looked no different from the other 5. Qiangzi, bring all these wooden crates out, starting from the left, one by one. Got it. Wang Chong grabbed a pry bar and pried open the nails on the 1st wooden crate. He opened it. Inside were more ceramic crafts, a pile of small items wrapped in old newspapers. Cups, saucers, and the like. Nothing of value. The 2nd one. Same thing, small ceramic ornaments. 2 were broken, their shards scattered all over the floor. The onlookers had already begun to trickle away. All right, this is boring. Let us go. Even Mr. Hughes said it's not worth 500. What's there to look at? The crowd had dwindled from about 10 people to 7 or 8. Harold Hughes was still there. The old man sat in a folding chair, a thermos cup in his hand, watching Ethan Brooks rummage through the boxes. His expression was hard to read, as if he were watching a young man act foolishly, yet with a hint of uncertainty. Wang Chong hauled out the 3rd wooden crate. Ethan Brooks crouched down. I'll handle this one myself. Wang Chong stepped aside. Ethan Brooks picked up the pry bar and aimed it at the iron nails along the top edge of the wooden crate. 1, 2, 3. Creak, creak, the nails were pulled out and the lid came loose. He lifted it off. The top layer still contained ceramic pieces wrapped in old newspapers, exactly the same as in the previous 2 wooden crates. Ethan Brooks took the ceramic pieces from the top layer out one by one and set them on the ground beside him. There were more than a dozen of them. He emptied the box completely. At the bottom of the box was a wooden plank. An ordinary pine plank. Ethan Brooks gently poked the edge of the plank with the tip of the crowbar. The plank came loose. It wasn't nailed down, it was loose. He reached out and hooked 2 fingers around the edge of the board. He lifted it upward. The board swung open. Beneath it was a hidden compartment about 15 centimeters deep. The compartment was stuffed with yellowed old newspapers, crumpled into balls and packed tightly. Frank Dawson was crouched next to Ethan Brooks the moment he saw the hidden compartment. His fingers stopped trembling, because his entire body was shaking. This. Ethan Brooks ignored him. He reached both hands into the hidden compartment and pushed aside the crumpled newspapers. Beneath the newspapers lay 3 scrolls. They were wrapped in craft paper and tied with cotton string. Ethan Brooks pulled out the first scroll. The moment he held it in his hands, its weight and texture told him one thing. This wasn't a print. The thickness of the paper, the stiffness of the scroll, the way the cotton thread was tied. All were hallmarks of an antique. Frank Dawson's mouth hung wide open. Ethan Brooks untied the cotton thread and unwrapped the craft paper. He slowly unrolled the scroll. The rice paper was yellowed and supple to the touch. The image unfolded from right to left.
Ingve shrimp.
7 shrimp, each in a different pose, some arched, some extending their antennae, some with semi-transparent bodies that looked as if they were alive on the paper. The brushstrokes were concise, with the ink applied in 5 layers, ranging from dark to light, capturing the texture of the shrimp shells, the elasticity of their antennae, and the translucency of their abdomens. All executed with a brush. In the upper right corner of the painting was the inscription, written in running script, painted by the old man of white stone at the age of 92. Below are 2 vermilion seals. Seal of Chi Huang, old man of white stone. Ethan Brooks's hand was perfectly steady, but his heart was pounding in his chest. Frank Dawson let out a sound like air being forced out through a constricted windpipe. Chi Baisher? The 2 characters weren't particularly large, but in the open space beside the shipping container, they carried more than 10 meters. Harold Hughes was drinking tea. The moment he heard those 3 characters, tea choked his windpipe. The thermos nearly slipped from his hand. Chapter 040. Harold Hughes's hands were shaking. Harold Hughes stood up from his chair. The thermos, resting on the armrest, slipped from his grasp and rolled onto the floor. The old man paid it no mind at all. He took 2 steps at a time and walked to the front of the shipping container. "Let me see it." It wasn't a request, it was a command. Instinct honed by 30 years in the business. When faced with something that might be by Chi Baisher, tea, thermoses, and decorum all became irrelevant. Ethan Brooks laid the unrolled scroll flat on a clean foam box nearby. Harold Hughes bent down to get a closer look. His eyes were less than 20 centimeters from the painting. The first thing he looked at wasn't the shrimp. He looked at the paper. His finger gently brushed the edge of the paper. Then he examined the ink. Then he studied the handwriting of the artist's signature. Finally, he inspected the seal. The entire process took about a minute. Not a single word was spoken around them. The people who had been mocking Ethan Brooks for buying junk paper just moments ago were all frozen in place. Harold Hughes straightened up. His hand was actually trembling slightly. A man in his 60s, with 30 years in the business, he handled tens of thousands of antique items. But he only seen an authentic Chi Baisher in his lifetime twice. The first time was 15 years ago, at a top-tier auction in Capital City, viewed through 3 layers of bulletproof glass. The second time was right now, inside a shipping container at a warehouse auction, lying beneath a pile of 5 yuan prints. The paper is old Xian paper from the Republican era, produced in Jing County. On Hue, the fiber density and thickness are just right. Harold Hughes spoke, his voice a full octave lower than usual. The ink is old pine soot ink. The way it soaks into the paper and the subtle, subdued layers of color are impossible to replicate with modern ink. The inscription reads, created by the old man of white stone at the age of 92. Chi Baisher was 92 in 1956, and his running script style that year had a distinctive feature. The starting stroke of horizontal lines carried a very slight reverse hook. He pointed, "Look at the first horizontal stroke of the character white, there it is." The seals Chi Huang's seal and Old Man Baisher, these were the personal seals Chi Baisher used most frequently in his later years. The seal script, the carving technique, and the depth of color in the seal paste all match. Having said this, Harold Hughes took a step back. Frank Dawson, standing nearby, was speechless. He crouched on the ground, his hands resting on his knees. Wang Chong stood behind them, clutching a crowbar, his mind a blank. "Mr. Hughes," Ethan Brooks said calmly, "this is the first one. There are 2 more. Would you like to see them all at once?" Harold Hughes whipped his head around to look at him. "2 more? There are 2 more." Ethan Brooks retrieved the second scroll from the hidden compartment. He untied the cotton string, peeled back the craft paper, and unfurled it. It was a colored ink painting on paper. The image depicted a loquat branch with plump fruit. The leaves were rendered using the Megu technique. A dragonfly perched on a twig, its wings rendered in such meticulous detail that the veins were clearly visible. Inscription: Da DZ has a painting titled Loquats and Dragonfly. I have imitated its spirit. By sure. 2 seals were stamped below, one identical to the Chi Huang's seal on the first painting, and the other reading Jieshan Wang. Harold Hughes leaned in to examine it for 30 seconds. He said nothing. He stepped back. He exhaled sharply. "It's real." 2 words, spoken with conviction. Ethan Brooks took out the third scroll. He unrolled it. Ink on paper, pure black ink. 3 crabs. The crab shells were rendered with a single sweeping stroke of dense ink. The legs were drawn with a dry brush. The force with which the claws opened and closed seemed to leap off the page. In the upper left corner was the inscription, "I have painted crabs for decades and have only now captured their spirit, the old man of white stone." Seals, "White stone old man, Jipping Hall." Harold Hughes finished looking at the third painting. He leaned his entire body against the metal exterior wall of the shipping container. 3 paintings, 3 Chi Baisher works. His voice was a bit distant, as if he were talking to himself. Shrimps, loquats, and a dragonfly ink crabs. These are all works from his later years, all executed in his most mature style. 3 pieces, all in excellent condition, no mold spots, no insect damage, no tears. How on earth did these end up in an export container? Ethan Brooks answered the question. The customs declaration listed them as printed Chinese paintings, but the actual goods didn't match the description, so customs seized them. His tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were describing the day's weather. Most likely, someone hid the 3 authentic works among a batch of printed reproductions, intending to smuggle them out of the country mixed in with export cargo. But when customs inspected the shipment, they found the discrepancy in the description, and the owner didn't dare claim them because claiming them would be tantamount to admitting to smuggling. No one claimed them for 3 years, so customs transferred them to an auction, and the original works ended up spilling out from among the scrap paper. Harold Hughes looked at Ethan Brooks, his expression incredibly complex. Just a moment ago, he said, "Not worth 500. Now, any one of these 3 paintings in front of him was worth at least several million. Frank Dawson finally stood up from the floor, his legs still wobbly. "Chi Baisher's paintings in this container." His voice was halting, his grammar a jumble. The crowd gathered around the shipping container had swelled from 7 or 8 people back to 15 or 16. Someone must have spread the news. Those who had left earlier had rushed back. "Chi Baisher? Which Chi Baisher?" "The Chi Baisher who paints shrimp." "What? In that 50,000 yuan crate?" 3 of them. Supposedly 3 authentic originals. Mr. Hughes saw them. He said they're real. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The middle-aged man who had earlier said, 50,000 for scrap paper, stood on the very edge of the crowd. His face was pale. His lips were tightly pressed together. His 10 fingers were clenched into a tight fist. 50,000. 3 authentic Chi Baisher paintings. This contrast stung harder than a knife slashing across his face. Chapter 041. 50,000 for 10 million. The news spread even faster than Ethan Brooks had anticipated. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Longshan warehousing complex knew that at the container auction in Zone D, someone had bid 50,000 yuan for 3 authentic Chi Baisher paintings. Several buyers who had been clearing out warehouses in Zone B dropped what they were doing and rushed over. Even people in the direction of the Zone A parking lot were peering this way. The crowd in front of the container swelled to more than 20 people. David Quinn had no choice but to set up a security perimeter. Ethan Brooks rolled up the 3 paintings again, wrapped them in the original craft paper, and stuffed them into his backpack. The 3 Chi Baisher paintings couldn't be left out in the open any longer. Frank Dawson took a waterproof tarp to cover the hidden compartment, while Wang Chong stood guard at the container's entrance. Harold Hughes walked up to Ethan Brooks. The old man's expression had shifted from shock to something deeper, as if he'd been pricked by something but was unwilling to admit the pain. "Young man, would you like me to give you an estimate?" Ethan Brooks didn't say yes, but he didn't refuse either. "Mr. Hughes, please go ahead." Harold Hughes cleared his throat, keeping his voice low enough that only the 3 or 4 people nearby could hear. "Shrimps. Among Chi Baisher's late-period shrimp paintings, the 7 shrimps composition is a rare large-scale work. At the 2019 Capital City Poly-Autumn auction, a 5 shrimps painting sold for 3.8 million for the 7 shrimps. A conservative estimate would be 3 million with no upper limit. Loquats and Dragonfly, a colored Gongbi painting. Chi Baisher's Insects and Flowers series has always been among the most sought-after categories at auction in recent years. Works of similar subject matter have fetched between 2.5 million and 4 million. Ink crabs, pure ink wash. Chi Baisher painted far fewer crabs than shrimp rarity drives value. My personal estimate is over 2 million if it were a Chi Baisher-themed auction. 3 million wouldn't be unusual. He finished speaking. Then he announced a total figure. The 3 pieces combined are conservatively valued at 8 million under normal market conditions. 10 million to 12 million. Someone in the crowd let out an uncontrollable gasp. 10 million. A shipping container bought for 50,000 yuan. An authentic Chi Baisher painting that fetched 10 million. That SA 200-fold return. Even crazier than the 100-fold profit from A05. Ethan Brooks nodded after hearing Harold Hughes' estimate. Harold Hughes looked at him. You're not surprised? Not surprised. You knew all along? I did. Before the bidding began? I knew it during the viewing. The corner of Harold Hughes' mouth twitched. During the viewing. Harold Hughes had been there too. He looked at it for 5 minutes, muttered, "Not worth 500, and then sat back down to drink his tea. Meanwhile, during those same 5 minutes, Ethan Brooks had spotted the Chi Baisher painting hidden in a secret compartment of the wooden crate at the bottom. A man with 30 years of experience and a 23-year-old. Standing in front of the same shipping container. One saw nothing. The other saw 10 million. Harold Hughes fell silent. He turned and went back to get his thermos. Frank Dawson stood beside Ethan Brooks, looking as if he were trapped in a dream from which he couldn't wake up. He kept muttering 10 million under his breath, his voice growing fainter and fainter until, in the end, only his lips were moving. Wang Chong was even more dramatic. He crouched on the ground, clutching his crowbar, his head buried between his knees. Brother Ethan, I've been following you for 4 days. You've made how much have you made? Ethan Brooks patted him on the shoulder. Stop counting. If you do, you won't be able to sleep. The chatter around the shipping container had turned into a chaotic jumble. 50,000. 50,000 yuan. This guy spent 50,000 to dig out 3 Chi Baisher paintings from a pile of printed materials nobody wanted. Have you ever seen anything like this? I've been clearing out warehouses for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like it. Does he have X-ray vision or something? He knew there was something good at the bottom before he even finished unpacking the boxes. It's not just today. At the last auction in Zone A, he bought a fire-damaged warehouse for 3,500 and pulled out 500,000 worth of Qing Imperial Palace archives. Who the hell is this guy? The middle-aged man in the gray coat who had previously mocked Ethan Brooks hadn't left the crowd. He stood at the very edge of the crowd. His hands were tucked into his pockets, his shoulders hunched. The expression on his face wasn't anger, nor was it jealousy. It was something deeper. It was the realization that I stood right next to him, saw the same things, he made 10 million, and I mocked him. That feeling was even more painful than losing money. Ethan Brooks began directing Wang Chong to pack up their belongings. The remaining prints and ceramic pieces in the shipping container weren't worth much, so he had Wang Chong contact a scrapyard and sell them by the gene. Over 600 prints and more than 200 small ceramic pieces fetched a total of just over 300 yuan. As for the wooden crates, he kept the one that had held the paintings and sent the other 5 to the scrapyard. The container shell itself was sold as scrap metal for 1,200 yuan. All told, the recycling value came to around 1,500 yuan. In other words, the visible contents of the container were worth 1,500 yuan. Ethan Brooks had spent 50,000 yuan. On the surface, it looked like a loss of 48,500 yuan. But those 3 paintings were worth 10 million yuan. 10 million minus 50,000, a net profit of 9,950,000. A profit margin of 19,900 times. If this figure appeared in any investment textbook, the editor would assume it was a printing error. Frank Dawson sat beside him and ran the numbers. After finishing his calculations, he remained silent for a long time. Ethan Brooks. Today alone, plus the 500,000 from A05 earlier, plus the 10 million from these 3 paintings, your total assets have already exceeded 10 million. Ethan Brooks zipped up his backpack, keeping the 3 paintings close to his body. You're 23 this year. For days ago, you were still driving a borrowed Grand Cherokee, and you probably couldn't even scrape together 10,000 in cash. Pretty much. For days later, you're walking through the warehouse complex carrying 10 million worth of Chi Baisher paintings. Ethan Brooks smiled. Brother Frank, you really are talking more and more nonsense. Frank Dawson shook his head with a wry smile. He wasn't just rambling. He was processing it. Processing a fact he couldn't possibly explain using common sense. A 23-year-old had made over 10 million from a warehouse auction in just 4 days. Every bid he made was on items others couldn't even see. Every judgment call was precise to an almost inhuman degree. This wasn't luck. Luck doesn't strike 6 times in a row. It wasn't experience. Experience doesn't just spring up in the mind of a 23-year-old. Then what was it? Frank Dawson didn't know, nor would he ask. Because with some things, not knowing is safer than knowing. David Quinn walked over, holding a document. Mr. Su, the paperwork for the transfer of ownership of the container has been completed. Here is your receipt. He said, also, Customs needs you to sign a disclaimer stating that once the items in the container are handed over, any subsequent appraisals, transactions, or disputes are not the responsibility of Customs. Ethan Brooks signed the document. Take good care of the painting, David Quinn said, giving him a lingering look. In all my years on the job, this is the first time I've seen someone pull a chi baisher out of a container of surplus export goods. Ethan Brooks folded the document and put it in his pocket. Just luck. David Quinn smiled, said nothing more, and walked away. Chapter 042. How much is Chi Baisher's shrimp worth? After David Quinn walked away, the scene in front of the shipping container completely spiraled out of control. First, 3 or 5 people pushed their way forward to get a look at the painting in the backpack, but Frank Dawson held them back with his arms outstretched. Then, footsteps echoed from the entrance to Zone D, and several people working on recycling used appliances in Zone B dropped what they were doing and ran over. Is this for real? A Chi Baisher? 10 million? That 50,000 container? Where's the guy? Where's the painting? Wang Chong stood beside the container, surrounded by layers upon layers of people. He didn't know anything. All he knew was that Brother Ethan had pulled 3 paintings from under the container, and Mr. Hughes had said each was worth 3 million. 3 million. Those 3 words were the only thing spinning around in Wang Chong's head. The crowd kept growing. Some people were taking photos with their phones, others were shouting into their phones. Ethan Brooks heard at least 4 phone calls mention the same keyword, Chi Baisher. The news had spread. In less than 10 minutes, Zones A, B, and C of the Longshan warehousing park all knew about it. An authentic Chi Baisher painting had been found inside the shipping container from the supplementary auction in Zone D. Ethan Brooks leaned against the metal side of the shipping container, the zipper of his backpack tightly fastened, with the 3 paintings tucked close to his body. Harold Hughes walked over holding a thermos. The old man's steps were half a beat slower than usual. He sat down on a foam box across from Ethan Brooks. Aren't you afraid with so many people watching? Ethan Brooks didn't move. What's there to be afraid of? The paintings are in your backpack, and so many people know about them. Once you're out of the compound, do you think anyone might get the wrong idea? Brother Frank drove me here in his Grand Cherokee. We'll take the elevated highway. It's a 30-minute drive from here to the bank's safe deposit box. Harold Hughes glanced at him. You've even figured out the bank safe deposit box? I figured it out right after I paid the fee. Harold Hughes didn't ask any more questions about security. He picked up his thermos and took a sip of tea. After setting it down, his expression shifted, no longer that of a senior colleague looking out for a junior, but rather that of one professional speaking to another. Let us talk about the paintings for a moment. Ethan Brooks nodded. Harold Hughes' gaze drifted toward the interior of the shipping container. Although Ethan Brooks had already stowed the paintings in his backpack, every stroke and line of those 3 works was still etched in his mind. Chi Baisher was born in Xiangtan, Hunan, and started out as a carpenter. Before the age of 40, his paintings were conventional and unremarkable, not much different from those of most painters during the late Qing and early Republican eras. After turning 40, he began to reinvent his style in his later years, shifting from a meticulous to a freehand brushwork, and from restraint to freedom. By his later years, when he painted shrimp, crabs, and dragonflies, he had reached the point where he could put brush to paper without even looking at the subject. The old man raised a finger. In your painting shrimps, there are 7 shrimp, and each one has a different pose. Some are arched, some are extending their antennae, and some are turning. The shells are rendered with a single horizontal stroke of light ink while the ink is still wet. A second stroke of dark ink is layered over the tail to create a sense of translucency. This technique is called broken ink. In the entire 20th century Chinese art world, he was the only one who could capture the translucency of shrimp. After a 2-second pause, Harold Hughes spoke again. At the 2019 Capital City Poly Autumn Auction, a painting by Chi Baisher titled 5 Shrimp Smaller in Size and in poorer condition than yours sold for 3.8 million. At the 2021 Guardian Spring Auction, a Chi Baisher colored painting of flowers and insects with a subject almost identical to your loquats and dragonfly sold for 4.2 million. At the 2022 Shilling Seal Society Autumn Auction, a 4-panel screen by Chi Baisher depicting crabs in ink wash, Note that it's a 4-panel screen 3 times the surface area of your single painting, and it's sold for $7 million. Harold Hughes tapped the foam box with the lid of his thermos. Do the math yourself. If you put your 3 pieces together and sell them through a reputable auction house, the starting price would be $8 million. With a good specialized auction, the right buyers, and the right timing, $12 million or even $15 million wouldn't be out of the question. Ethan Brooks' expression remained unchanged. But Frank Dawson, sitting beside him, was already at his limit. Frank Dawson sat on the floor, hands braced on his knees, head bowed, muttering numbers under his breath. A05, Qing Imperial Palace Archives sold for $500,000. D01 didn't cost us anything, but it indirectly helped us fend off Gregory Miles. The shipping container cost $50,000. The 3 Chi Baisher paintings, Mr. Hughes said a conservative estimate of $8 million, but $12 million is normal.
5 cents, plus 10 millions.
He looked up at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks, your total assets now exceed $10 million. Ethan Brooks twisted the corner of his mouth slightly. It's more than $10 million. What do you mean? Ethan Brooks didn't answer. A line of golden text unfolded from the right, neatly formatted and indistinguishable from a precise financial report. The total revenue settlement for the Host Zone D event is as follows. D01 Warehouse. Not purchased. Competitors incurred a loss of $140,000 through price gouging maneuvers, at 0 cost. Shipping container CCMU 2019-0847. Purchase cost $50,000. Confirmed assets. Chi Baisher S shrimps valued at $3 million to $4.5 million, loquats and dragonfly valued at $2.5 million to $3.8 million, ink crabs valued at $2.2 million to $3.5 million. Total confirmed asset valuation. $7.7 million to $11.8 million. Comprehensive rating for this auction. S-Class. The Host S cumulative total assets, including $500,000 from the liquidation of the Qing Imperial Palace Archives in Zone A, range from $8.2 million to $12.3 million. Based on this S-Class rating, the Host S connoisseurship has triggered a phased evolution. Perception range has increased from 20 meters to 35 meters, and material analysis accuracy has improved by 1 level. A new auxiliary ability, hidden structure detection, has been added, allowing for structural scans of the interior of enclosed containers. It is recommended that the host maintain a neutral facial expression. Someone nearby is recording a video. Ethan Brooks controlled his expression exceptionally well, tilting his head slightly as if looking at the crowd in the distance. Perception range has increased to 35 meters. Material analysis accuracy has increased by 1 level. Hidden structure detection has been added. What does this mean? From now on, whenever he encounters any enclosed box, cabinet, or warehouse, he'll be able to know what is hidden inside without having to open the door or lift the lid. This ability is truly astonishing. The crowd gathered around the shipping container had already grown to over 30 people. The middle-aged man in the gray jacket who had previously mocked Ethan Brooks for paying $50,000 for worthless paper still hadn't left. He stood on the very edge of the crowd. His hands were tucked into his coat pockets, his shoulders hunched, and his chin lowered. People nearby were chatting. Who was it who just said someone who'd pay $50,000 for this must be crazy? I think it was the guy in the gray coat. Ha! Now he knows who's really crazy. The man in the gray coat had a flush at the base of his ears, but he didn't leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. It was as if his feet were glued to the ground. One image kept replaying in his mind. 30 minutes earlier, during the container tour, he had stood at the entrance to the container for a full 5 minutes. Printed materials, foam boxes, ceramic cups, he had seen every single item. He'd also seen the wooden crates at the bottom. He'd even noticed the corners of those wooden crates. But he'd made a judgment. They weren't worth anything. Then he turned to the person next to him and said, "Anyone who'd pay $50,000 for this is out of their mind." 30 minutes later, a Chi Baisher painting was unearthed from the crate. He and Ethan Brooks had stood in the exact same spot, seen the exact same things, and spent the exact same 5 minutes. One made $10 million. The other let loose a string of curses. That feeling was 10,000 times worse than losing money. Meanwhile, another stir was brewing in the crowd. The man in the leather jacket, who had previously bid on the shipping container, walked up to David Quinn's table. "Old Cheen, can we restart the auction for that shipping container?" David Quinn looked at him. "What did you say?" I placed a bid $236,000. I stopped bidding when he raised it to 50,000, but now I want to bid higher. The contract's already been signed. I can pay more. The contract's already been signed. David Quinn repeated himself, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The man in the leather jacket backed away. Frank Dawson watched the scene unfold from the sidelines. Look at that, he turned down 36,000 and now wants to raise his bid. Ethan Brooks stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Brother Frank, keep an eye on things here for me. I'm gonna check out the container. Frank Dawson was taken aback. What's there to check? Haven T, all the paintings been taken out already. Ethan Brooks walked toward the shipping container without answering. Frank Dawson couldn't see the line of text that had just popped up in Ethan Brooks' mind. Hidden structure detection activated. Host is 15 meters from the remaining wooden crates in the shipping container. Scanning. Ethan Brooks took 5 more steps forward. The golden text refreshed. Scan results for the remaining 5 pine shipping crates are as follows. First crate opened. Second crate opened. Contents consist of bulk ceramic crafts, no high-value items confirmed. Fourth crate. Ceramic crafts on the surface, a tightly wrapped porcelain object found on the second layer at the bottom. Preliminary identification. Early Qing Dynasty blue and white bowl with a lotus scroll pattern. Estimated value approximately 250,000 to 350,000. Fifth wooden crate. The brightness of the text in the last line suddenly increased by a notch, matching the exact same golden hue as when the Qi Baisha piece was discovered earlier. Fifth wooden crate. The top layer contains ceramic crafts. In the middle is a set of 3 seals wrapped in old newspaper, made of top-grade Tianhuang Dong stone, with a seal carving style consistent with the characteristics of the Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imperial Court. Preliminary estimate. Ethan Brooks' gaze lingered for a moment. 2 million to 3.5 million. Chapter 043. There's more at the bottom of the box. Ethan Brooks stood at the entrance to the shipping container. The golden characters in his mind had not yet faded. A set of 3 Tianhuang seals, carved in the Qing Qianlong Imperial style, valued at 2 million to 3.5 million. Add to that the 3 Qi Baisha paintings and a blue and white porcelain bowl he found earlier. The total value inside this 50,000 yuan shipping container had already exceeded 13 million. He slowly regulated his breathing. No rush. First, take out the blue and white bowl. Save the Tianhuang for last. Every step had to be steady. He couldn't let anyone tell that he knew exactly how much was inside the container. Changzi. Wang Chong jogged over, drenched in sweat. Brother Ethan? Bring out the 4th wooden crate. Wang Chong glanced inside the shipping container. The 3rd one had already been opened. Ethan Brooks had taken out the Qi Baisha painting from it while the 4th was still nailed shut. Got it. He grabbed the pry bar and began pulling out the nails one by one, with a creaking sound. The crowd outside had already begun to disperse. Ethan Brooks had stowed the authentic Qi Baisha painting in his backpack. There was nothing left to see. But Ethan Brooks started opening another crate. A few people who were just about to leave turned back. Is he still opening crates? Aren't they're just prints and ceramic cups inside? Who knows? Didn't those 3 paintings just get pulled out from under the cups? The people who had left came back. The crowd gathered once more. Harold Hughes also stood up, holding his thermos, but said nothing. The 4th wooden crate was opened. The top layer, as usual, contained small ceramic items wrapped in old newspapers, cups, saucers, and pencil holders. Ethan Brooks took them out one by one and placed them on the ground. His movements were neither fast nor slow. He glanced at each item as he picked it up. System confirmation. Mass-produced kiln goods, worth $5. Confirmed. Mass-produced goods, $3. Confirmed. Mass-produced goods, worthless. Confirmed. Mass-produced goods. When he reached the 12th item, Ethan Brooks's hand paused. It was wrapped in a thicker layer of newspaper than the others, and it felt different to the touch. The other ceramic pieces felt light in his hand, but this one was heavy. Ethan Brooks peeled back the layers of newspaper one by one. A bowl. Its rim measured about 14 centimeters in diameter. The walls were thin and even, with an intertwined lotus pattern painted on the exterior. The blue of the blue and white porcelain was deep and subdued, with a grayish undertone, not that bright, chemical-looking blue. The foot ring at the base of the bowl was neatly carved. Turning it over revealed a 4-character mark on the bottom. De Qing Kangxi. The person next to him leaned in to take a closer look. Another blue and white piece? Can't be another Jing Dajun imitation, can it? Just like those D01 vases. Ethan Brooks didn't respond. The system had already provided a complete analysis. A fine piece from a folk kiln of the early Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. The blue and white glaze exhibits the typical Kangxi emerald green blue. The body is made of kaolin sintered at high temperature, resulting in a dense and fine texture. The intertwined lotus pattern is rendered with fluid brushwork and masterful use of the water-dividing technique. Although the mark on the base does not conform to the standards of an imperial kiln, the quality far exceeds that of ordinary folk kilns. Estimated value, 250,000 to 350,000 yuan. Not a replica. Ethan Brooks placed the bowl on the foam box in front of him. Mr. Hughes, take a look at this for me. Harold Hughes walked over. He crouched down and picked up the bowl. His movements were different from when he had examined the Qi Baisher piece earlier. Back then he had been excited, but this time he was calm. He turned it over to examine the base, running his fingernail along the rim of the ring foot. The body is right, it's a high-temperature body. He then examined the color of the blue and white pattern, leaning in to study the brushstrokes. The water-dividing technique, 5 distinct layers of color. This is a classic characteristic of Kangxi-era blue and white porcelain. He set the bowl down and stood up. It's authentic. The crowd erupted. Another authentic piece? A Qi Baisher painting and a Kangxi blue and white bowl, both from the same box? What kind of box is this, anyway? Harold Hughes looked at Ethan Brooks. You should know in your heart how much it's worth. A fine Kangxi-era blue and white bowl from a folk kiln in such excellent condition is rare on the market. Around 300,000. If the right buyer comes along, it could fetch even more. Frank Dawson was crouched nearby. The look on his face had shifted from shock to a kind of numbness. 300,000. Plus 10 million for the Qi Baisher. 10,030,000 and I bought it for 50,000. Frank Dawson rubbed his temples. My brain's about to explode. The murmurs outside were growing louder. The second-hand dealer who earlier bought the old appliances from D02 for 9,000 walked over to the barbed wire fence, stared at it for a long time, then turned back and said something to his assistant. I bought that junk fridge and washing machine for 9,000, and he bought Qi Baisher and Kangxi blue and white porcelain for 50,000. The assistant didn't respond, there was simply nothing to say. On the other side, toward the parking lot, Gregory Miles' car had already driven out of the Longsheng warehousing park gates. Ryan Foster was sitting in the passenger seat when his phone vibrated. A colleague sent him a WeChat message. Something had happened in Zone D. 3 Qi Baisher paintings had been found inside the shipping container that young man had bought for 50,000. Harold Hughes had authenticated them on the spot, genuine works, valued at 10 million. Ryan Foster's finger froze on the screen. Brother Gregory. Gregory Miles was staring at the road ahead. What is it? Ryan Foster handed him the phone. Gregory Miles pulled over at a red light, took the phone, and looked at it for 5 seconds. The car fell silent for 10 seconds. 10 million. Gregory Miles' voice came from the back of his throat. Bought for 50,000. He drove up the price on D01 right in front of us, 140,000, and we ended up bringing back a bunch of fakes, Gregory Miles said. Then he turned around and spent 50,000 to bid on a box of prints, and pulled out a Qi Baisher worth 10 million from the bottom. Ryan Foster didn't dare say a word. Gregory Miles tossed the phone onto the dashboard. Call Mr. Wilson. What should I say? Tell him that I, Gregory Miles, lost 140,000 in Zone D of Ocean City, and then watched with my own eyes as Ethan Brooks turned 50,000 into 10 million. After a 2-second pause, Gregory Miles spoke again. No, I didn't see it with my own eyes, because I left before he opened the box. I didn't even get a chance to see how he won. Gregory Miles' right hand gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on the back of his hand clearly visible. The light turned green, and the car behind them was honking. Ryan Foster didn't dare to urge him on. Gregory Miles stepped on the gas. This guy, he said softly, isn't relying on luck, in front of the shipping container. Ethan Brooks rewrapped the Kangxi blue and white porcelain bowl in its original newspaper and slipped it into the side pocket of his backpack. 3 paintings and 1 bowl, his backpack was nearly full. He glanced at the 2 remaining wooden crates. The 5th one. The line of golden text the system had displayed 15 minutes ago still lingered in his memory. 3 consecutive Tianhuang seals, characteristic of the Qing Qianlong Imperial Court, estimated value 2 million to 3.5 million. Ethan Brooks turned to look at Frank Dawson. Brother Frank, help Changzi carry the last 2 crates out. Frank Dawson opened his mouth. There are more. Ethan Brooks didn't answer. He walked over to the side of the container and leaned against the metal wall. Frank Dawson and Wang Chong lifted the 5th and 6th wooden crates out from the bottom of the container. They pried open the 6th one first. The top layer was, once again, common ceramic goods. Ethan Brooks scanned the contents. The system verified each item one by one, confirming they were all mass-produced kiln goods with no valuable items. This crate is empty. Set it aside. The 6th crate was pushed to the side. The 5th wooden crate was moved in front of Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks crouched down. He placed his hand on the lid. The system prompt had already clearly told him what was inside. But he kept his emotions in check, his face showing not a hint of emotion. Changzi, hand me the pry bar. Chapter 044. The 3 Tianhuang seals. The crowbar was inserted into the gap between the iron nails along the top edge of the wooden crate. Creak. The first nail was pulled out. Creak. The second. Ethan Brooks moved slowly, slower than he had when opening any of the previous wooden crates. It wasn't hesitation, it was self-control. The crowd fell silent once more. Harold Hughes stood 3 meters away, his thermos set aside, both hands clasped behind his back. Frank Dawson crouched to the side, his fists clenched. The 3rd nail, the 4th. The lid came loose. Ethan Brooks lifted the lid with both hands and set it down on the ground beside him. Inside the wooden crate, the top layer was exactly the same as the previous ones. Small ceramic items wrapped in old newspapers, cups, saucers, and ornaments. Ethan Brooks took them out one by one. The system scanned each item. Common goods, common goods, common goods. 10 items, 12 items, 15 items. By the time he reached the 18th item, the top layer was empty. The 2nd layer. Several balls of crumpled old newspaper were stuffed tightly into the middle of the box. Unlike the ceramic items on the top layer, which were wrapped to retain their shape, these paper balls were simply used as filler. But one of them was larger than the others, irregularly shaped, with a bulge in the center. Ethan Brooks reached in and squeezed the ball of newspaper. It was hard. It didn't feel like a ball of paper. The air around him seemed to freeze for a moment. Frank Dawson's Adam S. apple bobbed. Ethan Brooks removed the ball of newspaper from the box, his hands steady. He peeled away the layers of newspaper one by one. The outer 2 layers were from the 1998 Ocean City Evening News. The paper had turned yellow and brittle. Inside was another layer of soft cotton cloth, tied in a knot. Ethan Brooks untied the cotton string and lifted the cloth. 3 stones. No, that's not right. 3 seals. Connected together. The 3 square seals were linked end to end in a chain-like structure, carved from stone. Their color was a warm yellow, with a semi-translucent, oily sheen. The entire block of stone was about the size of a palm. The 3 seals were each engraved with different seal scripts, and their handles were carved into 3 auspicious beasts, each with a distinct form. Everyone in the room turned to look. Harold Hughes took a step forward. The old man's eyes went wide. Let me see it. His tone was the same as when he deviewed Chi Baishar's work last time, not a request, but a command. Ethan Brooks placed the 3 seal set on the clean surface of the foam box in front of him. Harold Hughes bent over, bringing his hands close but not quite touching, and studied it for 10 seconds. Then he extended his right hand, and his index and middle fingers gently traced the side of the seal on the far left. My God! The single word burst from his lips, his voice trembling. What? Frank Dawson asked. Harold Hughes didn't answer Frank Dawson. His fingers slowly glided across the stone surface. Tianhuang, he said, his voice dropping a full octave. Tianhuang Dong. As soon as those 2 words left his mouth, Frank Dawson was at a loss, because he didn't know what Tianhuang was. But someone nearby did. In the crowd of onlookers, a man in his 40s wearing a gold chain sucked in a sharp breath. Tianhuang? Genuine Tianhuang stone. Another man chimed in. Are you sure it's Tianhuang and not Shoshan lychee frozen? Harold Hughes ignored them. His finger moved from the side of the seal to the bottom, turning it over to examine the inscriptions. 3 seals. The first was engraved with Qianlong Imperial Reward, the second with Master of Xintian, and the third with Leisurely Pleasures. The seal script was upright, the carving vigorous. Every stroke carried the precise, measured force characteristic of imperial artisans. Harold Hughes flipped the triplet seal back to the front to examine the seal knobs. 3 auspicious beasts. A dragon, a phoenix, and a qilin. The carving was so intricate that every scale and feather was clearly defined. The old man finally couldn't resist any longer. He picked up the triplet seal with his right hand. He weighed it in his hand. Tianhuang stone is denser than ordinary Shoshan stone for stones of the same size. Tianhuang feels heavier in the hand. Harold Hughes weighed it a couple of times, then set it back down. He took a step back. His right hand was trembling. This time it wasn't a slight tremor, it was visibly shaking. "Young man." His voice was twice as hoarse as it had been before he drank his tea. "Do you know what this is?" Ethan Brooks looked at him. "Mr. Hughes, please tell me." Harold Hughes swallowed hard. Tianhuang stone, sourced from Shoshan in Fujian. Since ancient times, it has been the most precious variety of seal stone. Since the Qing dynasty, the Tianhuang veins have gradually dried up. Today, genuine Tianhuang on the market, especially this Tianhuang Dong variety, which is completely free of impurities and highly transparent, costs more than 10 times the price of gold per gram. He pointed at the 3-seal set. This set of 3 seals in front of you, the 3 seals plus the connecting piece, is carved from a single block of material weighing at least 120 grams. Based on the current market price of Tianhuang Dong stone, the material alone is worth over $1 million. After a 1-second pause, Harold Hughes spoke again. "But that's not the most valuable part. The most valuable part is the 3 seals engraved on it. Imperial gift from the Qianlong Emperor Master of Xintian, a few moments of leisure for pleasure." The inscriptions on these 3 leisure seals are recorded in the archives of the Imperial Workshop of the Qing Imperial Palace. In his later years, the Qianlong Emperor commissioned court artisans to craft multiple sets of 3-piece seal sets from Tianhuang Dongshi for his personal enjoyment. Most were lost during the Boxer Rebellion. Of the known surviving sets, 2 are housed in museums, and the rest are in private hands. Harold Hughes shook his head. "In my 30 years in the business, I've only heard of 3 or 4 sets in private hands. Every time one of these sets appears at auction, it's a major event." Frank Dawson's face had turned an unnaturally ashen gray. He spoke, his voice hoarse. "Mr. Hughes, how much is this set worth?" Harold Hughes glanced at the set of 3 seals once more. "It's hard to give an exact figure. In 2016, an auction house in Capital City sold a set of Qianlong Tianhuang 3-seal set. Its condition wasn't as good as yours, but it sold for $2.6 million. If your set is in perfect condition." He pointed to the carvings of the auspicious beasts on the seal knobs. "For an imperial-grade Tianhuang 3-seal set in such excellent condition, my personal estimate would be between $2.5 million and $3.5 million. The last time a Tianhuang 3-seal set of this caliber appeared on the open market was 4 years ago. $3 million, plus 3 Qi Baishe paintings at $10 million, plus a Kangxi blue and white bowl at $300,000. $13,300,000. All from a single shipping container worth $50,000. Frank Dawson's legs finally gave out, and he plopped down onto the ground. $13 million. He squeezed out a few words in a strained voice. A 50,000 yuan shipping container, $13 million worth of goods. The profit margin is... He couldn't figure it out. The number was beyond his capacity to calculate. Ethan Brooks did a simple division in his head. 13 million divided by 50,000 260 times. A 260-fold profit margin. In any financial analyst's report, this figure would be considered a printing error. But it had actually happened. The system popped up the final settlement in his mind. Host S shipping container CCMU 2019-0847 final settlement. Purchase cost, 50,000 yuan. Confirmed total asset value, 12.7 million to 19.15 million yuan. Profit multiplier, 254x to 383x. Overall rating SS class. This is the host's first ever SS class rating. The hidden structure detection ability upgrade, multi-layer nested scan, has been unlocked. The host can now identify hidden compartment structures with 2 or more layers. The host's comprehensive antique appraisal ability has been upgraded from beginner to professional level, and the ability to analyze the materials of calligraphy and paintings now includes rapid dating of ink marks. I suggest the host take a look back at Frank Dawson. He looks like he's about to pass out. Ethan Brooks glanced back. Frank Dawson did indeed look very pale. Brother Frank. Brother Frank. Don't talk to me. Let me catch my breath for a moment. The crowd surrounding the shipping container had grown even larger than before. Word had already spread throughout the entire Longsheng warehousing park. Some had run over from the Zone A parking lot, while others had climbed over the barbed wire fence from the neighboring industrial park. David Quinn had no choice but to set up a second security perimeter. Whispers and speculation filled the air. 3 Tianhuang seals in a row from the Qianlong era. That old man just said they're worth 3 million. Add that to Qi Baishi's 10 million, and that Kangxi bowl worth 300,000. Tell me, what's the total? Over 13 million, all from a single container bought for 50,000. Damn it. I've lived 40 years and never seen anything like this. The man with the gold chain stood in the crowd, fingering the chain around his neck. His face was frozen in shock, and it took him a long time to recover. I've been in the jade business for 12 years. At most, I've made 700,000 or 800,000 a year. This kid just opened one box and surpassed my income from 15 years. Someone nearby chimed in, "Don't even try to compare, it's impossible. Luck like that, or rather, that kind of eye for art, comes along once in 100 years. Ethan Brooks rewrapped the set of 3 Tianhuang seals in cotton cloth, wrapped them in 2 layers of newspaper, and placed them in the innermost compartment of his backpack. The backpack was completely full. 3 Qi Baishi paintings, a Kangxi-era blue and white porcelain bowl, and a set of 3 Qianlong-era Tianhuang seals. Total value 13 million. The backpack weighed less than 3 kilograms. 3 kilograms, 13 million each. Gram was worth over 4,000 yuan. Ethan Brooks zipped the backpack shut and hoisted it onto his shoulder. He turned to look at Frank Dawson and Wang Chong. "Let us go to the bank first." His cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Ethan Brooks pulled it out. The screen displayed an unknown number, registered in Ocean City. A system notification popped up. Call analysis. The number is registered in Ocean City and is not listed in the host's contacts. The timing of the call closely aligns with the release of the Auction District D results. Preliminary assessment indicates this call is directly related to the high-value assets currently held by the host. It is recommended that the host pay close attention to any identifying information and bidding motives mentioned during the call. Ethan Brooks stared at the number for 2 seconds. He pressed the answer button. "Hello." There was a 1-second pause on the other end of the line. Then came the voice of an unfamiliar man, deep and steady, speaking at a measured pace, with a deliberate air of politeness. "Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Bai Yongchong. I apologize for disturbing you. I'm representing a client and would like to discuss a deal regarding what you acquired today." Chapter 045. Is 5 million enough? Ethan Brooks stood next to the shipping container, his backpack slung over his shoulder, the phone pressed to his ear. "Mr. Bai." He spoke up. "What deal?" Bai Yongchong's voice remained steady. "I heard that Mr. Su won a bid today at the Longsheng warehousing park for a shipping container, and 3 paintings by Qi Baishi were discovered inside. News travels fast, quite a few people in the circle are already discussing it." Ethan Brooks didn't respond, waiting for him to continue. "My client has long been interested in collecting Qi Baishi's works. He wants all 3 of these, shrimps, loquats, and dragonfly ink crabs. 3 paintings in one go. This is no small matter." "How much are you offering?" Ethan Brooks asked. 5 million for all 3 as a package, a firm offer. Frank Dawson was standing right next to Ethan Brooks, less than half a meter away. The voice on the phone wasn't particularly loud, but Frank Dawson heard the words 5 million, and his hand grabbed Ethan Brooks's arm. Ethan Brooks sidestepped Frank Dawson's hand. The system's alerts ran simultaneously. Analysis of Bai Yongchong's voice tone and precise control of his speaking pace indicated he had a pre-planned strategy before the call. The 5 million quote was not a test but a first-round anchor price. The bidder had anticipated that Ethan Brooks was a young, grassroots professional, and 5 million was enough to create a psychological impact. Based on inferences regarding the client's identity, the timing of the bid, the magnitude of the amount, and the bundling of the 3 paintings, all align with Owen Wilson's financial operations style, there is an over 80% probability that this was directly or indirectly authorized by Owen Wilson. Ethan Brooks' assessment matched the system's analysis. Owen Wilson. It's him again. He failed to secure the files with a $1 million bid, and when he sent Gregory Miles to Zone D to snap up goods, he lost 140,000. Now he's using a different person and a different approach, no longer going head-to-head, but switching to a purchase strategy. Mr. Bai, Mr. Harold Hughes provided an on-the-spot appraisal of these 3 paintings today. The conservative estimate is 8 million. The normal market value ranges from 10 million to 12 million. "You're offering 5 million. What discount did you get?" There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Su. Mr. Hughes' appraisal is the auction house's reference price. But from the day the paintings are acquired until they actually go up for auction, there's a process that takes time: authentication certificates, auction house review, catalog production, and buyer scheduling. This cycle takes at least 3 months and can be as long as half a year. 5 million is the price for immediate cash. We can finalize the deal today and transfer the funds tomorrow. No need to wait 3 months. Nice sales pitch. Using time costs to drive down the price. Ethan Brooks walked to the side of the shipping container and leaned against the metal wall. Mr. Bai, tell me who your client is. I'm not at liberty to disclose that. Then tell me how you got my phone number. There was a pause on the other end of the line. It's a small circle. All it takes is a little asking around. System note. After Bai Yongchang evaded the question about his identity, his speaking pace increased slightly, further confirming his connection to Owen Wilson's camp. Ethan Brooks' phone number likely came from an indirect leak of information previously registered with David Quinn, or was obtained through channels within Owen Wilson's camp. Mr. Bai. Ethan Brooks' tone remained unchanged. I'll give you a clear answer. I want to sell it for 5 million. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Su can offer a price that will satisfy you. What's your client's maximum budget? Another 2-second pause. 6 million for all 3 pieces as a package. That's the highest authorization I can grant. 6 million. Frank Dawson, standing nearby, was already pacing like a caged animal. 6 million immediate payment, cash, no waiting, no auction house. Just think of all the things you could do with 6 million in hand. He reached out to tug at Ethan Brooks' sleeve. Ethan Brooks pressed his free hand lightly against the back of Frank Dawson's hand. His touch was steady, not heavy, but the message was clear. Don't move. Mr. Bai, I want to sell them even for 6 million. Mr. Su, I'll say it again. I want to sell them no matter the price, at least not right now. Bai Yongchang fell silent on the other end of the line for 5 seconds. Have you thought this through, Mr. Su? I have. All right, then I won't bother you any further. If you change your mind in the future, Mr. Bai, feel free to contact me anytime. All right. The call ended. Ethan Brooks slipped his phone into his pants pocket and turned to look at Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson's face was no longer ashen, it was red. Flushed crimson from holding it in. You, brother Frank, hold it in. 6 million. He offered 6 million. You, those 3 paintings are worth 10 million. He offered 6 million, that's a 40% discount. Ethan Brooks' voice dropped to a whisper. Do you think someone who buys at a 40% discount is genuinely interested in the paintings? Or is he just looking for a bargain? Frank Dawson's mouth opened, closed, then opened again. But 6 million isn't exactly chump change. Brother Frank. Ethan Brooks looked him in the eye. How many days have you been following me? 5 days. Have I made a single losing deal in those 5 days?
No.
Then do you think I'd accept 6 million for a painting worth 10 million? Frank Dawson fell silent. Ethan Brooks leaned against the metal side of the shipping container. 80% of the people backing Bai Yongchang are Owen Wilson. He offered $1 million for my files, but I didn't sell them. He sent Gregory Miles to snap up art in District D, and I ripped him off for 140,000. Now he's trying a different approach. He wants to buy my Chi Baisher painting for 6 million. If I sell it, he'll pass it on to an auction house, where it'll go for 12 million, a net profit of 6 million. That 6 million is essentially coming straight out of my pocket. Are you willing to let Owen Wilson make 6 million off you? Frank Dawson clamped his mouth shut. Ethan Brooks straightened up from where he'd been leaning against the sheet metal. There are a few things we need to do next. First, we can't keep these items at home. Go to the bank this afternoon and open a safe deposit box, put all 3 paintings and the set of 3 Tianhuang seals in there. Second, word has already gotten out. Bai Yongchang won't be the last person to come knocking. From now on, we won't say a single word to anyone about exactly what we have or how much it's worth. Frank Dawson nodded. Got it. Third, Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and scrolled through it. That Kangxi blue and white bowl has a chip. It's very shallow and hard to spot unless you look closely. But if we take it to auction, that chip will knock at least 20% off the final price. Frank Dawson glanced at Ethan Brooks. When did you notice the chip? I saw it as soon as I got it. Then why did you say it was worth 300,000? If the crack is repaired, it's still worth 300,000. If not, it's worth 70% of that. Ethan Brooks scrolled through his phone. I know someone who specializes in restoring antique ceramics. He is quite skilled. We took classes together in college. He swiped to a name in his contacts. Julian Carter. Frank Dawson leaned in to take a look. A woman. Ethan Brooks shot him a glance. Why do you care so much? Just asking. Ethan Brooks said nothing more. His thumb hovered over the name for 2 seconds. Then he pressed the call button. Chapter 046. A phone call. The call went through. It rang 4 times. On the 5th ring, it was picked up. A woman's voice came through, neither deep nor high-pitched, with a slightly languid tone, as if she'd just been woken up. Hello. Jicho, it's Ethan Brooks. There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Ethan Brooks. Another 2 seconds of silence. You've got my number saved? I always have. Julian Carter didn't respond to that. After a brief pause, his tone shifted from languid to a normal conversational rhythm. Why are you calling me? You haven't contacted me since high school. There's something I need your help with. What is it? Where are you right now? Ocean City. I'm working at a private studio, restoring antique porcelain. The corner of Ethan Brooks' mouth twitched slightly. Ocean City, no need to travel to another city. What's the name of the studio? Wuhuating, a cultural relics restoration studio. It's in the Xiqing district. I've been there for 3 years. Can you meet up right now? I don't have any jobs this afternoon. Julian Carter said. Sure. What's up? Ethan Brooks thought for 2 seconds. Let us talk in person. It's not convenient over the phone. All right, you picked the spot. Longsheng Warehouse Park, at the entrance to Zone D. Can you make it? Is that far? 20 minutes by car. You can take a cab. I'll reimburse you for the fare. A hint of a smile tinged Julian Carter's tone. Ethan Brooks, you've never been this generous before. I used to be broke. You're not broke anymore? Nope. All right. I'll be there in half an hour. He hung up the phone. Frank Dawson stood beside him, a subtle expression on his face, as if he wanted to say something but was holding back. Don't look at me. Ethan Brooks slipped his phone back into his pocket. I just wanted to ask, is he a high school classmate of yours? Yeah. He studies restoration? Art college specializing in ancient ceramics restoration. The corners of Frank Dawson's mouth twitched slightly, but Ethan Brooks shot him a look that stopped him in his tracks. All right, I won't ask anymore. Ethan Brooks walked over to the shipping container. Most of the crowd had already dispersed. David Quinn was clearing the table. Harold Hughes had left 20 minutes ago, leaving a business card for Ethan Brooks. As he walked out, it read, Harold Hughes, Hongdekshuan Antiques, along with a cell phone number. Call me if you need anything. That was all the old man said. The system performed a final round of organization in Ethan Brooks' mind. It wasn't about the outside world, it was about him. Overview of the host's current abilities. Appraisal range, 35 meters. Material analysis accuracy. Professional level capable of identifying the age and origin of 6 major material categories. Wood, stone, porcelain, metal, paper, and textiles. Emotional sensing accuracy. Advanced capable of dynamically tracking emotions and assessing intentions of targets within a 10-meter radius. New ability. Hidden structure detection. Multi-layer nested version can identify concealed compartments with 2 or more layers within enclosed containers. New auxiliary ability. Rapid ink age assessment can quickly estimate the date of creation of calligraphy and painting works by observing the layers of ink penetration, with a margin of error of plus or minus 15 years. Current cumulative assets valuation basis, 13 million to 19 million yuan. Days in the business, 5. System comment. The host's growth rate has exceeded the upper limit of the normal curve. It is recommended to remain vigilant. The road ahead does not become safer. The further you go, the richer you are, the more dangerous it becomes. The last line caused Ethan Brooks' expression to freeze for a moment. The richer you are, the more dangerous it becomes. The system was right. Bai Yongchang's call was just the beginning. Starting today, his name and his spoils would simultaneously come into the public eye. Some would want to do business with him, others would want to buy from him, still others would want to dig up his background. And then there were those like Owen Wilson who would try to control him by any means necessary. Ethan Brooks gathered his thoughts. Here were the matters he needed to handle right now. First, the 3 Qi Baisher paintings. Safety first, deposit them in a bank safe deposit box this afternoon. Second, the set of 3 Tianhuang seals, same as above. Third, the Kangxi blue and white bowl, it has a crack and needs repair. That's why he called Julian Carter. Once it's fixed, he'll decide whether to keep it or sell it. Fourth, the remaining ordinary goods in the container, the printed materials have already been sold by the Gene, and there's no point in holding onto the generic ceramics. He'll have Wang Chong find a channel to offload them in bulk. Fifth, the most important matter, money. He currently has over 13 million in assets, but they're all in physical goods. The only cash he has on hand is the final payment from the sale of the A05 Qing Imperial Palace archives and the scattered balances from the past few days together. They amount to less than 300,000. 13 million in physical assets, 300,000 in cash. If he wanted to participate in new auctions, face new competition, and seize new opportunities, he needed cash flow. This meant that, eventually, he would have to sell some of what he had. The question was what to sell, when to sell it, to whom, and for how much. These decisions couldn't be rushed, but they couldn't be too slow either. Opportunities don't wait. Brother Ethan. Wang Chong walked over, drenched in sweat. His gloves so dirty you couldn't tell their original color. We've unloaded everything from the container, and the scrap collection truck has arrived. What should we do with the few boxes of ceramics left? Find a wholesale buyer to offload them. The cups and plates together should fetch about 1 or 2,000. You've worked hard here, 10,000 for your wages these past few days. Wang Chong's mouth formed an O. 10,000? You've been working for me for 5 days, moving hundreds of Gene of stuff. 10,000 isn't too much. Brother Ethan, I take it. Ethan Brooks counted out 10 bills from his wallet and handed them over. Someone else is coming in a bit. Once they arrive, go ahead and take care of those boxes of scrap first. Wang Chong clutched the money, his fingers trembling. Brother Ethan, if you have any more work in the future, just give me a call. I'm available 24/7. I'd even do it for free. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Get to work. 25 minutes later, a white shared bike pulled up at the entrance to Zone D. A young woman got off the bike. She was of average height, wearing a gray-blue cotton linen jacket with a few dried paint splatters on the cuffs. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail. She wore almost no makeup, and her skin tone was neither fair nor dark. She carried a canvas tool bag that was bulging at the seams. Ethan Brooks walked up to the entrance. Julian Carter's first reaction upon seeing him was to size him up from head to toe. You're more muscular than you were in high school. You've lost weight since high school. I was just skinny back then, you were just letting yourself go. She patted her flat stomach. Restorers are always bending over, we can't gain weight even if we wanted to. Frank Dawson stood behind them. The moment he saw Julian Carter, he gave Ethan Brooks a thumbs up, only to be met with a withering glare from Ethan Brooks. Come on. Let us go inside and talk. Ethan Brooks led Julian Carter deeper into Section D. As they walked past the shipping container, Julian Carter looked around. The floor was littered with discarded newspapers and foam scraps, and the air carried a mingled scent of old newspapers and dust. What are you doing here? Demolition. Ethan Brooks crouched down and picked up the Kangxi-era blue and white porcelain bowl wrapped in newspaper from a foam box nearby. He slowly unwrapped the newspaper. Take a look at this for me. Julian Carter walked over and peered down at it. Then she stopped in her tracks. Her gaze shifted abruptly from a casual focus to intense concentration. She crouched down. She held both hands out flat, not touching the bowl, just looking at it first. Blue and white, with a lotus scroll pattern. Her voice softened. The glaze has a grayish-blue hue, it's not that artificial blue. Her finger brushed the side of the bowl. It feels smooth to the touch, a high-fired body. She turned it over to examine the mark on the bottom. De Qing Kangxi, a folk kiln mark, but the quality is very high. Julian Carter looked up at Ethan Brooks. Where did you get this? I found it in a box. Julian Carter didn't ask any further questions about the box. Her attention was already completely absorbed by the bowl. It's damaged, she said, tapping a spot on the outer rim of the bowl with her finger. There's a chip here, very shallow, extending about 2 centimeters from the rim into the bowl's wall. Can it be repaired? Julian Carter picked up the bowl, held it up to the light, turned it around twice and set it down. Yes, the crack isn't deep and doesn't go all the way through. If I use kintsugi, it'll take about 2 days. If I use tree lacquer, 3. Which would you prefer? What do you think? Kintsugi. For a bowl of this quality, repairing it with kintsugi won't affect its value. In fact, some buyers actually prefer the look of kintsugi. Ethan Brooks nodded. Then kintsugi it is. Julian Carter carefully placed the bowl back on the foam box, pulled a soft cloth pouch from his tool bag, and wrapped the bowl in it with swift, gentle movements. Come pick it up in 2 days. How much will it cost? Kintsugi plus materials 2,000. That's my friend S rate. Ethan Brooks pulled 3,000 out of his wallet and handed it to him. The extra 1,000 is for running errands. Julian Carter glanced at him, accepted the money without hesitation, and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. Ethan Brooks. You've struck it rich, haven't you? Ethan Brooks didn't answer. Julian Carter, carrying the cloth bag with the bowl and his toolkit, walked toward the entrance to Section D. After taking a few steps, he turned back and glanced at him. Back in high school, your landscape painting in art class was ranked 3rd from the bottom by the teacher. And now you're actually working with Kangxi-era blue and white porcelain. People change. Julian Carter smiled, turned, and walked away. Frank Dawson waited until she was out of earshot. He leaned over to Ethan Brooks. That girl's pretty great. Shut up. I'll just say one thing. Shut up. Let us go to the bank first. Chapter 047. The Bank and the Forum. 2:30 p.m. Ocean City Commercial Bank, West City Branch. Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson walked into the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor. The front desk manager glanced at Ethan Brooks' account balance, $270,000. Then he listened as Ethan Brooks explained he wanted to rent a large safe deposit box. Mr. Su, our largest safe has an annual fee of $3,600 and measures 60 centimeters by 40 centimeters by 20 centimeters. Would that work for you? That's fine. An annual fee of $3,600 was practically nothing to Ethan Brooks at this point. Once the safe was set up, Ethan Brooks took items out of his backpack one by one. 3 scrolls of Qi Baisha paintings, wrapped in craft paper. A set of 3 Qianlong-era Tianhuang seals, wrapped in cotton cloth. He placed everything inside the safe. The lock, the combination, the fingerprint. Frank Dawson stood by his side the entire time. Once the safe door was closed and locked, Frank Dawson finally let out a long sigh. I've never been this nervous in my life. My hands were shaking the whole way from the warehouse complex to the bank. Ethan Brooks didn't respond he'd been nervous too, though he hadn't shown it. Transporting $13 million worth of goods from the warehouse complex to the bank, a 30-minute drive. If anything had gone wrong, a car accident, theft, or a drop, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thankfully, they were safe now. They left the bank. Frank Dawson drove, and Ethan Brooks sat in the passenger seat. Brother Ethan, do you have anything else planned for today? Just drop me off. I need to look into something tonight. What is it? I haven't decided yet. Ethan Brooks stared out the window. The system had been quiet in his mind for a long time. It hadn't popped up any alerts since they left the bank. But Ethan Brooks had a vague premonition. He had been through so much over the past 5 days, from 3,500 in A05 to 13 million in the Zone D container. Every step had accelerated, and every step had pushed the limits further. But the system had previously displayed a message predicting that an additional auction item would appear within 30 minutes, one highly correlated with the major opportunity window previously flagged. That message had appeared while he was at the main gate of Zone D later. The shipping container had appeared, and Qi Baisha's painting had appeared. He had already seized that major opportunity window, or was an even bigger window yet to open. Ethan Brooks returned to his residence, a small 1-bedroom apartment, not very spacious, but quiet. He took a shower and changed his clothes. He sat down at his computer. He opened an antiques industry forum called Bagatong. This forum wasn't a public commercial platform. An invitation code was required to register. Ethan Brooks had obtained his account 2 years earlier from an elderly scrap dealer who occasionally hunted down and sold second-hand goods, and had given Ethan Brooks a registration link. There weren't many people on the forum. The average daily active user count was around 3,000, but more than half of those 3,000 were genuine professionals in the antiques industry. Auction house staff, art dealers, retired museum curators, and private collectors. Ethan Brooks rarely posted. He mostly just browsed occasionally. Tonight, when he logged into the forum, he noticed that the pinned post on the homepage had changed. It was a new post, published 3 hours ago. The title read, Jinling Autumn Joint Auction Set. To begin, reports indicate major historical artifacts will be featured industry-wide, Level 1 alert. Ethan Brooks clicked on the post. The poster's username was Old Mountains and Rivers. He had been registered for 5 years and had posted over 120 threads, all related to the antiques auction market. Judging by his choice of words, he was a seasoned professional, not just someone posting casually. The post consists of 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph states that the Jinling Autumn Joint Grand Auction is being jointly organized by the 3 major auction houses in Jiangnan. Scheduled to take place in 3 weeks, the auction currently has over 800 confirmed lots spanning 5 major categories: calligraphy and painting, ceramics, jade, bronze, and furniture. Second paragraph. The highlight of this auction is a collection of private items repatriated from overseas. According to reports, this collection originally belonged to a family whose holdings left the country in the 1940s. After many years of changing hands, part of the collection was sold in bulk last year by an anonymous European collector. The Jinling Auction Alliance spent half a year completing the acquisition and authentication process. Third paragraph. Ethan Brooks' eyes lingered on the first sentence of the third paragraph. According to multiple independent sources, the most highly anticipated lot in this auction is a Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon glazed lotus patterned bowl. The bowl measures 12.3 centimeters in diameter and 6.8 centimeters in height. It features a sky blue glaze, 3 sesame seed-shaped firing marks on the base, and lotus motifs carved on the interior walls. If authenticated, it will be the first intact Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln piece to appear on the public auction market in nearly 30 years. The estimate has not yet been announced. For market reference, at the 2017 Sotheby's Hong Kong Fall Auction, a Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon glazed wash basin 13 centimeters in diameter sold for 294.3 million Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to approximately 250 million renminbi. 250 million. Ethan Brooks stared at the number on the screen. His finger hovered over the mouse, motionless. Deep within his mind, the system slowly illuminated new golden text. High-value information source detected. A Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon lotus-shaped bowl. Currently, there are no more than 90 known intact Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln pieces in existence worldwide. The vast majority are housed in museums, and the number of authentic pieces circulating in the private market is extremely rare. If this item is authentic, its value will depend on its condition, provenance, and the level of competition among bidders. The conservative estimate is 50 million renminbi, with no upper limit. This information is highly relevant to the host's core operational objectives for the next phase. It is recommended that the host immediately begin building up financial reserves and gathering intelligence. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair. A reference price of 250 million, a conservative estimate of 50 million. His total assets amounted to 13 million in tangible assets and 300,000 in cash. Not even enough to cover the change. But the system said it was highly relevant. That meant this item had something to do with him. That meant he had a chance. Ethan Brooks didn't make a decision right away. He read the post in its entirety twice more, then scrolled through the over 100 replies below it, most of which were skeptical.
Ware?
Give me a break. Out of every 100 pieces on the market claiming to be Ru ware, 99 are fakes. Even if it's genuine, who can afford it? Starting at 200 million, that's not a price range for the average collector. It's just another publicity stunt. Every year, the Jinling Grand Auction drops a few big stories. Last year, they said there was a Shang Dynasty bronze artifact, but it never actually went under the hammer. There were also a few posts offering serious analysis. If it's from that European collector, it has some credibility. That collection came from a family that owned it during the war, and some of the pieces are indeed the real deal. The 3 sesame seed-shaped firing marks that's a classic feature of Ru ware. The details provided in the post don't seem fabricated. Ethan Brooks closed the forum. He picked up his phone. The phone rang. The caller, Harold Hughes. Ethan Brooks answered. Mr. Hughes. Young man, regarding those 3 paintings, I asked 2 friends to take a look at them this afternoon. Harold Hughes' voice was calm and measured. One is a retired researcher from the Provincial Museum, and the other is a friend at Capital City Guardian. Ethan Brooks waited. Both of them looked at the high-resolution photos I took, and their conclusions were unanimous. They're authentic. Shrimps and ink crabs were confirmed without a doubt. There's a bit of controversy over loquats and dragonfly, but it's not a question of authenticity, it's a subtle disagreement over the date. One says it's from the late 1940s, the other says early 1950s, but both agree it's an original by Chi Baisher. Don't mention it. Those paintings of yours have really opened my old eyes. Harold Hughes paused. By the way, have you heard about the Jinling Autumn Auction? Ethan Brooks gripped his phone tightly. I just saw a post about it. The post isn't complete. I got the news 3 days before it hit the forum. Harold Hughes lowered his voice slightly. I know the provenance of that batch of overseas returned items. There's definitely some top-notch stuff in there. As for that Rue Kiln bowl, I've seen photos of the original authentication report. How likely is it to be genuine? All I can say is, if it were a fake, there'd be no need for such a big production. Ethan Brooks felt a sinking sensation in his chest. Mr. Hughes, I want to go to Jinling. I know you want to go, but you have to resolve one issue first. Money, right? The major auctions in Jinling aren't like those warehouse auctions in Ocean City. Just to register as a bidder, you need to pay a 1 million deposit. When it comes time to actually bid, you'll need sufficient cash or a credit line. Those paintings and seals you have are valuable, but at auction houses, they don't accept physical items, they only accept cash. Ethan Brooks was silent for 5 seconds. Mr. Hughes, if I were to sell 3 Chi Baisher paintings, could you help me find a reliable buyer? There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. You want to sell them? Yes. All 3. All 3. Harold Hughes was silent for another 2 seconds. Are you planning to use that money to bid at the Jinling auction? Yes. Do you know how much that Rue Kiln bowl might ultimately sell for? I know it might be far beyond my means, but I at least want to see it in person. Harold Hughes let out a long sigh. All right. I'll set up a meeting for you with someone tomorrow. Chapter 048. Why sell? After hanging up on Harold Hughes, Ethan Brooks sat at his computer for another half hour. He wasn't browsing forums, he was researching. Northern Song Dynasty Rue ware, the pinnacle of Chinese ceramic history, first produced in the late Northern Song Dynasty. Its production period was extremely brief, less than 20 years in total, and the kiln site was located at Qingliang Temple in Baofeng, Hunan. The glaze is sky blue, described as resembling the sky after rain when the clouds part. The surface is as lustrous as jade, and the crackle pattern is as fine as ice fissures. According to various scholars' estimates, the number of known intact Northern Song Dynasty Rue kiln pieces in existence worldwide ranges from 87 to 92. The vast majority are housed in museums around the world, including the British Museum, the Forbidden City in Taipei, the Forbidden City in Beijing, and the Museum of Oriental Ceramics in Osaka. The number of authentic pieces available on the private market can be counted on one hand. The most recent public auction record was set in 2017 at Sotheby's China Hong Kong Fall Auction, where a Rue Kiln Celadon glazed wash basin with a mouth diameter of 13 centimeters sold for 294.3 million Hong Kong dollars. The entire audience rose to their feet. It set a world auction record for Chinese porcelain. Ethan Brooks closed his browser. He leaned back in his chair. What kept running through his mind wasn't that astronomical figure, but something else entirely. If that bowl had come from a family collection dating back to the 1940s, it was highly likely that it had been taken out of the country during the war-torn years. A Chinese cultural relic. It had been adrift abroad for 80 years. Now it had a chance to return. The system indicated that this was highly relevant to the host's core mission objectives for the next phase. What exactly did that mean? Did it mean he had the means to buy it? Or that he possessed some special circumstances that would make it possible? Ethan Brooks didn't have an answer yet, but he knew one thing. He had to go. If he didn't he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Frank Dawson called 10 minutes later. Ethan Brooks, are you planning to sell the Chi Baisher? News travels fast. Harold Hughes must have let it slip to someone. Yeah, I'm selling all 3. Frank Dawson gasped on the other end of the line. You just turned down by Yongchang's 6 million this afternoon? And now you're selling? I turned down by Yongchang because his offer was too low and he's backed by Owen Wilson. I'll sell, but not to him. Who are you selling them to? Mr. Hughes is helping me find a buyer, a legitimate collector offering a fair price. Why on earth are you selling them? Wouldn't it be better to keep those 3 paintings? Their value will only go up in the future. Ethan Brooks was silent for 2 seconds. Brother Frank, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. Do you know about Northern Song Dynasty Rue ware? Frank Dawson paused for a moment. I know a little. It's that very expensive porcelain. There are fewer than 90 pieces in the world, and the most recent auction price was 290 million Hong Kong dollars. Frank Dawson's voice changed. You aren't thinking of? There's a major auction in Jinling in 3 weeks. Rumor has it there's a Rue Kiln lotus pattern bowl with a sky blue glaze up for auction. If it's authentic, this might be the only chance our generation will ever have to see a complete Rue Kiln piece on the open market. You're going to bid on it? I am. Then how much money do you need to bring? Just for the deposit alone. 1 million. If I'm going to bid, I'll need at least tens of millions in funds ready. So you're going to sell the Qi Baisher, right? I'll sell the Qi Baisher and the 3-seal Tianhuang set, plus the Kangxi bowl once it's restored whatever I can raise. Frank Dawson was silent on the other end of the line for a long time. Ethan Brooks, let us be honest, do you really think you can win a Ru-ware piece? The final hammer price for something like that could be hundreds of millions. If you show up with just 10 million, to put it bluntly, you might not even qualify to bid. I know. Then why are you still going? Brother Frank. Ethan Brooks' voice was soft but steady. Some things can't be calculated by weighing the pros and cons. I spent $3,500 to buy the A05 fire damaged warehouse and $50,000 on the shipping container. Every time, everyone thought I was throwing money away, but you've seen the results each time. Frank Dawson was speechless. I'm not sure about the Ru Kiln piece, but my gut tells me this trip is worth it. Only by going do I have a chance. If I don't go, I'll have nothing. Frank Dawson let out a long sigh. All right, do whatever you think is best. I'm in. Mr. Hughes has a meeting with a buyer tomorrow. You're coming with me. Okay. He hung up the phone. Ethan Brooks stood by the window. The night view of Ocean City wasn't particularly bustling in the distance. The headlights on the elevated highway formed a single line. 5 days ago, when he stood in front of the same window, his bank account balance was less than 20,000 yuan, and the Grand Cherokee was borrowed. 5 days later, he now possessed 3 Qi Baisher paintings worth 10 million yuan, a set of 3 Tianhuang seals valued at 3 million yuan, and a Kangxi era blue and white porcelain bowl worth 300,000 yuan. His bank safe held 13 million yuan worth of assets, and he was going to sell them all, to go to Jinling, to bid on something he might not even be able to afford. Ethan Brooks closed his eyes. This wasn't impulse. It was intuition. His system had never led him astray. It wouldn't this time either. He opened his phone and sent a WeChat message to Harold Hughes. Mr. Hughes, what time should we meet tomorrow? Harold Hughes replied instantly, 10 a.m. I've already made the arrangements. It's Jason Cooper, one of Jiangnan's largest private collectors of calligraphy and paintings. Bring all 3 paintings with you. Ethan Brooks typed 2 characters. Got it. Chapter 049. Sold for 11.5 million. The next morning, Old Town, Ocean City, at the end of a street lined with plane trees. Hongdekshuan Antiques. Harold Hughes' turf. The shop wasn't large, a small 2-story building with display cases and a reception area on the first floor, and a tea room on the second. Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson arrived right on time at 10 a.m. Harold Hughes was waiting upstairs. The tea was already brewed. Have a seat. They'll be here any minute. Ethan Brooks set the rigid protective tubes containing the 3 paintings down next to the tea table. After sitting down, Frank Dawson didn't take a single sip of water. He just kept rubbing his hands together. Ethan Brooks, are you really going to sell them? Brother Frank, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? I didn't sleep a wink all night. Why don't you go wait outside? You're making me nervous just being here. I'm not going out. I have to keep an eye on things just in case that buyer haggles too hard. Don't worry. Ethan Brooks picked up his teacup and took a sip. I have a good idea of what the price will be today. At 10:15, the sound of a car pulling up came from downstairs. Footsteps ascended the stairs. A man in his 50s walked into the tea room. He was of medium build, wearing a navy blue lightweight wool coat. His hair was graying but neatly combed. On his left wrist was a string of small leaf rosewood beads, and in his right hand he carried a dark brown leather briefcase. His demeanor was different from Harold Hughes'. Harold Hughes had the air of a veteran in the trade. Steady, reserved, with a touch of the underworld about him. The man standing before him had the air of a businessman. Shrewd and efficient, his gaze sweeping every corner of the room in just a second. Harold. He shook hands with Harold Hughes. Brother Chongfeng. Harold Hughes smiled. Sit down. Have some tea first. Ethan Brooks stood up. Ethan Brooks. He extended his hand. Jason Cooper shook his hand with just the right amount of pressure. Jason Cooper. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. In Ethan Brooks' mind, the system was already in motion. Jason Cooper, 51 years old, is a renowned private collector in the Jiangnan region, specializing in modern and contemporary calligraphy and painting. His personal collection is valued at over 200 million yuan. His style is conservative, but he acts decisively, and he is a regular at the 3 major auction houses: Guardian, Poly, and Shieling. Current mood calm. He had done his homework before arriving and has a genuine intention to purchase a Qi Baishe painting, with a target price range of 8 million to 10 million yuan. 8 million to 10 million. There's room to negotiate. The 4 of them sat down and Harold Hughes gave a brief introduction. Brother Chongfeng, this is the young man I told you about, Ethan Brooks. He unearthed these 3 Qi Baishe paintings from an export container that had been handed over by customs. Jason Cooper looked at Ethan Brooks. Harold told me the whole story. It's quite interesting. A container that cost 50,000 yuan, everyone thought it was just scrap paper. But you were the only one who saw there was something underneath. Ethan Brooks neither humbly downplayed it nor boasted. Luck accounted for half of it. Luck favors the prepared. Jason Cooper said, "Did you bring the paintings?" "I did." Ethan Brooks opened the protective tubes, took out the 3 scrolls one by one, and unrolled them on the tea table. Shrimps, loquats, and dragonfly, ink crabs. The Xian paper was yellowed, the ink deep and rich. Seeing the 3 paintings laid out side by side, even Frank Dawson unconsciously held his breath. Jason Cooper stood up. He bent down and leaned in close. His approach to viewing the paintings differed from Harold Hughes's. While Harold Hughes focused on the paper and seals, Jason Cooper focused on the brushwork. First, he examined the tail of the 3rd shrimp in shrimps, noting the transition of ink from dark to light. Then he studied the meticulous lines of the dragonfly's wings in loquats and dragonfly. Finally, he examined the force and direction of the sweeping brushstroke on the crab shell in ink crabs. After looking for about 5 minutes, he straightened up. Harold was right, it's an authentic piece. When Jason Cooper uttered those 2 words, they carried a weight entirely different from when Harold Hughes had said them. Harold Hughes was the appraiser, Jason Cooper was the buyer. When a buyer declares a piece authentic, it means he endorses it, and with that endorsement, a price can be negotiated. "Mr. Su, I'll take all 3 paintings as a set. Name your price." Ethan Brooks didn't respond immediately. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. "Mr. Cooper, the market reference price for these 3 paintings, the range Mr. Hughes provided, is between 8 million and 12 million. Jason Cooper nodded. "But I'm not taking them to an auction house. I'm selling them directly to you, which saves you the auction house's 15% commission, cuts out the 3 to 6 month waiting period, and eliminates the uncertainty of the auction outcome." Jason Cooper's gaze shifted from the paintings to Ethan Brooks's face. This young man was negotiating, and he was doing so very methodically. "I understand all that you're saying. Saving on commission and time is a fact," Jason Cooper said. "But a private transaction bypassing the auction house also means there's no public bidding mechanism to drive up the price. So private transaction prices are typically 20 to 30% lower than auction prices. That was also a fact." 2 facts were laid out on the table. Whose facts carried more weight? Ethan Brooks looked at Jason Cooper. The system updated in real time. Jason Cooper remained calm and composed, drawing on his extensive negotiation experience. He was waiting for Ethan Brooks to make the first offer to gauge his room to counter. If Ethan Brooks offered more than 12 million, he would reject it. If it fell between 10 million and 12 million, he would counter, and if it was below 10 million, he would assume Ethan Brooks was short on cash and desperate to sell and press for an even lower price. Between 10 million and 12 million. If he quotes too high, Cooper will walk away. If too low, Cooper will take him for granted. Ethan Brooks spoke up. "Mr. Cooper, my offer is 12 million for all 3 pieces as a package." Frank Dawson's hand clenched briefly under the table. Jason Cooper's expression remained unchanged. 12 million, that's right at the upper limit of the auction house's estimate. That's right. Mr. Su, you've saved on the commission but not on the price. That's not a good deal for me. Ethan Brooks nodded. "Mr. Cooper is right, so I'll offer you an additional condition." "What condition?" Ethan Brooks tapped the upper right corner of shrimps lightly with his finger. "For these 3 paintings, I can provide my personal authentication endorsement, including purchase records, complete copies of the customs transfer documents for the shipping container, and a record of today's transaction witnessed by Mr. Hughes." "What value does this complete provenance record hold for you?" Ethan Brooks paused for a second. "If you ever put these 3 paintings up for auction originating from an export container cleared through customs, authentic Qi Baishe works smuggled out of the country, discovered buried beneath a pile of 5 yuan prints, that story alone could add 10 to 20% to their value. Great art needs a great story. The more legendary the story, the more willing buyers are to pay." Jason Cooper looked at Ethan Brooks. There was a 5-second silence. Then he smiled. It wasn't a perfunctory smile, it was a smile that genuinely acknowledged a worthy opponent. Mr. Su, you're 23 years old, yet your approach to negotiation is clearer than that of many 40-year-old industry insiders I've encountered. But 12 million does exceed the budget I had prepared for today. Ethan Brooks waited. 10 million, that's my best offer. 10 million. The system indicated that Jason Cooper's current offer was a tentative counteroffer. His true psychological bottom line had risen from the original 9 million to around 11 million. Following Ethan Brooks's earlier argument about the painting's added value, there was still room to negotiate. Ethan Brooks didn't hesitate. 11,500,000. Jason Cooper raised an eyebrow. Why not round it to a whole number? 11,500,000 isn't a counteroffer, it's my final offer. Ethan Brooks said, Mr. Cooper, you came here today to show that you genuinely want these 3 paintings. I'm offering a figure that's fair to both of us. If you take them home, hang them for 2 years, and then put them up for auction, they'll fetch between 15 million and 20 million. After deducting today's cost of 11,500,000, you'll still have a profit margin of 3 to 8 million. Jason Cooper didn't answer right away. He looked down at the 3 paintings, his finger pausing briefly at the edge of ink crabs. 11.5 million. 11.5 million. Ethan Brooks repeated. Jason Cooper looked up at Harold Hughes. Harold Hughes held a thermos, saying nothing and staying out of the conversation, his expression conveying a neutral attitude that said, You two talk, I'll just sit here and drink my tea. Jason Cooper looked away. Deal. 2 words, clear and concise. Frank Dawson's breathing suddenly grew heavier beside them. Ethan Brooks showed no change in expression. Funds must be transferred to my bank account by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Give me your account number. Okay. The 2 men stood up and shook hands. Before taking the painting, Jason Cooper looked at Ethan Brooks and said one last thing. Mr. Su, to have come this far at your age, you have a long road ahead of you. I hope so. If you come across anything good, think of me. I certainly will. Jason Cooper carried the protective tube containing the painting downstairs. The sound of the car faded into the distance. Ethan Brooks, Frank Dawson, and Harold Hughes were left alone in the tea room. Frank Dawson slumped in his chair, his hands covering his face. 11.5 million. His muffled voice came from behind his palms. 11.5 million. He repeated it twice before lowering his hands, his eyes red-rimmed. It wasn't heartache, he was simply reeling from the sheer impact of that number. Chapter 050. The Gate to the Circle. The text message confirming the deposit of 11.5 million arrived on Ethan Brooks' phone at exactly 9:58 a.m. the next morning. Frank Dawson stood beside him. He glanced at the screen. 11.5 million. It's here. Ethan Brooks slipped his phone back into his pocket. Over the next few days, he did 3 things. First, he sold the set of 3 Tianhuang seals through a contact introduced by Harold Hughes to a collector of ancient seals and inscriptions for 2.8 million. After examining the actual items, the buyer hesitated for only 10 minutes before closing the deal. Second, the Kangxi-era blue and white bowl. Julian Carter's gold lacquer repair was completed on the 3rd day. After the repair, the crack along the rim was almost invisible. The golden lacquer line followed the original crack in an arc, actually adding a touch of beauty. When Frank Dawson received the bowl, he had to rotate it 3 times under the light before he could spot the repair mark. Ethan Brooks didn't put this bowl up for sale right away, he kept it. The 3rd item and the most important one. Julian Carter sent him a WeChat message. The bowl is repaired. Come pick it up. When Ethan Brooks went to pick up the bowl, he spent 2 hours at Wuhuating, watching Julian Carter perform the kintsugi repair. Her craftsmanship was truly exceptional. Your skill shouldn't be confined to a small studio like this. Why shouldn't it be? Restorers don't need to be in the spotlight, it's enough to just quietly repair things. What if I have more items that need repairing in the future? Julian Carter glanced at him. I saw that thing about your shipping container online. What did you see? There was a post on the Bagatong forum about an auction in Ocean City's District D, where a young man spent 50,000 to win a piece for 13 million. Ethan Brooks hadn't expected someone to have already posted about it on the forum. You must be that guy. Julian Carter leaned against the workbench, her hands still smeared with wet tree lacquer. Don't come to me to repair every bowl from now on. Valuable items should be taken to major institutions. Major institutions aren't as good as you. Julian Carter's gaze drifted away for a moment, and he didn't respond. He looked down and continued organizing his tools. Ethan Brooks left Wawading with the repaired bowl in hand. That evening, Harold Hughes called. "Young man, are you free tomorrow night?" "Yes. There's a private tea gathering in our circle. It happens once a month at the Jushin Tea House in the Old Town. The attendees are all veterans of the Ocean City antiques trade, with 20 or 30 years of experience." Ethan Brooks understood what Harold Hughes meant. "You want me to go? With the track record you've built so far, you won't look out of place there. But you need to be mentally prepared. Not everyone there is easy to get along with. You're young, you'll have to pass a few tests before you're fully accepted into the circle." "I understand. 7 o'clock tomorrow night at the Jushin Tea House. Before you come, prepare a small gift. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it should be appropriate." "What are the criteria?" Harold Hughes thought for a moment. "Don't you have a few boxes of generic porcelain you dug out of that shipping container? Are there any small pieces in there that aren't valuable but are somewhat interesting? Bringing something like that as a gift shows you're not showing off, and it proves your items really did come from that container. It'll work better than buying a box of Dahong Pao or something." After hanging up, Ethan Brooks went to find Wang Chong. Wang Chong had previously sorted through those boxes of ceramic surplus goods. He desold most of them at a low price but kept about 10 small pieces in slightly better condition: 2 blue and white teacups, 3 small pen holders, and a few porcelain saucers. They weren't valuable, but their designs were somewhat charming. Ethan Brooks selected 12 blue and white teacups and wrapped each one in red velvet. The following evening, Jushin Tea House. Located in a bluestone paved alley in the Old City, it was a 2-story, old-style brick building with an ebony plaque hanging above the entrance. The lighting was dim, but the place was clean. Ethan Brooks wore a light, dark gray cotton jacket. Frank Dawson didn't follow him inside. "Wait for me outside." "Why?" Mr. Hughes said this is an in-circle tea gathering. It wouldn't be appropriate for outsiders to enter. Just sit at the cafe next door. I'll find you when it's over. Frank Dawson wisely didn't ask any further questions. Ethan Brooks pushed open the door and went inside. The ground floor was empty. A man wearing a traditional Chinese Mandarin collar jacket was brewing tea behind the counter. He glanced at Ethan Brooks when he saw him. "Who are you looking for?" "Harold Hughes, Mr. Hughes. 2nd floor." He went upstairs. He pushed open the door to the 2nd floor. It was a tea room of about 50 square meters, with a long rosewood tea table and 12 chairs. 9 people were seated around the table. Harold Hughes was seated on the right side by the window. Upon seeing Ethan Brooks enter, he gave a slight nod. Ethan Brooks scanned the room. 9 people, the youngest in his early 40s, the oldest in his 70s. All men, dressed plainly, yet each wore something on their wrists or necks. Rosewood prayer beads, jade signet rings, jadeite guanine pendants. The standard accoutrements of the trade. As Ethan Brooks entered, 9 pairs of eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Some scanned his face, clearly trying to figure out who this kid was. Harold Hughes stood up. "Let me introduce you all to Ethan Brooks, 23 years old, the young man who secured the Chi Baisher and Hatian Huang 3 seal set at last week's District D auction." 23. A man with a crew cut set down his teacup and spoke up loudly. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The man with the crew cut eyed Ethan Brooks up and down twice. Another elderly man in a gray Chong Sam spoke up. "Harold, what are you thinking? Bringing a 23-year-old kid here?" He asked the youngest person at this table. He patted the shoulder of a man sitting next to him. "Old Liao, 42. 19 years in the business, and you're bringing in someone who has only been in the trade for 5 days?" Ethan Brooks didn't wait for Harold Hughes to answer. He placed the cloth bundle he was holding on the tea table and untied the cord. 12 blue and white teacups, wrapped in red velvet, were neatly arranged on the table. "Seniors, this is my first time here, so I brought you all a little something." He unwrapped one of the velvet pouches, revealing the teacup inside. "These are ceramic pieces I retrieved last week from an export container handed over by customs. They're not worth much, just mass-produced kiln goods, but the patterns on the cups are quite elegant. Here's one for each of you to use when drinking tea." His tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. He wasn't begging them to accept the gift, nor was he showing off. It was simply a matter-of-fact gesture, handing out cups to everyone present. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the man with the crew cut picked up a cup and turned it over to examine the bottom. "Jing Da Jun Kiln? Right, mass-produced goods. The factory price is about 3 yuan each." The man with the crew cut smiled. "A 3 yuan cup as a welcome gift? You're certainly straightforward." I'm keeping the expensive ones to sell. The man with the crew cut stared at Ethan Brooks for 2 seconds. Then he burst out laughing. All right, kid. You're something else. The elderly man in the gray tang suit also took one, examined it, offered no comment, but didn't put it down either. Harold Hughes stood nearby, smiling and shaking his head. 12 cups, 9 people, 1 for each, leaving 3 to spare. Ethan Brooks pushed the 3 extra cups toward Harold Hughes. Mr. Hughes, you can keep the extra ones. I'm not short on cups. They're 3 yuan cups. It won't hurt to make a little room for them among the things you've never lacked. Harold Hughes picked one up. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Ethan Brooks was seated at the far end of the table, next to Harold Hughes. For the next half hour, the 9 people at the table each chatted about their own business. Some discussed recent auction trends. Others complained about how increasingly sophisticated the fakes were becoming, and still others fiddled with their prayer beads. Ethan Brooks didn't interject. He poured tea and listened, until a tall, slender man in a dark blue jacket turned and glanced at him. Young man, did you sell that Chi Baisher collection? Yes, 11.5 million, a bundle of 3 pieces. Silence fell over the table once more. 11.5 million. Of the 9 people present, at most 2 or 3 had annual incomes exceeding 10 million. The expression on the 23-year-old's face as he uttered those 4 words, 11.5 million, was so calm that it left no room for envy. The man with the crew cut picked up his teacup, the very same 3 yuan cup Ethan Brooks had given him. All right. He raised his cup slightly. I'll toast you with this cup of tea not because of how much money you've made, but because you dared to sit at this table at the age of 23. Ethan Brooks raised his cup in return. You're too kind, sir. Don't be so modest. Harold brought you here so we could see for ourselves to see if there are still any young people left in this industry. The man with the crew cut took a sip. It's a good thing someone's stepping up. The elderly man in the gray tang-style jacket said nothing, but the teacup he placed on the table had been replaced with the one Ethan Brooks had given him. The tea gathering lasted until past 9 o'clock. The atmosphere shifted from the initial wariness and scrutiny to a normal industry exchange. Some people began striking up conversations with Ethan Brooks on their own, asking for his views on the market and whether he planned to pursue auctions or collecting in the future. Ethan Brooks's answers were all measured. He didn't say too much or reveal too much of his hand. He revealed his hand where he needed to, 11.5 million. He kept his cards close to his chest where he shouldn't have. He didn't mention how much the Tianhuang had sold for, nor did he mention the system or the Ruyao. As the tea gathering drew to a close, an elderly man who had remained largely silent walked up to Ethan Brooks. He was about 65 or 66, with completely white hair, wearing a dark jacket that looked well worn from repeated washing, and nothing on his wrists. Your name is Ethan Brooks. Isn't it? Yes. My surname is Zhong Boming. Before I retired, I worked in the ceramics department at the Provincial Museum for 30 years. Ethan Brooks's gaze fixed on him for a moment. The Provincial Museum, the ceramics department, 30 years. If this man really was a retiree from the Provincial Museum, then his expertise in ceramic appraisal far surpassed that of Harold Hughes. Hello, Mr. Clark. Zhong Boming looked at him. Are you going to Jinling? Ethan Brooks's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? Zhong Boming picked up his teacup and took the last sip. Harold mentioned it to me. He said, if you're planning to go to Jinling for the fall auction, sit down. There's something I should tell you. Chapter 051. The Rules of Jinling. The other people in the tea room left one by one. Harold Hughes also stood up, grabbed his thermos, and headed for the door. As he passed Ethan Brooks, he patted him on the shoulder. Listen carefully to what Mr. Clark has to say. He knows far more than I do. The door closed. Only Ethan Brooks and Zhong Boming remained in the tea room. The tea attendant returned with a fresh pot of water. Zhong Boming poured more tea into his cup, moving very slowly. How old are you again? 23. 23 years old, 5 days in the business, having handled goods worth over 10 million, sold a Chi Baisher for 11.5 million, and now you're heading to Jinling to participate in the fall auction. Zhong Boming set down his teacup. Do you know the difference between auctions in Jinling and those in Ocean City? Not really, which is why I'd like to ask Mr. Clark for some guidance. Ocean City's warehouse auctions have reserve prices of 3,000 to 5,000, with some as high as tens of thousands. The participants are small-time bargain hunters and mid-level merchants. Competition is low, and there's a huge information gap. If you're skilled enough, you can sweep the entire auction by yourself. Zhong Boming paused here. Jinling is different. The Jinling Fall Joint Auction is one of the most prestigious auctions in the Jiangnan region. It's jointly organized by 3 auction houses, with over 800 lots up for bid. To qualify, you need a deposit of at least 1 million yuan plus 2 or more guarantors from within the industry. Ethan Brooks silently took note. The attendees aren't the kind of vendors you see in Ocean City wearing work clothes and pulling handcarts, but rather major collectors from across the country and even overseas, fund buyers, and representatives from cultural investment firms. Some are backed by publicly traded companies, while others spend money without even glancing at their bank balances. The bidding methods are different, too. In Ocean City, bids are verbal, you just raise your hand. The Jinling Grand Auction follows international standard procedures with numbered bid cards. For some high-value lots, they use a dual-track system combining sealed written bids with live bidding, so you can't see what others are offering. Ethan Brooks asked a question. That Ru Kiln bowl, if it goes up for auction, what method will be used? Zhong Boming glanced at him. If that Ru Kiln bowl is authentic, it won't go through the standard process. A separate, invitation-only session will be held. It's not enough to simply pay the deposit to gain entry, you'll also need to be vetted by the auction house to assess your financial strength, collecting background, and whether there's any suspicion of malicious bidding or money laundering. And after passing the review, only then will you be granted access. You can view the actual item during the preview period, where experts from the auction house will be on hand to answer questions. You can handle it and examine it with a magnifying glass, but you can't take it with you. The formal bidding begins after the preview ends. For items of Ru Kiln's caliber, the live auction is just one part of the process. Some major buyers will coordinate with the auction house in advance, leaving a phone proxy bid, so they can place bids without being present. When you're raising your paddle on the floor, you have no idea who's competing against you on the other end of the line. Ethan Brooks was silent for 5 seconds. Mr. Clark, how much do you think this bowl will ultimately fetch? It's hard to say. It depends on the quality, condition, and provenance, provided all those factors align. Zhong Boming tapped his fingers on the table twice. The starting bid is 50 million. The upper limit depends on the level of competition. If 2 or more buyers are determined to win it, breaking the 100 million mark isn't out of the question. A starting bid of 50 million. How much cash did Ethan Brooks have on hand? 11.5 million for the Chi Baisher, 2.8 million for the Tianhuang 3 seal set, minus 50,000 in shipping costs and miscellaneous fees, plus the older model of A05. The total cash he could scrape together was roughly 14 million. That left him 36 million short of 50 million, and 86 million short of breaking the 100 million mark. That gap wasn't something he could bridge by digging up the painting hidden beneath the prints. Ethan Brooks showed no sign of backing down. Mr. Clark, may I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. First, what are the names of those 3 auction houses in Jinling? Jiangnan Auction, Jinling Debao, and Qinhuai Collection. Jiangnan Auction is the leader. They're organizing this joint auction. Second, regarding the guarantors, could Mr. Hughes act as my guarantor? Harold has clout in the industry, so he'd be fine as one, but you need 2. You'll have to find the other one yourself. Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. There was that man with the crew cut at today's tea party who had struck up a conversation with him. He'd been friendly, but their relationship was too superficial. He couldn't possibly ask him to act as a guarantor. Who else was there? Jason Cooper, the Jiangnan collector who bought 3 Chi Baisher paintings from him. Would the 11.5 million connection be enough to secure a guarantor spot? Jason Cooper. Zhong Boming nodded. Jason Cooper's reputation in the Jinling auction circle is even greater than Harold's. If he's willing to act as your guarantor, your eligibility review will be a breeze. Third question. Ethan Brooks asked, how much do you know about the provenance of that Ru Kiln bowl? Zhong Boming took a sip of tea. I heard this information secondhand as well. Reportedly, the bowl originally belonged to a major collector in Beiping during the Republican era. It was taken to Nanyang around 1948, later made its way to Europe, and has been in the hands of a private Swiss family for over 60 years. Last year, the 3rd-generation heir of that family decided to liquidate the collection. A batch of items was sold off in separate lots, and part of it returned to the Chinese market, where it was acquired by Jiangnan Auction in Jinling. I haven't seen the actual bowl, but I've seen a scanned copy of the authentication report. 3 sesame seed-shaped studs, celadone glaze, and lotus patterns engraved on the inner wall. If these details hold up to on-site inspection, it's highly likely to be genuine. Ethan Brooks committed every word Zhong Boming said to memory. The system processed this information in the background. Cross-verification of the provenance records provided by Zhong Boming with the information from the Bagatong forum posts revealed consistency, indicating a high degree of credibility regarding the source. Based on a comprehensive assessment of the item's authenticity and the current available information, the probability that this Ru Kiln Celadon Lotus Bowl is genuine exceeds 75%. Final confirmation requires close-up scanning of the physical item on site. The host's current funds amount to approximately 14 million yuan, which represents a significant gap compared to the item's estimated final sale price. However, the host possesses the advantage of connoisseurship. If able to confirm the item's authenticity first during the preview, they could leverage this information advantage to secure excess returns through bidding strategies. It is recommended that the host make every effort to secure eligibility to participate. Ethan Brooks stood up. Zhong Boming also stood up. At your age, I really can't figure out how you managed to get this far. Ethan Brooks did not answer. But since you were able to go from 0 to 14 million in 5 days, I believe you're not going to Jinling just to join the crowd. Zhong Boming pulled a business card out of his pocket and handed it to Ethan Brooks. I have some old connections in Jinling. If you need any help once you get there, you can call me at this number. Ethan Brooks took the card with both hands and glanced down at it. Zhong Boming, former ceramics researcher at the Provincial Museum, followed by a cell phone number and a landline number in Jinling. No need to thank me. Zhong Boming walked toward the door with his hands behind his back. If you make a name for yourself in Jinling, just invite me back for tea in one of those 3 yuan cups of yours. Ethan Brooks smiled. Zhong Boming left. The tea room was empty. Ethan Brooks stood alone by the window. The night breeze from Ocean City swept in through the crack in the window that had never been fully closed. It was a bit chilly. A Ru Kiln Celadon Lotus pattern bowl. Fewer than 90 in the entire world. It left the country during the Republican era and had been in Switzerland for over 60 years. Now it had a chance to return. Ethan Brooks didn't know if he'd be able to bid on it. The gap was too wide. 14 million versus 50 million. He didn't even have a fraction of that amount. But the system had said to do everything possible to secure entry. The system would never ask him to do something with no chance of success. Since it said so, there must be some path that Ethan Brooks simply couldn't see yet. Maybe he'd discover something at the preview. Maybe he'd run into someone in Jinling. Maybe the bowl's ultimate destination didn't depend entirely on who offered the highest price. Ethan Brooks slipped the business card into his pocket. He took out his cell phone. He opened his contacts and scrolled to Jason Cooper's number. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he pressed the call button. The call connected after 3 rings. Mr. Cooper, this is Ethan Brooks. Mr. Su, it's so late, is something wrong? There is something I'd like to ask for your help with. The entry guarantee for the Jinling Fall auction requires 2 industry insiders. Mr. Hughes has already agreed to be one. I'd like to ask you to be the second. There was silence on the other end for 4 seconds. You're going to Jinling? Yes. What's caught your eye? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. A bowl. Jason Cooper laughed on the other end of the line. All right, the guarantee is no problem. I'll have my assistant send you the documents tomorrow. You're welcome. Be careful when you get to Jinling. The waters there run much deeper than in Ocean City. He hung up. Ethan Brooks stood in the empty tea room, clutching his phone. The guarantor issue was settled. He could afford the 1 million deposit. Next up, Jinling. Find that bowl. Take a look at it, run your fingers over it and scan it with the system. Then, no matter who's sitting across from him, no matter how much the person on the other end of the line offers, that bowl, he's bringing it back. Chapter 052. The 200 million scam. 7 o'clock the next morning. Ethan Brooks had sat in front of his computer all night without sleeping a wink. 6 tabs were open on his screen, all containing information about Ru Ware. 2012, Christie's Hong Kong. A Northern Song Dynasty Ru Ware Celadon glazed sunflower patterned washbasin. Sold for 207,860,000 Hong Kong dollars. 2017, Sotheby's Hong Kong. A Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon glazed washbasin. Sold for 294.3 million Hong Kong dollars. These were the only 2 recorded sales of intact Ru Kiln pieces on the open market. The starting point was 200 million. Ethan Brooks shut down his computer. His phone lit up. Harold Hughes sent a WeChat message. Young man, I didn't sleep well last night. About that bowl in Jinling, the more I think about it, the more something doesn't feel right. Give me a call. Ethan Brooks dialed the number. It rang twice before being answered. Mr. Hughes. Harold Hughes' voice was hoarse. Last night I made a few more calls to ask around in the circle. I need to explain this to you clearly. Go ahead. This fall auction in Jinling is a joint effort by 3 auction houses, with over 800 lots. The highlight is that Kiln Bowl. Sounds like a big deal, doesn't it? But have you ever wondered why wouldn't an item of this caliber go through Sotheby's Hong Kong? Or Capital City Poly? Why put it in a local joint auction in Jinling of all places? Ethan Brooks remained silent. Sotheby's has experience with Ruware, and its global buyer network is 10 times stronger than that of these Jinling firms. For any reasonable consignor who actually owns an intact Ruware piece, the first choice would definitely be Hong Kong or Capital City, not some regional joint auction. Harold Hughes cleared his throat. Do you know their SA tactic in this business called the bait piece? No, I don't. When auction houses want to generate a big buzz and attract major buyers from across the country, they sometimes leak news of a super lot during the promotional phase. The item isn't necessarily a fake, but it might be highly controversial, in poor condition, or have an unclear provenance. Its purpose isn't to actually sell for a sky-high price. It's to lure people in. Once they're there, emotions run high, and the bidding heats up. The auction house doesn't make its real money from that one sky-high lot, it comes from the total commission on the other 800 lots in the auction, driven by that item. Ethan Brooks remained seated in his chair. Mr. Hughes, what do you estimate the chances are that the bowl is genuine? 50%. Harold Hughes' tone changed. Neither high nor low. The authentication report does exist. The details of the 3 sesame seed-shaped nails match, and the lotus patterns engraved on the inner wall are consistent with the characteristics of Ruware. But, he paused for 2 seconds. I haven't seen the original authentication report, I've only seen scanned photos. You know how it is with scanned photos, anyone can Photoshop them, and no one would notice. Don't trust anything until you've examined it yourself. Ethan Brooks tapped his fingers on the table twice. Mr. Hughes, who was the first to break the news about the Kiln Bowl? What was the source of that forum post? I'm not sure. I don't know this old Mountain River person on the forum. But the news spread quickly within the circle, which suggests more than one person got an inside tip from the auction house. Mr. Clark mentioned earlier that he'd seen a scanned copy of the authentication report. Where did he get that information? Harold Hughes thought for a moment. Old Zhong has his own connections in Jinling. He worked at the Provincial Museum for 30 years and knows far more people there than I do. If you want to trace it back to the source, ask him. I don't mean to rain on your parade, Harold Hughes said, his voice softening slightly. It's good that you're driven, but this business is incredibly complex. With a 200 million yuan lot, the bidders aren't small-time dealers hunting for bargains, they're investors and major collectors arriving with hundreds of millions in cash. Once you step into that arena, it's a completely different ballgame from District D in Ocean City. I understand. He hung up on Harold Hughes. Ethan Brooks pulled up his contacts and found Zhong Boming's number. Calling a 65-year-old retiree at 7:30 in the morning, most people would hesitate. Ethan Brooks pressed the call button. After 3 rings, the call was answered. Zhong Boming's voice sounded wide awake. He didn't sound like he'd just woken up. Ethan Brooks. Mr. Clark, sorry to bother you. Regarding that Kiln Bowl from Jinling, I'd like to trace it back to its original source. Could you put me in touch with someone? Zhong Boming was silent for 3 seconds. You're a young man, but you're pretty straightforward. I need to know if that bowl is genuine or just a decoy put out by the auction house. Did Mr. Hughes mention bait to you? Yeah. Zhong Boming chuckled. Harold isn't wrong, but he's not entirely right either. The practice of using bait does exist in the industry, but it's not always a scam. Sometimes auction houses make a big splash with a piece that's genuine, they just ramp up the hype to drive up the entire auction's value. I don't care about the auction house's motives. I care about the bowl. All right. Zhong Boming's tone turned serious. I'll put you in touch with someone. Henry Davis, a veteran in the miscellaneous antiques trade here in Jinling, has connections with the acquisitions department at Jiangnan Auction House. When this batch of overseas returned collectibles came in, Old Sue helped with the initial appraisal. He knows the bowl's provenance better than anyone. I'll give you his number, call him yourself. Just mention my name. Ethan Brooks jotted down Henry Davis' cell number. Don't thank me. Just be careful once you get to Jinling. The rules there are different from Ocean City, the circle is smaller, the people are shrewder, and they're more willing to take risks. He hung up. Ethan Brooks didn't wait. He dialed Henry Davis's number right away. It rang 4 times before someone picked up. Hello? Who is this? A middle-aged man's voice answered, speaking slowly with a Jinling accent. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Ethan Brooks. Mr. Clark Zhong Boming recommended that I contact you. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Old Zhong referred you? What is this about? The Rukiln Celadone Lotus Pattern Bowl from the batch of overseas returned collectibles at the Jinling Fall Auction ID, like to learn more about its provenance. Henry Davis's breathing changed slightly. Are you a collector? Or a businessman? A businessman. How old are you? 23. Henry Davis laughed. A 23-year-old inquiring about the provenance of a Rukiln bowl. Old Zhong's taste is getting more and more interesting. He paused. All right, I'll tell you. But you need to understand one thing first. What I know is first-hand information, not the second-hand rumors passed around on forums. Whether you believe me or not is up to you, but you can't pass this on to anyone else. I1T. This bowl originally belonged to a major collector in Beiping during the Republican era. His surname was Gu Yenji. He was a prominent figure in Beiping's antique circles during the 1930s and 1940s, with a porcelain collection of 200 to 300 pieces. In 1947, sensing that the political situation was about to change, he took his most valuable pieces to Nanyang. And what happened after he arrived in Southeast Asia? Gu Yenji stayed in Singapore for about 10 years before moving to Switzerland in the late 1950s. He settled in Zurich, where he lived until his death in 1983. His collection was passed down to his son, who in turn passed it on to his grandson. Last year, that grandson, the third generation, decided to liquidate the entire family collection, dividing the items into several lots for sale. Ethan Brooks's finger paused on the table. Did one of those lots make its way back to the Chinese market? Yes. A team from Jiangnan Auction House flew to Zurich late last year and met with the third-generation heir for 3 days. In the end, they brought back 27 items, including that bowl. Were all 27 pieces porcelain? Not all of them. There were porcelain pieces, calligraphy and paintings, and miscellaneous items. But the standout piece was that bowl. Ethan Brooks asked the crucial question. Have you seen the bowl in person? Henry Davis paused for 3 seconds. Yes. What are its dimensions? Mouth diameter 12.3 centimeters, height 6.8. Celadone glaze with 3 sesame seed-sized support marks on the base. The interior is engraved with lotus patterns in shallow, steady incisions. The glaze has a smooth, lustrous finish. The way it felt in my hands. He paused again, as if recalling the moment. That glaze color isn't what you see behind museum glass cases. When you hold it in your hand and turn it slightly, the glaze shifts with the light changing from sky blue to powder blue and then to gray blue. That kind of transition is something modern replicas simply can't replicate. How authentic do you think it is? I'm no Rukiln expert. I wouldn't dare say it's 100% authentic. But I've been in this business for 26 years, and I've handled at least 20,000 pieces of porcelain. The way that bowl feels in your hand. Henry Davis's voice dropped. Don't tell me it feels real. It is real. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair. The system ran in sync with his thoughts. Henry Davis's vocal emotion analysis. Overall emotional state stable. Heart rate rose slightly when recalling details of handling the piece, a typical characteristic of non-fictional recollection. Information credibility rating high. Based on cross-referenced information previously provided by Zhong Boming and Henry Davis, the probability that the bowl is authentic has been raised from 75% to 85%. Recommendation. Host should cease hesitation. Just as Ethan Brooks was about to ask for more details, a push notification popped up at the top of his phone screen. A pinned post from the Bagatong forum. The title was marked with a red exclamation point. Official confirmation: Jiangnan Auction House has officially released the announcement for the Jinling Fall Joint Auction. A Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Tianqing glazed lotus bowl has been confirmed for auction. Full details regarding preview dates, eligibility requirements, and deposit regulations have been published. Ethan Brooks tapped on the notification. The announcement was lengthy, but he skimmed through it and memorized all the key information. Auction dates: October 18th, 20. 3 days in total. Day 1. Estate and overseas repatriation sessions, primarily featuring bulk auctions of sealed estate lots. Day 2. Calligraphy and painting session, ceramic session, and miscellaneous artifacts session. Morning of Day 3. Special session Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Tianqing Glazed Lotus Bowl. Single lot auction. Admission by invitation only. Preview dates. October 15th, 17. Eligibility to bid. Pay a deposit of 1 million yuan. Require signatures from 2 industry guarantors and pass Jiangnan Auction House's eligibility review. Additional conditions for the special session. Bidding on the Ru Kiln Bowl requires an additional 5 million yuan session-specific deposit, for a total deposit of 6 million yuan. 6 million. Ethan Brooks has approximately 14 million in total cash on hand. After putting up the 6 million yuan deposit, he will have only 8 million remaining. System note. Note to host. The 6 million yuan deposit is frozen. It will be applied toward the purchase price if the item is sold, or fully refunded if it is not. This does not affect the host's actual available funds. However, if the host wishes to participate in the estate auction on the first day, where there may be additional opportunities to snag bargains, separate bidding funds must be prepared. Current financial status. Approximately 14 million in cash. After deducting the 6 million deposit, 8 million is available. If participating in the estate auction on the first day, available funds will be further reduced. Risk warning. The estimated selling price for the Ru Kiln Bowl ranges from 50 million to 200 million. The host currently faces a significant funding shortfall. It is recommended to seek bargain opportunities during the first day's estate auction to quickly expand the capital pool. Ethan Brooks stared at the announcement for a full minute. Then he picked up his phone. He called Frank Dawson. "Brother Frank, pack your things." "Where to?" "Jinling. We leave the day after tomorrow." Frank Dawson was silent on the other end of the line for 3 seconds. "Are you really going to go through with that Ru Kiln thing? Can you afford the 6 million deposit?" "I can." "Have you figured out whether that bowl is real or fake?" "I've figured it out. There's an 85% chance it's genuine." 85%? What about the other 15%? Ethan Brooks walked over to the window. "I'll take that 15% risk." "Brother Frank, there are some things you'll never know the outcome of unless you try them. 5 days ago, you also thought spending 50,000 on a box of printed materials was throwing money away." Frank Dawson fell silent. "The high-speed train leaves at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Come pick me up at the station." "All right." He hung up the phone. Ethan Brooks placed his cell phone on the windowsill. Jinling. 3 days later. That bowl. He had to touch it with his own hands. 2 days later. Jinling South Station. It was 2 p.m. when Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson walked out of the high-speed rail station carrying their luggage. In mid-October in Jinling, the air carried the scent of osmanthus blossoms. Frank Dawson took a deep breath. The air in Jinling just smells better than in Ocean City. Ethan Brooks didn't respond. They hailed a taxi as soon as they exited the station. "Driver, to Jiangnan Auction House, the one in Gulu District." They arrived 25 minutes later. Jiangnan Auction House's headquarters was located at the end of a street lined with plane trees in Gulu District. The 5-story building had a facade clad in gray granite, and a brass sign bearing the name Jiangnan Auction hung above the main entrance. 7 or 8 cars were parked at the entrance. The least expensive was an Audi A6, and the most expensive was a Bentley. Frank Dawson glanced at the Bentley. This place is in a completely different league from Longshang in Ocean City. Ethan Brooks pushed open the door and walked in. The first-floor lobby was impressive, with beige marble flooring. The reception area was on the right, and display cases lined the left. The display cases held replicas of several items from past auctions and the auction house's award certificates. 2 people, a man and a woman, sat at the front desk, dressed in dark business attire. Ethan Brooks walked up to the counter. "I'm here to register for the Fall Grand Auction." The female receptionist looked up at him. Her gaze swept over him from head to toe. A gray cotton jacket, plain jeans, and sneakers. No watch, no jewelry, and he was carrying an ordinary backpack. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "No." The announcement said on-site registration is available until October 15th. That's correct, but for on-site registration, you'll need to provide identification, proof of assets, and signed letters of recommendation from 2 industry references. Do you have all of those with you?
Ido.
Chapter 053. The Young Man with 14 Million. Ethan Brooks took a document folder out of his backpack, pulled out 3 documents, and placed them on the counter. The first was a copy of his ID card. The second was a certificate of deposit issued by Ocean City Commercial Bank, showing a balance of 14,112,360 yuan. The third consisted of 2 letters of guarantee. One was signed and stamped by Harold Hughes of Hongdaechuan Antiques. The other was signed by Jason Cooper and printed on letterhead bearing the exclusive logo of the G Family Private Collection. The female receptionist picked up the certificate of deposit and glanced at it. Her hand paused. 14 million. She looked up at Ethan Brooks again. This time, her gaze was different. The male receptionist next to her leaned over to glance at the figure on the deposit certificate, and his mouth fell open slightly. Sir, how old are you? 23. The male receptionist Adam S. Apple bobbed. Please wait a moment, I'll contact the registration and review department for you. He picked up the intercom and dialed a number. His voice was very low, but Ethan Brooks caught a few key words. 23 years old, 14 million, and the guarantees from Harold Hughes and Jason Cooper. 3 minutes later, a man in his 40s stepped out of the elevator. He was of medium build, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and was dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit. Mr. Su. That's me. Hello. I'm Samuel Green, head of registration and review at Jiangnan Auction House. He extended his hand. Ethan Brooks shook his hand. Mr. Su, please follow me to the 3rd floor via the VIP channel. Frank Dawson followed behind and, once inside the elevator, muttered under his breath, VIP channel. Ethan Brooks ignored him. The 3rd floor was a spacious office. Samuel Green invited Ethan Brooks to sit down and personally poured him some tea. I've already reviewed your documents, Mr. Su. The proof of funds is in order, and the qualifications of your 2 guarantors fully meet the requirements. Mr. Harold Hughes' standing in the industry speaks for itself, and Mr. Jason Cooper is a long-standing client of Jiangnan Auction House. However, Samuel Green said, pushing his glasses up, according to our regulations, I still need to conduct a brief background check. How long have you been in the antiques business? 5 days. Samuel Green's hand paused over the teacup. 5 days. Strictly speaking, 10 days. 5 days ago, at an auction at the Longxing Storage Park in Ocean City, I spent 50,000 to bid on a shipping container. From it, I retrieved 3 authentic Qi Baishe paintings and a set of 3 Qianlong-era Tianhuang seals. The total value was 13 million. I sold the Qi Baishe paintings to Mr. Jason Cooper for 11.5 million, and the 3 Tianhuang seals to a collector of seal stones for 2.8 million. Samuel Green stared at Ethan Brooks without moving. A 50,000 container, 13 million? That's the entire source of my bidding funds. Samuel Green set down his teacup. He looked something up on his computer and stared at the screen for over 10 seconds. There is indeed a record in our industry database. Ocean City Zone D Auction, Container No. CCMU 2019-0847, Ethan Brooks, 3 works by Qi Baishe Shrimps, Loquats and Dragonfly, and ink crabs with on-site authentication by Harold Hughes. He looked up. Mr. Su, your registration has been officially approved. Your basic bidding eligibility with a 1 million deposit has been activated. Would you like to apply for bidding eligibility in the special auction as well? Yes, the Ru Kiln Bowl special session. That will require an additional 5 million in deposit, for a total of 6 million. Transfer it now. Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone and initiated the bank transfer on the spot. 6 million. Deducted from his balance of 14 million. Samuel Green watched Ethan Brooks' speed and expression as he operated his phone a transfer of 6 million, yet his face showed no reaction. As if he were transferring just 600. Mr. Su, your VIP bidding seat and eligibility for the special session have both been activated. Samuel Green stood up, took a dark blue folder from a drawer, and handed it to him. Ethan Brooks opened it. Inside was a VIP bidder pass, a preview schedule, and a catalog of lots for the first AS estate auction. The catalog was 42 pages long. How many lots are there in the first AS estate auction? Ethan Brooks asked. 28. All are sealed estates and family collections repatriated from overseas. The bidding process differs from traditional auctions. Each lot consists of an entire collection of items. Once the lot is opened on site, bidders may view it from a distance but are not allowed to handle the items. Bidding is for ownership of the entire collection. It's almost exactly the same model as the warehouse auctions in Ocean City, except on a scale dozens of times larger. Frank Dawson flipped through the lot catalog beside him, his eyes growing wider with each page. The lowest starting bid is still 80,000? The lots in the estate auction come from family collections repatriated from overseas. The quality and scale of the lots far exceed those of ordinary warehouse auctions, Samuel Green said in a professional tone. Ethan Brooks closed the folder. When does the preview begin? The day after tomorrow, October 15th at 9 a.m. During the preview, you may view the exterior displays of all publicly listed lots, but the interior areas containing the sealed estate lots will not be opened until auction day. What about the Rue Kiln Bowl in the special auction? Will we be able to see the actual item during the preview? Yes, the Rue Kiln Bowl is in a glass display case in the special exhibition hall on the 3rd floor. It will be on view for 2 days during the preview, with a dedicated guide available. But allow me to remind you, Mr. Su. Samuel Green lowered his voice slightly. Hundreds of people will visit the preview to see that bowl every day. At least 20 of them have already paid the $6 million deposit. You should understand what that means. Ethan Brooks stood up. I understand. He walked out the front door of the auction house. Frank Dawson followed behind him. Ethan Brooks, I need to tell you something. Go ahead. There was a man in the lobby just now who kept watching you, a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat. When you left, he took a couple of steps toward the door, but after seeing you go out, he turned back. Ethan Brooks paused for a split second. The system sounded an alert in his mind. Host, please note. The behavior described by Frank Dawson matches the predictive characteristics of a stalker. Combined with the previous incident involving by Yongchong's phone call, Owen Wilson's team has confirmed they are monitoring the host's movements in Jinling. Recommendation: remain vigilant but do not alter your plans. Ethan Brooks continued walking. Brother Frank, just ignore him. Back at the hotel, Frank Dawson booked 2 standard rooms. After dropping off his luggage, Ethan Brooks sat in his room for 5 minutes. His phone rang. Unknown number. A Jinling local. Ethan Brooks answered.
Mr. Su, mi su nam s cao cao đi quan.
I'm a local porcelain dealer in Jinling. I heard you have a Kangxi blue and white bowl? The one repaired with kintsugi. News really travels fast. Yes, I do. One of my clients has always been interested in Kangxi blue and white porcelain. I've seen photos of the bowl, it's in excellent condition, and the gold repair lines are beautifully executed. I'll make you an offer, 400,000. What do you think? 400,000. The bowl was appraised at around 300,000. The gold repair work had added a premium, so 400,000 wasn't a low offer. Ethan Brooks glanced at the folder on the table. Not for sale. 450,000? Not for sale. Mr. Su. He hung up. Frank Dawson pushed open the door and walked in. Who was that? The guy who wanted to buy the bowl. He offered 450,000. You didn't sell it?
No.
Frank Dawson's mouth fell open. Brother Frank, 450,000 isn't chump change. But compared to what's happening in 3 days, it doesn't matter. Ethan Brooks opened the folder and flipped to the lot list for the first day of the estate auction. 42 pages. 28 lots. 3 days from now. Among these 28 lots, was there a chest from which he could unearth gold? The system offered no clues, because the distance was too great. Its 35-meter detection range didn't extend to the auction hall. He'd have to be there in person, standing right in front of those lots. Ethan Brooks closed the folder. Brother Frank, go to the preview the day after tomorrow. Rest today and tomorrow. Will you be able to sleep? Yes. Frank Dawson closed the door behind him and left. Ethan Brooks leaned back against the headboard and closed his eyes. 14 million minus 6 million in deposit. He still had 8 million in cash on hand. 8 million. In Ocean City, that was enough to let him walk all over the place. At the Jinling auction house, it was merely a mid-level sum. But he had something no one else did. The system could see through any sealed container within 35 meters. That was his trump card. Chapter 054. The Jinling Opening. October 18th. Hall B of the Jinling Convention and Exhibition Center. At 8:40 a.m., Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson walked into Auction Hall Number 2. The hall was at least 20 times larger than Zone D of the Longxing Warehouse Park in Ocean City. It featured a soaring ceiling, warm-toned spotlights on both sides, and a curved podium directly ahead, where the auctioneer's desk and a projection screen were set up. The seating was divided into 3 sections. The front section was the VIP area. It consisted of 4 rows of genuine leather seats, each with a number plate holder on the armrest. Ethan Brooks' seat was in the 3rd row on the left. The middle section was the general bidding area. It had 8 rows of standard chairs, many of which were occupied. The rear section was the observation area. Those in this section were not eligible to bid and could only watch. Frank Dawson held a pass for the observation area and was seated in a different section from Ethan Brooks. "I'll be sitting in the back. Give me a call if you need anything," Frank Dawson said, patting Ethan Brooks on the shoulder. Ethan Brooks walked toward the VIP section. He scanned the room. The 4 rows of seats in the VIP section totaled 32, and about 20 people were already seated. Their ages ranged from 35 or 36 to the early 70s. Their attire was a cut above what you'd see at an Ocean City auction: tailored suits, handmade leather shoes, and watches on their wrists that were either Patek Philippe or Vacheron Constantin. When Ethan Brooks walked in wearing that gray cotton jacket, at least 5 people turned to look at him. The look in their eyes was unanimous. Who asked this kid? Did he get the wrong place? Ethan Brooks took a seat in the 3rd row. The system in his mind automatically activated scan mode. It began simultaneously analyzing the emotions, movements, and points of focus of everyone within a 35-meter radius. The first person to be flagged. In the 2nd row to his right and slightly ahead, a man in a black suit. In his 50s, he had chiseled facial features, his hair slicked back, and a white jade ring on his right thumb. Kenneth Carter, a local big shot in Jinling's antique trade, specializes in high-end porcelain and jade. Annual turnover exceeds 100 million. Reserved in nature. Rarely bids in public, but when he does, he never misses. Current mood calm. His attention is scattered throughout the hall, assessing all bidders. Threat level high. Ethan Brooks' gaze didn't linger on Kenneth Carter for long. He continued scanning. The 2nd person flagged. Seated in the front row on the left side, near the edge. Ethan Brooks narrowed his eyes. Gregory Miles. He wore a dark blue suit with a neatly tied tie. Ryan Foster sat beside him. Both men were much more restrained than they had been in Zone D of Ocean City, sitting upright, staring straight ahead, and not speaking to the person next to them. The system analysis popped up simultaneously. Gregory Miles' emotional state, tense. His attention is currently highly focused on the podium. No signs of him actively observing the host. However, Owen Wilson behind him has been confirmed to be orchestrating operations in Jinling. It is highly likely that Gregory Miles is here acting as Owen Wilson's proxy bidder. It is unclear whether Owen Wilson himself is present. He has not been detected within a 35-meter radius. However, the possibility that he is participating remotely from outside the venue or via telephone cannot be ruled out. Ethan Brooks averted his gaze. The 3rd person who caught his attention, not flagged by the system, but spotted by him personally, was a woman in her early 30s seated in the far right seat of the 4th row. She wore a sharply tailored white suit and was flipping through the auction catalog. Her features were regular, not stunning, but she exuded a capable, professional air. She sensed Ethan Brooks' gaze and glanced up. Their eyes met briefly. The woman looked away first and resumed flipping through the catalog. System prompt. The woman's emotions are stable. No hostility detected. Identity cannot yet be determined based on physical characteristics. Host advised to focus on the auction proceedings rather than the face of the opposite sex. The corner of Ethan Brooks' mouth twitched, but he said nothing. 8:55 a.m. A man wearing a dark, stand-collar Zhongshan suit stepped onto the podium. In his 40s, he was of average height but had a booming voice. The moment he stood before the microphone, the clamor throughout the hall automatically dropped by 2 notches. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished collectors, welcome to the first day of the Jinling Autumn Joint Auction, the Estate and Overseas Repatriated Art Special Session. His voice was clear and powerful, his pace measured yet naturally compelling. I am the chief auctioneer for this session, Liam Hayes. The auction house's logo and today's list of lots lit up on the projection screen. There are a total of 28 lots today. Each lot comes from family-sealed collections repatriated from overseas. There are no restrictions on the types of items, the quantity, or the quality. Liam Hayes smiled. Nor do we guarantee the quality. Someone in the audience chuckled softly. The rules are the same as those you received in your emails. The lots will be opened on site, and you may view the contents from behind the safety line. The viewing period is 5 minutes. Bidding will begin after 5 minutes. Each bid is final and cannot be withdrawn. All right. Liam Hayes tapped the table. The first lot, number G01. It's part of the first batch of repatriated collections from the family of the late Chinese collector Gu Yenji in Switzerland. A sliding door on the right side of the hall opened. Two staff members wearing white gloves stood on either side of the door. Behind the door was a closed display room. The moment the lights came on, everyone's gaze turned toward it simultaneously. The display room was approximately 30 square meters. Inside, wooden display shelves lined 3 walls. The shelves were densely packed with various artifacts. Blue and white porcelain vases, pink glazed plates, wooden carvings, bronze incense burners, small jade pieces, and scroll paintings. There were at least 100 items. In the center of the floor stood 2 pieces of rosewood furniture, a long table and a round-backed armchair. Several people in the front row stood up simultaneously. A white-haired man in his 60s pushed his reading glasses up his nose and peered closely at the security line. This many. A middle-aged man in a checkered suit standing next to him also stood up. The volume of this collection is enormous. Just the porcelain alone looks like there are 50 or 60 pieces. Those vases, are they pink and white? That green one. Whispers spread through the VIP section. People in the middle and back sections also stood up, standing on tiptoe to get a better view. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly from calm to a buzz of excitement. Ethan Brooks did not stand up. He was seated in the 3rd row, 35 meters. The entrance to the exhibition hall was about 28 meters away from him. The system had already begun scanning. Golden text refreshed line by line in his mind. Scanning lot G01. Total items, 137. Surface level item classification. 72 pieces of porcelain, 11 pieces of woodwork, 8 pieces of bronze ware, 14 scrolls of calligraphy and paintings, and 32 pieces of jade and miscellaneous items. Rapid item by item assessment in progress. Ethan Brooks closed his eyes. The stream of information cascaded like a waterfall in the darkness. Of the 72 pieces of porcelain, 68 were mid to low-end products from kilns dating from the late Qing dynasty to the Republican era, with an estimated value per piece ranging from 500 to 3,000 yuan. 3 were fine pieces from folk kilns of the mid-Qing dynasty, with an estimated value per piece ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. 1 piece. The golden text glowed brighter. 4th item on the right, 2nd shelf. Celadon incense burner. 3-legged tripod style, entirely covered in plum green glaze. The glaze is thick and lustrous, with fine, natural craquelure. The exposed body beneath the feet reveals a vermilion red, firestone red hue. The body is dense and hard. Material identification. A 3-legged incense burner, with Mei Zi Qing glaze from the Longquan kiln of the Southern Song dynasty. Condition. Complete. No chipping or repairs. The glaze is in excellent condition. Preliminary estimate, 3.5 to 4.8 million yuan. Ethan Brooks opened his eyes. The people around him were still chatting. Not a single person noticed that he had closed his eyes for a few seconds. 3.5 million to 4.5 million. 1 piece. Hidden among 137 other items. The remaining 136 items combined R&T worth 200,000. That's the information gap. Liam Hayes' voice came through the microphone. The 5-minute viewing period begins. Please view the items from behind the safety line. Almost everyone in the VIP section stood up. Those in the front row crowded up to the safety line to get a better view. Those in the 2nd row craned their necks. Ethan Brooks remained seated. He didn't need to crowd in. He'd already taken it all in from within 35 meters. The 5-minute countdown began. Once the countdown ended, the battle would begin. Chapter 055. Grade AA Strong Start. The 5-minute observation period ended. Everyone returned to their seats. Liam Hayes stepped up to the microphone. Lot G01. The first batch of repatriated collections from the Gu Yenji family of Switzerland. 137 items bundled for auction, no individual lots. Starting bid. He tapped the table twice with his finger. 300,000. The starting bid was 300,000. With 137 items, that averaged out to 2,200 per item. Based on what most people had seen earlier, that collection did indeed include some Qing dynasty porcelain and rosewood furniture, with a face value of at most 300,000 to 400,000. A starting bid of 300,000 was appropriate. But the problem was, the bidders in the room were never rational when it came to the first lot. This was the opening salvo of the entire auction. Everyone wanted to test the waters with the first lot. No sooner had Liam Hayes finished speaking than 350,000. An elderly man with white hair in the front row raised his bid card. 400,000. Someone in the second row called out. 450,000. 500,000. 55, 10,000. The bidding soared back and forth between the front rows and the center section. Ethan Brooks remained seated, unmoving. Frank Dawson stood in the back, craning his neck to look at Ethan Brooks in the VIP section. He was sitting there, not raising a paddle. Frank Dawson breathed a sigh of relief. 55, 10,000 for a pile of porcelain and old furniture wasn't worth it. When the price hit 60, 10,000, the pace of bidding slowed. 600,000. Any higher bids? Liam Hayes scanned the room. 650,000. A new voice came from the second row of the VIP section. Ethan Brooks turned his head to glance over. Samuel Hayes. Earlier, the system hadn't flagged this person because he had been more than 35 meters away from Ethan Brooks when he entered the hall. Now he was closer. The system updated its records. Samuel Hayes, 46 years old. A local antique dealer from Jinling. Specializes in porcelain and miscellaneous items. Annual turnover of approximately 30 million. Aggressive style. Common bidding strategy. Making large jumps in bids to create psychological pressure and force opponents to withdraw. Current mood. Excited. Estimates the value of lot G01 at approximately 800,000 to 1 million. Based on a visual assessment of the visible items. 800,000 to 1 million. Samuel Hayes believes this lot is worth 1 million. In fact, that single Longquan kiln incense burner alone is worth over 3.5 million. That SA threefold discrepancy. 650,000. Liam Hayes repeated. 700,000. The white-haired elderly man in the front row raised his paddle again. 800,000. Samuel Hayes jumped straight up by 100,000. A massive bid increase. A classic suppression tactic. The white-haired elderly man lowered his paddle. He was out of the running. 80,000 going once, 80,000 going twice. Ethan Brooks raised his paddle. 90,000. As soon as his words fell, everyone in the VIP section heard them. Liam Hayes glanced at him. Lot G01, 90,000. Bidder number 23, third row, left side. Samuel Hayes turned his head. He saw Ethan Brooks. His first reaction was to frown. A kid in his 20s, dressed almost like the security guard downstairs. 1 million. Samuel Hayes raised his paddle, his tone sharpening. He jumped straight from 900,000 to 1 million, a 100,000 increase. Frank Dawson, sitting in the back section, could no longer sit still. It was already at 1 million. He sent a message to Ethan Brooks on his phone. It's at 1 million, are you still in? Ethan Brooks didn't look at his phone. He glanced at Samuel Hayes. System update. Samuel Hayes' mood had shifted, a slight competitive restlessness had emerged. He habitually made large bid jumps, but his anxiety was rising now that he encountered an opponent who wouldn't back down. Ethan Brooks predicted his psychological upper limit to be between 1.2 million and 1.3 million. Beyond that price, he would choose to fold. 1.2 million to 1.3 million. Ethan Brooks spoke up. 1.8 million. The entire room fell silent. Frank Dawson nearly dropped the phone he was holding. 1.8 million. It had jumped directly from 1 million to 1.8 million, skipping 1.1 million, 1.2 million, 1.3 million, 1.4 million, 1.5 million, 1.6 million, and 1.7 million. A jump of 800,000 in one go. Samuel Hayes' expression changed. It wasn't anger. It was shock. He'd been in this business for 20 years and had seen it all at the Jinling auction house. But someone bidding up by 800,000 in a single go, that wasn't how a normal person played the game. Liam Hayes stood on the podium, frozen for half a second, then regained his professional composure. 1.8 million. Bidder number 23 has bid 1.8 million. His gaze shifted back and forth between Ethan Brooks and Samuel Hayes. Mr. Hahn, are you still in? Samuel Hayes fixed his gaze on Ethan Brooks. The young man in his 20s sitting before him was slumped back in his chair, hands resting on the armrests, as if he hadn't just been the one to call out 1.8 million. You! Samuel Hayes' throat felt a little dry. Do you know what you're buying? Out of 137 items, I've looked at them for 5 minutes, and the most valuable one isn't worth more than 200,000. You're offering 1.8 million for the whole lot. Did the wind blow your money in? Ethan Brooks glanced at him. He remained seated. You looked at them for 5 minutes and saw something worth 200,000. Ethan Brooks spoke even more slowly than usual. Have you ever stopped to think about how much the items you didn't see in those 5 minutes are worth? Samuel Hayes' mouth fell open for a moment. Several veterans in the front row all turned to look at Ethan Brooks. Even Kenneth Carter, who had been sitting quietly the whole time, turned his head slightly. You glanced at what was on the surface for 5 minutes and concluded there's nothing valuable here. Ethan Brooks' voice was calm and steady. But there are 137 items displayed on 3 shelves. You're standing outside the safety line, and the farthest shelf is more than 5 meters away from you. Tell me, how did you manage to clearly make out the mark on the base and the glaze characteristics of a 15-centimeter tall porcelain piece from 5 meters away? Samuel Hayes fell silent, because Ethan Brooks was stating a fact. With only 5 minutes for inspection and the safety line that couldn't be crossed, the items on the farthest shelf were simply impossible to see clearly. Most people relied on overall impressions and experience to make a rough judgment and set a price. But Ethan Brooks didn't need to get any closer. Sitting 28 meters away, he had already scanned all 137 items. Mr. Liu, Ethan Brooks turned to the auctioneer. My bid is 1.8 million. Will Mr. Han match it? If not, please bring down the hammer. Samuel Hayes' right hand was clenched around his bid paddle. 1.8 million. His mental upper limit had just been 1.2 million. Now, Ethan Brooks had pushed it all the way up to 1.8 million in one go. If he called, would he bid 2 million? Spend 2 million on a lot he devalued at a maximum of 1 million? No sane person would do such a thing. But Ethan Brooks did. A person like that is either a fool or sees something he can't. Samuel Hayes clenched his teeth. The paddle was lowered. 1,800,000 going once. 1,800,000 going twice. 1,800,000 going 3 times sold. Lot G01 to bidder number 23, Mr. Ethan Brooks. Liam Hayes brought down the gavel. A murmur of conversation rippled through the VIP section. 1.8 million? Is that lot really worth 1.8 million? I don't know, but that kid's bidding style is wild. Raising the bid by 800,000 each time. Who's ever seen a strategy like that? He's either crazy or he's really onto something. Frank Dawson sat down in the back section, resting his hands on his knees. 1.8 million, he muttered. Ethan Brooks, what on earth did you see? The corner of Ethan Brooks' mouth twitched. Deep within his mind, the system displayed a settlement notice. Settlement for Lot G01. Purchase cost, 1.8 million. Core asset, a 3-legged incense burner with plum green glaze from the Longquan kiln of the Southern Song dynasty. Estimated value, 3.5 to 4.8 million yuan. Additional assets, 3 exquisite pieces from folk kilns of the Mid-Qing dynasty. Combined estimated value, approximately 50,000 yuan. The remaining items are of negligible value. Estimated profit, 1.7 to 3 million yuan. Rating grade A. Comment, a great start. But don't get too excited just yet. Host, the real big fish hasn't made an appearance yet. Chapter 056. The Contempt of 10,000. After Lot G01 was sold, Samuel Hayes sat in his seat, saying nothing. A colleague sitting next to him leaned over and whispered, Samuel, just let it go. That lot really wasn't worth bidding 1.8 million for. Samuel Hayes didn't respond. Only one thought was running through his mind. Did that young man in his early 20s actually see something? Or was he just bluffing? The auction continued. Lot G02 was called. This lot was much smaller than G01, a standard shipping crate. Upon opening it, they found over 20 miscellaneous items. A few old folding fans, several inkstones, a few brass paperweights, and a small box of old photographs and letters. Liam Hayes announced the starting bid, 50,000. It was clearly a low-value lot. The folding fans and inkstones appeared to be ordinary modern or contemporary items. The brass paperweights were lightweight, and the collectible value of the old photographs and letters depended on their content, which couldn't be determined by appearance alone. System scan results. Lot G02. Total items, 26. No high-value items. Estimated total value, 20,000 to 40,000. Recommendation. Host should skip this lot. Ethan Brooks intended to skip it, but he changed his mind at the last minute. Not because the lot was valuable, but because he wanted to test something. Back in Ocean City, his rival had been Gregory Miles. In Jinling, Samuel Hayes was merely the first to step forward. The person the system had actually flagged as a high threat level was Kenneth Carter. Ethan Brooks wanted to see if Kenneth Carter would follow his lead when he bid on a low-value lot. If he called, it would mean Kenneth Carter was watching his every move. If he didn't T-call, it would mean Kenneth Carter had his own targets and didn't want to be disturbed. This was battlefield reconnaissance. 50,000. Ethan Brooks raised his bid card. No one called. 50,000 once. Liam Hayes was just about to continue. 60,000. It wasn't Kenneth Carter's voice. It was Samuel Hayes. Ethan Brooks turned his head to glance at him. Samuel Hayes' face wore an expression Ethan Brooks recognized. Petulance. He didn't want this lot. He was trying to save face in front of Ethan Brooks. He couldn't stomach losing the previous lot by an 800,000 jump bid. 60,000 once, 60,000 twice. Ethan Brooks didn't bid. Lot G02 sold for 60,000 and went to Samuel Hayes. Samuel Hayes had acquired a collection of miscellaneous items not worth 60,000. But he didn't care about that right now. He turned to look at Ethan Brooks, his gaze implying, "You're scared." Ethan Brooks remained expressionless. Lot G03 began. Another moderately sized collection. This lot was slightly more appealing than G02, featuring several pieces of Qing Dynasty pastel porcelain and 2 mounted calligraphy and painting works. System scan. Lot G03. Total items. 44. No major high-value items. Among the pastel porcelain are 2 late Qing imperial kiln masterpieces, each valued at approximately 50,000 to 80,000. The calligraphy and paintings are all modern and contemporary works, with none by renowned artists. The estimated total value is approximately 200,000 to 250,000 yuan. Starting bid, 150,000 yuan. Limited profit margin. Recommend skipping this lot. Ethan Brooks confirmed there was nothing worth bidding on and prepared to continue watching from the sidelines. After the starting bid of 150,000 yuan was called out, someone in the front row raised the bid to 180,000 yuan. Someone in the middle section matched it at 200,000 yuan. Then, 250,000 yuan. Samuel Hayes raised his paddle again. Ethan Brooks noticed that Samuel Hayes had glanced at him before raising his paddle. It wasn't about bidding, it was a show of force. "Look," he seemed to say, "you didn't match my bid on the last lot, but I'm still taking this one. You're not the only one here at the Jinling auction house who can spend money." Ethan Brooks didn't respond. Lot G03 sold for 250,000 and went to Samuel Hayes. 2 lots. Samuel Hayes spent 310,000. The total value of the items he acquired was just under 200,000. A loss of 110,000. But Samuel Hayes didn't feel he lost out. He felt he was establishing his authority. Lot G04 was about to be auctioned. Liam Hayes gave a brief introduction. Lot G04. From the estate settlement of a Chinese family in Singapore. The items include jewelry, household goods, and a small number of artworks. Starting bid. Wait a minute. Samuel Hayes stood up. All eyes in the room turned toward him. Samuel Hayes didn't look at Liam Hayes. He turned around to face Ethan Brooks directly. "Young man, there's something I'd like to ask you in front of everyone." Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair. "Go ahead. You're from Ocean City, right?" "Yeah." "You're a warehouse bargain hunter?" Samuel Hayes' tone changed. It was no longer the petulance of a moment ago, but a deliberate air of contempt. "Scrap collecting might work in a town like Ocean City, but coming all the way to Jinling, do you really think auctions here are the same as rummaging through trash back home?" The VIP section fell silent. Ethan Brooks' posture remained unchanged. "You spent 1.8 million on lot G01. I looked at that lot for 5 minutes. I've been in this business for 20 years, and I dare say not a single item in there is worth more than 200,000. You spent 1.8 million on a pile of stuff worth no more than 200,000. Do you have someone back home cleaning up after you?" Those were harsh words. People in the back were whispering to each other, and a few in the middle section frowned, but most in the VIP section remained silent. Tension at auctions was nothing new. There were always more spectators than peacemakers. Ethan Brooks never stood up. "Mr. Han, are you finished?" "I'm finished." "Then it's my turn." Ethan Brooks raised his hand and held up his bid card. Lot G04. What was the starting bid again? Liam Hayes replied, 80,000. 81,000. Ethan Brooks placed his bid. 81,000. An increase of 1,000. The rules stipulated that the minimum bid increment was 1,000. Ethan Brooks had placed the lowest bid increment of the entire auction so far. 1,000. The air in the room grew thick with tension. Samuel Hayes' face turned bright red. He was waiting for Ethan Brooks to snap back, waiting for him to fly into a rage, waiting for him to stand up and trade insults with him. But Ethan Brooks didn't. With that 1,000 yuan, Ethan Brooks was telling him, "You're not worth my serious attention. I can afford 1.8 million. But for you, I'll only offer 1,000. You!" Samuel Hayes clenched his fists. Ethan Brooks looked at him. "Mr. Han, you've been in the antiques business for 20 years. You must be a veteran at the Jinling auction house. But you've made a mistake that only a novice would make." "What mistake?" "You're attacking a bidding rival in public not because you've made the right judgment, but because you lost in the previous round of bidding and you can't accept it." Samuel Hayes' lips twitched. "You told me that G01 isn't worth 1.8 million. Fine. 3 days from now, when this auction is over, go back and check the market prices. See if there's anything in that lot that you failed to spot in those 5 minutes. Then come back and tell me, whose judgment is more reliable, yours, based on 20 years of experience, or mine, based on 30 seconds of observation?" Ethan Brooks' tone remained flat throughout.
No raísing inflexión, no acceleración.
But every word landed like a blow to Samuel Hayes' face. A very low chuckle came from the front row of the VIP section. Ethan Brooks didn't look to see who was laughing. But the system told him. The source of the laughter, Kenneth Carter. Kenneth Carter's emotional state shifted from neutral to interested. His assessment of the host is being upgraded. Meanwhile, note that Gregory Miles has not participated in any bidding throughout the entire process, nor has he shown any proactive interest in the host. It is speculated that he has a specific, predetermined target and is currently waiting. Ethan Brooks withdrew his attention. Liam Hayes cleared his throat on stage. Lot G04, 81,000 yuan.
Bidder número 23.
Any higher bids? Samuel Hayes stood there. Call? Call what? An item priced at 80,000 yuan? If he called, it would be an admission that he'd been provoked by Ethan Brooks' 1,000 yuan bid. Don't call? Not calling would make him look even worse in front of the entire audience. 81,000 yuan, going once, 81,000 yuan, going twice. Samuel Hayes sat down. His bid card clattered against the armrest. 81,000 going once, going twice. Sold to bidder number 23. 81,000. Ethan Brooks didn't care about this lot at all. The system had stated there were no high-value items, but by bidding 81,000 yuan, or more precisely, that 1,000 yuan, he sent a clear signal to everyone in the auction hall. "I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to get what I came for. You're not worth my time. Lot G04 has been settled." Liam Hayes announced a brief 10-minute break. Ethan Brooks stood up and walked toward the refreshment area on the side of the hall. He poured himself a glass of water. The system ran a silent tally in his mind. The first 4 lots have been scanned. G01 has been secured, including the core assets of the Longquan kiln. G02 and G03 contain no high-value items. G04 contains no high-value items. Of the remaining 24 lots, the host's current position cannot cover all storage areas. Must wait for subsequent lots to enter the scan range before confirming them one by one. The host has confirmed the following competitive landscape. Samuel Hayes, identity revealed, poses no substantial threat. Average judgment, poor emotional control. Kenneth Carter, intent not yet revealed. Threat level remains high. Exceptional judgment. Gregory Miles and Owen Wilson's faction, holding their ground. Objectives unclear. Potential threat, off-site telephone bidders. Number unknown. Ethan Brooks took a sip of water. The scan of the 24 lots isn't finished yet. That big fish, the kind that could turn the tables, is still in one of the crates further back. Chapter 057. Masterpieces from the June Kiln tradition, from the Northern Song to the Jin Dynasty. The break is over. Ethan Brooks did not bid on any of the next 4 lots. The system completed its scan of lots G05 through G08 one by one. Mass-produced goods, mid to low-end porcelain, poorly preserved wood carvings, and a few crudely crafted bronze pieces. Nothing worth bidding on. But the atmosphere in the room had already been electrified by the 1.8 million winning bid on lot G01. Lot G05 sold for 120,000. Lot G06 sold for 180,000. G07 received no bids and went unsold. G08 sold for 230,000. With every fall of the hammer, the buyer's expressions betrayed a sense of excitement, as if they were taking a gamble. Liam Hayes was a master at controlling the pace. Before each lot went on the block, he'd say a few casual remarks, not a formal commentary, but more like small talk. Don't rush. Everyone, the best items are still to come. These lots have a clear provenance. Goods from Gujia are never subpar. G09 is up next. Keep your hands ready. In the auction industry, this technique is known as warming up the room. It constantly builds anticipation among bidders for the next, even better lot, keeping them ready to raise their bid cards at any moment. Ethan Brooks was well aware of this tactic. The system also provided an analysis. Liam Hayes' warming up the crowd technique had an effectiveness rate of approximately 68%. The overall bidding sentiment index in the hall had risen by 40% compared to the opening phase. Some bidders' bidding decisions were beginning to deviate from the rational valuation range. Simply put, more and more people were getting carried away. The more people got carried away, the greater Ethan Brooks' opportunity became. Because when most people's judgment starts to falter, the only one whose judgment remains sound becomes the hunter. G09, G10, G11. One after another they were opened. The system scanned them. No high-value items. Ethan Brooks sat motionless. Samuel Hayes, on the other hand, picked up 2 more lots, spending over $400,000. Ethan Brooks scanned the condition of those items with the system combined. They weren't worth $150,000. What a total loss. Lot G12 is ready to be opened. Liam Hayes picked up the microphone. The next lot is a bit special. Lot G12 also comes from the Gu Yenji family. However, this batch isn't part of the official collection catalog. These are miscellaneous items that the Gu family's descendants unearthed from the basement while clearing out their old Zurich residence. Miscellaneous items? Someone in the front row repeated. That's right. The consignor's exact words were, "These might not be worth much, but it would be a shame to throw them away, so we'll just send them along with the official collection." A ripple of laughter spread through the center section. So please be prepared, the condition of this lot may differ significantly from the previous ones. The sliding door on the right opened. Light flooded into the display room. Ethan Brooks glanced around. There were fewer items in the display room than in any of the previous lots, and they were all in poor condition. 2 moldy leather suitcases were stacked on the floor. An old chair with a broken leg leaned against the corner of the wall. A cardboard box lay open, revealing several rolls of old newspapers and a few items wrapped in gray cloth. A few yellowed old magazines and a stack of envelopes were scattered on the floor. That was it. The white-haired elderly man in the front row shook his head. What the hell is this? Samuel Hayes glanced around the exhibition hall, leaned back in his chair, and tossed the bid number in his hand onto the empty seat next to him. People in the middle section were also whispering among themselves. Are they auctioning off junk dug up from the basement? Does the Jinling auction house accept even this now? Don't even mention it. It's all about volume. Out of 28 lots, there's bound to be a few just to pad the numbers. The 5-minute viewing period began. No one stood up to take a closer look, because there was simply nothing worth seeing. Ethan Brooks remained seated, 26 meters from the entrance to the exhibition hall. The system began a deep scan. Golden text unfolded in his mind. Lot G12 being scanned. Total items, 17, including contents of the leather suitcase and the cardboard box. First leather suitcase contains 6 pieces of used clothing, 1 pair of worn leather shoes, and 2 old picture frames. No value. Second leather suitcase contains 11 used books, French and German printed materials, 1 used razor, and 1 used silver pocket watch with a heavily worn case and a stopped movement. Estimated value approximately 3,000 yuan. Used chair, 19th century European-style woodwork. No collectible value. Old magazines and envelopes, no value. Cardboard box. The brightness of the gold lettering suddenly increased by a notch. Ethan Brooks' breathing slowed involuntarily. Scanning items inside the cardboard box. A total of 5 items wrapped in gray cloth. First item, a modern ceramic vase, no value. Second item, a small brass candlestick, mass-produced industrial item, no value. Third item, a wooden lacquered box, empty inside. The inside of the lid bears the handwritten characters, Yen Ji Song San. The box itself is estimated to be worth between 5,000 and 10,000 yuan. Fourth item, the text brightened another notch. Fourth item, wrapped in gray cloth, rounded and flat in shape, approximately 15 centimeters in diameter and 7 centimeters in height. Material scan, porcelain. Glaze characteristics. The glaze layer is extremely thick, displaying a kiln change effect where copper red and sky blue hues blend. Large areas of rose-purple patches appear in places, with the edges blending naturally into sky blue. The glazed surface features earthworm-like crackle patterns. Body characteristics. Grayish-white body, solid and dense in texture. The ring foot is coated with a sesame paste-colored protective glaze. There are 3 kiln brick marks on the bottom. Preliminary determination. A masterpiece from the June kiln tradition dating from the Northern Song to the Jin dynasty. Further analysis in progress. Ethan Brooks could feel his heart beating in his chest. Not fast, but each beat was heavy. Further analysis complete. This object is a moon-white glazed brush washer with rose-purple spots from the official June kiln system of the Song dynasty. The glaze is of exceptionally high quality. The rose-purple spots cover approximately 40% of the total glazed surface, with excellent color saturation. The earthworm crawling patterns are distinct. The sky blue underglaze is lustrous, even, and pure. The rim is intact, with no chips or chips. 3 clear kiln pin marks on the base are consistent with the characteristics of Song dynasty June ware. Very few artifacts of this caliber survive today. Among museums and known private collections both domestically and internationally, there are no more than 15 examples of Song dynasty June rose-purple brush washers in this condition. Preliminary valuation: 5 million to 8 million yuan. Item 5. Modern glass vase. No value. 5 million to 8 million. Stored in a cardboard box. Wrapped in a layer of gray cloth. Surrounded by a pile of tattered clothes and old magazines. The entire display room looked like a pile of junk salvaged from a basement. Starting bid. Liam Hayes' voice came through the microphone. Lot G12. Given the item's average physical condition, the starting bid is set at 30,000. 30,000. He scanned the room. Ladies and gentlemen? Any interest? No one raised a paddle. Samuel Hayes yawned beside him. The white-haired old man in the front row was sipping tea. Gregory Miles glanced at the display case and looked away. Kenneth Carter and Ethan Brooks exchanged a glance. Kenneth Carter's gaze lingered in the direction of the cardboard box. It lingered for 2 seconds. Then he looked away as well. He couldn't tell. It was too far away. He couldn't make out what was wrapped in the gray cloth at all. No matter how experienced Kenneth Carter was, he couldn't tell with the naked eye from 5 meters away whether a piece of porcelain wrapped in gray cloth was a Song June or a flea market knockoff. But Ethan Brooks could. The system had already assessed it for him. 5 million to 8 million. Starting bid: 30,000. Profit multiplier: 160 to 260 times. Ethan Brooks' hand rested on his bid paddle. Wait, no ruse. Chapter 058. Are you crazy? 38 tens of thousands for that junk? 30,000. Any bids? Liam Hayes swept his gaze around the room, hammer in hand. No one raised a paddle. 30,000 once. Still no movement. The starting bid is adjusted to 20,000. Starting at 20,000. Liam Hayes lowered the price by 1 tier. The rules for the estate auction allowed the auctioneer to lower the starting bid if no one bid, up to 2 times, with each reduction not exceeding 50% of the original price. 20,000. Anyone? The stuff dug out of the basement certainly isn't pretty. But who can say for sure in this business? What if there's a surprise in the box? Liam Hayes' words carried a hint of sarcasm. A man in the center section raised his paddle. 20,000. Finally, someone had bid. 20,000 for the first time. Any higher bids? Ethan Brooks didn't move. System prompt. The host's current bidding strategy recommends waiting until Liam Hayes calls twice before raising the paddle. A last-second bid minimizes the reaction time for others to match the price. Ethan Brooks stared at Liam Hayes' mouth. 20,000 for the second time. Ethan Brooks raised his hand. 120,000. The room fell silent once more, jumping straight from 20,000 to 120,000. For a pile of basement junk, a bid of 120,000 far exceeded everyone's psychological expectations for this lot. The man in the center section who had bid 20,000 gave up. 120,000? Are you kidding? That pile of junk isn't worth 120,000. 120,000. Bidder number 23. Liam Hayes recorded the figure. 120,000. Once. 130,000. It was Samuel Hayes' voice again. Ethan Brooks didn't turn around. He knew Samuel Hayes wasn't bidding because he spotted something special. It was pure revenge. Ethan Brooks had snatched up G01. Ethan Brooks had humiliated him with a bid of just 1,000 on G04. Now, with G12, Ethan Brooks was at it again. Samuel Hayes' logic was simple. Whatever Ethan Brooks went for, he matched, forcing him to spend even more. As for whether the item was actually worth the price, he didn't care anymore. All he cared about was not letting Ethan Brooks have it too easy at the Jinling auction house.
130,000 bidder número 38. Samuel Hayes.
Liam Hayes cleared his throat. Any higher bids? This time, Ethan Brooks didn't hesitate. 380,000. The figure echoed through the auction hall. From 130,000 to 380,000. A jump of 250,000. Samuel Hayes leaned forward slightly. He hadn't expected Ethan Brooks to raise the bid by 250,000 outright. A 130,000 bid was meant to provoke. Raising it to 150,000 at most would have been the normal response, 150,000 or 160,000. But Ethan Brooks had bid 380,000. Frank Dawson sent Ethan Brooks a message from the back section. Are you crazy? 380,000 for that pile of junk. Ethan Brooks didn't look at his phone. He kept his eyes on Samuel Hayes. Mr. Hahn, are you calling? As he spoke those 3 words, Ethan Brooks' voice carried clearly to the ears of everyone in the VIP section. Samuel Hayes' hand rested on his bid paddle. His mind was racing through the numbers. He'd seen the lot. 2 old leather suitcases, a rickety chair, and a box wrapped in gray cloth containing who knows what. Judging by appearances alone, the total value couldn't exceed 10,000 yuan. Ethan Brooks had bid 380,000. If he called, should he bid 400,000? Or 500,000? And then what? What if Ethan Brooks kept raising the bid? Last time with G01, Ethan Brooks had gone straight from 1 million to 1,800,000. Who knows if he'd go from 38,000 to 70,000 this time? Samuel Hayes recalled what Ethan Brooks had said. In 3 days, go back and check the market to see what you missed. What if there really was something in this junk that he hadn't spotted? If there was, Ethan Brooks would walk away with 380,000 a profit. If there wasn't, Ethan Brooks would have bought a pile of junk for 380,000 a loss. But either outcome had nothing to do with Samuel Hayes anymore. Because he called up to 400,000 and 500,000 money that had come straight out of his own pocket. If he won, he'd end up with a pile of stuff he couldn't tell if it was worth anything. If he lost, he'd have spent hundreds of thousands to serve as a stepping stone for Ethan Brooks. It was a lose-lose situation. Samuel Hayes' hand moved away from the bid paddle. 380,000 once, 380,000 twice, Liam Hayes said, slowing his speech. Ethan Brooks' gaze never wavered from Samuel Hayes. Samuel Hayes clenched his back molars. He wasn't ready to give in. He'd been in the Jinling auction scene for 20 years. When had he ever let some out-of-town kid in his early 20s get the better of him? His hand reached for the bid paddle again. A colleague sitting next to him grabbed his arm. Samuel, get a grip. Is it worth 380,000 for that pile of junk? Let him take the loss. Samuel Hayes' shoulders tensed for 3 seconds. Then they relaxed. He placed the bid paddle back on the armrest. 380,000, going once, going twice, sold. Lot G12. Bidder number 23, Mr. Ethan Brooks. 380,000. The sound of the gavel echoed through the hall. Scattered murmurs rose from the VIP section. 380,000? For that junk. I could understand when he spent 1.8 million on that porcelain set last time. But 380,000 for junk dug out of a basement? I just don't get it. Either he's got an eye for it, or he's got too much money to burn. In the back section, Frank Dawson plopped back into his seat. He wanted to rush over, grab Ethan Brooks by the collar, and ask him what the hell he was doing. 380,000. 1.8 million plus 380,000 plus 81,000. Ethan Brooks had already spent 2.26 million on his very first day in Jinling. All of it on things others wouldn't even give a second glance. If he hadn't witnessed the miracle of 50,000 turning into 13 million with his own eyes back in Ocean City, Frank Dawson would never have continued working with this man. But he had witnessed it. So even though he was on the verge of a breakdown, he chose to keep his mouth shut. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his seat in the VIP section. The system popped up the settlement details in his mind. Settlement for Lot G12. Purchase cost, 380,000 yuan. Core asset. A Song Dynasty June Kiln Imperial Kiln System brush washer with moon white glaze and rose purple speckles. Valued at 5 million to 8 million yuan. Additional assets. 1 wooden lacquer box, from the Yenji collection, valued at 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. 1 antique silver pocket watch, valued at approximately 3,000 yuan. Estimated profit, 4.6 to 7.6 million yuan. Profit multiple, 12 to 20 times. Rating S-Class. The host S cumulative confirmed asset appreciation for the day had already exceeded 10 million yuan. There is still a gap to reach the deposit cap for the Ru Kiln Bowl auction. However, if the Longquan Kiln and the June Kiln brush washer sell successfully, Ethan Brooks did a quick mental calculation. The conservative estimate for the Longquan Kiln is 3.5 million. The conservative estimate for the June Kiln brush washer is 5 million. Add that to the 8 million in cash he already had on hand. 3.5 million plus 5 million plus 8 million. 16.5 million. Add the 400,000 plus from the Kangxi Blue and White Bowl if it sells. That brings the total to nearly 17 million. That S still 33 million short of the Ru Kiln Bowl S conservative estimate of 50 million. Still a long way off. But Ethan Brooks closed his eyes. After 2 seconds of silence, the system popped up a new line of text. Host, not everything needs to be bought with money. Some things don't require money. They require insight. They require judgment. They require seeing what's right when everyone else is wrong. The Ru Kiln Bowl auction is still 2 days away. The host cannot predict what will happen in those 2 days. But it is recommended that the host first deal with the item you've just acquired. Because someone is going to come after you next. Ethan Brooks opened his eyes. A few meters behind him, Samuel Hayes was staring intently at the back of his head. That look wasn't jealousy. It was defiance. Chapter 059. Rose Purple, conservative estimate, 5 million. After the G12 lot was sold, Liam Hayes announced a 10-minute intermission. Before Ethan Brooks could even stand up, Frank Dawson rushed over from the back. He was stopped by staff at the dividing line between the VIP section and the general seating area. Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks walked over. Keep your voice down. Frank Dawson lowered his voice, but his face was red. What the hell are you doing? 380,000. That box is full of ragged clothes and old magazines. I saw it all clearly from back there. You saw it clearly? Of course. How far away were you from the display room? Frank Dawson thought for a moment. About 40 meters. From 40 meters away, could you really make out what was wrapped in gray cloth inside that cardboard box? Frank Dawson fell silent. Ethan Brooks leaned down close to his ear. He lowered his voice to a level only the two of them could hear. Brother Frank, there's a Song Dynasty June Kiln inkwell in that cardboard box. Rose purple. A conservative estimate is 5 million. Frank Dawson froze in his tracks. 5. Shoo. Frank Dawson closed his mouth. His eyes darted around twice. How did you figure that out? You were more than 20 meters away from that cardboard box. I can tell, Ethan Brooks said without further explanation. Go back to your seat. No matter what happens, don't make a scene. Frank Dawson stood there for 3 seconds. Then, without a word, he turned and walked back to the rear area. Even his gait had changed. He wasn't walking back, he was gliding back. 5 million. Bought for 380,000. Here we go again. The break was over. The auction continued. From lot G13 to G16 4 lots, Ethan Brooks didn't bid on a single one. The system scan was complete. None of the high-value items exceeded market valuation. Ethan Brooks had finished what he needed to do. Lots G01 and G12 2 lots cost a total of 2.18 million. His estimated total assets had increased by 8.5 million to 12.8 million. That was enough. But Samuel Hayes had no intention of letting him sit back and coast to the finish line. After lot G17 was opened, Samuel Hayes suddenly spoke up during the bidding phase. Everyone, let me give you a heads up. He stood up. This morning, bidder number 23, Mr. Su, snapped up 3 lots all by himself, spending over 2 million in total. He paid 1.8 million for that batch of porcelain. I told him there wasn't a single item in there worth 1.8 million, and he said, come check it out in 3 days. Fine, I'll wait 3 days. But for G12, that box of junk dug up from the basement, he spent 380,000. Does anyone here think that pile of junk is worth 380,000? Samuel Hayes looked around the room. No one raised a hand. A 23-year-old from out of town on his very first day at Jinling auction house. He has already spent over 2 million, buying nothing but things no one else would touch. Either he is a genius or he is digging his own grave. At this point, it was no longer a simple bidding dispute. This was a public questioning of a bidder's judgment and financial management skills. Several people in the VIP section turned to look at Ethan Brooks. Their expressions varied. Some were watching the spectacle. Some were worried for him, and others were simply waiting to see how it would play out. Liam Hayes tapped the table on stage. Mr. Han, the auction is in progress. Please keep your comments to a minimum. I'm done speaking. Samuel Hayes sat back down. But he already achieved his goal. He publicly branded Ethan Brooks as a young man who was recklessly squandering his money. Ethan Brooks' reaction was simple. He didn't stand up. He didn't turn his head. He didn't say a single word. But he cast a quick glance at Samuel Hayes. Samuel Hayes' current emotional state. Anxiety hidden beneath a facade of confidence. He has spent approximately 700,000 today, while the actual value of the items acquired is about 300,000, a loss of 400,000. He is currently redirecting his anxiety by attacking the host. This behavior pattern is known in the auction industry as projective disruption. Its characteristic is that when one loses money, they want others to suffer as well. It is recommended that the host not respond. There is no need to waste energy on someone who has already incurred a loss. Do not respond. Ethan Brooks accepted the advice. Lots G17 through G22, 6 lots. Ethan Brooks passed on all of them. His mission for today's estate auction has been completed. For PM, after the final lot, G28, was sold, Liam Hayes announced the conclusion of the first day of the estate auction. Ladies and gentlemen, all 28 lots for today have been sold. The total sales amount is 11.47 million yuan. Thank you all for your participation. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll begin the second day with the calligraphy, painting, ceramics, and miscellaneous artworks auction. The day after tomorrow morning, we'll hold a special auction. Please get a good night's rest. The auction adjourned. Ethan Brooks was the first to leave the VIP area. As he walked toward the side door of the hall, a figure blocked his path. Kenneth Carter. Mr. Su. Their first formal conversation. Ethan Brooks stopped in his tracks. Mr. Zhang. Kenneth Carter looked at him. This man in his 50s seemed even more imposing in person than when viewed from a distance. He wasn't tall, but his shoulders were broad, and he stood with a steady presence. You secured 3 lots today. I also looked at the G01 lot. There were indeed a few pieces of excellent quality in there. To bid 1.8 million, few young people have that kind of boldness. Ethan Brooks nodded slightly. But G12, Kenneth Carter said. I also took a quick look at the items in that crate. I'm not sure what the pieces wrapped in gray cloth are. I didn't get a clear look. You spent 380,000 on them. Was that a guess? Or did you see something? It was a direct question. Ethan Brooks answered just as directly. I saw something. What did you see? Ethan Brooks studied Kenneth Carter briefly for 2 seconds. Mr. Zhang, you'll naturally know the answer to that question in 3 days. Kenneth Carter's gaze lingered for 2 seconds. Then he nodded. All right, I'll wait and see. He turned and walked away. Ethan Brooks left the hall. Frank Dawson was waiting at the door. The two of them got into a taxi. Frank Dawson didn't speak until the car door was closed. Ethan Brooks, what does the system say about that Kenneth Carter? Ethan Brooks looked out the window. The system says he is the person with the sharpest judgment in the entire venue today. If the distance hadn't been too great to see what was under the gray cloth, he'd most likely have competed with me for the G12. Frank Dawson swallowed hard. So, will he also try to snap up the Rue Kiln Bowl at the special auction? Ethan Brooks didn't answer, because he didn't know the answer himself. Kenneth Carter, Gregory Miles, and the backers lurking behind the scenes. What kind of situation would unfold at the Rue Kiln Bowl auction the day after tomorrow? Back at the hotel, Ethan Brooks completed the paperwork to release the G12. The staff carried the entire cardboard box into his hotel room. Ethan Brooks locked the door. He crouched down. He took out the 5 items wrapped in gray cloth from the cardboard box one by one. The first item, a modern vase. Set it aside. The second item, a bronze candlestick. Set it aside. The third item, a lacquered wooden box. He opened the lid. Sure enough, on the inside were 3 characters, Yanji's collection, an item once used by Gu Yanji. The fourth item. Ethan Brooks placed his hand on the gray cloth. He could feel the rounded contours and substantial weight beneath it. He peeled back the gray cloth layer by layer. An inkwell appeared in the light. On the moon-white base glaze, large patches of rose purple spread out like an evening glow. The boundary between blue and purple blended naturally, with no trace of deliberate delineation. Fine, worm-like patterns reminiscent of earthworms burrowing through mud flickered in and out of view under the light. He turned the piece over. 3 kiln bracket marks. A sesame paste-colored protective glaze. Frank Dawson stood beside him. His throat was dry. This is the one you were talking about.
Song Dynasty Yun Kiln.
Rose purple. Ethan Brooks gently set the brush washer down on the table. As the light fell on it, the color of the glaze shifted, transforming from a cool violet blue to a warm rose red. Frank Dawson crouched down and studied it for a full minute. 5 million. A conservative 5 million. If a dedicated June kiln collector is willing to bid it up, 8 million isn't out of the question. Frank Dawson plopped down on the floor. I bought it for 380,000. 5 million. You son of a bitch. Frank Dawson struggled to find his words for a long moment. How the hell did you figure that out? Ethan Brooks didn't answer. He wrapped up the inkwell and placed it in the room's safe. Then he took out his cell phone. He glanced at the calendar. Today was October 18th. The day after tomorrow, October 20th. The Rue Kiln Bowls auction. 2 days to go. Chapter 060. Do you dare to bet? The next day, October 19th. The calligraphy, painting, ceramics, and miscellaneous items auction. Unlike the estate auction on the first day, today's auction wasn't a sealed lot auction but followed the traditional format. Each lot was auctioned individually. Ethan Brooks did not participate in the bidding. He came to the auction hall for one purpose only, to sit in the VIP section and spend the day observing how others placed bids, how they competed, and who was secretly vying against whom. By the end of the day, he had a thorough understanding of the behavioral patterns of the key players at Jinling Auction House. Kenneth Carter secured a Song Dynasty Zizhou Kiln Tiger-shaped pillow and a Ming Dynasty Xuanda period bronze incense burner throughout the day. The 2 items cost him 4.2 million. His bidding was extremely precise, and he never hesitated. Gregory Miles won 2 modern and contemporary calligraphy and painting works. He spent a total of 1.6 million. His bidding style was conservative and mechanical, as if he were carrying out a task assigned from above. Samuel Hayes didn't acquire anything of real value today. He placed a few bids on mid to low-priced lots, but they were all snatched up by others. Overall, there were only 2 people who truly caught Ethan Brooks' attention. Kenneth Carter, and the unknown person on the other end of the phone. 5 p.m. The auction ended. As Ethan Brooks stepped out of the main hall, Samuel Hayes was waiting in the hallway. He wasn't alone. Standing beside him was a man in his 60s. He was of short stature, wearing a brown cotton jacket and a string of old amber beads around his wrist. His hair was graying, his face deeply lined, but his eyes were bright. Ethan Brooks didn't recognize this man. The system identified him. Raymond Blake, 62 years old, a renowned local porcelain appraiser in Jinling. Formerly an associate researcher at the Jinling City Museum. Since retiring, he has been working as a private appraiser. He enjoys an extremely high reputation in the field of porcelain appraisal in Jinling and throughout the Jiangnan region. His appraisal conclusions are regarded by the industry as having quasi-legal authority. Current mood, curious.
Non hostile.
Invited to the scene by Samuel Hayes. Ethan Brooks knew exactly what was going on. Samuel Hayes had brought in Jinling's most famous appraiser. There was no need to guess what this was about. Mr. Su. Samuel Hayes' tone was different from yesterday's. It was neither irritable nor contemptuous. It was a calmness born of confidence. He felt he'd found a trump card this time. Yesterday, you spent 380,000 on that box of basement junk labeled G12. I said it wasn't worth it. You said we DC in 3 days. I don't plan on waiting 3 days. Samuel Hayes stepped aside to reveal Raymond Blake standing behind him. This is Raymond Blake, Mr. Lin. He has been appraising porcelain in Jinling for over 30 years in our line of work. That is. I know Mr. Lin, Ethan Brooks interrupted. Raymond Blake glanced at Ethan Brooks. Young man, I heard from Samuel that you spent 380,000 yesterday on a cardboard box? That's right. What is so valuable in a cardboard box? There is something. What is it? Ethan Brooks didn't answer right away. He glanced at Samuel Hayes. Mr. Han asked Mr. Lin to come so that he could appraise the contents of my box on the spot. Is that right? Samuel Hayes nodded. What if Mr. Lin says it's not worth 380,000? That would mean your eye for value isn't up to par. In this circle in Jinling, anyone without a good eye gets weeded out. Ethan Brooks nodded slightly. All right, I agree to the appraisal. But I'll add one condition. Samuel Hayes' eyebrow twitched. What condition? A bet. As soon as he uttered that word, several auction participants passing through the hallway stopped in their tracks. If Mr. Lin appraises the total value of the items in that box as less than 380,000, meaning I've lost, Ethan Brooks, will admit on the spot that I made a mistake in my judgment. You, Samuel Hayes, win. But what if Samuel Hayes began? Ethan Brooks raised a finger. If Mr. Lin appraises even a single item in that box as being worth more than 100 times 380,000, that is, more than 38 million. Samuel Hayes' expression changed. 38 million? Apologize to me in front of everyone here today. Public apology. Admit that your judgment during the G12 auction was wrong. Admit that every single taunt you've directed at me over the past 2 days at the Jinling auction house was wrong. Samuel Hayes stared at Ethan Brooks. A dozen or so people had already gathered in the hallway to watch. Some recognized Samuel Hayes, others had seen Ethan Brooks in the main hall earlier that day. Did you say 38 million? Samuel Hayes' voice was a little hoarse. 38 million worth of stuff dug out of a cardboard box? Are you dreaming? Ethan Brooks' expression didn't waver. Whether I'm dreaming or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether you dare to take the bet. Samuel Hayes glanced at Raymond Blake. Raymond Blake's expression was subtle. He didn't take a stance. He was an appraiser, not a referee. But the very fact that he was standing there meant he was willing to conduct this appraisal. Samuel Hayes' chest heaved slightly. I'll take the bet. All right. Ethan Brooks pulled his room key card from his pocket. The item S in the safe in my room. Mr. Lin and Mr. Han, come upstairs with me. He turned around. After taking 2 steps, he stopped. He glanced at the dozen or so onlookers in the hallway. You all should come take a look too. His tone was casual. It was as if he were inviting neighbors over for tea. But everyone in the hallway followed him up. Because everyone wanted to see with their own eyes whether the cardboard box which a 23-year-old had bought for 380,000 actually contained items worth more than 38 million. The group headed toward the elevator. Ethan Brooks led the way. Frank Dawson came running out from the lounge area next door and was completely dumbfounded by the scene. Ethan Brooks? Why are so many people following you? Just curious onlookers. Come on, let us go upstairs. Frank Dawson's lips moved slightly, but he didn't ask. He followed them into the elevator. Ethan Brooks pressed the floor button. The elevator doors closed. The cabin was crammed with 5 or 6 people. Samuel Hayes stood in the corner, his expression stiff. Raymond Blake stood in the middle, his hands clasped behind his back. Ethan Brooks leaned against the elevator wall. A line of text popped up on the display. Host's current heart rate, 72 beats per minute. Below the elevator's average. Samuel Hayes' current heart rate, 94 beats per minute. Nervous. Raymond Blake's current heart rate, 68 beats per minute. Seasoned. Recommendation. Upon entering the room, open the paint box before the brush wash. Using the Yenjit Song inscription on the paint box as a setup will enhance the dramatic impact when the brush wash is later revealed. Ethan Brooks made a mental note of it. The elevator doors opened. Chapter 061. Buying a 6 million June kiln for 380,000. The hotel room door opened. Ethan Brooks walked in. 16 people followed behind him. The room wasn't large. Once the 16 people were inside, there was barely enough room to stand. Samuel Hayes leaned against the window. Raymond Blake stood by the table. Frank Dawson was squeezed against the doorway. Ethan Brooks opened the safe. He took out the 5 items inside one by one and placed them on the table. Wrapped in gray cloth, 5 pieces in total. Mr. Lin, there are 5 pieces in total. Please examine them one by one. Raymond Blake fished a pair of reading glasses out of his jacket pocket and put them on. Then took a small, high-powered flashlight from another pocket. The first item. He picked up the modern vase. He looked at it for 3 seconds. A modern industrial product. Worthless. He set it down. The second item. A brass candlestick. Mass-produced. Worthless. He set it down. Third item. A wooden lacquer box. Raymond Blake picked up the lacquer box. He turned it over and examined the bottom. Then he opened the lid. On the inside of the lid were 3 characters. NES collection. Raymond Blake paused for a moment. This Yen-Ji is that Gu Yen-Ji? Ethan Brooks nodded. Lot G12 came from the Gu Yen-Ji family's basement. Raymond Blake took another look at the lacquer box's craftsmanship. This lacquer box dates back to the Republican era. It's handcrafted, and the materials are of good quality. It bears Gu Yen-Ji's collector's seal if sold separately. This box could be worth anywhere from a few thousand to 10,000. He set the lacquer box back on the table. Samuel Hayes watched from the side. With the first 3 items all worthless, his confidence was rising. The 4th item. Raymond Blake picked up the plump, gray cloth bundle. He weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He unwrapped the gray cloth. 1 layer, 2 layers. On the 3rd layer, his fingers brushed against the glaze. His fingers paused. 20 years of appraisal experience had trained his fingers to recognize the texture of porcelain glaze with a reflex-like instinct. This glaze is not right. It wasn't the glaze of everyday porcelain. It wasn't the glaze of a modern replica. This glaze was thick, lustrous, and dense. Its surface had extremely subtle undulations, not the mirror-smooth, industrial finish, but a texture naturally formed by the kiln fire. Raymond Blake peeled back the final layer of gray cloth. The ink wash bowl was exposed to the light of the hotel room. Everyone in the room saw it, but only Raymond Blake understood it. A moon-white glaze served as the base. Large patches of rose purple extended from the rim down to the body. Blue and purple blended together. Earthworm-like patterns crisscrossed the entire glazed surface. Raymond Blake's hands began to tremble. He had been in the business for over 30 years. He had handled no fewer than 10,000 pieces of porcelain. Among the works from the 5 famous Song Dynasty kilns, he had handled pieces from the Ru, Ding, and Gu kilns. But the June kiln, a June kiln of this caliber, rose purple. He had seen it only once through glass at an exhibition 20 years ago. He had never held one in his hands. Raymond Blake turned the inkstone over. The bottom, a sesame paste-colored protective glaze. 3 support pin marks. His breathing grew heavy. He shone his flashlight on the bottom. The distribution of the support pin marks formed a triangle. The spacing was even. The depth of the marks was consistent. These are details that a modern replica simply couldn't reproduce. The support pin marks on modern Juneware replicas are either too shallow or unevenly distributed, because the firing temperatures and support methods used in replicas differ from those of the Song Dynasty. Raymond Blake set the inkwell on the table. He took a step back. He took off his reading glasses. He rubbed his eyes vigorously twice. He put them back on. He looked at it again. Everyone in the room was watching his reaction. Samuel Hayes clenched his hands in his pockets. He sensed something was off from Raymond Blake's expression. Raymond Blake had examined dozens of antique pieces without batting an eye. Now he'd taken off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. What did that mean? Master Lin, Samuel Hayes called out. Raymond Blake didn't turn around. He picked up the pen again. This time, he wasn't examining its appearance. He was using his hands to feel the temperature and density of the glaze. His fingertips traced a circle around the rim. Then he pressed lightly on the rose-purple patch on the body. He set it down. His chest heaved slightly. Where did you get this thing? His tone had changed. It was no longer the professional tone of an appraiser. It was the genuine reaction of a veteran who had been in the business for over 30 years, upon seeing something that sent shivers down the spine of his entire career. Ethan Brooks replied calmly. Lot G12, from the Gu Yenji family's basement, in a cardboard box, wrapped in gray cloth. We paid $380,000 for it. Raymond Blake looked Ethan Brooks in the eyes. You know what this is. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I know, Ethan Brooks said. Raymond Blake straightened up. He turned around, facing the 16 people in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice steadied, but the steadiness felt a bit forced. The object on the table is a brush washing basin from the Song Dynasty June Kiln's official kiln system. It has a moon-white glaze base, rose-purple kiln change mottling, earthworm crawl patterns, and was fired on 3 support pins. Judging by the glaze color, body quality, firing marks, and kiln change characteristics. He paused. This is one of the finest examples of a rose-purple June where piece I've ever seen in my career as an appraiser. Samuel Hayes' face began to turn pale. Raymond Blake continued. There are currently few auction records for Song Dynasty June Kiln rose-purple pieces on the open market. At the 2018 Capital City Poly Autumn Auction, a June Kiln sky blue glazed, purple spotted, folded rim dish sold for $3.2 million. At the 2020 Christie's Hong Kong auction, a small June Kiln moon white glazed bowl sold for $1.9 million. But neither of those pieces matches the quality of the kiln transformation or the condition of the one right here. He pointed to the large rose-purple spot on the ink wash basin. The size, saturation, and gradation of this rose-purple spot are among the finest found in extant June ware. Plus, it's in pristine condition with no signs of restoration. My personal estimate is. The room fell silent. Frank Dawson stood by the door, gripping the doorframe. Veins were throbbing at Samuel Hayes' temples. 6 million to 8 million RMB. 6 million to 8 million. The numbers hung in the air. No one in the room spoke. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then Frank Dawson let out an extremely low, throaty groan from the doorway. Because he was doing the math. Bought for 380,000. Worth 6 to 8 million. Profit margin 16 to 21 times. Another win. Samuel Hayes leaned against the window. His body was sinking. He wasn't actually squatting, his knees had simply gone weak. 6 million. What was he talking about? Something worth 38 million dug out of a cardboard box. Are you dreaming? It wasn't quite 38 million. But it hit 6 million. Bought for 38,000. Not only had he misjudged the G12. Over the course of 2 days at the Jinling auction house, he democked a young man who was infinitely more accurate than he was. Right in front of everyone. Raymond Blake looked at Ethan Brooks. Young man, what are you planning to do with this item? Ethan Brooks rewrapped the pen in gray cloth. I'll put it away for now. Then he turned to face Samuel Hayes. Mr. Han, as we agreed, the bet was that an item worth more than 380,000 would be worth 38 million. It didn't reach that. You win. Samuel Hayes was taken aback for a moment. Ethan Brooks had just told him he won? But Ethan Brooks continued without pause. 6 million divided by 380,000 equals a profit margin of 15.8 times. From an investment return perspective, have you ever achieved a figure like that in your 20-year career in the antiques business? Samuel Hayes opened his mouth to speak. No need to answer, Ethan Brooks said in a flat tone. You used 20 years of experience to judge that it was a box of junk. I used 30 seconds to determine it was a Song Dynasty June ware piece. The difference here isn't between 38 million and 6 million. It's the difference between 20 years and 30 seconds. Samuel Hayes clenched and unclenched his fist. He could feel the weight of a dozen pairs of eyes on his back. Each pair of eyes conveyed something different, but the message was the same. This young man had won. You had lost. Not the wager. You had lost your judgment. Raymond Blake patted Samuel Hayes on the shoulder. Samuel, the young man is impressive. Just admit defeat this time. Samuel Hayes kept his head down. Frank Dawson watched the scene from the doorway. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The onlookers in the room began to file out one by one. As someone left, he muttered under his breath. 23 years old. Spent 380,000 to buy a 6 million June Kiln piece. Everything he touches goes up in value. How on earth does someone like that even exist? Ethan Brooks relocked the safe door. Once most of the people had left, he stood by the window. The night view of Jinling was several notches brighter than Ocean City's. In the distance were the lights of Xuanwu Lake, and further out on the horizon was the silhouette of Zifeng Tower. Frank Dawson closed the door to the room. Ethan Brooks. Tomorrow. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. The Royale Bowl auction. Frank Dawson's voice was very soft. Are you ready? Ethan Brooks gazed at the lights outside the window. Was he ready? He still didn't have enough money. 14 million in cash, plus the Longquan and June Kiln ink washers that hadn't been sold yet. Even if he sold them all, he'd only get a little over 20 million. The Rue Kiln Bowl is conservatively valued at 50 million. The gap is still enormous. But a line of text lit up quietly in his mind. Host, take note. Tomorrow's auction is not just about bidding. There are some variables the host has not yet grasped that will come to light before the auction begins. It is recommended that the host get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow will require all of your judgment. Ethan Brooks closed the curtains. Tomorrow. That bowl that had been in Switzerland for over 60 years. He was going to bring it back. Chapter 062. A $7 million offer. Ethan Brooks says no. The hotel room was so quiet you could hear the air conditioner humming. Raymond Blake took off his reading glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. He glanced at the inkwell again, double-checking that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. 6 to 8 million. He repeated himself. This time, his voice was even louder than before. Half of the 16 people crammed at the doorway stood with their mouths agape. The other half were frantically pulling out their cell phones. Old Zhao, did you hear that? Song June. Rose Purple. Starting at 6 million. Damn it, why didn't I bid on the first round? 38,000. 38,000. I've got more cash in my pocket than that. What are you talking about? You stood 40 meters away, took one look, and walked right past it like it was trash. How dare you say that? The murmurs grew louder and louder. Some people had already started drafting messages to post on their social media feeds. Ethan Brooks stood motionless by the window. His phone vibrated 3 times in his pocket. He didn't take it out to check. Frank Dawson stood guard at the door, his eyes darting back and forth. He was counting heads. Out of the 16 people present, 5 were on the phone and 4 were sending messages. The news was spreading too fast to stop. Mr. Su. A voice pushed its way through from the back of the crowd. A man of medium build, in his early 50s, pushed past the 2 people in front of him and walked up to the table. He wore a dark brown cashmere coat, and on his finger was an antique jade ring. My surname is Chen Weigua. I've been dealing in June kiln porcelain in Jinling for 23 years. Ethan Brooks gave him a quick glance. A system notification popped up simultaneously. Chen Weigua, 52 years old. Renowned June kiln porcelain dealer in Jinling. Specializes in Song and Yuan Dynasty June kiln pieces. Annual turnover of approximately 40 million. His client base includes 3 private porcelain collectors ranked among the top 50 in the country. Emotional state. Extremely excited. Currently suppressing it. Mr. Su, I'll get straight to the point, Chen Weigua said, his gaze fixed on the inkwell on the table. For this inkwell, I'll offer 7 million. Cash. I'll wire it to your account tomorrow morning. 7 million. All sound in the room fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted from the inkwell to Chen Weigua's face. Then from Chen Weigua's face to Ethan Brooks's. Bought for 380,000. Selling for 7 million. An 18-fold increase. Frank Dawson swallowed hard at the doorway. He heard his neck crack. Mr. Chen, Ethan Brooks said in a steady, measured tone. I'm not selling the piece just yet. Mr. Su, 7 million is no small sum. Old Master Lin's upper estimate just now was only 8 million. My offer of 7 million is a very sincere one. I know, Ethan Brooks nodded. But there's no rush. Chen Weigua opened his mouth, as if to say something more. Raymond Blake cleared his throat softly from the side. Old Chen, if he doesn't want to sell, don't push him. The item is in his hands when to sell it and for how much is entirely up to him. Chen Weigua lowered his hand. He stared at the inkwell for a long time, filled with reluctance. All right, when Mr. Su decides to sell, give me a call. I'm available 24 hours a day. Chen Weigua pulled a business card from his pocket, placed it on the table, and stepped back into the crowd. Just then, Ethan Brooks noticed a detail. Samuel Hayes was gone. While everyone's attention had been focused on the inkwell and Chen Weigua, Samuel Hayes had been edging his way toward the door. He had already slipped behind Frank Dawson. One hand rested on the doorknob. Samuel! Raymond Blake's voice came from across the room. Samuel Hayes' south hand froze in place. Why are you running off? Samuel Hayes slowly turned around. His expression was complex, a mix of embarrassment, irritation, and the awkwardness of being caught red-handed. Mr. Lin, I'm not running off. I just have to step out for a moment. What could be more important than your word? Raymond Blake's tone wasn't harsh, but it carried great weight. You made a bet with Mr. Su right there in the hallway in front of more than a dozen people. Everyone just saw the outcome of that bet. What do you mean by this now? Samuel Hayes' face flushed red. The bet, didn't Mr. Su say it himself? Since the 38 million mark wasn't reached, he admitted he lost. Right? Ethan Brooks interjected. His tone was steady and measured. You won the bet. There's no issue there. Samuel Hayes' shoulders relaxed slightly. But his shoulders tensed up again. Mr. Han, The bet is one thing, the things you've been saying at the auction over the past couple of days are another matter entirely. Ethan Brooks turned to face Samuel Hayes. You said I was rummaging through trash in Ocean City, those were your exact words. You said I wasn't right in the head, those were your exact words, too. During the bidding for G04, you questioned my source of funds and my judgment in front of the entire audience of 300 people. After G12 was sold, you stood up and publicly said I was digging my own grave. Ethan Brooks rattled them off one by one. Every single sentence was something Samuel Hayes had said with his own mouth over the past 2 days. Samuel Hayes' lips twitched slightly. A man in his 40s, wearing a gray jacket, standing next to him, kept backing away. Ethan Brooks noticed this man. System annotation. Zhu Yaohua, 43 years old. Long-time business partner of Samuel Hayes. Responsible for providing Samuel Hayes with preliminary screening and valuation of items prior to auctions. Before the G12 auction, he confirmed to Samuel Hayes that the lot contained no items of value. Ethan Brooks said nothing, but Samuel Hayes turned his head. He saw Zhu Yaohua backing away. Where are you going? Samuel Hayes' voice changed. Who was it who told me that cardboard box labeled G12 was full of junk? Who said that what was wrapped in gray cloth was just a few vases? Worthless. Zhu Yaohua's face went pale. Brother Shiming. It was so far away I couldn't see clearly from where I was standing in the back. You couldn't see clearly, yet you told me so definitively that it was worthless? You've made me look like a complete fool here. Samuel Hayes' finger was practically poking Zhu Yaohua in the nose. Cornered against the wall, Zhu Yaohua's face flushed from pale to red. Samuel Hayes, don't get too big for your britches. You were the one who insisted on butting heads with that young guy during the auction. You didn't have to believe me when I said it wasn't worth much. You've been in this business for 20 years, don't you have eyes of your own? You're blaming me for losing? Fine, then you can handle your own business from now on. Our partnership ends here. Zhu Yaohua shook off Samuel Hayes' hand and pushed his way out of the crowd. The door slammed shut with a dull thud. The room fell completely silent. Samuel Hayes stood where he was. He glanced to his left and right. More than a dozen pairs of eyes averted their gaze from him at the same time. Not a single person spoke up for him. Raymond Blake sighed. Samuel, you've been in the business for over 20 years and are quite a figure in the Jinling business circles. But what you've done these past 2 days has definitely gone too far. A 23-year-old is making money through his own abilities. Yet not only do you refuse to accept that, but you've repeatedly humiliated him in public. Now you've seen just how valuable his goods are. Don't you think you owe him an explanation? What explanation? Samuel Hayes' voice cracked. At the very least, a single sentence. Raymond Blake looked at him. No matter what you say, you have to let everyone here know that you admit it. Otherwise, if word gets out, how will you run your business in Jinling from now on? Who would dare to do business with you? Samuel Hayes clenched and unclenched his fists. He looked at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks was leaning against the windowsill, his arms crossed over his chest. Mr. Han, there's no need to apologize. Those words caught Samuel Hayes and everyone present off guard. I don't care about your apology. To be honest, your apology means nothing to me, Ethan Brooks said calmly. But there's one thing you can do. Samuel Hayes stared at him. When you get back tomorrow, go to the Bagatong forum and post a message using your own real name verified account. What kind of post? The post should contain 6 characters. Ethan Brooks lowered his arms from across his chest. 20 years are no match for 30 seconds. The room fell deathly silent. 6 characters. But if those 6 characters were posted using Samuel Hayes' real name verified account, the impact on the antique circles in Jinling and indeed the entire Yangtze River Delta region would be immense, no less than dropping a bombshell. Every professional who saw this post would ask the same question. Who made Samuel Hayes post this? Then they would learn the whole story. The industry credibility Samuel Hayes had built up over 20 years would be shattered by these 6 characters. Samuel Hayes' body was trembling. Or, Ethan Brooks spoke again. If you think posting this is too humiliating, fine. Here's another option. Tomorrow morning during the preview for the Rukiln Bowl, stand at the entrance to the auction hall for me for 2 hours. You don't have to do anything else. Just stand there. If anyone comes, say one thing to them. Mr. Su is inside. This way, please. To act as a doorman for Ethan Brooks. In front of the entire Jinling auction community. Samuel Hayes' eyes darted around 3 times in their sockets. He knew Ethan Brooks had given him 2 choices. The first choice would ruin his online reputation. The second choice would ruin his in-person reputation. But no matter which one he chose. Is it really an either-or situation? Samuel Hayes' voice had become strained. Either or. But you have time to think it over. Give me your answer by noon tomorrow. Ethan Brooks walked over to the safe, locked the pen inside, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today. I'm going to take a break." A call to leave. The crowd began to file out one by one. Samuel Hayes was the last to leave. His back was noticeably hunched. Only Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson remained in the room. Frank Dawson closed the door and exhaled heavily. "You're really fucking ruthless." Ethan Brooks didn't respond. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. One unread message. It was from Henry Davis. 5 a.m. tomorrow. There's an impromptu clearance auction at the Gulu warehouse complex in the southern suburbs. 6 lots of sealed overseas cargo that just arrived at the port. The goods come from a special source. If you're interested, I'll save you a spot. Ethan Brooks checked the time. 10:30 p.m. 6.5 hours from now. He replied with 2 words. Save a spot. Chapter 063. Samuel Hayes' post went live. All of Jinling is in an uproar. 1 a.m. Ethan Brooks' phone lit up. A notification from the Bagatong forum. He hadn't been sleeping. Leaning against the headboard, he'd been sorting through the system data over and over again. The notification's title read, Samuel Hayes? Did Samuel Hayes himself post this? Ethan Brooks tapped on it. On the forum's homepage, under the pinned posts, a user named Jinling Han S. Porcelain Merchant had posted a new thread. The post contained only 6 characters. 20 years are no match for 30 seconds.
No explanation.
No context. Just 6 characters. But the username Jinling Han S. Porcelain Merchant had a real name verification badge on the forum. The verification information read, Samuel Hayes, owner of Jinling Han S. Antiques, with 20 years of experience in the industry. Post time, 12:58 a.m. When Ethan Brooks saw the time, he knew it had taken Samuel Hayes less than 2 hours to make this decision. He chose the post, not the doorman. Smart move. Posting in the early hours of the morning meant fewer viewers by the time it was discovered the next day. The initial buzz would have died down. But he underestimated the number of night owls on the forum. There were already 37 replies below the post. Did Boss Han have one too many? What do those 6 words mean? What's this about 20 years R&T worth 30 seconds? Is there anyone from the Jinling circle here who can shed some light? Did Samuel Hayes just get called out by someone? Don't you know, OP? Something huge happened at the Jinling autumn auction today. A 23-year-old guy spent $380,000 on a pile of junk from a basement at the auction, only to find a Song Dynasty June kiln brush washer inside. Raymond Blake personally appraised it at $6 to $8 million. Samuel Hayes was there the whole time. He was completely humiliated. Damn, a June kiln rose purple? Who's this big shot? His name's Ethan Brooks. He's from Ocean City. Rumor has it he just unearthed 3 authentic Chi Baisher paintings in Ocean City a few days ago for $50,000. Does this guy have some kind of X-ray vision cheat code? The comments section exploded with excitement. Ethan Brooks turned off his phone. What's meant to happen will happen. He didn't need to worry about the post anymore. 2:30 a.m. His phone rang again. This time it wasn't a notification, it was a call. Kenneth Carter. Ethan Brooks hadn't expected this man to call at 2:30 a.m. Mr. Sue, sorry to disturb your rest, Kenneth Carter said in a steady tone, showing no sign of fatigue. Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. 2 matters. First, if you're planning to sell that June kiln inkwell, I'll offer more than Chen Weigua. 8,500,000.
Non negociable.
I'm not selling it for now. All right. Second matter. Kenneth Carter paused for 2 seconds. Did Henry Davis tell you about what's happening early tomorrow morning? Ethan Brooks tapped his finger lightly on the blanket. Did he tell you too? It wasn't him. It was my own source. I also secured a spot at that impromptu auction at the Gulu warehouse complex. See you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. There's one thing I want to tell you in advance. One of those 6 shipments is a bit special. My source says even the auctioneers aren't entirely sure where that shipment came from. Don't rush to make a move once you're there. Thanks. You're welcome. You're an interesting young man. It's much more fun to face you as an opponent than to be your friend, but I'd much rather be the latter. He hung up the phone. Ethan Brooks lay there for 20 minutes. He set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. He closed his eyes. 2 hours later, at 4:45 a.m., Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson got into a taxi. "Driver, please take us to the Gulu warehouse complex, the one in the southern suburbs." Frank Dawson's eyes weren't fully open yet. "Ethan Brooks, an auction at 5 a.m., how did you even find something like this?" "Henry Davis put me in touch." "Is that guy reliable?" "He works for Mr. Clark." Frank Dawson didn't ask any further questions. Once they left the city, the car turned onto a 2-lane paved road. Industrial zones and logistics warehouses lined both sides. The streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. 15 minutes later, they arrived. The entrance to the Gulu warehousing complex was 100 times more unassuming than the gates of the Jiangnan auction house. It consisted of an iron gate with a guardhouse next to it. About 10 cars were parked at the entrance. Ethan Brooks got out of the car. Henry Davis was already waiting at the entrance. He was in his 50s, wearing a worn cotton padded jacket, with a cigarette clamped between his fingers. "Mr. Su. Mr. Su." Henry Davis gave Ethan Brooks a once-over. "You really are young. Come on. There are already quite a few people inside." They walked through an aisle lined with shipping containers for about 300 meters until they reached an open concrete yard. In the center of the yard stood a row of makeshift corrugated iron sheds with incandescent lights hanging inside. Under the lights, about 30 people were already standing. Compared to the VIP lounge at Jiangnan Auction House, this place was practically a farmer's market. But Ethan Brooks noticed a few familiar faces. Kenneth Carter, wearing a black down jacket, he stood off to the side of the crowd with his hands in his pockets. There was also someone Ethan Brooks hadn't seen before, but the system flagged him. Martin Stone, 58 years old, a high-end dealer in Shanghai's antiques trade, specializes in bronze ware and ancient porcelain. Annual turnover exceeds 200 million. Ranked among the top 3 in the bronze ware sector in the Yangtze River Delta region. Cautious by nature, he rarely appears at local auctions. Reason for attending today: he received inside information that high-value bronze artifacts might be among the 6 batches of goods. Ethan Brooks took note of this man. At the front of the venue, 6 standard logistics warehouses stood side by side. Each warehouse's roll-up door was labeled with a number, ranging from S01 to S06. A middle-aged man wearing a military overcoat stood at the very front, holding a megaphone. "Everyone, it looks like almost everyone is here." His voice echoed across the empty lot. "My name is Ma Tiancheng, and I'm the director of the Gulu warehousing complex. Today's impromptu clearance sale is different from the auctions you usually attend. No fancy procedures, no VIP seating. We'll open the 6 warehouses one by one. You'll have 5 minutes to view the items, then place your bids, and the highest bidder wins. Simple and straightforward." The items in these 6 warehouses arrived at the port from overseas just 2 days ago. 3 lots come from the estate liquidations of Chinese families in Southeast Asia. 2 are from private warehouse transfers in Europe, and the final lot.
Ma Tiancheng paused.
The origin of the final lot is rather complicated. The consignor did not provide a detailed inventory list. Our facility has not opened the containers to inspect the contents either. Buyers must make their own judgments and assume all risks. Items of unknown origin. Ethan Brooks' eyes lit up. The more obscure the origin, the greater the information gap. The greater the information gap, the greater the system's advantage. "All right, let us begin." Warehouse S01. Ma Tiancheng walked to the first warehouse and pulled open the roll-up door. Incandescent light flooded the interior. Inside were piles of cardboard boxes of various sizes and a few pieces of furniture wrapped in bubble wrap. The condition was average. The system performed a quick scan. Warehouse S01. Total number of items: approximately 80. Primarily low-value household goods and modern replicas of traditional crafts. No high-value items. Estimated total value: 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Recommend skipping. Ethan Brooks leaned against a steel pillar, remaining still. The 5-minute observation period ended. Starting bid: 10,000. Ma Tiancheng called out. 12,000. Someone raised their hand. 15,000. 18,000. In the end, Warehouse S01 sold for 24,000. A middle-aged man he didn't recognize won the bid. Ethan Brooks glanced over. The man would most likely lose a few thousand. Warehouse S02. Ma Tiancheng walked to the second warehouse. The roller shutter door on this warehouse was a layer thicker than the others. The moment it was pulled open, light flooded in. Everyone in the front row took a step forward. In the center of the warehouse stood a large wooden display stand. On top of it sat a blue and white porcelain vase about half a meter tall. The vase was painted with a narrative scene. The blue of the blue and white porcelain was rich and vivid, the brushstrokes bold and powerful. Even from 3 or 4 meters away, the aura of that porcelain vase was enough to make everyone's breathing grow heavy. "Holy shit!" a bald man in the front row blurted out. Is this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain? Chapter 064. A Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase worth 2.8 million? The crowd went wild. The words, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, spread rapidly through the crowd. More than 30 people surged toward the warehouse entrance almost simultaneously. Ma Tiancheng quickly spread his arms to block the way. Stop pushing. The safety line is right here. Step back. It took over 10 seconds of shoving before the crowd settled down. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that blue and white porcelain vase. Ethan Brooks stood at the back of the crowd, about 15 meters from the warehouse entrance. The system had already begun scanning. Golden text unfolded in his mind. Scanning core items in warehouse S02. Target object. Large blue and white narrative figure vase. Approximately 48 centimeters tall. Shaped like a plum blossom vase. The blue and white glaze is rich and vibrant with a purplish hue. Narrative scenes are painted all over the body. Glaze analysis in progress. Ethan Brooks waited. Glaze characteristics. The cobalt pigment produces a deep, intense blue. Localized rust spots are present. The surface is coated with a glossy blue glaze, and the glaze layer is uniform. At first glance, it matches the visual characteristics of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. However, golden text flashed briefly. Body analysis. The body density is relatively high. A typical characteristic of Yuan Dynasty Macon clay bodies is a loose, porous texture. The body of this vase is too dense, inconsistent with the sintering characteristics of Yuan Dynasty clay. Cobalt pigment analysis. Although the blue and white coloration exhibits rust spots, the distribution of these spots forms a regular, dotted pattern. Rust spots produced by authentic Yuan Dynasty Su Mali Qing cobalt pigment appear natural and random. The rust spots on this vase are suspected to have been created by adding iron oxide powder before firing. Analysis of the base reveals that the cutting technique used on the ring foot is too uniform. The ring feet of Yuan Dynasty Mei vases typically bear distinct, irregular marks from hand turning. Overall assessment. A modern replica. The craftsmanship is exceptionally high, classified within the industry as a top-tier Decai Men replica. Its actual value is between 3,000 and 5,000 yuan. Ethan Brooks's brow furrowed slightly. 3,000 to 5,000. That authentic Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase displayed so convincingly on the showcase was, in fact, a high-quality modern replica. It was exceptionally well made, so well that even the glaze color and rust spots were imitated. But the details of the clay body and the foot ring gave it away. Items like this are specifically designed to deceive buyers. They look real from a distance, but up close you wouldn't dare touch them. And the rules of the warehouse auction strictly prohibit handling the items. 5 minutes of observation, viewing from outside the safety line. It's perfectly positioned at the distance where it looks real. Ethan Brooks glanced back at Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson was leaning forward, his eyes gleaming. Ethan Brooks. That Yuan Dynasty blue and white. Yuan Dynasty blue and white. That Giguzi descending the mountain jar at Christie's London in 2005 sold for over 200 million. This one, if it's real. Ethan Brooks grabbed Frank Dawson's shoulder firmly. It's fake. Frank Dawson's expression froze. What? Fake. A modern high-quality replica. Just very well made. How do you know? You haven't even handled it. I don't need to. There are 3 things that don't add up. Ethan Brooks lowered his voice. First, the distribution of the rust spots is too regular. On genuine sumo-liking ware, the rust spots are random and appear without any pattern. The spots on this vase are almost evenly spaced, that iron oxide powder deliberately sprinkled on by hand. Frank Dawson's mouth hung open. Second, the foot rim is too neat. Yuan Dynasty artisans shaped the foot rim entirely by hand. It couldn't possibly be this smooth. Third, look at the body color. What's wrong with the body color? From this distance, the exposed body of the foot rim appears grayish-white and has a dense texture. The body fired from Yuan Dynasty Mazan clay is yellowish and has tiny air pores. Frank Dawson froze for 5 seconds. You could see the pores on the foot rim clearly from 15 meters away? Ethan Brooks didn't answer that question. Brother Frank, no matter how high the price on this warehouse goes, don't lift a finger. Frank Dawson swallowed hard and nodded. The situation in the front row was already heating up. Kenneth Carter stood to the side of the crowd, squinting at the bottle. His expression mirrored Ethan Brooks's no excitement, just a cool, appraising calm. But Martin Stone was different. Martin Stone had already squeezed his way to the front of the safety line. He pulled a monocular out of his pocket and studied the bottle for a full 2 minutes. When he put the monocular down, his hand was shaking. "A fine piece," he said to the person next to him. His voice was very low, but at least 10 people in the quiet crowd heard him. "Even Boss Fan says it's a fine piece." Martin Stone specializes in bronze ware, but he has no slouch when it comes to porcelain either. If he says it's good, it's the real deal. The murmur of conversation grew louder. Ethan Brooks stood in the back, watching it all unfold. System supplement. The monocular used by Martin Stone had a magnification of approximately 8 times. At the current distance, it was possible to observe the glaze color and decorative details on the artifact's surface. However, it was impossible to determine the density of the body or the microscopic craftsmanship features of the foot rim. His assessment was based solely on the visual appearance of the glaze. Martin Stone's conclusion was incorrect. Even an 8x monocular isn't enough. You can see the color but not the molecular structure. The 5 minutes were almost up. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared in Ethan Brooks's line of sight. Gregory Miles. He was wearing a dark jacket with the collar turned up, hiding half his face. Ryan Foster was right beside him. The two walked in through the venue entrance and pushed their way straight to the front row. When Gregory Miles saw the porcelain bottle, he visibly paused for a moment. Then he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and started making a call. System capturing information. Gregory Miles's emotional state shifted. He was highly excited. The person on the other end of the call is presumed to be Owen Wilson or his financial manager. The content of the call could not be captured. However, judging by Gregory Miles's body language, he was requesting additional bidding authorization. The corner of Ethan Brooks's mouth twitched. Owen Wilson's people had arrived, too, and they, too, believed the vase was genuine. This was the big bait tossed into the pond. Everyone was lunging for it. The 5 minutes were up. Ma Tiancheng raised the megaphone. Warehouse S02. Starting bid. He cleared his throat. Warehouse S02. Starting bid. According to the pricing logic of standard warehouse auctions, a starting bid of 200,000 already indicated that the base was aware of the bottle's existence and believed it might be a high-value item. 300,000. The first person raised his hand. 500,000. Martin Stone jumped straight up by 300,000. 550,000. 700,000. Within a dozen or so seconds, the price had surged past 700,000. Ethan Brooks stood motionless. Frank Dawson stood beside him, his palms drenched in sweat. 800,000. Gregory Miles raised his hand. The entire room turned to look. Everyone from Ocean City recognized Gregory Miles, but the locals from Jinling did not. Someone whispered, "Who is that?" The person next to them shook their head. 900,000. Martin Stone added. 1 million. Gregory Miles called out. It had reached 1 million. The previous public auction record for a Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase was set in 2005 at Christie's London, where a vase depicting Giguzi descending the mountain sold for over 200 million. Even Yuan Dynasty blue and white pieces in slightly poorer condition command market prices in the tens of millions. 1 million for a vase that might be worth tens of millions? Everyone was crunching the numbers. Once they done the math, their hands couldn't stop bidding. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. 1,800,000. The price was skyrocketing. Ethan Brooks noticed that Samuel Hayes had arrived as well. He didn't know when Hayes had come in. He was standing on the edge of the crowd, his eyes bloodshot. He probably hadn't slept last night. He spotted the porcelain vase. Then he saw Gregory Miles bidding. Samuel Hayes' lips twitched. System notification. Samuel Hayes' emotional state. Anger, resentment, impulsiveness. Yesterday's string of failures has severely impaired his rational judgment. He is currently considering entering the bidding. His motivation is irrational. He is attempting to salvage his reputation by securing a high-value lot. Ethan Brooks watched Samuel Hayes. A bait. 2 big fish had already taken the bait. Now a third was closing in. Ethan Brooks' expression didn't change at all. He simply stood quietly in the background, watching everyone scramble for a high-value artifact that didn't even exist. 2 million. Martin Stone's voice rose. 2,100,000. Gregory Miles wouldn't back down. Ma Tiancheng stood at the front holding a megaphone. In his more than a decade of managing warehouse facilities, he had never seen a warehouse bid exceed 2 million. 2,100,000. Any higher bids? Samuel Hayes raised his hand. 2,300,000. All eyes in the room turned to Samuel Hayes. Gregory Miles glanced over at him. Their gazes met briefly in the air. "Who are you?" Gregory Miles asked. Samuel Hayes ignored him. Chapter 065. Ethan Brooks deliberately drives up the price. 2 big fish are completely hooked. After Samuel Hayes called out 2,300,000, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It was no longer a group of people bidding. It had turned into a head-to-head battle between 2 men, Gregory Miles and Samuel Hayes. 2,400,000. Gregory Miles said expressionlessly, raising the bid by 100,000. 2,500,000. Samuel Hayes matched. The 2 men were bidding at a rapid pace, with less than 5 seconds between each bid. Martin Stone watched from the sidelines for a moment before tucking his binoculars back into his pocket. A look of hesitation crossed his face. Ethan Brooks noticed the change in Martin Stone. System analyzing data. Martin Stone's mood has shifted. The intensity of the bidding exceeds his expectations. He is beginning to reassess the risks of the bid. His original budget cap was approximately 2 million. The current price has exceeded his comfort zone. It was highly likely he would withdraw. Sure enough. 2,600,000. Gregory Miles added. Martin Stone didn't raise his hand. He stepped back into the crowd. Now only Samuel Hayes and Gregory Miles remained. Ethan Brooks chose this moment to make his move. He slowly raised his hand. 2,650,000. Everyone's heads turned. Ethan Brooks, the young man who, yesterday in the auction hall, had spent 1.8 million on porcelain and 380,000 on cardboard boxes. The young man who had prompted Samuel Hayes to post those 6 words on the forum. He had entered the fray. Gregory Miles furrowed his brow. He recognized Ethan Brooks, his rival from the Ocean City District D auction. Samuel Hayes' expression darkened even further. The last person he wanted to see had appeared on the bidding floor. 2,700,000. Gregory Miles said without hesitation. 2,750,000. Samuel Hayes immediately countered. Ethan Brooks shrugged. Forget it. You 2 can fight it out. He backed out. It was that simple. With a bid of 50,000, or, to be precise, with that single tentative bid, Ethan Brooks had sent a signal. That signal meant even Ethan Brooks was interested in this porcelain vase. Who was Ethan Brooks? He was the man who had spent 380,000 to buy a June kiln ink washer valued at 6 million. If even he was interested, then it must be the real thing, right? That was the logic of Gregory Miles and Samuel Hayes. They didn't know that Ethan Brooks' bid was a feint. All they saw was that Ethan Brooks had tested the waters and then backed out, not because the item was subpar, but because the price was too high and he didn't want to spend that much. The item was excellent, but expensive. That meant it was indeed worth that price or even more. The 2 of them dug in their heels even further. 2.8 million, Gregory Miles said, his voice turning cold. Samuel Hayes clenched his teeth. He had come to this warehouse today for one purpose only, to turn the tables. Yesterday he lost to Ethan Brooks at the auction. Last night he posted those 6 words on the forum. Early this morning, he hadn't slept a wink, tossing and turning in bed, thinking about the same thing over and over. I've been doing this for 20 years. There is no way I can be outdone by a 23-year-old greenhorn. Then he heard about the impromptu auction at the Gulu warehouse complex. Then he saw that Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase. This was his chance. Secure this vase and prove that his eye for art is still sharp. 2,850,000. Samuel Hayes practically shouted. Frank Dawson stood nearby watching Ethan Brooks' profile. Ethan Brooks' expression was calm. He wasn't faking it. He was genuinely calm. That calmness sent a chill down Frank Dawson's spine, because he suddenly realized the true purpose behind Ethan Brooks' bid just now. You did that on purpose? Frank Dawson said in a voice so low it was barely audible. Ethan Brooks didn't turn his head. You raised your hand once on purpose to make them think you wanted it too, then backed out just to make them even more certain that this piece is genuine? Ethan Brooks still didn't answer. Frank Dawson took a deep breath. You're using someone else's hand to do your dirty work. It's not using others to do my dirty work, Ethan Brooks finally said. His voice was the same as always. It's just helping those who want to die a little faster. The bidding continued. 2,900,000. Gregory Miles. When Gregory Miles had called in for authorization, the limit he'd been given was roughly this amount. His bidding began to slow. He paused for 2 or 3 seconds before raising his hand each time. Samuel Hayes noticed Gregory Miles' hesitation. 3 million. As that figure was thrown out, the entire room fell instantly silent. 3 million. A single item at a warehouse clearance auction had reached 3 million. Ma Tiancheng was stunned. The megaphone in his hand nearly fell to the floor. 3 million. Mr. Han has bid 3 million. Any higher bids? Gregory Miles stared at Samuel Hayes for 5 seconds. Then he pulled out his phone and made another call. This time, the call was shorter than before, only about 10 seconds. After hanging up, Gregory Miles's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at the bottle, then at Samuel Hayes. He lowered his bid paddle. He wasn't going to bid any higher. 3 million going once. 3 million going twice. 3 million going 3 times sold. Samuel Hayes' chest heaved violently. He turned his head and glanced at Ethan Brooks. The message in that look was clear. Did you see that? I can snag the good stuff too. Ethan Brooks' lips remained completely straight. He simply watched silently as Samuel Hayes walked toward Warehouse S02. Frank Dawson leaned close to Ethan Brooks' ear. Ethan Brooks, if that thing is a fake, 1T3 million go down the drain? It 1T go down the drain, Ethan Brooks said. It'll be jumping into a pit of fire. Samuel Hayes walked into the warehouse. He made a beeline for the blue and white vase. He cradled it carefully in both hands. He turned it around. He examined the foot ring. He ran his fingertips over the glaze. Then his movements froze. His fingers paused on a rust spot on the side of the vase. He brought the vase close to his eyes. He touched the rust spot again. The rust spot felt smooth and even. That's not right. On genuine Yuan Dynasty sumo-liking porcelain, the rust spots formed during firing protrude outward when touched with a finger. They feel distinctly uneven. Samuel Hayes' finger slid slightly to the side. A second rust spot. It was flat too. The third. Still flat. Samuel Hayes' hand began to tremble. He turned the bottle over to examine the foot. The cut surface of the foot was smooth and even. There were almost no traces of the turning tool. Yuan Dynasty artisans used primitive, manual turning techniques. A foot turned by hand could never be this uniform. Only modern, machine-assisted finishing could achieve this level of precision. Samuel Hayes placed the bottle back on the display rack. His hand slipped off the edge of the rack. He leaned against the display case for over 10 seconds. Then he walked out of the warehouse. His face was completely expressionless. Not anger, not regret, just a blank stare. The kind of blankness that comes when you haven't had time to process anything. Frank Dawson caught a glimpse of Samuel Hayes' face from behind the crowd. It's over, Frank Dawson muttered. He figured it out. Ethan Brooks nodded. 3 million. Spent on a modern high-quality replica. Samuel Hayes' total losses in Jinling over the past 2 days. 700,000 the loss from the auction 2 days ago plus 3 million for the S02 replica. 3,700,000. After 20 years in the antiques business, he lost 3,700,000 in just 2 days. That was enough to cover several years' worth of his profits. Chapter 066. A national treasure-level antique from China surfaces in Jinling. Samuel Hayes didn't say a word after stepping out of the warehouse. There wasn't a soul by his side. Zhu Yaohua had fallen out with him last night. Seeing him in this state, none of his fellow Jinling dealers dared to approach him. The people in the venue still didn't know what had happened. All they saw was Samuel Hayes spending 3 million to acquire a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece, then emerging from the warehouse with a face as pale as a corpse. What's wrong with Boss Han? Is he upset? He should be smiling after scoring such a great deal, someone asked. Ma Tiancheng, standing nearby, was also puzzled. Just then, Martin Stone stepped out of the crowd. He too sensed something was wrong. With his expertise in porcelain, though, he primarily dealt in bronze, where he'd been in the business for over 30 years and had seen it all. That look on Samuel Hayes' face was one that only appeared when he realized he'd bought a fake. Martin Stone stopped Samuel Hayes. "Samuel, how is the vase?" Samuel Hayes looked up at him. His eyes were bloodshot. "It's a fake. The rust spots are flat. The foot ring was machine finished. 3 million. I paid 3 million for a porcelain clay blank." Martin Stone's expression changed. He'd just spent 2 minutes examining it through 8x binoculars and had concluded the bottle was genuine. If Samuel Hayes, after handling it, declared it a fake, and those two details, the rust spots and the foot rim, could only be confirmed by handling it, then that meant a top-tier forgery, Martin Stone said, taking a deep breath. Designed specifically for long-distance observation at warehouse auctions. Judging it by eye from outside, there were virtually no flaws. "I've been doing this for 20 years. Samuel Hayes' voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out of his throat. "I've been doing this for 20 years, and I lost because of a fake." The news sent shockwaves through the crowd. "What? It's fake? A 3 million yuan blue and white porcelain piece is fake? But Mr. Fan, you just said it was a great piece. Did you misjudge it too?" Martin Stone's face flushed slightly. Then he turned to look at Ethan Brooks. Ethan Brooks was leaning against an iron pillar. Martin Stone walked over. "Young man, is your last name Sue?" "Yes." "You didn't T-bid on S02. Did you figure it out a long time ago?" Martin Stone stared at Ethan Brooks' face for 5 seconds. "How old are you?" 23. Martin Stone asked no further questions. He nodded once and walked back to his seat. The atmosphere in the room turned icy. A 3 million yuan fake, it was a heavy blow to everyone present. It served as a reminder to everyone that items in warehouse auctions shouldn't be judged by appearances alone. Ahem. Ma Tiancheng raised the megaphone and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, we want to be commenting on the situation with S02. Once you've made your bid, the sale is final, it's entirely up to you. Now let us continue. Warehouse S03. S03 was quickly wrapped up. The system scan revealed no high-value items, just a batch of old furniture and tableware. It ultimately sold for 50,000 yuan. Warehouse S04. Ma Tiancheng walked up to the fourth warehouse. The roller shutter door of this warehouse was different from the others. It was covered with a layer of black light blocking tape. "The origin of this lot is unusual," Ma Tiancheng cautioned. "As I mentioned earlier, this is the batch for which the consignor did not provide an inventory list. We ourselves don't know what's inside." The roll-up door slid open. The moment the light shone inside, the people in the front row collectively surged forward 3 steps. Some tripped over those beside them. Others were jostled so hard they crashed into the warehouse doorframe. Inside the warehouse, an old rosewood table stood on the floor right in the center. A dark velvet cloth was draped over the table. On top of the velvet cloth lay a square jade seal, 10 centimeters on each side. It was milky white throughout, with patches of pale yellow patina. The top was carved with a coiled chi dragon knob. It was placed with the bottom facing upward. 8 characters were engraved on the bottom surface, but from the vantage point outside the safety line, only their general outlines were visible. The specific characters were indistinct. But just the combination of that square jade seal, the chi dragon knob, and the 8-character inscription on the base. A single word flashed simultaneously through the minds of several older collectors in the crowd. The Imperial Jade Seal. "Damn it! Could that be?" A bald man's voice cracked with excitement. "Don't be ridiculous. The Imperial Jade Seal has been missing for over 1,000 years. How could it possibly be here? But look at the design, a chi dragon handle. An inscription in the shape of the character 8. And it's made of Hotan white jade. Did you make out the 8 characters? Is it received the mandate of heaven? May longevity and prosperity endure. It's too far away, I can't see clearly." The crowd began to jostle. Ma Tiancheng shouted, "Everyone step back. Step back. Do not cross the safety line." Security guards rushed forward to restore order. The situation briefly spiraled out of control. Ethan Brooks stood 18 meters away, not joining the shoving match. He didn't need to push his way through to see. The system was already scanning. Scanning core items in warehouse S04. Target object. A square jade seal. Approximately 10 centimeters on each side. Made of Qingbai jade from Hotan, Xinjiang. The chi dragon handle is exquisitely carved. 8 characters in seal script are engraved on the base. identifying the inscription on the base. Ethan Brooks waited 3 seconds. The inscription on the base reads, "Received the mandate of heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure forever." This matches the inscription on the imperial jade seal recorded in historical texts. But golden characters flickered. Material and age analysis. The jade originated from Hotan mines during the mid-Qing dynasty. Its crystal structure does not match the lustrous, aged characteristics of ancient jade from before the Tang dynasty. Carving analysis. The carving technique of the Qi dragon handle reflects the imperial court style of the mid to late Qing dynasty. It differs significantly from the carving techniques of the Qin and Han periods. Comprehensive assessment. This is a replica of the imperial jade seal from the mid to late Qing dynasty. It was created by the Qing imperial court or nobility as an antique-style collectible for personal enjoyment. It is not the genuine imperial jade seal. Appraisal. As a Qing imperial court replica of an antique jade carving, it is of superior quality. Its estimated value is approximately 800,000 to 1.2 million yuan. It possesses some collectible value, but falls far short of the status of a national treasure passed down through the ages. Ethan Brooks breathed a sigh of relief. It's not the real thing. A Qing dynasty replica. It's well made, with high-quality materials and fine carving. Even the inscription is identical. But the System S scan couldn't be fooled by the jade S age-specific characteristics. A mid to late Qing dynasty replica. Worth in the millions. That's quite a sum. But compared to the weight of the 4 characters imperial jade seal, it falls short by several thousand orders of magnitude. Then, the system popped up a new message. Tension host. The scan of warehouse S04 is incomplete. Aside from the jade seal, there are other items inside the warehouse. Ethan Brooks' attention sharpened. In the right-hand corner of the warehouse, against the wall, stood an army green metal cabinet. The door was ajar. The contents inside were covered with old newspapers and foam padding. Deep scan of the metal cabinet initiating. Golden text began scrolling rapidly. Scan of items inside the metal cabinet complete. Mostly industrial scrap parts and old hardware. No value. But at the very bottom of the metal cabinet, the text's color changed from gold to a crimson hue Ethan Brooks had never seen before. At the very bottom of the metal cabinet, an object wrapped in old newspapers. Metallic texture. Weight approximately 12 kilograms. Material bronze. Age determination. Ethan Brooks' breath caught for a moment. Date estimation, mid-18th century. During the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Form, animal head design, dragon head shape, hollow, tubular connection structure at the base. Feature match, highly consistent with the known dimensions, craftsmanship, and structural characteristics of the dragon head bronze animal figure from the 12 zodiac signs hydraulic clock at the Hyantang Hall in the Old Summer Palace. Confidence level, 97%. Valuation. A conventional market valuation cannot be provided. This type of cultural relic is a state-level lost artifact prohibited from trade. Its cultural value cannot be measured in monetary terms. However, based on the 2009 Christie's auction results for the rat and rabbit heads, which fetched a combined total of approximately 200 million renminbi, the reference valuation for a beast head of the same caliber would not be lower than this amount. Ethan Brooks' palms were drenched in sweat. The dragon head from the Old Summer Palace. One of the 12 zodiac animal heads that remains missing to this day. Hidden at the very bottom of a rusty metal cabinet. Buried under a pile of old newspapers and industrial parts. Meanwhile, everyone's attention in the room was entirely focused on that Qing dynasty replica of the imperial jade seal. Not a single person noticed the inconspicuous metal cabinet in the corner. Ethan Brooks closed his eyes. Chapter 067. The Battle for Warehouse Number 4. Is the imperial jade seal actually a Qing dynasty replica? The shoving finally stopped. Security guards set up a temporary barrier in front of the safety line. The 5-minute observation period began. More than 30 people were crammed behind the barrier. Some stood on tiptoes to peer inside. Some held up their phones to take photos, and others called for backup. "Charles, hurry over here. A jade seal that looks like the imperial jade seal has turned up in warehouse number 4. That's right. Hotan white jade. Aquí dragonendol. 8 characters. Forget about whether it's real or not, just get here first. What if this thing is actually genuine?" The scene had completely deviated from the normal rhythm of a warehouse auction. Kenneth Carter stood on the outskirts of the crowd. He studied the jade seal for a full 30 seconds. Then he walked over to Ethan Brooks. Figured it out? Kenneth Carter asked. His voice was very soft. Ethan Brooks didn't deny it. The jade's quality and age don't match. I think so too. The surface has a luster that's too fresh. Genuine ancient jade that's undergone over 1,000 years of natural oxidation doesn't have this kind of luster. Kenneth Carter nodded. A Qing Dynasty imitation. A Qing Dynasty imperial grade imitation. The materials are high quality, and the carving is excellent. It's worth about $1 million or so. Kenneth Carter smiled slightly. How high do you think the bidding will go for something worth $1 million or so? Ethan Brooks glanced at the feverish bidders up front. It'll start at 4 or 5 million. It wouldn't be surprising if it goes up to 7 or 8 million. You're not bidding?
No.
Kenneth Carter didn't ask any further. He stood quietly beside Ethan Brooks, watching the spectacle unfold. The 5 minutes were up. Ma Tianqing's voice trembled as he raised the megaphone. He'd been in warehouse management for over a decade, but had never experienced a scene like this. Warehouse S04. Starting bid. He paused to think. There was no reserve price set for this lot, but judging by the intensity of the bidding, 500,000. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 1 million. Gregory Miles was the first to raise his hand. He was one of Owen Wilson's men. When it came to items that might be considered national treasures, their reaction time was always the fastest. 1.5 million. Martin Stone followed suit. Although he nearly misjudged Lot S02 moments ago, as a veteran in the miscellaneous antiques trade with over 30 years of experience, he knew full well that the texture of this jade seal indicated it was at least a Qing Dynasty imperial grade artifact or another high-end piece. Even if it wasn't the genuine imperial seal, the jade material and carving alone were worth well over several $100,000. Add in the buzz surrounding the imperial jade seal label, and turning a profit several times over would be no problem at all. 2 million. A middle-aged man Ethan Brooks didn't recognize raised his hand. The system displayed his information. Chen Baoda, 49 years old, a veteran dealer in Hangzhou's antique circle, specializes in jade. Annual turnover of approximately 60 million. Has a keen instinct. Skilled at profiting from speculative bids on controversial lots. 2,500,000. Gregory Miles raised the bid again. 3 million. Martin Stone. 3,500,000. Chen Baoda. The price surged past 3,500,000 within a minute. Samuel Hayes stood in the corner. He was out of money. S02 had spent all the auction funds he brought with him. He could only stand there watching others fight over it. His expression beyond mere dismay. 4 million. Gregory Miles. 4.5 million. Chen Baoda. 5 million. Martin Stone pushed the figure to a new level. 5 million. For an auction item suspected to be the imperial jade seal, if it were genuine 5 million would be a steal. But if it were a fake, 5.5 million. Gregory Miles wouldn't back down. 6 million. Chen Baoda jumped straight up by $500,000. 6 million. Ma Tianqing's hands were trembling. Ethan Brooks stood in the distance, watching it all unfold. The system provided a real-time analysis. Current psychological state of the bidders. Collective frenzy. All 3 leading bidders were driven by a gambler's mentality. They believed that even if there was a 20% chance it was genuine, it was worth betting 6 million on. After all, the value of an authentic piece was incalculable. But in reality, the probability of it being genuine was 0. The item's true value was approximately 1 million. The current price was already 6 times its actual value. Ethan Brooks felt no urge to participate. He was waiting for this farce to end. Waiting for everyone's attention to shift away from S04. 6.5 million. Gregory Miles. 7 million. Chen Baoda. Martin Stone gave up. He shook his head and stepped back. Finally, 7.5 million. Gregory Miles nailed the figure in place. Chen Baoda considered it for 10 seconds. Forget it. You can have it. 7.5 million going once. 7.5 million going twice. 7.5 million going 3 times sold. Ma Tianqing's voice echoed throughout the warehouse complex. 7.5 million. Gregory Miles, or to be precise, Owen Wilson's money had spent 7.5 million to buy a warehouse. What they wanted was the imperial jade seal. 7.5 million on a 1 in 10,000 chance. But Ethan Brooks knew the answer. That jade seal was a Qing Dynasty replica, worth 1 million. Gregory Miles had overpaid by $6.5 million. And the item of truly incalculable value, the dragoness head, was in a metal cabinet in the corner of that very same warehouse. Gregory Miles had bought the entire warehouse, including that metal cabinet. Ethan Brooks' heart skipped 2 beats. A new message popped up on the screen. Host, please note, Warehouse S04 has been purchased in its entirety by Gregory Miles. All items within the warehouse, including the metal cabinet and the dragoness head inside it, now belong to Gregory Miles. The dragoness head is no longer within the host's reach. Ethan Brooks' fingertips went cold. That's not right. He looked deep into Warehouse S04. The metal cabinet sat in the shadows of the right-hand corner. The cabinet door was ajar. No one had paid it any attention. The first thing Gregory Miles would do after getting the key would surely be to rush in and grab that jade seal. A metal cabinet? A pile of industrial parts? He wouldn't even bother to open it and take a look. When clearing out the warehouse, that metal cabinet would most likely be discarded as scrap or sold off as is. Ethan Brooks' mind was racing. The system simultaneously provided an analysis. Host's current feasible options. Option 1. While Gregory Miles is clearing out Warehouse S04, request to purchase the remaining scrap inside. Such transactions are common practice in the warehouse auction industry. The probability of success depends on whether Gregory Miles believes there is still value in the scrap. Option 2. Intervene when Gregory Miles resells or discards the metal cabinet as scrap. This approach takes longer and involves uncertainty. Option 1 is recommended. Ethan Brooks took a deep breath. It's doable, but he'll have to wait for the right moment. Right now, Gregory Miles is completely preoccupied with that jade seal. Once he has put the seal away and realized it's just a Qing Dynasty replica, his attention will shift away from the other items in the warehouse. At that point, Ethan Brooks will go up to him and say, "I'll take the rest of your scrap." Not only would Gregory Miles not refuse, but he'd also think Ethan Brooks was a fool. Just like back in Ocean City. Ethan Brooks shifted his gaze to S05 and S06. "Brother Frank." Frank Dawson leaned in. "No ruse. Let us wait until the auctions for S05 and S06 are over. You're not going after Warehouse 4 anymore? Isn't the dragoness head in there?" Warehouse 4 has already been bought by Gregory Miles. Frank Dawson's face fell. But he doesn't know what's inside the metal cabinet. "I'll make my move when he lets his guard down." Frank Dawson thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. "But what if he breaks open the metal cabinet and sees it?" "He won't open it," Ethan Brooks said with absolute certainty. "He spent $7.5 million on that jade seal. That's all he is thinking about. A rickety metal cabinet stuffed with old newspapers and screws? He wouldn't even give it a second glance." Frank Dawson fell silent. Ma Tiancheng called out from up front. "Warehouse S05. Everyone, get ready." Chapter 068. The true hiding place of the dragoness head. Not a single person in the entire crowd got it right. Warehouse S05 was quickly cleared. Inside was a batch of old books and furniture. The system scan detected no high-value items. It sold for $35,000. Warehouse S06. This was the lot Ma Tiancheng had mentioned at the start as having the most unusual provenance. The roll-up door opened. Inside the warehouse were 7 or 8 large steel shipping containers. English labels were affixed to the containers, with the printed shipping addresses listed as Zurich and Jinling. The system performed a quick scan. Warehouse S06. 7 shipping containers. The contents consist mainly of used furniture, clothing, and household goods. No high-value cultural relic-grade items were found. One of the containers held 3 pieces of export porcelain from the late Qing Dynasty and Republican era, with each piece estimated at approximately 20,000 yuan. The rest had no significant value. The total estimated value was approximately 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. Not worth bidding on. Ethan Brooks completely passed on S06. The warehouse ultimately sold for 120,000 and was taken away by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. All 6 warehouses have been processed. Ma Tiancheng announced, "Today's impromptu clearance auction is now over. All buyers, please complete the warehouse cleanup and handover within 2 hours." The crowd began to disperse. Ethan Brooks didn't leave. He stared in the direction of warehouse S04. Gregory Miles and Ryan Foster had already entered warehouse number 4. From outside, one could see Gregory Miles heading straight for the redwood table and picking up the jade seal. He turned it over to examine the inscription on the bottom. He held it up to the light, examining it from every angle. Then he pulled out his phone and took a few photos. He made a phone call. Ethan Brooks couldn't hear the conversation, but judging by the change in Gregory Miles's expression, the person on the other end of the line, most likely Owen Wilson himself or his appraisal consultant, had said something that displeased Gregory Miles. After hanging up, Gregory Miles stood there in a daze for a moment. Then he placed the jade seal into a black briefcase. Ryan Foster, standing nearby, asked, "Brother Gregory, what should we do with the rest of the stuff in the warehouse?" Gregory Miles glanced at the other items in the warehouse, the old mahogany table, a few tattered cardboard boxes, and the metal cabinet in the corner. "Junk. We don't need it. Just have the guys from the base clear it out." That was exactly what Ethan Brooks had been waiting to hear. He strode over. "Mr. Gao." Gregory Miles turned his head. His brow furrowed when he saw Ethan Brooks. The two had gone head-to-head at the Ocean City District D auction. Gregory Miles had lost. "What is it?" Gregory Miles's tone was less than friendly. "The junk left in warehouse number for the mahogany table, the cardboard boxes, that metal cabinet. If you don't want them, how about packing them up and selling them to me?" Gregory Miles looked at Ethan Brooks for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. "You want to buy my junk?" "Yeah. Name your price." Gregory Miles glanced back at the pile of stuff. An old mahogany table with one loose leg. A few tattered cardboard boxes filled with shredded foam and old newspapers. A rusty metal cabinet, its door ajar, revealing an interior crammed with old screws, worn gears, and crumpled, dirty newspapers. In Gregory Miles's eyes, the total value of these items didn't exceed $250,000, Gregory Miles said. A blatant rip-off. He knew Ethan Brooks had made his fortune in Ocean City by snagging bargains. So if you're going to buy it, I'll sell it at a high price. What if there was something valuable hidden in this pile of junk? Although he couldn't tell himself, Ethan Brooks's eye for such things had already made him instinctively wary. Ethan Brooks didn't haggle. "Deal." "What?" Gregory Miles was taken aback. He expected Ethan Brooks to haggle. "50,000 it is. WeChat Pay or Alipay?" Gregory Miles was a little suspicious of this abruptness. He didn't care about the 50,000, but Ethan Brooks's speed made him feel uneasy. "Don't you think that's too expensive?" "Not at all. I like collecting junk." Ethan Brooks pulled out his phone without batting an eye. "Send me a payment code." Gregory Miles stared at Ethan Brooks for 3 seconds. Then he had Ryan Foster send the payment code. 50,000 yuan was credited to his account. "You'll have to move the stuff yourself. The base's handcart is by the door." Gregory Miles walked away carrying his briefcase. Ryan Foster followed behind, glancing back at Ethan Brooks one last time before leaving. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "Are you out of your mind?" Ethan Brooks waited until they were out of sight. Frank Dawson darted out from the side. "Move it. Hurry up." The two of them pushed a flatbed cart over. First, they moved the rosewood table. It wasn't worth much, but it was perfect as a cover. Next, they moved the cardboard boxes and tossed them onto the cart. Last came the metal cabinet. Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson took one side each and hoisted the metal cabinet onto the flatbed cart. The cabinet wasn't too heavy, but the contents inside were rattling. The sound of metal clanging against metal. They pushed it to the parking lot, where Frank Dawson's van was parked. The two of them loaded the metal cabinet into the van's trunk. Ethan Brooks closed the trunk door. "Roll up the windows. Don't let anyone see us." Frank Dawson pulled the rear window shade closed. Ethan Brooks crouched in front of the metal cabinet. He took a deep breath. He pulled open the cabinet door. Inside, just as the system had described, were piles of old newspapers, rusty screws, a few broken gears, and a piece of old iron pipe. Ethan Brooks began clearing out the contents. A layer of old newspapers. Beneath that was a pile of hardware parts. Below that, more old newspapers. Frank Dawson stood nearby, rubbing his hands together. He knew the object was at the very bottom. But with every layer he cleared away, his heart skipped a beat. Be careful, be careful." Ethan Brooks's hand paused. He felt a shape, at the very bottom of the metal cabinet, wrapped in at least 3 layers of old newspapers. Hard, metallic, heavy. The shape was irregular, but it had a distinct curved contour like the curve of an animal's neck or head. Ethan Brooks held his breath. Layer by layer, he peeled back the newspapers. The first layer. The newspaper was from 1987. In English, the London Times. The The second layer. The newspaper was from 1975. In French. The third layer. The moment he peeled back the newspaper, in the dim light of the Van S cargo area, a bronze dragon-s head emerged. Its mouth was slightly agape. Its whiskers curled to either side. Its horns curved backward. Its eyes were slightly bulging. The proportions of the entire head were roughly equivalent to those of a medium-sized dog's head. At the base was a hollow, tubular structure, designed to connect to the piping of a water fountain mechanism. The bronze surface was covered in an even layer of deep green patina. The patina was natural and richly layered, not the monotonous hue of artificial aging. When Frank Dawson saw the dragon's head, his knees went weak. He slumped down onto the floor of the van. This is. His voice trembled. The old summer palace. The 12 zodiac heads. The bronze animal heads, Ethan Brooks said, enunciating each word clearly. The dragon head. Frank Dawson covered his mouth with both hands. Tears streamed through the gaps between his fingers. He wasn't crying because of its monetary value. He was crying because he was seeing a national treasure, one that had been plundered from his homeland by foreign powers over 160 years ago, right before his eyes at that very moment. Ethan Brooks gently placed the dragon head on a clean cloth. He said nothing. The system remained silent in his mind for a few seconds. Then a line popped up. The host has confirmed the acquisition of the dragon head from the 12 zodiac animal heads of the old summer palace. This artifact is a Class 1 cultural relic prohibited from trade by the state. It is recommended that the host prioritize returning this artifact to the relevant national authorities when handling it. This artifact is not included in the standard asset valuation. However, the host has triggered a special achievement Guardian of National Treasures for discovering and protecting a lost national-level cultural relic. Reward: 1 diamond chest. Ethan Brooks closed his eyes. 50,000. A piece of junk he bought from Gregory Miles for 50,000. Hidden inside was a cultural relic that would send shockwaves throughout the entire nation. Meanwhile, Gregory Miles had spent $7.5 million to steal a Qing dynasty replica. Information asymmetry. This was the ultimate manifestation of information asymmetry. Frank Dawson wiped his face and took 2 minutes to compose himself before speaking. Ethan Brooks, what are you going to do? This thing can't be sold, Ethan Brooks said firmly. Once we're back in Ocean City, contact the Cultural Relics Bureau. We'll donate it. Frank Dawson nodded vigorously. But before that, hide it well. Ethan Brooks rewrapped the dragon's head in newspaper, placed it back on the very bottom shelf of the metal cabinet, and covered it with hardware parts and old newspapers. From now on, keep the van keys on you at all times. The van must never leave your sight. Got it. Ethan Brooks hopped out of the van. He checked the time. 8:45 a.m. The Rue Kiln Bowl auction was set to begin at 10 a.m. 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. He should head to the auction hall. But just then, his cell phone rang. Henry Davis. Mr. Sue. I just got word that the Gulu storage facility has added a last-minute lot to this morning's auction. What? A sealed metal cabinet urgently airlifted from Switzerland. It arrived at the port last night. Its origin is linked to the Gu Yenji family's collection. When is it being auctioned? 9:30 a.m. Right at the facility's original location.
Matianseng just notified me.
Ethan Brooks glanced at his watch. Between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, he still had a half-hour window. I'm on my way. Chapter 069. Everyone says it's junk. Ethan Brooks stepped forward and raised his hand. 9:15 a.m. Ethan Brooks and Frank Dawson rushed back to the Gulu storage base. There were less than half as many people on the lot as there had been that morning. The news of the additional auction had spread quickly, leaving no time to notify many people. Only about 10 people were standing on the lot. Ma Tiancheng stood in front of a sealed metal cabinet. The cabinet was about 1.2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The metal surface was coated with dark red anti-rust paint, the finish already bubbling. The cabinet was secured with an old-style Europe padlock. Everyone, this is the final lot of goods added to today's auction at the last minute. Ma Tiancheng announced through a megaphone. A sealed metal cabinet airlifted from Switzerland. Descendants of the Gu Yenji family say the elderly gentleman locked it when he brought it from China to Switzerland all those years ago. It's been locked for over 60 years and has never been opened. We don't know what's inside. Neither does the consignor. Whoever buys it will have to open it themselves. The room fell silent. The fake Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain from Lot S02 and the fake Imperial seal from Lot S0 for those two major losses had already left everyone present with psychological trauma. After consecutive warehouse auctions resulted in losses of over 10 million, who would dare jump into this? Starting bid, 10,000. Ma Tiancheng called out. 10,000. No one raised a hand. Not even 10,000? Ma Tiancheng was getting a little impatient. You all know Gu Yanji, right? One of the biggest collectors in Beiping during the 1940s. His items went for over 10 million at the Jiangnan auction house just a couple of days ago. This iron cabinet might be worth it. It might just be another pile of old newspapers, Martin Stone remarked from the sidelines. He lost quite a bit today. He'd nearly taken a hit on S02 this morning and had held out on S04 until 5 million before pulling out. His patience was running thin. Besides, you said it hasn't been opened in over 60 years. An iron cabinet hasn't vacuumed the contents inside must have gotten damp and moldy long ago, right? Those words struck a chord with everyone present. A sealed iron cabinet left untouched for over 60 years, no matter what treasures were originally stored inside, would likely have been destroyed by 6 decades of oxidation, moisture damage, and temperature fluctuations. Porcelain might be okay, but if it were paper or silk items, they'd be practically ruined. 7,000. Ma Tiancheng lowered the starting bid by 1 tier. 7,000 any takers? Still no takers. Ethan Brooks stood at the back of the crowd. The system was conducting a deep scan of the metal cabinet. Distance: approximately 12 meters. Within sensing range. Scanning the interior of the sealed metal cabinet. The cabinet's interior volume is approximately 0.8 cubic meters. Internal packing material: dry sawdust and straw paper. These are traditional moisture-proof materials used for packaging cultural relics. Ethan Brooks' attention was piqued. Dried wood shavings and straw paper. This indicated that whoever sealed the cabinet back then knew their craft and had specifically applied moisture-proofing measures. Scanning the items beneath the moisture-proof layer of wood shavings. Item 1: a wooden box. Mortise and tenon construction. Exquisitely crafted. Presumed to be a custom-made cultural relic storage box. Contents of the box: a silk-wrapped object. The silk shows slight oxidation but is otherwise well preserved. Inside the silk, an oblong shape, approximately 18 centimeters in diameter, approximately 6 centimeters in height. Material: the text paused for a moment. Then it turned crimson. Material: jade. Jade variety identified: Xinjiang Hotan mutton fat, white jade. Date determination: Ethan Brooks' finger dug into his palm. Date determination: late Warring States period to the Qin dynasty. Shape: bi-shaped. However, not a standard bi-shape. The central hole is missing, making it solid. The surface features shallow relief carvings of coiled qi dragons, a motif reserved for emperors. The bottom is flat, detecting special markings. 3 seconds. Inscribed characters detected on the base. Text content: 8 characters. Mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. Ethan Brooks' world fell completely silent during those 3 seconds. Not a Qing dynasty replica. Date determination: late Warring States period to the Qin dynasty. Hotan mutton fat, white jade. Mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. The system issued its final determination. This artifact matches the imperial jade seal recorded in historical texts by 93% in terms of material, era, inscription, and craftsmanship. The remaining 7% uncertainty stems from the fact that the imperial jade seal has been lost since the late 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, leaving no extant physical specimen for comparison. However, based on the current scan data, this is the most valuable single item the host has encountered since this system began operating. No valuation can be provided. This is because there are no historical transaction records to serve as a reference. If the imperial jade seal is confirmed as authentic by the academic community, its cultural, historical, and political value would transcend monetary measurement. Ethan Brooks stood there. 12 meters away, the iron cabinet, painted with dark red anti-rust paint, stood quietly in the center of the room. No one knew what was inside it. No one was willing to spend 7,000 yuan to take a chance. 5,000. Ma Tiancheng lowered the bid again. 5,000 yuan? Is that a bid? This is the last call. If no one bids, the lot will go unsold. Martin Stone shook his head beside him. 5,000 for a box of rusty scrap metal? Forget it. Ethan Brooks' throat felt a little dry. He tore his gaze away from the iron cabinet and scanned the crowd. All 10 or so people were shaking their heads and stepping back. Not a single one was interested, because today's 2 major flops had already shattered everyone's confidence. A 3 million yuan fake yuan blue and white porcelain. A 7.5 million yuan fake imperial seal. And now an iron cabinet that hasn't been opened in over 60 years? What sane person would take that risk? Ethan Brooks raised his hand. 100,000. All eyes in the room turned to him. 100,000? The starting bid had dropped to 5,000, and he was offering 100,000? Mr. Su Yu Ma Tiancheng was taken aback. Martin Stone turned to look at Ethan Brooks, his expression complex. Ethan Brooks offered no explanation. 100,000 per bid, Ma Tiancheng said, snapping back to reality. Any higher bids? Martin Stone stared at Ethan Brooks' back. He was making a quick judgment. This young man hadn't touched the fake S02 blue and white porcelain this morning. That meant he'd seen through it. He hadn't touched the fake S04 imperial seal either. That also meant he'd seen through it. He'd spent 50,000 to buy the S04 scrap from Gregory Miles, which meant there was something he wanted in that scrap. Now he'd bid 100,000 on an iron cabinet that hadn't been opened in over 60 years. Judging by his behavior today, he's onto something. But given the experience of hitting 2 major snags in a row today, it's also possible he's misjudged the situation. He's young after all. Everyone slips up sometimes. Martin Stone's hand twitched slightly. But then he remembered S02, how he examined it through 8x binoculars for 2 minutes, confidently declaring it a good piece, only to find out it was a fake. His judgment had already been slapped in the face twice today by reality. He lowered his hand. 100,000 once, 100,000 twice. The entire room fell silent. Ethan Brooks' heart rate remained steady. 100,000 3 times sold. Ma Tiancheng brought down the gavel. The sealed metal cabinet was now Ethan Brooks'. Martin Stone watched Ethan Brooks' back as he stepped forward to pay and collect the key. He whispered something to the person next to him. If there really is something valuable in that safe, this young man isn't just exceptionally lucky, he is a once-in-30 years genius in this industry. The person next to him glanced at Martin Stone. Mr. Fan, what do you think he'll find inside? Martin Stone shook his head. I don't know, but his hand didn't tremble when he bid 100,000. That means he knows exactly what he's doing. Ethan Brooks walked toward the metal cabinet holding the key. Frank Dawson followed behind him. The two stood in front of the cabinet. Ethan Brooks inserted the key into the old European-style padlock. He turned it once. The lock didn't open, it was rusted shut. He twisted it with force. Click. The lock opened. Ethan Brooks didn't open the cabinet door right away. He glanced back over his shoulder. Ma Tiancheng and the others were cleaning up the area. No one was paying attention to him. Brother Frank. Once I open the cabinet, no matter what you see, don't make a sound. Frank Dawson nodded firmly. Ethan Brooks pulled open the cabinet door. Chapter 070. The metal cabinet is open. Frank Dawson dropped to his knees. The cabinet door swung open. A wave of dry air, carrying the scent of sawdust and straw paper, surged out from inside. It didn't smell musty. It was dry. 60 years ago, someone had packed a thick layer of sawdust and straw paper into the cabinet before sealing it. This traditional method of moisture protection was common in the northern antique trade. It minimized the effects of oxidation and moisture. Ethan Brooks cleared away the sawdust layer by layer. Frank Dawson crouched beside him, helping to catch it. They cleared all the way to the back of the cabinet. A dark brown wooden storage box came into view. The box was about 30 centimeters long, 25 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters high. The lid fit tightly. There were no markings or inscriptions on the surface of the box. Ethan Brooks carried the box out. It was quite heavy. Together with its contents, it weighed about 3 or 4 kilograms. He set it down on the floor next to the metal cabinet. Frank Dawson's throat moved. Ethan Brooks opened the lid. The interior of the box was lined with dark red silk. The silk wrapped around a bundle. Ethan Brooks gently unfolded the silk with his hands. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. After the 3rd layer of silk was removed, Frank Dawson's knees slammed against the concrete floor. A flat, round jade object lay on the silk. It was milky white throughout. The jade was smooth and delicate, its surface bearing a very faint ivory hue. On top, instead of a chi dragon knob, There was a more rustic relief carving of a coiled chi dragon. The lines were bold and powerful, completely different from the refined style of the Qing dynasty replica found in warehouse number 4. The bottom. Ethan Brooks turned it over. 8 characters in seal script. The engraving was deep and sharp. The turns and the strokes bore the jagged marks of chiseling with a metal tool, not the fine lines slowly polished by a jade carver using a rotary tool, but lines chiseled out one stroke at a time with a genuine metal chisel. Receiving the mandate of heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. Frank Dawson knelt on the ground. He wasn't kneeling before Ethan Brooks. He was kneeling before this object. The imperial jade seal. Ever since Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, this jade seal has been the ultimate symbol of imperial authority in China. It passed through the Qin, Han, Wei, Jin, Sui, and Tang dynasties, enduring for over 1,000 years. It disappeared after the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. 1,000 years have passed. For 1,000 years, countless people have searched for it. Countless people have forged it. Countless emperors, seeking to prove their legitimacy, have fabricated lies claiming the imperial jade seal had been found. But it had never truly resurfaced. Until now, Ethan Brooks' hands were burning. Not because of the jade's temperature. Hotan jade is naturally cool. It was his blood that was boiling. He gently placed the jade seal back on the silk. A line of crimson text popped up deep within his mind. Historical level artifact confirmed. Imperial jade seal, Qin dynasty style, Hotan mutton fat white jade. Solid by shaped with coiled chi dragon patterns. The bottom is engraved in seal script with the 8 characters. Receive the mandate of heaven. May longevity and prosperity endure forever. The marks left by the metal engraving tool match the carving techniques used on Qin dynasty bronze inscriptions. This artifact is the most important political symbol in China's history. There is no comparable market valuation. Triggered the highest level special achievement. Millennium Reunification. Reward 1 legendary grade treasure chest, the highest tier in the entire system. The host's current collection of cultural relic grade items has exceeded the scope of ordinary online shopping. It is strongly recommended that the host contact the nation's highest level cultural heritage management agency when handling this artifact. Ethan Brooks rewrapped the jade seal in silk. He placed it back in the wooden box and closed the lid. His knees felt a little weak as he stood up. It wasn't fear. It was a natural physical reaction after his excitement had reached a certain threshold. Brother Frank. Frank Dawson was still kneeling on the ground. Get up. It took Frank Dawson over 10 seconds to stand up. His eyes were bloodshot. Ethan Brooks, this thing you... Shoo. Ethan Brooks glanced around. Everyone on the grounds was busy in the distance. No one had noticed what was happening over here. Put the box in the van, lock it up, and place it next to the dragon head. The dragon's head is in the van too? Both national treasure grade artifacts in the same van. Frank Dawson's voice cracked. They're south, no better place for now. We're leaving Jinling immediately after the auction today. We'll figure out the next steps once we get to Ocean City. Frank Dawson clenched his jaw. I'll guard the van. You go to the auction. From this moment on, I'm not leaving that van for a second. All right. Ethan Brooks handed the wooden box to Frank Dawson. Frank Dawson cradled the box as if it were a baby. The two of them walked toward the parking lot. Frank Dawson placed the box in the van's trunk, locked the doors, and clenched the keys in his hand. Ethan Brooks glanced at Frank Dawson. Brother Frank. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Trust me. From Ocean City to Jinling, every time I made a decision that seemed unreasonable, you went along with it. Ethan Brooks' tone was steady and measured. That means more than anything. Frank Dawson felt a lump in his throat. Get lost. Hurry up and get to your auction. Ethan Brooks turned around. He checked the time. 9:38 a.m. The Rue Kiln Bowls auction, 10 a.m. sharp. 22 minutes to go. He hailed a taxi. Driver, Hall B at the Jinling Convention and Exhibition Center. Hurry. Sitting in the back seat, Ethan Brooks closed his eyes. He ran the numbers in his head. The total so far today. G01, Longquan Kiln Incense Burner, purchased for 1.8 million. Estimated value, 3.5 million to 4.8 million.
G12, Junkilden Inkvel, purchased for 380,000.
Estimated value, 6 million to 8 million. S04, Scrap Dragon Head purchased for 50,000. Value, incalculable. Added to the auction. The iron cabinet containing the imperial jade seal purchased for 100,000. Value, incalculable. For items. Total cost, 2.33 million. The two appraisable artifacts combined are worth at least 10 million. The two unappraisable National Treasure grade artifacts cannot be sold. But even if he doesn't sell the National Treasures, he has 8 million in cash on hand, the remainder after deducting the deposit plus approximately 10 million from selling the Longquan kiln and June kiln pieces. That totals about 18 million. Compared to the conservative estimate of 50 million for the Rue Kiln Bowl, he is still 32 million short. System notification. The host's funding gap remains enormous. But please note, the auction for the Rue Kiln Bowl does not necessarily require the host to win the bid at the highest price. Other possibilities exist. What possibilities? The system did not provide further information. The taxi pulled up at the entrance to the Convention and Exhibition Center. 9:52 a.m. Ethan Brooks pushed open the doors to Auction Hall Number 2 in Building B. Chapter 071. Undercurrents in the Auction Hall. Auction Hall Number 2 in Hall B was more than 100 times more dignified than that open-air lot at the Gulu warehousing base. Mahogany-colored bench seating stretched from the front rows all the way to the rear exit. 3 professional spotlights were mounted on the stage, with a transparent bulletproof glass display case right in the center. When Ethan Brooks pushed open the door, more than 200 people were already seated in the hall. The first 3 rows were filled exclusively with major collectors wearing VIP badges on their chests. The middle section was occupied by dealers and middlemen from various circles, and the back rows were filled with onlookers taking photos with their cell phones. "Mr. Su, this way, please." A hostess in a cheongsam approached and escorted Ethan Brooks to a seat in the 4th row by the aisle. After taking his seat, Ethan Brooks scanned the room. Kenneth Carter was in the 2nd row of the VIP section. Their eyes met briefly, and Kenneth Carter gave a slight nod. Gregory Miles was seated on the right side against the wall, accompanied by Ryan Foster. Gregory Miles was typing on his phone and didn't look too happy. He was likely still dealing with the fallout from that fake imperial seal. Having paid 7.5 million for a Qing dynasty replica, if word got out, Owen Wilson's side would certainly hold him accountable. Martin Stone was in the 5th row on the left, holding a cup of tea. He noticed Ethan Brooks take his seat and glanced over. The two exchanged no words, and Martin Stone looked away. "Good morning, distinguished guests." A man in his early 40s stepped onto the stage, wearing a dark blue suit with a subtly patterned tie and a gold auctioneer's badge pinned to his lapel. "I am He Zhixing, the auctioneer presiding over this morning's session. Today's Jinling Autumn Special Auction is divided into 2 sessions, the morning session and the evening session. The evening session begins at 7 p.m. sharp, and the highlight will be the long-awaited Rue Kiln Celadon Bowl." A murmur of conversation rippled through the room. The morning session features a total of 14 warm-up lots, covering porcelain, miscellaneous items, and Scholar Studio accessories. The rules are the same as for regular auctions. Bidding by raising paddles, and the highest bidder wins. The first lot is a pair of Qing Dynasty Yongzheng period pink enameled bowls with a branch and flower motif, with a starting bid of 200,000. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair. The system automatically initiated a scan. Golden text flashed through his mind. Lot number 1. A pair of Qing Yongzheng-era pink and white bowls. Authentic, in above-average condition. 2 extremely fine chips on the rim. Market valuation, 350,000 to 450,000. No room for excess profit. Recommend skipping. Ethan Brooks chose to skip it. 250,000. 300,000. The pink and white bowls ultimately sold for 380,000. The buyer was a middle-aged man wearing a gold chain in the middle row. Lot number 2. A Ming Jiajing era blue and white with 5-color dragon and phoenix patterned lidded jar. Starting bid, 500,000. System scan. Lot number 2. Ming Jiajing era 5-color lidded jar. Authentic, but the lid is a later addition. The complete piece is valued at up to 1.5 million with the lid. The valuation drops to 600,000 to 800,000. No room for a bargain skip. Ethan Brooks chose to skip. 3rd lot, Ethan Brooks skipped. 4th lot, Ethan Brooks skipped. Lot 5, Ethan Brooks still didn't bid. All the way through to Lot 13, a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period octagonal vase imitating Gu Kiln where Ethan Brooks hadn't lifted a finger once. All 13 lots had been scanned, and not a single one triggered an excess profit alert. People in the middle row began to whisper. That young man didn't he bid on a single one. Don't you know him? He's the one who bid 380,000 for that June kiln brush washer at the Gulu storage facility early this morning. Ethan Brooks? Is that him? He's so young. The Bogatong forum was already buzzing last night. Samuel Hayes posted under his real name, 20 years can't hold a candle to 30 seconds. No way? Even someone like Samuel Hayes has had to back down. The murmurs grew louder. Ethan Brooks paid no attention to the chatter. He Jixing raised the auctioneer's gavel on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the final lot of the morning session. Lot number 14. A staff member pushed a flat-top cart onto the stage, bearing a shallow wooden display tray. The tray held 12 pieces of blue and white porcelain. They varied in size: plates, bowls, and small saucers. Even from the fourth row, it was clear that these pieces were of mediocre quality. The glaze was dull, the patterns were blurred, and several had chips along the rims. This lot consists of 12 pieces of blue and white porcelain repatriated from the family of a Chinese-Swiss collector. He Jixing flipped through the information card in his hand. According to our preliminary appraisal, these are primarily blue and white porcelain pieces exported from the late Qing dynasty through the Republican era. The condition varies, and the entire lot will be sold as a package with a starting bid of 80,000. Someone in the audience burst out laughing. 80,000? It's doubtful this pile of junk would even fetch 10,000 at a Panjiayuan flea market. Exactly. Late Qing export porcelain, all everyday items made for foreigners. What collectible value could they possibly have? The lot in this morning's session is really subpar. The only thing worth waiting for is that Ru where bowl in tonight's session. Ethan Brooks listened to these comments. His full attention was focused on the display tray. The system was scanning the 12 pieces of porcelain one by one. 11 lines of golden text flashed across the screen. Lot 1. Qing Dynasty Guangxu period folk kiln blue and white plate. Estimated value 800 yuan. Lot 2. Qing Dynasty Tongji period export blue and white bowl. Estimated value 500 yuan. Item 3. Republican era imitation Kangxi blue and white small dish. Estimated value 300 yuan. Item 6. Qing Daoguang folk kiln blue and white bowl. Estimated value 1,200 yuan. When it reached the 7th item, the color of the text changed. It shifted from gold to a dazzling crimson. Ethan Brooks' back stiffened. Item 7. Highlight. Form. Blue and white scalloped rimmed plate with entwined peony design. Rim diameter approximately 22 centimeters. Surface condition. The glaze is covered with grease and soot, obscuring the details of the design visually. It is highly confusable with the adjacent late Qing export porcelain. Cobalt analysis. The color is rich and vivid, with irregular clusters of rust spots appearing in some areas. The rust spots exhibit a natural, disordered pattern, highly consistent with the sintering characteristics of imported sumo-liking cobalt. Body analysis. The kaolin content is relatively high. The body is fine-grained and dense, with a glutinous rice-white color, consistent with the characteristics of the clay used in the Jingdezhen imperial kilns in the early 15th century. Glaze analysis. A bright blue glaze has been applied under magnification. A fine, dense orange peel texture is visible, a characteristic resulting from glazing techniques unique to the early Ming period, specifically the Yongle to Xuande reigns. Comprehensive appraisal. Large, crimson characters unfolded in my mind. Ming Yongle Imperial Kiln blue and white enameled peony scroll pattern fluted rim plate. Authentic. Estimated value, 8 million to 12 million yuan. Because this plate had long been stored alongside late Qing export porcelain, surface grime obscured the true quality of its glaze and decoration. Furthermore, the original footmark area had been roughly polished away, likely by late Qing antique dealers seeking to conceal its provenance, making it extremely easy to misidentify as a late Qing imitation during routine visual inspection. However, the composition of the cobalt pigment and the age of the clay body do not lie. This is an authentic piece from the Yongle imperial kilns that has been overlooked for over a century. Ethan Brooks' palms were sweating. Yongle blue and white. Within the entire Chinese porcelain collecting world, blue and white porcelain from the Yongle and Xuande reigns is hailed as the crown jewel of the genre. This is because during this period, cobalt pigment imported from Persia known as sumo-liking was used, resulting in a rich, deep, and steady blue hue that no later imitation has ever been able to perfectly replicate. And pieces produced at the imperial kilns are considered the absolute pinnacle. A Yongla Imperial Kiln blue and white-eared dish. An item of this caliber rarely fetches less than 10 million at specialized auctions held by Sotheby S. or Christie S. It was right before his eyes, mixed in among 11 worthless street stall trinkets. Its true appearance obscured by a layer of grease. Not a single person among the more than 200 in the room had noticed its presence. Ethan Brooks' chest rose and fell steadily once. He stood up. He didn't head toward the stage. Instead, he walked toward the second row of the VIP section. Kenneth Carter saw Ethan Brooks approaching and set down his teacup. Mr. Sue. Ethan Brooks sat down next to Kenneth Carter, leaving an empty seat between them. He kept his voice very low. Lot 14, that batch of blue and white porcelain. Help me win it at auction. Kenneth Carter tilted his head slightly. That batch of export porcelain? Right? Mr. Sue, my people previewed the lot this morning. Not a single piece among the 12 is worth more than 2,000. The entire lot is worth no more than 10,000 at most. Are you sure? I'm sure. Why? Ethan Brooks was silent for 2 seconds. Lot 7, the folded rim plate in the middle of the third row from the left. What about it? That plate isn't from the Qing dynasty. Kenneth Carter's brow twitched. You noticed that? The color of the cobalt pigment is off. Take a close look at the blue along the edges of the petals on that plate. It's on a completely different level from the blue on the Qing dynasty folk kiln pieces next to it. In the late Qing period, they used domestically produced pigments, which produced a dark, grayish-blue hue. The blue on that plate is intense and doesn't spread out. There are even clusters of rust spots in some areas. Kenneth Carter turned his gaze toward the stage. From a distance of more than 20 meters, he strained to make out the details. But at that distance, compounded by the glare of the stage lights, he could only see 12 blue and white porcelain pieces of varying sizes crammed onto a tray. He couldn't discern the subtle differences in the cobalt pigment's hue among them. Mr. Sue, from this distance, my eyesight isn't sharp enough. Can you confirm what period it's from? Yongla. Kenneth Carter's finger paused on the armrest. The Yongla Imperial Kilns? An Imperial Kiln blue and white peony scroll-patterned fluted-rimmed plate. The mark on the base has been ground off, but the age of the clay body and cobalt pigment cannot be faked. You could clearly see the traces of the ground mark from 30 meters away. Ethan Brooks didn't answer that question. Mr. Zhang, I wouldn't risk my reputation. If I'm wrong, I'll reimburse you for every penny you spent at full price. Kenneth Carter was silent for 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, his mind was racing. Ethan Brooks from Ocean City to Jinling had been uncannily precise with every move he made. He uncovered a June Kiln ink wash worth 6 million from a cardboard box valued at 380,000. And he bought scrap from Gregory Miles for 50,000. Although he didn't yet know what was in that scrap, Ethan Brooks must have had his reasons for spending 50,000 on it. A man with a perfect track record says that plate is a genuine Yongla piece. To bet or not to bet? What's the bid? 1 million is the cap. Bid within that range and no one will call. 1 million. Kenneth Carter's fingers clenched and then relaxed. 1 million if that plate really was from the Yongla Imperial Kiln. Winning it for 1 million would be a steal, if not 1 million down the drain. But with Ethan Brooks' promise to cover the loss, his actual risk was 0. Deal. Kenneth Carter picked up his bid paddle. On stage, He Zhixing had already announced the starting bid once. Lot 14. A set of 12 blue and white porcelain pieces, sold as a lot. Starting bid, 80,000. Any bids? A couple of hands were raised sparsely from the audience. 80,000. 90,000. 100,000. No one called higher after 100,000. Late Qing export porcelain was simply not up to par in an auction house of this caliber. 100,000 was already a generous offer. 100,000 going once. 100,000 going twice. 1 million. Kenneth Carter spoke up, his voice just loud enough for those around him to hear clearly. Everyone turned their heads. Over 200 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on the second row of the VIP section. He Zhixing's hand, holding the gavel, paused for a moment. Mr. Zhang, 1 million? 1 million. Kenneth Carter repeated, his tone calm. A buzz erupted throughout the room. Kenneth Carter is bidding 1 million for that junk? Did he misread the lot number? 1 million for 12 pieces of export porcelain? That price would buy an entire set of Qianlong Imperial Kiln porcelain. Gregory Miles sat up straight against the right-hand wall. He stared at Kenneth Carter's back, then glanced at Ethan Brooks sitting next to him. The two men were seated side by side. Gregory Miles narrowed his eyes. Martin Stone's hand, mid-air as he held a cup of tea, froze. He, too, had noticed Ethan Brooks's position right next to Kenneth Carter. 1 million. Mr. Zhang has bid 1 million. Any higher bids? The room fell silent. No one called. Spending 1 million on a pile of second-rate export porcelain, you'd have to be out of your mind. But Kenneth Carter wasn't out of his mind. He'd been in the jade and porcelain market in the Yangtze River Delta for over 20 years, with annual sales exceeding 100 million. For someone like him to spend 1 million, he was either truly seeing something of value or doing a favor for someone else. And sitting right next to him was Ethan Brooks. A few quick-witted people had already pieced these two facts together. 1 million going once. 1 million going twice. 1 million going 3 times sold. The gavel fell. Ethan Brooks leaned back in his chair, his expression unchanged. Kenneth Carter set down his bid card and whispered something only Ethan Brooks could hear. Mr. Sue, if you try to pull a fast one on me, I'll be even tougher to deal with than Samuel Hayes. Once you get the goods in your hands, you'll thank me. Just as the two were speaking in hushed tones, He Zhixing held up a document on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that before we move on to the evening session featuring the Rue Kiln Bowl, the organizers have added a special auction item at the last minute. Everyone's attention shifted back to the stage. At 9 a.m. this morning, we received an urgent consignment request from the family of a local Jinling collector. Following preliminary authentication by our appraisal team, one of the items meets the criteria for inclusion in this special auction. He Zhixing waved his hand. The side door of the stage opened. 2 staff members wearing white gloves emerged, pushing a shock-resistant display stand. On the stand sat a rosewood box. The box was not large, 30 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters high, with a scroll lotus pattern carved on its surface. The brass clasp was already open. An additional lot, a rosewood box containing several mixed-grade jade carvings, sourced from the estate of a deceased local collector. He Zhixing glanced at the appraisal report in his hand. Preliminarily identified as miscellaneous jade pieces dating from the mid-Qing dynasty to the Republican era. The detailed inventory of the items inside the box has not yet been disclosed, as the consignor has requested a sealed bidding process. Buyers will inspect the contents upon receipt. Sealed bid auction. Those 4 words caused the temperature in the entire hall to drop a few degrees. Earlier that morning at the Gulu storage facility, sealed bid auctions had already scammed 2 groups of people. A fake yuan-style blue and white porcelain piece for 3 million, and a fake imperial jade seal for 7.5 million. Those painful lessons were fresh in everyone's minds, having occurred just a few hours earlier. Another sealed one? Who would dare touch something like that? You have no idea what's inside. Didn't they hype up that jade seal at the warehouse this morning? And what was the result? Just a Qing dynasty replica. Ethan Brooks' gaze locked onto the rosewood box. The system had already begun a deep scan. Crimson text slowly unfolded in his mind. Chapter 072. A million for a cracked plate? The truth behind Kenneth Carter's crazy decision. The system's scan continued to progress. Analysis of the rosewood box's internal structure. There were a total of 15 jade artifacts inside the box, arranged in 2 layers, 9 on the top layer and 6 on the bottom, separated by silk padding. Ethan Brooks waited. The 9 items on the top layer were identified one by one. Top layer, Item 1. Late Qing Dynasty white jade imitation, ancient by disc, made of Hotan blue white jade, average craftsmanship, estimated value 8,000 yuan. Upper tier, Item 2. A Republican-era jadeite pipe mouthpiece, made of ordinary material, estimated value 2,000 yuan. Upper tier, Item 3. A mid-Qing Dynasty yellow jade handle ornament, made of sugar-colored Hotan jade with natural patina, estimated value 15,000 yuan. Scanning through them one by one, all 9 items on the upper tier are ordinary miscellaneous jade pieces dating from the mid-Qing dynasty to the Republican era. The highest estimated value for any single item does not exceed 20,000 yuan. Combined, the total value of the 9 pieces is roughly between 80,000 and 100,000 yuan. If this is all the box contains, then setting the reserve price for the sealed bid auction at around 100,000 yuan would be about right. But the system is still scanning the lower layer. Lower layer, Item 1. Item 2. Item 3. All are Qing Dynasty jade pieces of similar quality. Lower layer, Item 4. The text color has changed again. Bright red. Ethan Brooks kept his breathing steady. 4th item on the lower level, Key lot. Form: three-legged, wide-mouthed incense burner. Height: approximately 12 centimeters. Mouth diameter: approximately 15 centimeters. Three short legs with animal face motifs. Material identification: not jade porcelain. Porcelain? A porcelain three-legged incense burner mixed in among 15 jade pieces? Ethan Brooks' attention suddenly sharpened. Glaze analysis. The glaze color is a powder green hue with a grayish-blue undertone. The glaze layer is approximately 0.8 millimeters thick. The glaze surface is covered with fine, dense craquelure patterns arranged in an irregular mesh-like pattern, with large cracks encasing smaller ones. Deep brown lines resulting from natural oxidation have seeped into the cracks. This crackle pattern is the ice crack pattern unique to the Southern Song dynasty. The crackle patterns on artificial replicas are too uniform and regular, whereas the crackle on this piece exhibits a high degree of randomness. Furthermore, the discoloration within the cracks has formed through natural oxidation over more than 800 years, a result that cannot be achieved by artificial dyeing. Body analysis. A dark gray iron body porcelain with an iron content higher than that of ordinary porcelain bodies, highly consistent with the characteristics of Southern Song imperial kiln iron body porcelain. Analysis of the base. The foot is fully glazed, and 6 support pin marks are visible on the bottom. These marks are extremely fine, resembling sesame seeds, which is a hallmark firing technique of the Southern Song imperial kilns. Comprehensive assessment. Large characters in vermilion spread across the page. Southern Song imperial kiln ice crack pattern powder green three-legged incense burner. Authentic. No more than 10 similar pieces survive today. Estimated value: 15 million to 25 million yuan. Ethan Brooks sat very still. Southern Song imperial kiln. One of the 5 great kilns in the history of Chinese ceramics. Ru Imperial, Gu Jun, and Ding. Among them, the imperial kiln ranks second only to the Ru kiln, and the crackle pattern celadone of the Southern Song imperial kiln is the ultimate pursuit in the collecting world. No more than 10 pieces in existence. The weight of those words alone is enough to drive any porcelain collector wild. And yet, it was tucked away among 15 ordinary Qing dynasty jade artifacts and miscellaneous items. Placed in the 4th slot on the bottom shelf of a rosewood case. It sat next to an 8,000 yuan antique style by disc and a 2,000 yuan tobacco pipe mouthpiece. Ethan Brooks glanced back at the auction hall behind him. Of the more than 200 people present, the vast majority were still shaking their heads and sighing at the mere mention of sealed bidding. The 2 major losses that morning had shattered everyone's courage: a fake yuan-style blue and white porcelain piece for 3 million and a fake imperial jade seal for 7.5 million. Who would dare take a chance on a sealed bid? But this time, the item inside was genuine. Ethan Brooks turned his head to look at Kenneth Carter. Kenneth Carter was staring at the rosewood box on the stage, his expression calm. Mr. Zheng. This box, I'll bid on it myself. Kenneth Carter paused for a moment. You're bidding yourself? You don't want me to bid on your behalf anymore. Right, I'll handle this personally. But I have a request. If the bidding exceeds my budget, you'll cover the difference for me, and we'll split the profit 50-50 afterward. Kenneth Carter looked at Ethan Brooks. Are you proposing a partnership? You could say that. What's inside that box? Ethan Brooks thought for a moment. You've been in the jade business for over 20 years. Have you ever seen a dark gray, iron core object mixed in with a pile of jade? Kenneth Carter's expression changed. Iron core, you mean? Don't say anything yet, let us wait until we get our hands on it. All you need to know is this: the true value of that box is more than 100 times the listed price. Kenneth Carter clenched his bidding paddle. All right, you bid. If it goes over your budget, I'll cover the difference. Thanks. He Zhixing took the stage to explain the bidding rules. The lot up for auction is a rosewood box containing 15 assorted jade carvings. Since this is a sealed auction, the box will not be opened for viewing on site. Bidders may base their decisions on the box's exterior appearance and the brief description provided by the consignor. Starting bid: 500,000. 500,000. For a box of miscellaneous Qing dynasty jade pieces that might only be worth 100,000. A starting bid of 500,000 was already on the high side. Someone in the audience immediately let out a boo. 500,000? On what grounds? We're not even allowed to open it and take a look. Who knows if it's real jade or just glass? We've already lost out on 2 lots this morning. This kind of sealed auction is just gambling. Martin Stone set his teacup on the armrest. He had no intention of bidding, but his gaze kept shifting back and forth between Ethan Brooks and Kenneth Carter. The two were sitting together, still whispering to each other. Martin Stone quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. Kenneth Carter had just spent $1 million to win that lot of export porcelain. Now it seemed highly likely that Ethan Brooks had specifically instructed him to buy it. If Ethan Brooks had set his sights on the rosewood box this time as well. Martin Stone's hand twitched slightly, but he recalled the lesson from that morning at the warehouse, where he nearly missed the fake yuan-style blue and white porcelain. He examined it for 2 minutes through 8x binoculars without detecting any flaws. He wasn't sure if his judgment was still reliable. He lowered his hand. 500,000. Any bids? He Jixing scanned the room. Silence. All right, reduced to 300,000. Starting bid. 300,000. Still no movement. Ethan Brooks raised his hand. 300,000. All eyes in the room turned to him once again. Ethan Brooks, 23 years old. This morning at the warehouse, he spent 380,000 to secure a Juneware inkwell with an estimated value of 6 million. He spent 50,000 to buy scrap from Gregory Miles. He spent 100,000 to bid on a rusted iron cabinet. Now he was offering 300,000 for a box of sealed jade artifacts. What on earth was this young man looking at? Gregory Miles sat up straight on his right. He stared at the back of Ethan Brooks' head, his gaze shifting constantly. Ethan Brooks had made his move. That signal was stronger than anything else. He turned his head to glance at Ryan Foster. Ryan Foster leaned in. Brother Gregory? Get ready to bid. This one too. Whatever Ethan Brooks touches S&T junk. This logic was simple and blunt, but for Gregory Miles it was the most profound lesson he learned that day. 350,000. Gregory Miles raised his paddle. Ethan Brooks didn't turn around. 400,000. Ethan Brooks raised the bid. 450,000. Gregory Miles matched it. A man in his 40s stood up from the middle row, wearing a gray turtleneck sweater and holding a bidding paddle with a number on it. A system notification popped up automatically. Luo Shanghua, 47, a veteran dealer in the Shanghai antiques trade, specializing in high-end miscellaneous items and scholar-esque accessories, with an annual turnover of approximately 30 million. 500,000. Luo Shanghua called out his bid. A three-way bidding war ensued. He Jixing perked up. 500,000. 3 bidders are in the running. Ethan Brooks glanced at Luo Shanghua's. The system provided additional information. Luo Shanghua's emotional state. Speculative bandwagon behavior. He has not personally determined that the box contains high-value items, but the simultaneous bidding by Ethan Brooks and Gregory Miles has triggered his instinct to follow the crowd. Estimated psychological threshold. Approximately 800,000. 800,000. Ethan Brooks had a clear idea of where he stood. 600,000. Ethan Brooks bid. 700,000. Gregory Miles held his ground. Ethan Brooks turned and glanced at Gregory Miles. Gregory Miles met his gaze. The two locked eyes for less than 2 seconds under the auction hall's lights. Ethan Brooks looked away. 1 million. The entire room fell silent. Jumping directly from 600,000 to 1 million, an increase of nearly 70%. Luo Shanghua's hand hesitated for a split second. 1 million for a box of sealed jade artifacts that was far beyond his comfort zone. If the contents were ordinary Qing Dynasty jade, the total value might be as low as 100,000. Paying 1 million for something worth 100,000, no one would make such a losing deal. Luo Shanghua lowered his bid card. Gregory Miles was still hesitating. 1 million. He had already spent 7.5 million on Owen Wilson's behalf at the warehouse today, and that 7.5 million had bought a Qing Dynasty replica. He didn't even know how he was going to explain that to Owen Wilson. To spend another 1 million betting on a sealed box. He pulled out his phone, intending to call for instructions. But his finger hovered over the screen for 3 seconds. He didn't make the call. Because every call to Owen Wilson meant he'd have to explain why he was spending money again. And the previous 7.5 million hadn't even been accounted for yet. The bid paddle was lowered. 1 million once. He Jixing announced from the podium. 1 million going twice. Kenneth Carter watched Ethan Brooks from the side. Ethan Brooks gave him no signal to bid higher. That meant 1 million was within Ethan Brooks' budget. 1 million going 3 times sold. The gavel fell. Ethan Brooks had won the rosewood box for 1 million. The murmur of conversation in the auction hall grew even louder than before. First he spent 1 million on export porcelain, then another million on a sealed box. S&T spending 2 million on this sort of thing a bit impulsive? Kenneth Carter bid on the export porcelain for him, and he bid on the sealed box himself. The two transactions together total 2 million. How much did he make at the warehouse today? That June kiln inkwell was estimated at 6 to 8 million. That single piece alone would be enough for him to play around with several times over. Young people, they win a few times and think they're invincible. Sooner or later, they're bound to fall. Ethan Brooks paid no heed to these comments. He walked to the backstage handover area, where a staff member placed the rosewood box into a reinforced protective case and handed it to him. "Mr. Su, please sign for this." He signed the receipt and returned to his seat with the case. He Jixing made an announcement from the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the morning session has concluded. The evening auction dedicated to Ru Kiln Bowls will take place in this hall at 7 p.m. sharp. Guests holding evening session tickets are requested to arrive on time." Ethan Brooks glanced at the time. It was 11:40 a.m. There were still more than 7 hours until the evening session. That was plenty of time for him to get a lot done. Kenneth Carter walked over. "Mr. Su, I've had someone pick up my shipment of export porcelain. When would be a good time to unpack and inspect it?" "Right now. Do you have a room?" "There's a VIP lounge upstairs. I've reserved it for half the day." "Let us go." The two men got into the elevator. The VIP lounge was on the 3rd floor, a private room of 15 square meters, furnished with a long table and 2 chairs. Kenneth Carter locked the door. Staff brought up the consignment of blue and white porcelain, 12 pieces in total. Ethan Brooks walked straight to the tray. "Number 7. He pointed. Kenneth Carter looked over. The rimmed plate was positioned slightly to the right of center on the tray. At first glance, it looked no different from the other 11 pieces. A dull glaze, blurred patterns, and a ring of grayish-white oxidation around the base. Ethan Brooks pulled a clean lens cleaning cloth from his pocket. He gently wiped the surface of the plate. Just once. A layer of yellowed grease transferred onto the cloth. Where the cloth had passed, a small patch of the blue and white's true color was revealed. A rich gem-like blue. Deep, full-bodied, with a weightiness that could only be achieved through centuries of oxidation. Kenneth Carter's gaze suddenly froze. This blue. He leaned in 30 centimeters. Summa leaching. Ethan Brooks didn't need to explain further. Having worked with porcelain for over 20 years, Kenneth Carter knew just by looking at that small patch of exposed blue that this wasn't a Qing dynasty piece. "Are you sure it's Yongla? Look at the foot rim." Ethan Brooks turned the plate over. Kenneth Carter took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on the bottom to examine it closely. The traces of trimming on the foot rim were irregular. The outer wall of the ring foot bore subtle marks from a spiral chisel, and the fire-red glaze on the rough ring was natural and even. "It's not Schwanda's foot rims are neater than this. Yongla's trimming is a bit more casual," Kenneth Carter muttered to himself. He took another look at the peony pattern in the center of the dish. The painting style is definitely that of the Yongla imperial kills. The turns of the branches and leaves are unconstrained, and the petal shading is natural. Kenneth Carter sat up straight. "Mr. Su, paying 1 million for this dish is practically giving it away for free. What's the estimated value?" 8 million to 12 million. Kenneth Carter let out a long sigh. "I've partnered with you today and, so far, made a net profit of over 7 million. Do you believe that tonight, every collector in Jinling will be scrambling to treat you to dinner?" Ethan Brooks didn't respond to that. He walked to the other side of the table and opened the protective case containing the rosewood box. The lid of the box could now be lifted directly. He lifted the lid. 9 jade pieces were neatly arranged on the top layer. Emerald green nephrite, lustrous white hotan jade, and deep yellow sugar-colored jade. Ethan Brooks didn't linger on the top layer. He lifted the silk lining in one piece, revealing the layer below. There were 6 pieces on the bottom layer. The first was a Qing dynasty antique-style jade song. The second was a Republican-era white jade finger ring. The third was a late Qing dynasty jadeite flower vase. The fourth. Ethan Brooks's hand paused at that spot. A small object wrapped in silk and rice paper. It was shaped like a 3-legged vessel with a flared opening, approximately 12 centimeters tall. He gently peeled back the rice paper with both hands. The powder blue glaze cast a soft sheen under the light. 3 short, animal-headed legs steadied the rounded body of the incense burner. The glaze was covered with a dense network of crackalure, large cracks encircling smaller ones, their patterns intertwining in a natural, random fashion. Deep within the cracks ran dark brown lines, traces of 800 years of history seeping into the fissures. Kenneth Carter walked over to take a look. His steps faltered. This. Don't say a word, Ethan Brooks whispered. Kenneth Carter's mouth opened and closed several times. He'd been in the antiques business for over 20 years and had seen tens of thousands of porcelain pieces. But he had never, in a private transaction, seen an authentic Southern Song imperial kiln piece up close. After all, there are fewer than 100 of these in the entire world. Even fewer are available on the market. Every time one appears, it's major news in the global collecting community. And now, a Southern Song imperial kiln ice crack pattern powder green three-legged incense burner was sitting right on the table in front of him. Ethan Brooks had acquired it for $1 million from a sealed auction. Mr. Sue. Who exactly are you? Chapter 073. A Southern Song imperial kiln piece in a rosewood case. Not a single person in the room guessed it. The lights in the VIP lounge shone on the glaze of the three-legged incense burner. The powder green crackle glaze created an incredibly intricate visual effect. Under the light, the glaze was as lustrous as jade. Yet the lines of the crackle carried a rugged, weathered quality honed by the passage of time. Kenneth Carter crouched by the table, his line of sight level with the rim of the three-legged incense burner. His eyes never stopped scanning. From the rim to the body. From the body to the foot ring. There are 3 animal-faced short legs, each with a slightly different form. The one on the left has slightly thicker eyebrows. The one in the middle has its mouth slightly open, and the one on the right has its ears slightly curled upward. These are the variations that come from hand shaping. They weren't cast from a mold. Each leg was molded individually. Kenneth Carter muttered to himself. He took another look at the base. The foot was completely covered in glaze. 6 extremely tiny support pin marks were visible on the base. Sesame pins, a hallmark of the Southern Song imperial kilns. Kenneth Carter's chest rose and fell steadily once. He stood up, walked to the window, and then walked back. Mr. Sue, I have a question. Go ahead. Earlier in the auction hall, from over 20 meters away, how did you tell that this box contained a genuine imperial kiln piece? Ethan Brooks didn't answer directly. Mr. Zhang, in your 20 years of experience, have you ever encountered a situation where a box was filled entirely with jade objects, but a single piece of porcelain was tucked in among them?
No.
A normal person wouldn't mix porcelain with jade. They have different hardnesses and are prone to chipping, right? But what if a family member who doesn't know the field was sorting through the deceased's belongings and judged items solely by appearance, not material? Kenneth Carter caught on. Are you saying the family mistook this three-legged incense burner for a jade artifact? Its glaze is powder green. To someone unfamiliar with porcelain, it might indeed look like a carved piece of blue jade at a glance, especially since this incense burner is only 12 centimeters tall, about the same size as the jade ornaments next to it. The family categorized and packed it as jade, and that's how it ended up mixed in. And the auctioneer's preliminary appraisal only examined the 9 pieces on the top layer? They probably just opened the lid and took a quick look. Once they confirmed it was jade, they moved on. They didn't unpack and inspect each item in the lower layer. Kenneth Carter closed his eyes for a moment. 1 million. 1 million for a Southern Song imperial kiln piece valued at 15 to 25 million. That's a 15 to 25-fold return. Ethan Brooks nodded. Kenneth Carter fell silent. He walked over to the chair, sat down, rubbed his hands together, and looked up at Ethan Brooks. Mr. Sue, I've made a decision today. What decision? Starting today, if you set your sights on something, whether you need funding or want me to bid on your behalf, just come straight to me. No need to explain why. If you say buy, we buy. Ethan Brooks looked at him. Conditions. We'll split the profits 30-70, you take 70. I take 30. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Losing money? I've been in this business for 20 years, and in my most profitable year, my net profit was only 5 million. How much profit did you generate for me in just one morning? Take that Yongla fluted rimmed plate alone. Even using a conservative valuation of 8 million, with a cost of 1 million, I made a net profit of 7 million in just one morning. Not to mention this imperial kiln three-legged incense burner. Ethan Brooks was silent for a few seconds. 3-7 is fine, but I have one condition. Go ahead. No matter what I ask you to bid on, you must never reveal that I'm the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. I don't want too many eyes on me. No problem. The 2 men extended their hands and shook hands. Ethan Brooks put away the three-legged incense burner and the Yongla rimmed dish, packing them separately into protective cases. I won't sell these 2 pieces just yet. Let us wait and see how the market develops. It's up to you. Ethan Brooks checked the time. It was 12:10 p.m. He pulled out his cell phone. 2 unread messages. The first was from Frank Dawson. The car is safe. I'm still in it. How is it going on your end? Ethan Brooks replied. Everything is going smoothly. Come find me at noon, the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor of the convention center. The second message was from Henry Davis. Mr. Su, there is a private estate auction in southern Jinling starting at 2 p.m. It belongs to the late Liang Shen, a longtime local collector from Jinling who amassed these items over 50 years. His son doesn't know the business and plans to sell everything off in one go. The location is the Liang residence at 109 Suiwei Road in southern Jinling. I can arrange for you to get in. Ethan Brooks stared at the message for 5 seconds. Liang Shen. The system provided no background information on this person, as he had already passed away and was no longer within the system's real-time scan range. But items collected over 50 years, a son who knew nothing about the field, and a plan to sell everything off in one go, these 3 keywords combined signaled a prime opportunity for Ethan Brooks to snag a bargain. He replied to Henry Davis with just 2 words. Arrange it. Immediately afterward, a new notification popped up in his mind. Ding. Host's morning auction proceeds settled. Lot 14, Yongla Imperial Kiln Blue and White Fluted Rimmed Plate. Cost 0 yuan, funded by partner Kenneth Carter with 1 million. Host's actual expenditure 0. Host's share of proceeds 70%. Based on a conservative valuation of 8 million, the host is entitled to 5.6 million. Lot additional lot Rosewood case. Cost 1 million. Core lot Southern Song Imperial Kiln Ice Crack Pattern Powder Blue 3-legged incense burner. Valued at 15 to 25 million. Profit margin 1,400% to 2,400%. Rating Ultra High Profit Reward 1 gold treasure chest.